A life-saving item? Li Yuan looked at the box in President Li's hand. At first glance, it looked no different from an ordinary wooden box. Clang! Li Yong opened the wooden box. Immediately, a strange fragrance wafted from the box, and a crystal-clear, purple elixir appeared in front of Li Yuan. It was very small, only the size of a pinky finger, but the strange fragrance alone involuntarily stirred up the desire to swallow it. Teacher, what is this? Li Yuan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Its official name is Prime Purple Life Prolonging Elixir, implying that with it, it's as if you have an extra life, Li Yong said as he looked at the elixir in the box, with a hint of emotion. However, we Prime Warriors are used to calling it life-saving pill. Its efficacy is very simple. Once you are gravely injured, even if your organs are shattered, as long as you consume it within a very short time, you'll quickly recover, Li Yong said softly. Of course, the head is a fatal weakness and cannot be harmed. Aside from the head, everything else can be recovered, including the heart. Even heart damage can be healed. Li Yuan listened in amazement, looking at the purple elixir. What kind of medicine was this? It has 3 flaws, Li Yong said. The first is that its medicinal power is limited. It's not much use to a flying heaven warrior, and only works on those below that level. Li Yuan listened on. This was not surprising. If it were effective for flying heaven warriors, it would definitely be a true divine elixir. The second is scarcity. It's extremely rare. Many prime warriors may have never even heard of it. Li Yong looked at Li Yuan. I'm not very clear on the method of its production, but it's not for sale, and you'd have a hard time finding it through normal purchasing channels. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, his access to information in the Starfire Martial Hall was not bad. But he had never heard of it. The third, it heals injuries but cannot detoxify, Li Yong said seriously. So, if you encounter some of the alien races with deadly poisons, you must be careful. The Star Realm is vast, with many common poisons, and it's easy to fall victim if one is not careful. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. Poison? Teacher Shu Bo, he died because of the poisons in the Star Realm. Uncle Li Changzhou, too, almost died from the poisons of the Star Realm. In fact, every year a large number of ordinary people and martial artists die from poisoning in the Star Realm. It can't be helped. With so many realms in contact with various foreign civilizations, there are myriad poisons, impossible to fully guard against. Put it away, Li Yong said. Remember, its fragrance is very special, easily detectable by the keen perception ability of a prime warrior, so it's best to hide it in the Origin Power Battlesuit inner layer, to be completely sealed off. When you need to use it, just bring it out from the battle garment with a thought. Li Yong explained the method of use to Li Yuan. Yes. Li Yuan nodded, reaching into the box to take out the Prime Purple Life Prolonging Elixir. A streak of black light seeped from Li Yuan's palm, rolling up the Prime Purple Life Prolonging Elixir like liquid, as it disappeared from sight. The fragrance that lingered in the air around rapidly dissipated. Good, Li Yong nodded. That's the first matter. The second is about your advancement in skill to the 5th stage. You too. Last time, when your skill reached the high rank of the 4th level, you didn't inform me, your teacher, immediately, and this time is the same, Li Yong said with a hint of helplessness. Do you look down on me, your teacher, that much? I always have to hear it from someone else. Teacher, I'm sorry, Li Yuan immediately admitted his fault. But Li Yuan also felt helpless in his heart, each time he had just broken through. Your quick advancement is not only beyond my expectations but probably exceeds everyone else's predictions for you, Li Yong said with a laugh. Just the speed of your progress from the 4th to the 5th stage is a bit faster than Fang Hai's was. A bit faster? Li Yuan paused. The time it took from his 4th to 5th stage was less than half of Fang Hai's. You think I'm wrong? Li Yong said with a smile. Yes, in terms of time, you're much faster, but you have to understand one thing. Your physical quality has surpassed level 15, and your spiritual power has long been comparable to that of a prime warrior. When Fang Hai broke through to the 5th stage, he was only 16 years old, and his physical quality was only level 8. Li Yong said with emotion. He was not a talent with spiritual power. Level 8? Li Yuan understood Li Yang's point. Comprehension, spiritual power, and temperament all complement each other. Temperament is the most difficult to understand, so let's not talk about that for now. Comprehension is the most mysterious, related to a person's soul essence, postnatal experiences, and many other aspects. But spiritual power can be quantified. An increase in spiritual power speeds up a person's thought process, calculation ability, and perception ability, among others. Simply put, in martial arts cultivation, spiritual power is a magnifier for a person's talent for comprehension. It's fundamental. If a person's physical quality and spiritual power are both only at level 5, then, no matter how high his talent for comprehension might be, his skill cannot possibly reach the 5th stage. It's like a great chef who can't cook a feast without ingredients. Conversely, even if a person has low comprehension, but has a spiritual power of level 29, with gradual practice, advancing to the 4th stage wouldn't be too difficult. Fang Hai, with a physical quality of level 8, must have had just average spiritual power, yet his skill reached the 5th stage. The height of his comprehension can be seen. That's why he caused such a sensation back then. Of course, your spiritual power is also your talent, Li Yong said with a smile, taking everything into account. The current you is already very close to Fang Hai back in the day. Sha country has listed you as a genius of the same level as Yu Jing. Below the ranks of the Flying Heaven warriors, you too are the most highly regarded by the upper echelons of Sha country, Li Yong said with emotion. Li Yuan nodded slightly, which was already a high degree of recognition. Yu Jing already possesses the strength of a Flying Heaven warrior, enough to defend himself, and no one is targeting him, Li Yong said, but you, although your strength is close to that of a prime warrior, it is still far from sufficient. You must know that within our human civilization, there are spies from alien races. Alien spies. Li Yuan's heart tightened. He had heard teachers mention it in general education classes at school, but he had never seen one. These alien spies, one type is from alien races that have infiltrated us. After all, some foreign civilizations look very similar to humans in appearance, and some are even human, Li Yong said. The other type is human traders bought by alien races. Due to the full surveillance of the virtual network, they rarely expose themselves, mostly just gathering information. Some alien spies have not yet declared war on our human civilization and will not target you. But a minority of alien races, wishing to destroy us quickly, such as the alien civilization behind the Rob Seastar realm, if their higher-ups learn of your talent, they would likely attempt an assassination at all costs, Li Yong said solemnly. Previously, your value was at most equivalent to a top-grade prime warrior. Therefore, even if they became aware of your existence, they would not target you easily, and the Starfire South Lake community where you live is considered safe. But now, your status is barely comparable to that of a Flying Heaven warrior, Li Yong remarked. A Flying Heaven warrior? Li Yuan was surprised. This evaluation was astonishingly high. A genius is just a genius, while a Flying Heaven warrior is a true powerhouse. It looks like his skill breakthrough to the 5th stage did indeed shake the higher-ups of Sha country and the Starfire Martial Hall. Currently, the only ones who know about your advancement to the 5th stage skill within the school are just me, Dean Shu, Dean Hai, and the principal, Li Yong said. Then there are a few high-level individuals in Starfire Martial Hall and Starry Sky Martial Hall who are aware, but your information has been archived. Dan Tai Feng might be informed as a way to motivate him, Li Yong said. After all, he is also highly regarded by the higher-ups of Sha country. But people like Fei Qian, like other teachers from different departments of the school, do not know, so keep it to yourself for now. Understood, Li Yuan nodded. All this must be to prevent a surprise attack from alien spies. Teacher, until when should I keep this hidden? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. Not too long, just until the end of February, Li Yong said with a smile. During the Global University Martial Path Tournament, it won't matter if the information is exposed. By then, staying within the school, you'll be absolutely safe. And with the pace of your cultivation, you will soon become a prime warrior, Li Yong said. Once you've become a prime warrior, combined with your skills, your strength will increase significantly, making it difficult for alien races to assassinate you. After all, it's unlikely they would actually dispatch a Flying Heaven level to assassinate you. The cost is too great. Blue Star is after all a territory of our human civilization, and it is extremely difficult for alien races to conceal a flying heaven-level existence here. They will not expose themselves unless it is absolutely necessary, Li Yong said confidently. Li Yuan listened silently. From the teacher's words, there were actually hidden flying heaven-level spies within human civilization? The mere thought was chilling. With your level of skill, by the time of the Global University Martial Path Tournament in February, with a bit of luck, you might even make it into the top 10, Li Yong said with a smile. Luck is needed to reach the top 10? Li Yuan reflected on his teacher's words. What? Don't agree. Li Yong couldn't help laughing. If it were just about the global freshman battles, you would undoubtedly be the undisputed first, with even Dan Tai Fung no longer being your match. But the virtual battle of the Global University Martial Path Tournament is open for all students from the first, second, and third years. The students from the world's 3 top martial arts schools may not have skills equal to yours. But those sophomores and juniors who've been practicing for several more years, many are already prime warriors. The substantial foundation improvement gives them a much higher probability of entering the 5th stage, Li Yong said seriously. At least, I know that in the third-year students of the top 3 martial arts schools, there are martial path geniuses with 5th stage skill, and there's more than one of them. There's also the possibility of second-year students having reached the 5th stage skill. All in all, there are usually more than a dozen of them. Besides the 3 top martial arts schools, those regional martial arts universities, although generally less talented, compensate with their vast numbers, occasionally producing outstanding geniuses as well, Li Yong said. Even in our Kunlun Martial University, there is another 5th stage genius apart from you. Senior brother Jin. Li Yuan realized who it was. Yes, he broke through after the 10-school freshman competition. Li Yong nodded. It took him more than 2 years to advance from 4th stage skill to 5th stage skill. So, in the Global University Martial Path Tournament's virtual combat, there are usually around 20 students with 5th stage skill, sometimes more, sometimes fewer. Li Yuan pondered with a thoughtful look. Guys like Guan Ying, Yu Ming, Garava, and others from his batch, in 2 years, when they become juniors, might very well be able to reach the 5th stage skill. Dan Tai Fung. He had an extremely high chance to break through within the next 1 or 2 years. Time indeed possessed an astonishing magic power. This big competition should be divided by age, Li Yuan couldn't help but lament, otherwise, it's too unfair for freshmen. Have you ever considered that this arrangement might be deliberate? Li Yong smiled. The whole point is to let each batch of so-called top talents face some hardship to temper their character. Secondly, it's also because the rewards of the Global Martial Arts University competition are excellent. With just so many spots available, that's why they combine everyone to hold the event, added Li Yong. Li Yuan suddenly understood. No matter about other people, if Dan Tai Fung can break through, then he might still have some hope, Li Yong said. What's important for you is to focus on yourself. My expectation for you is to break into the top 10 of the virtual battle. There are 2 more months, which is plenty of time for you to make substantial progress, Li Yong smiled. If you can break into the top 10, the rewards will exceed your expectations. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Top 10. His main rivals were those martial path talents from global universities who had managed to break through to the 5th stage skill. Finally, regarding the Mingshu Star Realm. The day after tomorrow, you'll set off, said Li Yong. The school has already arranged it. You should enter through gate number 3. You will spend a month in the life and death struggle. A month later, return to the school as quickly as you can, Li Yong instructed. During the struggle for survival, the school has already forged a new identity for you, and you just need to slightly disguise your appearance. So, if it comes to a critical moment, unleashing the 5th stage skill is also fine. I understand, Li Yuan nodded. Although he had gained some fame, it was mainly within Zhong City or at most within Zhongbei Province, and very few could recognize him immediately. Just like Li Yuan himself, who wouldn't particularly pay attention to the appearances of those battle heroes. Before long, Li Yong and Dean Shu left. Li Yuan's life returned to tranquility once more, and he spent the last 2 days with even more patience accompanying his uncle and aunt. 2 days later, January 1, 2044, 7 Stars Calendar. Fully armed, Li Yuan bid farewell to his family. Uncle, Auntie, I'm going to Feixing for special training this time, and I won't be able to contact Blue Star for a month, Li Yuan said with a smile. When I return from Feixing, I'll contact you again. That was the excuse Li Yuan had concocted. He didn't want to cause his uncle and aunt concern. A month with no contact? Isn't that a bit long? Won't it be dangerous? Chen Hui's face showed a trace of worry. Go ahead, going to Feixing must be a rare opportunity. It's a holy land for the cultivation of the entire human civilization, Li Changzhou said with a smile. Don't worry about home. Using the false identity, Shu and Li Yuan rode on a specialized flying vehicle via the Starfire Marshal Hall's channel. He headed for the Mingshu Star Realm. The Mingshu Star Realm has as many as 4 stable entrances and exits, and occasionally some unstable ones appear. Li Yuan read the information in his hand and was secretly shocked. It's actually similar to the Fish Spirit Star Realm. The Fish Spirit Star Realm had entrances and exits spanning hundreds of miles, which were unstable and often appeared deep underground, unpredictable and hard to defend against. Half a day later, Li Yuan arrived at Mingshu Star Realm Gate No. 3, located in Jiangnan Province. AAPS. Brothers, I've been working hard to update, begging for a monthly pass, hold the ranks steady. Jiangnan Province is the wealthiest province in Xia Country, and one of the wealthiest areas on Blue Star, flourishing beyond compare. However, that all pertains to the big cities, which have nothing to do with the third entrance of Mingshu Star Realm. The third entrance was built in the suburbs, with tens of kilometers around it designated as a military-restricted area. Under normal circumstances, civil aircraft are not allowed to enter this area, as they could be shot down by an electromagnetic tower at any moment. Whoosh! It is drizzling from the sky today, yet a small aircraft is rapidly approaching that 100-meter-tall war fortress. Martial artist Shuan, martial artist Yang Zhu, we are almost at the third Mingshu fortress, spoke a burly accompanying martial artist with a full beard in a low voice. Li Yuan nodded slightly, looking into the distance. This war fortress covered a vast area, though nowhere near as large as Kunlun Fortress. It was like an enlarged stadium, resembling a gigantic beast sprawled across the vast land. With Li Yuan's current level of access, he also roughly knew that if the entrance to the Star Realm weren't fixed, it would be another matter. For those stable entrances to the Star Realms, human civilization almost always built war fortresses as a precaution. By passing through the war fortress, we can enter Mingshu Star Realm, whispered a lean middle-aged martial artist beside him. Of the 4 major entrances to Mingshu Star Realm, 2 are in our Xia Country, and the other 2 are in Africa continent, which have little to do with us. Li Yuan glanced at the lean middle-aged martial artist, who was also preparing to enter Mingshu Star Realm. A Starfire Marshal Hall martial artist named Yang Zhu. Physical quality 18.4. Yang Zhu's eyes revealed years of vicissitudes, and although he looked to be in his 30s or 40s, he seemed to have gone through many experiences. Rumble. The aircraft slowly descended and hovered about 10 meters above the ground. This is as far as we go, the female pilot said with a smile. Inside the war fortress, there will be military personnel to guide you. Thank you, they said. Li Yuan smiled, grabbed the long rectangular weapon case set aside, and leapt down. A mere 10 meters or so. With Li Yuan's current skill and physical quality, even if he jumped from a height of 30 or 40 meters, as long as he used the unloading force technique a little, he wouldn't suffer the slightest injury. Yang Zhu, with his combat saber and shield on his back, also silently jumped down. Rumble. The aircraft rapidly ascended, heading toward the district shrouded in the misty rain at the edge of the horizon. Chief, who are those 2 that we had to personally deliver? The female pilot couldn't help asking. Do they have some kind of background? I'm not sure. The bearded accompanying martial artist shook his head. It should be that Shuan fellow. He is an L6 level Martial Hall member. L6 level? That's usually for high-level prime warriors, right? So formidable? Could he be the illegitimate son of a flying heaven warrior? The female pilot was astonished. Don't ask too much, there are things you can't handle, the bearded burly man said. Just focus on flying your aircraft. Carrying their weapon cases, Li Yuan and Yang Zhu, following the path indicated by 2 soldiers, entered a waiting hall. Martial artists. The trains to the Star Realm carry 10 people per trip, said the soldier with a smile. The last one just left, so you'll have to wait a bit. We'll set off as soon as we gather 10 people. Over here, we have all kinds of free snacks and drinks prepared. Please help yourselves, both of you, the soldier said with a smile. Sure. Li Yuan and Yang Zhu, one of them had already surveyed all sorts of data and regulations, the other clearly a Starfield veteran, didn't ask further. They waited quietly. Shuin, want some alcohol? Yang Zhu looked at Shuin. No need. Li Yuan replied indifferently. Yang Zhu nodded, took a cup of wine and a cup of water from a nearby counter, and handed the water to Li Yuan. Thank you, Li Yuan accepted without refusal. Are you a student at Martial Arts University? Yang Zhu sat down and looked at Li Yuan. Does it seem so? Li Yuan smiled lightly, his facial features had been subtly adjusted. Modern means of doing so were plentiful. Besides, being not so famous, it was unlikely for many to recognize him. It's not about the resemblance, but your youth. Yang Zhu smiled and said, entering Star Realm for adventure requires at least level 15. Most wouldn't be so young. Also, today is January 1st, and as per tradition, many elite students from Martial Arts University will start heading to various Star Realms for life and death trials after their vacation ends. So, I deduced that you are from Martial Arts University. Li Yuan was momentarily speechless, realizing his cover was blown in such a way. Never underestimate anyone's power of observation. But with the way you move, always ready for combat at a moment's notice, you must have been through quite a few life and death battles, Yang Zhu said with a smile. You must be an upperclassman in your 4th or 5th year. Yang Big Brother is really accurate, Li Yuan chuckled. Always combat ready. When skill reaches a high enough level, one can enter this state whenever willing. But the insight Yang Zhu possessed spoke volumes in itself. Mingshu Star Realm has been unstable lately. Are you here for a guard mission or combat mission? Li Yuan took the initiative to ask. The best way to avoid further questions is to ask in return. Probably a combat mission, Yang Zhu smiled. Guard missions are less interesting, what about you? I'll follow orders, Li Yuan kept it vague, suddenly. A female martial artist arrived, young and attractive, Yang Zhu's eyes lit up. Oh, Li Yuan also saw the newcomer, his eyes brightening. Yang Big Brother. Do you believe that I can add her on VChat right now? Li Yuan grinned. You? Don't believe it, Yang Zhu shook his head with a smile. Watch me, Li Yuan said with a smile and directly got up to approach the female martial artist who had just completed her identity verification. Upon turning her head and seeing Li Yuan, the female martial artist's eyes lit up instantly. She recognized Li Yuan. Hello, my name is Shuin. Can I add you on VChat? Li Yuan smiled. The female martial artist was initially startled, but upon noticing Yang Zhu in the distance, she quickly understood and chuckled. Hello, I'm Shi Xiao. The sudden appearance of Senior Shi Xiao was completely beyond Li Yuan's expectations, and to prevent her from calling out his real name, he took it upon himself to hit on her. Shi Xiao was very clever, reacting within a second to realize Li Yuan was hiding his true identity. Shu brother, impressive, Yang Zhu said with a smile. This world really does judge by appearance. Li Yuan smiled without replying. As time passed, more and more warriors began to gather in the waiting hall. But suddenly, clang, the metal entrance to the hallway opened, and 2 medical carts were quickly pushed out, with 2 men covered in blood lying on them. One of the men had both arms broken, the flesh a bloody blur. From their attire, they were most likely warriors. Hurry! Excuse us, make way! Several medical personnel shouted, pushing the carts as they rushed toward the exterior of the war fortress. Li Yuan, Shi Xiao, and the others instinctively looked through the window to the outside. Outside the war fortress, a small aircraft was slowly descending. This scene caused the previously talkative 9 warriors in the waiting hall to fall silent, a shadow falling over their hearts. The death rate for those venturing into the Star Realm was astonishingly high. It seems that the situation in Mingshu Star Realm is not optimistic, Yang Zhu sighed softly, there's a high probability that direct conflicts have erupted with local forces. Li Yuan and Shi Xiao exchanged glances. A conflict? Why had they come to the Mingshu Star Realm if not to engage in life and death battles? They're here. We've gathered 10 warriors. Set out. Set out, the guard soldier shouted loudly. Clang. The train slowly started, with the 10 warriors dispersed and sitting in different parts of the carriage. Li Yuan and Shi Xiao, as schoolmates from the same academy and both under Li Yong, naturally trusted each other more. It went without saying that they sat next to each other. Screens projected light appeared simultaneously on the front, back, and 2 side walls of the carriage. In the projection, the figure of a burly officer appeared, his expression stern. Respected warriors, first of all, thank you for volunteering to enter the Star Realm and contributing to human civilization. The burly officer spoke solemnly. We are about to reach the first-level Star Realm, Mingshu Star Realm. Mingshu Star Realm is vast. The largest known diameter of our explored range has already exceeded 60,000 kilometers. And that's still far from the limit of the Mingshu Star Realm. In the Star Realm, apart from our human civilization, there are 2 known foreign civilizations that can enter through the passage, namely, Tinliang Civilization and Lin Mo Civilization. Tinliang Civilization is a humanoid civilization. They look extremely similar to humans, but their genetic sequencing is quite different. There are also fundamental differences in their aura. As they look similar, one must be vigilant against Tinliang Civilization imposters within the Star Realm. Lin Mo Civilization, on the other hand, is a beast-like civilization. The most powerful force within the Mingshu Star Realm are the local forces of the Star Realm. Although the origin of a first-level Star Realm is not very strong, due to the vast territory, they still compete and fight against each other, nurturing quite a few flying heaven-level beings. Each one of them is a ruler of the Mingshu Star Realm and must not be provoked. Throughout the Mingshu Star Realm, there are also many second-rank creatures lurking. They occupy many territories rich in life force, spiritual soil veins, heavenly materials treasures. These are the true opponents our human civilization has come to battle. Remember, to enter and exit a first-level Star Realm, one must be below the life level of 20. Practice moderation in your cultivation within the Star Realm. Once your life level reaches 20 and you become a prime warrior, you will have to stay in the Mingshu Star Realm forever. Next are the details about Base 3. The burly officer continued to introduce many aspects of the Mingshu Star Realm. All the warriors listened quietly. Even though Li Yuan already knew much of this information, he didn't mind listening to it again. Suddenly, boom! An invisible pressure instantly enveloped all the warriors in the carriage, almost all of them changing color, and Shi Xiao was no exception. The portal between 2 realms. Li Yuan clearly understood this to be the collision of space between the Star Realm and the Blue Star, creating an extremely special oppressive force. It was this unique force that prevented second-rank lives from crossing the barrier. However, this force's oppression meant nothing to Li Yuan, who had reached the 5th stage in his skills. With his skill and spiritual power, he easily resisted it. The strange oppression came quickly and left just as fast, and many in the carriage gradually returned to normal. Li Shuin, you didn't feel it at all? Shi Xiao couldn't help but ask. I can endure, replied Li Yuan with a smile. Shortly after, the carriage slowly came to a halt and the doors opened, allowing the sunlight to pour in directly. We've arrived. Mingshu Star Realm. The group of people walked out of the carriage onto the metal plaza outside. There were quite a few soldiers around the plaza, and everyone immediately saw the huge war fortress a few hundred meters tall not far away. And far in the distance, at the end of the horizon, there was a mountain range stretching across the edge of the world like a curtain in the sky. Is that Ming Mountain? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. Yes. Standing beside Li Yuan, Yang Zhu also saw the mountain at the end of the world and said softly, according to the information, it should be more than 20,000 kilometers away from us. Its height must exceed 1,000 kilometers. It's the highest mountain in the Mingshu Star Realm. Legends say more than one flying heaven beast inhabits it. The Star Realm is full of mysteries, anything can happen, anything can be born, such a mountain should not exist on the Blue Star. Many veteran warriors were not there for the first time and were quite indifferent, but Li Yuan and Shi Shao were somewhat amazed. This was a natural wonder not seen on the Blue Star. Shu and Shi Shao. A warrior officer approached them from not far away and spoke solemnly, "The two of you, please follow me." The other warriors looked over, curious about the situation. Li Yuan and Shi Shao exchanged a glance and obediently followed the officer into the war fortress nearby. Taking the elevator. Eventually, the two followed the warrior officer into a large office. A blue-robed elder was standing in front of a massive map projection, deep in thought. The map projection showed continuous mountain ranges, giant rivers, and many huge red dots marked on it. "Commander, the people have been brought here," the warrior officer said quietly. "Oh, you can leave now." The blue-robed elder seemed to have just noticed them, turning his head to look at Li Yuan and Shi Shao. After the guiding officer left, he then revealed a smile. "Li Yuan, Shi Shao, hello." "Senior, hello," Li Yuan and Shi Shao said in unison. Li Yuan's heart was filled with shock, because, in his Divine Palace's investigation, the elder's life level was 24. A prime warrior. But since Mingshu Star Realm was a first-level star realm, shouldn't becoming a prime warrior mean one could no longer return to the Blue Star? "You applied for the trial adventure here, so your school has sent me your information," the elder in blue smiled. Li Yuan and Shi Shao suddenly understood. This was normal. "My surname is Liu, and my name is Liu Jing. I am the chief officer of the third base," the elder in blue said. "As elite students from Kunlun Martial University, you are different from ordinary martial artists who come here for adventure. We will place more importance on you." Senior Liu, Li Yuan and Shi Shao immediately changed their address. As the chief officer of a war base in the Star Realm, the authority of the elder in blue was absolutely astonishing. And the independence of a war base here was certain to be extremely high. In a place where life and death were battled out on someone else's territory, it was natural to show respect. Moreover, Li Yuan had vaguely guessed the reason for the other party being a prime warrior, and couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration in his heart. "Since this is your first time here, there are some things I need to make clear to you in advance," the elder in blue said. "Firstly, our human civilization has 4 main outpost bases in the Mingshu Star Realm, with both the first and the second being thousands of kilometers away from us, too far to rely on." "Are the first and second entry point bases in the Africa continent?" Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. "The 4 entry points into the Mingshu Star Realm. 2 in the Africa continent and 2 in Sha country." "Correct." Liu Jing nodded. "Our third and fourth bases are relatively close to each other, but they are still over 2,000 kilometers apart. Usually, contact between them is made through the Blue Star." Li Yuan and Shi Shao were stunned. 2,000 kilometers, in the perilous and exotic beast-filled Mingshu Star Realm, was very distant indeed. "So, if our third base wants to survive, we essentially have to rely on ourselves," the elder in blue, Liu Jing, said looking at them. "The base's main tasks are, first, to constantly kill the entry-rank alien species nearby, continually expanding our living space. This is the combat mission. Second is the search for various resources, such as heavenly materials treasures, veins of minerals, and suitable earth of spiritual nature. This is the resource exploration task. Third is the defense mission. Over decades, the region within 300 kilometers of the base has become our territory. We have opened up many resource spots, but we still suffer occasional attacks from the alien species, so we need warriors to guard," the elder in blue continued, looking at them. "Which mission do you want to participate in?" "Ordinary martial artists wouldn't have a choice. Combat mission," Li Yuan and Shi Shao said in unison. "All right." Liu Jing smiled faintly. "I'll arrange for you two to join a squad of martial artists, to find you a team that's strong enough. With more people in a team working together, the chances of survival will be much greater." "All right." Shi Shao nodded. It wasn't her first adventure in the Star Realm. She had some experience. "Senior Liu, can I venture alone?" Li Yuan suddenly asked. "I remember you can apply to form a team on your own." Before Liu Jing could reply, Shi Shao exclaimed, "Are you crazy, Li Yuan? Is this your first time venturing into the Star Realm? How high can your physical quality be?" In her memory, Li Yuan's true strength shouldn't even match her own. And without experience, forming a team on your own. According to the rules, only 18th rank martial artists are allowed to venture alone, the elder in blue, Lu Jing, said, eyes narrowing slightly and smiling. Your information indicates that your power is comparable to a 19th rank martial artist, so you do qualify. Comparable to a 19th rank martial artist? Shi Xiao was shocked. It seems this young girl is still in the dark. Lu Jing chuckled. Li Yuan, you performed well in the Fish Spirit Tide in Zhong City and even received a first-rank silver quality medal. That's really quite impressive. A first-rank silver quality medal? Shi Xiao's mouth formed an O shape. She wasn't naive. She knew full well how difficult it was to receive such a medal. She was aware of the Fish Spirit Tide that had erupted in Zhong City. But she was not aware of Li Yuan's deeds, as she wouldn't go out of her way to pay attention to the commendation ceremonies. Li Yuan, you're quite strong, but strength and experience are two different things. Are you sure you don't want an older person to guide you? Lu Jing asked. No need, Li Yuan shook his head. Considering his strength, he was almost a prime warrior. A normal squad of martial artists would only hold him back. Besides, if he wanted to quickly increase his spiritual awakening level, he had to kill a large number of alien species, and it would be better to be alone. All right. The path is yours to choose, and I won't force you. You can venture on your own, Lu Jing said. Shi Xiao, what about you? Do you also want to venture alone? No, Shi Xiao shook her head quickly. Please arrange a squad of martial artists for me, senior. With physical quality surpassing the 17th rank, and 4th level technique prowess, Shi Xiao's frontal combat strength was also approaching that of a 19th rank martial artist. However, she didn't possess Li Yuan's confidence. Very well, you'll receive information soon, Lu Jing said. Before you go and fight for life and death with the alien species, remember 3 things. First, be sure to avoid 2nd rank alien species. Second, do not readily use thermal weapons. Third, within 1,000 kilometers of the war base, if you call for help, we can know immediately. Beyond 1,000 kilometers, the signal becomes very bad. Understood, Li Yuan and Shi Xiao said solemnly. They both roughly knew the reasons for these warnings from Lu Jing. In the Mingshu Star Realm, human civilization was merely a small force. They were all about low-profile development and cautious advancement. Each warbase operated only a few hundred kilometers around it. Indeed, thermal weapons can cause massive casualties among the alien species. Even 2nd-rank exotic beasts would fall victim to an onslaught of thermal weapons. But who are the real overlords of the entire Mingshu Star Realm? Not those 2nd-rank exotic beasts, but the Flying Heaven-level beings. If the Flying Heaven-level entities harbored hostility, it could spell disaster for the human civilization's outpost bases. Similar incidents have been commonplace in the history of human exploration of the many star realms. Commander, the door opened, and the officer from before walked in. Arrange for Wu Chong and their squad to take in Shi Xiao, Lu Jing instructed. She's been clamoring for a strong member, so I'll give her one. Yes, the officer nodded. Martial artist Shi Xiao, follow me. Shuin, keep in touch with me. Okay. Shi Xiao winked. She guessed that Li Yuan had his own cultivation plans and did not insist on staying with him. Okay. Li Yuan nodded with a smile. The two people left, and the door was closed again. Only Li Yuan and Lu Jing remained inside the door. Don't worry, your detailed information is known only to me, Lu Jing said with a slight smile. How is your teacher Li Yong? Do you know teacher Li? Li Yuan asked in surprise. We were students of the same year at Kunlun Martial University. Back then, we had a rather good relationship, Lu Jing said with a smile. It's just a pity that it's been more than 30 years since we last met. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. More than 30 years? The more he saw, the more Li Yuan could feel the influence of Kunlun Martial University on Sha country. Everywhere he looked, many of the prime warriors in Sha country had come out of Kunlun Martial University. As per your teacher's instructions, I'm going to score your life and death adventure, Lu Jing said with a smile. So, during your solo adventure, if you kill an alien race, you must take an emblematic item from their bodies as proof.
Do you understand?
Yes, Li Yuan nodded. The Mingshu Star Realm was not like the combat assessment, without the omnidirectional surveillance.
Everything had to be done on one's own. Shi Xiao joined a team of martial artists. She has teammates to help her, so there is no need for me to say more. Since you are venturing on your own, I will give you a few more pieces of advice, Lu Jing said.
During your adventure, in addition to being wary of those exotic beasts, you need to be cautious of two situations, Lu Jing said seriously. First are the lifeforms of the Tinliang civilization. They look similar to us humans, and their activity areas are adjacent to our base 3. According to the inquiry, one of their star realm's entrances and exits is less than 2,000 kilometers away from us. That close? Li Yuan expressed his surprise. Less than 2,000 kilometers meant that it was indeed possible for the strong from both sides to encounter each other during exploration and adventure. Yes, very close, Lu Jing said. Besides that, pay attention to other human martial artists. Other human martial artists? Li Yuan's pupils shrank. Internal conflict. People have selfish desires. If two teams of martial artists discover an astonishingly valuable heavenly materials treasure at the same time, how should it be divided? Lu Jing said indifferently. Li Yuan fell silent. If one side gives in, it's fine, but if both sides want it, there's bound to be conflict, Lu Jing said. On Blue Star, within the War Fortress, there are legal systems in place that forbid internal strife. But faced with the temptation of treasures, do not test human nature. Beyond 300 kilometers from the War Fortress, if human martial artists kill each other, we will not intervene. So, against other human martial artists, you must keep your guard up, Lu Jing said. Thank you for the reminder, Senior, Li Yuan said. Lu Jing was so thoroughly transparent in his advice, it was no doubt genuine care. Go. He watched Li Yuan leave. I am slowly getting older, Lu Jing thought to himself with a sigh. It's been more than 30 years. As a prime warrior, he could live much longer, but his heart was already weary. Wishing to return to his hometown but unable to do so. This life would continue indefinitely. After leaving Lu Jing's office, another martial artist officer came to receive Li Yuan.
His main role was to introduce Li Yuan to the environment within a 500-kilometer radius of the War Fortress, such as where second-rank alien races were and where a large number of alien races congregated.
The resource points, crops, minerals, of human civilization, the precise locations of observation points. Even the main activities of other martial artist teams were detailed. These were all things that wouldn't be written in the Starfire Martial Hall's databank. With Li Yuan's current spiritual power, although he could not yet remember everything he saw, he was able to quickly jot down the gist. Finally, how many years has Senior Lu been here? Li Yuan asked a question that was on his mind. The chief? The martial artist officer was startled momentarily and then smiled. It's said to be more than 30 years. He is the first commanding officer of Base 3, having volunteered to stay here. It's said he used to be a 25th level prime warrior, but later his strength suffered a lot due to an injury. Several other prime warriors inside the base are also volunteers who chose to remain here. Only with prime warriors, and with the War Fortress as the final defense, can our human civilization barely stand firm in the Mingshu Star Realm, the martialist side. It is the reason why many alien race forces around us default to recognizing the several hundred kilometers as our sphere of influence. However, unlike us first-rank martial artists who still have holidays and rotations, and can eventually return to our country, the prime warriors will have to stay here for the rest of their lives. Li Yuan nodded slightly, feeling an unspoken empathy in his heart. Within human civilization, there were always those who made quiet sacrifices. There was no night in the Mingshu Star Realm, as the sky was always interwoven with two suns. Therefore, on the day he arrived at the Mingshu Star Realm, at 6 in the evening by Blue Star's time, after getting everything ready, Li Yuan left Base 3 on his own. He embarked on his first Star Realm adventure, Boom. Riding in a low-altitude flying vehicle, Li Yuan quickly left the War Fortress 100 kilometers away, crossing over mountain ranges and rivers. Within 100 kilometers of the War Fortress, there were still traces of human activity. Beyond 100 kilometers, the roads gradually disappeared, the trees became taller, and the mountain ranges undulated, slowly turning into a primitive forest. Martial artist Shuin, we can only take you this far, the pilot said with a smile. If we go any further, we might encounter flying alien races. Okay. Thank you, Li Yuan nodded and smiled in response. In the Mingshu star realm, indigenous alien races capable of cultivating and absorbing origin power were mostly beastly, with a few humanoid, each race being strange and varied. Precisely for this reason, they fought fiercely with one another, so as not to deal with human civilization. Second-rank alien races, their wisdom was mostly on par with humans. In the eyes of most indigenous alien races, the several hundred kilometers surrounding the human civilization's outpost were territories occupied by another distinctive species. Therefore, unless they wanted to provoke a war, other second-rank alien races would not easily invade the 100-kilometer range of the outpost. As for first-rank alien races, they were not that intelligent, but after decades of being slaughtered and cleared out, they too knew that these areas were dominated by an extremely powerful force not to be trifled with. Holding a long spear in his hand, carrying a combat saber on his back, and wearing a full set of battle garment and combat armor, Li Yuan descended from the tens of meters high in the sky and landed on the ground. The jungle was not too dense. He watched as the flying vehicle quickly departed. From now on, I'll have to rely on walking, Li Yuan muttered to himself. Based on previous experience, if I want to quickly increase my spiritual awakening level. Then, the stronger the alien race I kill, the more spiritual nature nourishment I get. I'd better leave the warbase 300 kilometers behind as soon as possible. Within 100 kilometers of the base, alien races were almost extinct. Within 300 kilometers of the base, alien races of entry rank were rare, having been slaughtered and cleared out repeatedly by martial artist squads. Underneath the orbit of two suns, the Earth did not seem scorchingly hot. 200 kilometers, I should be able to reach it within 3 hours. Li Yuan moved and covered dozens of meters with each step. 10-meter-high cliffs, 10-meter-wide rivers were merely a light leap away for him. Maintaining a travel speed of 20 to 30 meters per second was no more than a walk in the park for Li Yuan now. Unity of heaven and man. As Li Yuan traveled, he also pondered and grasped the mystery of unity of heaven and man. Perceiving the natural way of the world, practicing with a spear, standing, sitting, lying down, walking. All could be used to gain insight. After traveling more than 10 kilometers, suddenly, within a pile of dilapidated dry grass, several shadows flashed abruptly, and the air exploded with a bang, rushing towards Li Yuan, who was on the move. Swoosh! These shadows were fast, but Li Yuan's spear in hand was faster, with just one thrust sweeping the vast sky. Peefed. Plop. Plop. Drops of blood spattered as the bodies of 6 snake-like alien creatures were torn apart and fell to the ground. Blood-winged snake clan. Li Yuan glanced over. These 6 alien creatures, though similar in appearance to the blood-winged snake clan, had smaller and shorter wings that were only good for gliding.
Life level not even reaching the 10th level, and they dare attack me. Li Yuan shook his head. He didn't bother to cut off any parts from their bodies, as it was pointless.
The roads of Mingshu Star Realm were more difficult to traverse than Li Yuan had anticipated. Those high mountains appeared to be just 1 or 2 kilometers away in a straight line, but crossing them was extremely time-consuming. Some canyons and large rivers were also difficult to cross. However, with Li Yuan's strength, after nearly 4 hours, he still stepped out of the range of human civilization's activities and truly entered the wilderness. And this journey also made Li Yuan understand the true meaning of high-origin environment. On this 200-kilometer journey, more than 100 members of the alien race died at Li Yuan's hands. Most were unranked. Most had taken the initiative to ambush Li Yuan. Rich in origin power, these Star Realm creatures don't need to eat much to be affected by the origin power, allowing them to grow and reproduce extremely rapidly, Li Yuan mused to himself. He had read quite a few records. Compared to many Star Realm beings, humans have a much slower growth and reproduction rate. The greatest advantage of human martial artists lies in their comprehension. Star Realm creatures might reach entry rank as adults, but often tens or even hundreds of thousands of them struggle to produce even a single second-rank powerhouse, Li Yuan thought to himself. Among human martial artists, it usually takes only a few hundred first-rank warriors to produce a second-rank powerhouse. Humans, lacking powerful bloodline support, yet possess an astonishingly strong level of comprehension. At least, among the many foreign civilizations that human civilization has come into contact with, almost none surpass humans in comprehension. Walking through the wilderness. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes and suddenly stopped. His powerful spiritual power, paired with his body, had faintly sensed that hundreds of meters away, a large group of formidable alien race lives was gathering. Finally, I've encountered some interesting opponents, Li Yuan revealed a slight smile. Boom! With a leap, the rocks beneath Li Yuan's feet shattered. He stomped on a large tree next to him, using it to jump even higher, and as he did so, the tree collapsed with a roar. The battle erupted. Roar! Howl! Howl! A large group of beings, like jackals and wolves from the alien race, roared as they turned into streaks of light charging at Li Yuan. They were all entry-rank creatures. As the dominant clan in this area, facing Li Yuan, an alien race life form that challenged them, they naturally would not shrink back. Kill! Li Yuan wielded his long spear in his hand. The spear shadows shifted, resembling a rolling star, vast and magnificent, with impressive might. Spurt! 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 Blood splattered as one alien race being after another fell to the ground, their bodies slamming into boulders due to inertia. Or crashing into the ground, or colliding with large trees. No good. These alien race creatures are still too weak, mostly only levels 12 or 13, with few even at level 14. Li Yuan shook his head slightly. I don't even need to use origin power to easily crush them.
There's no tempering effect. Whoosh! Li Yuan's figure changed immediately, instantly suppressing his strength and speed to the standard of level 11.
Immediately, Li Yuan felt the pressure, as if any one of those alien race beings could attack him at any moment.
The spear flows like stars. Li Yuan fully immersed himself in his spear technique, battling with these aliens. For Li Yuan, venturing in the star realm was partly to raise his spiritual awakening level. The most important thing was to engage in life and death battles with numerous alien races, tempering the spirit and exercising courage in the midst of survival, comprehending the mysteries of nature in the wilderness.
Eventually, after Li Yuan killed over 60 wolf-like alien creatures, the other dozens finally couldn't hold on any longer and fled amidst howls. Li Yuan didn't pursue them deliberately. So many kills. The level of spiritual awakening hasn't increased even 0.1%? Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace panel and muttered to himself, or are these aliens too weak to obtain spiritual nourishment from their bodies? After a quick calculation, Li Yuan understood that raising the spiritual awakening level from 25.4% to 30% was going to be a long and arduous process. He didn't bother to cut up the bodies of these aliens. Just by uploading the combat video, Li Yuan continued on his way. The so-called proof of kill materials was something to worry about after leaving the war fortress by 1,000 kilometers. Before that, as long as Li Yuan didn't care, he could choose to upload combat videos. To reduce the burden. Too slow. Speed it up, Li Yuan roared, battling fiercely with many feathered, humanoid life forms before him. These humanoids had extraordinarily strong limbs that were as sharp as weapons.
Facing the long spear in Li Yuan's hands, these humanoid life forms fell one after another, their blood spilling onto the ground. You have successively slain entry-rank creatures and obtained spiritual nourishment, with your spiritual awakening level reaching 25.8%. A flash of prompt from the Divine Palace appeared.
Time passed, day by day. Li Yuan was constantly fighting his way through the wilderness.
He gradually adapted to this environment. Hungry, he ate some beast flesh, then cultivated the all heavens, stars scripture, nourishing his body with origin power, basically not needing to eat much.
Thirsty? He drank directly from the mountain springs. Tired? Then he would cultivate the great sun starry sky scripture, which not only strengthened his spiritual power but also eliminated fatigue. Li Yuan didn't need to return to a fixed observation post or camp to rest. The rest of his time, he was either battling with alien life forms or on the move seeking them. Or occasionally, when he gained insights from observing the world, he would stop to quietly practice his spear technique, then continue on with his journey and battle. Such a training efficiency was nothing short of astonishing. With the alien life forms he slew growing more numerous and more powerful, including creatures of the 17th and 18th levels. Li Yuan's level of spiritual awakening, albeit hard to raise, was skyrocketing thanks to the mass slaughter of aliens. A quantitative change led to a qualitative change, from the initial 25.4% gradually breaking through to 26%, 26.5%. Li Yuan's spear technique and physical quality were continuously improving as if there were no bottlenecks. In the Mingshu Star Realm, on the 9th floor of the main office at Outpost Base No. 3.
Commander, in these past 10 days, apart from that martial artist who died in battle, the majority of the teams that are registered at the base and went out to brave the wilderness have records of resting at the observation points, a tall and thin martial officer reported solemnly, but Shuan has no such record. Over these 10 days, it's as if he vanished into thin air.
No record of him? He didn't return to an observation post? Lu Jing inquired. No records, the tall and thin martial officer replied. We can only rely on the positioning from the smart wristband to confirm he's continually on the move. He should still be alive. Okay, I understand. You may leave, Lu Jing said, without any further directive.
Once the room was left to himself. Beep. Lu Jing clicked to project, and rapidly a series of videos appeared, all showing first-person scenes of Li Yuan in combat with numerous aliens.
They were all uploaded here to Lu Jing. Truly insane. In 10 days, the kill count is higher than a normal squad. Lu Jing felt deeply inside, looking at the comprehensive information records. Is it really non-stop fighting? Enough to merit a perfect score for surviving through peril. As for an 18-year-old youth, Lu Jing felt there was no need to be overly critical. Too much is as bad as not enough. January 13, 2044. Atop a nondescript mountain peak about 600 kilometers from Outpost Base No. 3. On a huge rock, Li Yuan was standing there, gripping the long spear in his hand, its tip pointing ahead as though perceiving something. Gradually, Li Yuan no longer seemed so out of place, but rather blended vaguely with the surrounding scenery, a very mystical sight. Swoosh! The long spear thrust forward swiftly in a circle like lightning, then instantly retracted. Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His peripheral vision couldn't help but glance at the Divine Palace panel. Life level 16.8, first rank, fist strength 24,400 kilograms. Speed 70.2 meters per second. Spiritual power level 26.9. Willpower level 30. Spiritual awakening level 28.9%, current limit 30%. Star Meridian level 10. Skill realm spear technique 5th stage 5%, movement technique 5th stage 6%, fist technique perfection. I feel my progress is fast enough, but advancing in 5th stage spear technique is still significantly slower than when it was at the 4th level, Li Yuan thought to himself. With 1.1% to go in spiritual awakening level, keep up the effort. Whoosh! Li Yuan leapt lightly and dashed down the mountain like a monkey, searching for other alien life forms. Moments later, his spiritual power extended outward, sensing his surroundings. Suddenly, he stopped and turned his head toward a forest not far away. Swish! 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 In the distance among the trees, 3 figures dressed in light purple robes, each wielding weapons, were rapidly jumping towards him. Human martial artists. A flicker of confusion passed through Li Yuan's mind. Something's off. Why didn't my smart wristband alert me to the approach of martial artists? Within a 1,000-kilometer radius of the warbase, the signal was quite decent. If the base wished, it could contact human martial artists in the area at any time, even roughly locate them using intelligent ring tablets, though it could be difficult to contact them directly beyond 1,000 kilometers. By using the positioning system, if human martial artists came within 3 kilometers of each other within the 1,000 kilometers, they would usually receive an induction to prevent friendly fire. Not detecting anything, There were three possible explanations. One was that the martial artists didn't want to reveal their whereabouts and had turned off their intelligent ring tablets' positioning. Another was that the intelligent ring tablets were lost or broken. And the last possibility was that the others weren't human martial artists, but aliens. Still, this area was only 600 kilometers from the human race's warbase and was rather within their sphere of influence. Would a strong member of the Tinliang civilization come all the way here to kill? Just judging by the attire, they resemble our human martial artists. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and moved his body like a gust of wind, vanishing into the slightly dim forest. With Li Yuan's current skills, although he hadn't deliberately practiced the art of assassination, after achieving unity of heaven and man, his stealth ability was not at all inferior to that of some formidable assassins. After all, what is stealth? It is essentially merging with the environment, so that others cannot detect you. And a warrior of unity of heaven and man seeks precisely that, to become one with the universe. Understanding one art enlightens 100 others. A warrior of unity of heaven and man could rapidly master various skills and techniques that ordinary people would have to train for a long time. Li Yuan projected his senses outward, his perception astonishing. He noticed early on the three faint purple figures shuttling through the forest. But these three faint purple figures did not detect Li Yuan's presence at all. Number 2, Number 3, keep a close eye on our surroundings, stay alert, we've entered the activity range of the 7-star civilization, we might encounter human martial artists at any time, said the tall, thin man with unkempt hair, while scanning the surroundings attentively. His face bore some resemblance to the people of Sha country, only his skin was a bit darker, and his pronunciation was peculiar, speaking a language completely different from that of the human race. We're disguised so well that even if they see us from a distance, they might not recognize us. We're just in charge of the alert exploration, the capture and pursuit is for the captain and the others. Judging by the time, the captain should have caught them by now. The other two purple-cloaked figures, carrying weapons, responded in low voices.
The three of them formed a loose combat formation, continually surveying their surroundings with sharp eyes, as if searching for something.
Suddenly, "Who's there?" the leader in purple robes shouted suddenly, sensing something, this time using the rather awkward Sha country language. The other two purple robes were startled as they had not sensed anything yet. Whoosh! Without a sound, about 50 meters to the side of the three, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared from the dense forest, a young man holding a black long spear, with an innocent smile on his face. "Sirs, it's me, so glad to have finally found some living people." The young man in black waved his long spear excitedly and shouted loudly. This voice echoed in the forest, very conspicuous, a perfect match for the young man's smiling face. The three purple-cloaked figures exchanged glances. "It's a human martial artist, quite young, probably just resting there earlier," whispered the leader in the tall purple cloak. "Perception of life force suggests around level 17. We'll observe if there's anyone else first, and capture him for questioning as soon as he gets close." Level 17. This made the other two purple-cloaked figures relax their guard subconsciously, for they were both level 18 warriors, and their captain was approaching level 19. The disparity in physical quality by one level meant an astounding difference in strength.
"Young brother, which team are you from?" The man in the tall purple cloak showed a slight smile, leading the others to greet him proactively. "I'm from the Suzuki squad." The young man in black responded cheerily, "It's my first time here, and I got separated from them." "Which martial artists team are you seniors from?"
"Oh, Suzuki squad. I've heard of it," the tall man in the purple cloak answered Li Yuan while keeping up appearances. The distance of several dozen meters between them closed quickly, and within a few seconds, both sides approached within 20 meters of each other. In the next instant, whoosh, whoosh, the two figures beside the tall purple-cloaked figure burst forth simultaneously, their speed skyrocketing in a moment, attacking the young man in black from the left and the right. With Wei Lao and Zhen Hong's strength, they should be able to capture him with 3 or 2 moves when working together. The tall man in the purple cloak thought as much. However, contrary to his expectations, the young man in black didn't panic or get bewildered as he had imagined. Instead, he burst out almost simultaneously, faster and more ferocious. Not good, he's been hiding his strength. The face of the tall purple-cloaked figure changed, and he immediately exploded into action, drawing his combat saber in a flash, attempting to rescue his two companions. But it was too late. Boom! 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 Three figures collided like lightning in midair. Whoosh! The long spear whistled, emitting a terrifying shriek as it thrust straight at the two figures in purple robes. Too fast. The power and speed unleashed by Li Yuan in an instant left all three purple-cloaked people shocked and terrified. Be careful, the tall purple-cloaked figure instinctively let out in his native tongue. Thud, thud, thud. Figures crossed, spears crossed, and right afterward a torrent of blood sprayed out. A massive bloody hole appeared instantly in the necks of the two purple-cloaked figures. Their weapons clanged to the ground, and their bodies crashed into the grassland. Until death. The eyes of the two purple-cloaked figures bore an expression of disbelief. How could a young man supposedly at level 17 become so formidable all of a sudden? Boom! Li Yuan, having killed two with one strike, did not pause for an instant and collided with the tall purple-cloaked figure like lightning. Die! The tall purple-cloaked figure roared, moving like a ghost, wielding a weapon resembling a huge combat saber. As the strongest among the three, he was also stunned by Li Yuan's explosive attack. But in such a close-quarters burst, it was already too late for him to retreat. With no other choice but to fight, he prepared to confront Li Yuan. Facing a long weapon with a short one, just need to seize a sliver of chance to get in close, and there's a chance to win. Moreover, this 7 stars individual's life level isn't as strong as mine. If I can just block one wave, I'll be able to escape. Whoosh! 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 Li Yuan's long spear came whistling in his hand, instantly creating dozens of phantoms. The spear tip howled as if countless glimmers enveloped him. It was one of the 5 deadly moves of Stellar Spear Technique, the Stellar Illumination. This was a defensive move, but if the realm was high enough, it could also be used as a slaughter move. Clang! 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 Countless spear shadows howled. Although Li Yuan's physical quality was much weaker, his spear was much faster than the slender figure in the purple robe, accurate and extremely ruthless. One spear thrust followed another. He completely took the initiative. Each thrust sent a chill down the slender figure's spine, as if walking along the edge of death. He didn't have time to think and could only wield his combat saber to block with all his might. 9 collisions in a row. Under the terrifying force, the surrounding mud and stones blasted and flew everywhere. Rise! Li Yuan bellowed, his long spear danced in his hand, and he suddenly swung it down heavily onto the slender figure's arms. After this collision, the figure in the purple robe could no longer resist. The terrifying impact sent him flying uncontrollably into the air. Strength starts from the root. As a first and second rank warrior who couldn't yet fly, one wouldn't let oneself be airborne lightly in the heat of close combat. Spurt. Thud. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuan followed with a straight thrust. His long spear howled, and immediately, a blood hole appeared on each of the slender figure's shoulders. The arms were almost torn apart. Bang! The slender figure in purple smashed heavily against a nearby mountainside, kicking up countless fragments. The intense pain in both arms made it impossible for him to hold onto his combat saber any longer. Clang! Clang! The combat saber fell to the ground. The slender figure also landed from the mountainside and barely stood up, completely bereft of fighting ability. Boom! A black figure flashed in. Swoosh! Another spear shadow flashed past. Crack! The sound of 2 knee bones shattering rang out. The knees of the purple-robed slender figure burst open, instantly turning bloodied and blurry. He could no longer endure and, with his face to the ground, crashed down to his knees. Both arms and knees were disabled, and he lost the ability to move. Bang! Another kick sent the slender figure in the purple robe flying several meters, landing heavily. He lay on his back, bloodied and battered, and moving became difficult after being struck repeatedly. However, given his strong vitality, non-fatal injuries to the heart and head meant he wouldn't die in a short time. Phew! Li Yuan stood 5 meters away and did not approach, just stared coldly at the slender figure. Better safe than sorry, even with an overwhelming advantage, one must remain cautious. Indeed, if it wasn't for wanting to capture a live one for interrogation, Li Yuan could have killed him within 5 moves with his strength. Tinliang clans, you understand the human language. Li Yuan spoke indifferently. I ask, you answer. I promise to give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Regret? The figure on the ground sneered. 7 stars human, don't expect to pry anything useful from my mouth. Don't underestimate the willpower of the Tinliang clan, you'd better kill me quickly. Otherwise, once our people arrive, you're certainly dead, the figure in the purple robe said venomously, his life force draining. He felt himself slipping away. Moving toward death. Your people? Li Yuan smiled lightly. So, you have quite a few people coming? HMPH. The figure in the purple robe snorted and spoke no more. One must drink punishment for refusing a toast. Li Yuan shook his head lightly, and now he took out a tan pill. Buzz. Enveloped in a black battle garment, Li Yuan swiftly moved in front of the figure and forced the pill into his mouth, making him swallow it by force. Origin Power Battle Suit. The figure in the purple robe was shocked, then sneered. No matter what the drug, don't expect to. His body started to tremble violently. A special interrogation drug.
One costs 10,000 blue star coins. Li Yuan muttered to himself, almost as painful as 1/10 of the 100 marrow spirit decay. Let's see if your bones are tough enough.
Li Yuan had prepared 20 of these pills, specifically for the alien race. Being able to train to a high-level warrior, ordinary pains, like severed hands and feet, they could withstand quite easily. Special methods were required. Just dozens of seconds later. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The figure in the purple robe could no longer endure it, wailing in agony. Soon, Li Yuan obtained the intelligence he wanted from the purple-robed figure. Without hesitation, Li Yuan dialed the base communication and quickly reported his situation. Shu-in, you did very well, came the voice over the comms. This is information we did not know. However, Observation Point 19 has already come under heavy attack from the Tinliang strong beings. According to the rescue request from the observation point, there should be no second-rank fighters. The voice on the communication sounded heavy. We've dispatched support squads by flyer to Observation Point 19. But flying is very risky and may not arrive in time. The nearest ones, 2 warrior squads are already on the way to rescue, and we hope you can also go to support, the voice continued. Okay, I'll set out immediately, Li Yuan said somberly. Observation Point 19 was already under siege? What about this Tinliang? Li Yuan asked. Execute him on the spot. After ending the call, Li Yuan didn't waste any words. He stood up, waved his long spear, and struck down the purple-robed figure lying on the ground, already nearly unconscious. The head was split in 2, dead beyond any doubt. You have consecutively killed entry-rank creatures and obtained spiritual nature nourishment, bringing your spiritual awakening level to 29%, the Divine Palace panel showed a prompt. In fact, why was Li Yuan so certain these trio were from an alien race, and not 7 stars humans? It wasn't because he understood their conversation, nor did he detect too many clues. It was simply because the inquiry from the Divine Palace reminded him that killing them would yield spiritual nature nourishment. This kind of prompt only appeared for alien races. No matter how good their disguise, they can't escape the inquiry of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. Li Yuan glanced over the corpses with a sharp gaze. In fact, had Li Yuan not killed the Tinliang individual, with their injuries, their death was all but certain if things persisted. Moreover, in the wilderness jungle, losing the ability to move was akin to awaiting death. You never know when some beast-like alien race would be attracted by the scent of blood.
Pursuing a human. Why? Li Yuan muttered to himself, pondering the intelligence he had just obtained.
The content of the intelligence was not plentiful, mainly 2 points. First, those killed by Li Yuan were merely first-rank warriors among the Tinliang clan, sent to the Mingshu Star Realm by orders, which was essentially similar to the military martial artists of the human race civilization. Second, as a large squad, They were ordered to pursue a human warrior, a chase that spanned hundreds of kilometers. Who exactly was this human warrior? Why were they being tracked? They had no knowledge of this, at least not these three warriors. A large squad of the Tinliang civilization, with at least over 50 Tinliang warriors, Li Yuan thought to himself, there must be more than one level 19 warrior, greater than. The Seven Stars human race civilization and the Tinliang civilization had not only encountered each other in the Mingshu star realm but also through other star realms. Although they didn't wage war as insanely as the alien civilizations behind Rob Sea, they had always been at odds with each other. Over the years, both civilizations actually had a good understanding of each other, with a certain grasp of the language, culture, technology, history, and many other aspects. This was why, once Li Yuan's Divine Palace inquiry confirmed the others were alien races, he did not hesitate to take action and execute a slaughter. There was no need to question why. According to the code of conduct given by the base, any strong beings from the two large alien civilizations encountered within 1,000 kilometers of the base could be attacked directly. Clang. Li Yuan quickly searched the three bodies but found not many valuable items. Weapons. Combat armor. They were only first-rank mid-grade weapons, not very valuable, and Li Yuan had no place to put them anyway. There was even less of other things, mostly just food. A life detector? First rank. Li Yuan grinned as he found something truly valuable on the strongest Tinliang being. He took it off. This was a technological product of the Tinliang race. It was somewhat similar to the life vitality detector of the Seven Stars human race civilization, but of better quality and truly miniaturized, capable of being carried around. Li Yuan had the Divine Palace inquiry, which was more accurate, and he didn't need this device. Even though this palm-sized life detector appeared to be only first rank and could only detect up to level 20 life. However, once Li Yuan handed it over to the base, he could sell it for several million blue star coins. Perhaps, the life vitality detector used by our Seven Stars human race civilization was initially inspired by this device, Li Yuan thought to himself. In some ways, war continuously promotes the development of technology. It forces a civilization to grow stronger, to prevent the entire civilization from extinction. For hundreds of years, through collisions and exchanges with a myriad of star realms and a multitude of alien civilizations, the Seven Stars human race civilization has made leaps in both technology and the cultivation civilization.
Beast-kind civilizations tend to be weak in terms of technology. But many humanoid civilizations possess very powerful technologies, many of which are much stronger than those of the human race. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. This information may not be clear to ordinary people, but it was no secret to prime warriors.
Li Yuan had perused a considerable amount of data from Starfire Marshall Hall and was very aware of this fact. Because of this, the entire Seven Stars human race civilization was filled with a sense of crisis, striving to develop martial arts and technology to become even stronger. Though it might seem slow, Li Yuan had taken only tens of seconds to search the bodies, casually putting the life detector into his close-fitting backpack. Observation point 19. Let's go. Li Yuan briefly discerned the direction, then set up directional guidance on his smart wristband. A straight line distance of 40 kilometers. With full speed assault, I should be able to arrive within 20 minutes. I hope they can hold on, Li Yuan sighed inwardly. His figure moved, his speed soared to over 50 meters per second, turning into a streak of light that shot out, rushing towards observation point 19. A large squad of Tinliang warriors? To breach an observation point wouldn't be difficult, even without carrying technological weapons. Just 1% shy of reaching a 30% level of spiritual awakening, Li Yuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. I'll use you as my experiment. Within the Mingshu star realm, the Seven Stars human race civilization, aside from forward operating bases, was divided into observation points and information points. Information points, for example, included regions highly suitable for the cultivation of various precious medicinal herbs or mining areas for ore veins. Observation points, often located at the farthest boundaries of activity, served the purpose of surveying and monitoring tens of kilometers around to serve as early warnings. They also provided temporary rest areas for the many martial artists training in the outermost zones. Observation Point 19. It was one situated on the outskirts, far from the war base, a hidden observation point inside a mountain. The belly of the mountain was mostly hollowed out. From the outside, it looked unremarkable, not much different from a common small hill, but the interior was complex and intricate. For the past several decades, it had been safe, but today, Observation Point 19 faced a catastrophe. The outermost defenses of the observation point had been breached. Ferocious fire spat out as more than 10 metal bullets sealed off a passage over 10 meters wide, completely suppressing the several dozen Tinliang warriors outside. In such a confined space, even for a level 19 powerhouse, it would be extremely dangerous to forcefully charge against the flow of metal bullets through the passage. What assholes! As the corridor outside echoed with their discontent, a monster-like brute towered over the rest. Standing well over 2.5 meters tall, clad in black combat armor, his eyes seemed to spit fire. The surrounding Tinliang clan warriors remained silent. "Captain Logan, what should we do?" Another squat, plump man asked in a deep voice. "We all know that these 7 stars human race observers might have other passages. If we delay, they might escape. Most importantly, we're very close to the 7 stars human race base. They're definitely calling for backup. Once the Prime Warriors arrive, we're all dead. Failing to bring back the mission target will also mean big trouble for us." The squat, plump man said as he looked at the other. "Lord Shui Shu will not let us off easily." Clearly, among the 40-plus Tinliang clan warriors present, these two stood at the highest rank. "Mo Long, you don't need to remind me," the burly Logan said with an icy voice. "I know the consequences of failing a mission better than you do. Stop hesitating, let's go all out and pave the way." The two powerful Tinliang clan leaders hesitated no more. They each took out a small vial from their bosoms and gently opened it to reveal a blood-red elixir inside. They swallowed it down without a second thought. The sight of the blood-red elixir sparked a flicker of envy in the eyes of the surrounding Tinliang clan warriors. Boom! The skin of both the hulking Logan and the squat brute seemed to turn fiery red. Even veins of crimson energy could be seen coursing across their skin. It was a special heavenly materials treasure of the Tinliang clan called the Demon Blood Spirit Crystal. Once consumed, it would significantly increase their strength and speed for a short period and even bestow them with a hint of special origin power. The effect was insignificant to Prime Warriors, but to those of the first rank of life, it was a substantial boost in strength with virtually no side effects. Instead, after the effect wore off, it would slightly improve their overall physical quality. Such a medicine was precious, something ordinary first-rank fighters couldn't possibly obtain. This time, however, the mission was special. Both captains, whose life levels exceeded rank 19, were each given one so that they could use it at a critical moment. Clang! With a shattering sound, the bulging armors of the formidable Logan and Mo Long now fully encased their bodies. "We charge, and you follow. Kill!" Logan roared lowly. Boom! Bang! Both warriors, one wielding a combat saber and the other a gigantic battle axe, charged into the corridor side by side in a blur. Clang! 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 Countless metal bullets rained furiously on them, drastically reducing their speed with their formidable impact, but those numerous bullets were immediately blocked by the swirling crimson energy mingling with their armor. Inside observation point number 19, dozens of human warriors each held weapons with eyes narrowed in high tension, scrutinizing the corridor. The ranged weapons were directly operated by the observation point's intelligent system. "Captain." Shi Xiao gripped her combat saber, her eyes ice cold, fixated on the corridor. "Relax." Standing beside her, Captain Wu Chong, appearing to be in her 30s with the mature air of a woman, whispered, "Your strength is second only to mine in the squad, but your experience is still lacking. This is a fight for life and death. First, we need to remain calm," Wu Chong uttered softly, as a warrior who had battled for years in the Mingshu Star Realm. Her life level stood at 19.6, and her experience was very rich. "Understood." Shi Xiao nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Captain Wu Chong," she reassured. "With our stored ammunition, Holding them back for over half an hour isn't hard, the observer post's officer added in a low voice. Just a while ago, you said our external defense systems could hold for at least 20 minutes, but what happened? Wu Chang glanced at him coldly. 3 of my team members are dead. The officer fell silent at that. He too hadn't anticipated that this attacking force of Tinliang clan warriors would be so fierce, each one surpassing level 18, undoubtedly an elite squad. Suddenly, damn, they've breached. Wu Chang's eyes flashed coldly as she roared sharply, prepare for battle, kill.
Bang! Boom! As thunderous noises resonated, the 2 fearsome Tianliang clan leaders, bracing against the metal barrage, darted through the corridor like lightning, swiftly destroying a multitude of the ranged weapon emitters.
The dozens of Tinliang clan warriors who followed surged in like a tidal wave. Kill. Engage. With no way to retreat, over 20 human warriors charged into battle with howls of determination. Scum. You can't escape, the formidable Logan growled, spotting his target and dashing forward like lightning. Your opponent is me. Wu Chang swung her long spear, positioning herself before him. Out of my way. After spending about 23 minutes at full sprint, Li Yuan, guided by the map on his smart ring, finally arrived at the outskirts of the 19th observation point, located in the wooded hills. Just a brief survey of his surroundings caused his expression to darken. Bodies? With a glance, Li Yuan noticed a large number of corpses around the perimeter. Many appeared to be from the human race, some wearing purple robes. This portion was clearly that of the Tinliang clan warriors. There were also many other corpses, evidently belonging to the 7 Stars human race side. So many dead? A hint of murderous intent crossed Li Yuan's mind. Has the observation post fallen? Doubt flickered through Li Yuan's thoughts, soon followed by a slight movement of his ears. Sounds of battle? Some are still alive. Whoosh! Li Yuan's figure shot like lightning, rushing straight into the broad corridor that lay revealed before him. Frontline Base 3, Level 6. In the vast conference hall, countless beams of light converged, forming 2 giant screen projections. One was a holographic projection of the map. Above it, aside from the undulating mountain ranges and rivers, a multitude of red dots were in motion, with some disappearing from time to time. The other was a live feed projection. What it showed was the brutal slaughter currently unfolding at observation point 19. The Ling spear-wielding Wu Chang, with an exceptional bearing, was locked in fierce combat with the burly, unshapely Logan, and she was being completely overpowered. On the other side, the young Shi Shao, also wielding twin blades, was teaming up with another 19th-level martial artist to jointly restrain the hulking Mo Long. The other human warriors were similarly struggling to fend off the attacks from the Tinliang clan warriors. However, with the top combat strength and overall numbers both at a disadvantage, the deaths of Wu Chang and Shi Shao seemed only a matter of time. In front of the screens, 3 figures furrowed their brows. They were the chief officers of Frontline Base 3 and were all prime warriors. How far is the reinforcement squad? The only woman in purple among the 3 asked sharply. Based on their current speed, it should take another 20 minutes to arrive, replied the blue-clothed elder Lu Jing. They've just encountered a large group of flying alien species. Losing a flyer, some had to proceed to the rescue on foot. Within 100 kilometers of observation point 19, there are only 3 warrior squads. Wu Chang's squad was the only one that could arrive swiftly. But her squad alone isn't enough to hold on. Lu Jing continued. The other squad will take at least another 15 minutes to arrive. It was he who always took charge of the overall situation, and it was he who had arranged the rescue mission for observation point 19 this time. He paused. Lu Jing sighed. The crux is that the strength of this Tinliang clan's fighting force is too formidable. The 2 leaders have even used demon blood spirit crystals. Wu Chang is among the strongest of high-level warriors, yet in a one-on-one battle, she's completely at a disadvantage. Even if the other squad arrives, I'm afraid they're no match, Lu Jing assessed calmly. The conference room fell silent. The overall power of the Tinliang clan in the Mingshu Star realm was far greater than that of human civilization, and they could mobilize a stronger force than humans. I should have been allowed to go just now, the other young man in white frowned. If I had been there, the support squad wouldn't have been delayed and would be nearly there by now. No, it's not possible. Han Chong, I know what you're thinking. Lu Jing addressed the white-clothed young man, but you must understand, today is just a minor conflict. We three can't take action thoughtlessly. Without a major event, we cannot leave the outpost. Except in a situation of extreme crisis, we can't leave within 300 kilometers of the base. That's the rule. Violating it once might seem to have a benefit, but in the long run, it could bring disaster. Lu Jing spoke softly. Once it attracts a flying heaven-level native life form, it won't just be these few martial artists dying, it could lead to the annihilation of our entire outpost. Understood, Elder Lu, the white-clothed young man said, his voice subdued. He, of course, knew the rules. But watching as human warriors were killed, his heart couldn't help but struggle. Sometimes, some casualties are inevitable, Lu Jing sighed lightly. What human civilization established in the Mingshu Star Realm were only frontline bases? What is a frontline? Essentially a watchpost, meant for observation, information gathering, and minimal resource collection. Not an advance base, or a garrison base. Therefore, whether it is Xia Country or the Seven-Star Alliance, the resources invested in the Mingshu Star Realm were actually quite limited. In reality, the main theme of the Mingshu Star Realm was the fierce battle among several horrific flying heaven-level beings leading their respective clans. Mostly, they hunkered down in Ming Mountain at the world's center and rarely paid any attention to the peripheries. For the Seven-Star human civilization's outposts to survive in the long term, they must keep a low profile, avoid drawing the attention of flying heaven-level beings native to the Mingshu Star Realm as much as possible. Refraining Prime Warriors from taking action is for this very reason. Prime Warriors taking action freely, if done too frequently, would inevitably attract the attention of powerful second-rank alien species. Once a battle breaks out, should the situation become dire, the fearsome thermal weaponry capable of extinguishing top-ranked second-rank alien species at the outpost would most likely draw out flying heaven-level native lifeforms. It would be a disaster. Lu Jing's eyes suddenly brightened. No, perhaps there's a turning point. Xu Wen has arrived, Lu Jing announced. Xu Wen? Who is Xu Wen? Both the white-clothed young man Han Chong and the woman in purple showed puzzled expressions. They rarely handled specific affairs and were not up to speed with Li Yuan's matters. You will know soon enough, there was a hint of expectation in Lu Jing's eyes. Observation point 19. Whoosh! The moment Li Yuan rushed into the corridor, he saw several human corpses, their attire indicating they were ordinary people, stationed at the observation point. This scene involuntarily reminded Li Yuan of the fish spirit tide in Zhong City. Back then, he had seen a large number of similar corpses. At this moment, Li Yuan's killing intent grew stronger. At the end of the corridor were three purple-robed figures brandishing blades, who had been casually conversing, seemingly assigned to perimeter watch. A 7-stars human martial artist has come. The three purple-robed figures immediately noticed Li Yuan, first tense, but then revealing contempt. Only 17th level. The life detector shows he's only 17th level, one of the purple-robed figures said indifferently, kill him. Don't waste time. Without hesitation, the other two purple-robed figures flipped their hands to produce throwing darts, and with a fierce motion, they hurled the darts toward Li Yuan with a whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The speed of these darts was astonishing, instantly reaching supersonic speeds, and they were also extremely heavy. In terms of impact force alone, they far exceeded that of some bullets. Being able to practice throwing darts to such an extent is also rare. Had it really been an ordinary level 17 martial artist facing these suddenly erupting darts, they would certainly have been thrown into confusion, or even directly killed. At the very least, they would have been forced to retreat. Hidden weapons. Li Yuan's eyes were ice cold, and in an instant, his body moved, not retreating but advancing, transforming into a residual shadow as he charged toward his opponent. Whoosh! 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 Li Yuan's figure seemed to blur, appearing to move in a straight line, but in reality, he was performing extremely small, lightning-fast movements. Such movement was extremely difficult at super high speeds. In a single encounter, Li Yuan had easily dodged more than 10 whistling darts, completely crossing the corridor that was over 50 meters long. This was the 5th stage skill, Unity of Heaven and Man. Feeling the heaven and earth spiritually, it allowed Li Yuan's perception ability to far exceed that of an ordinary first-rank strongman, easily able to anticipate each and every dart's trajectory. Bang! Boom! Boom! Those supersonic heavy darts, missing Li Yuan, then crashed into the walls on both sides of the corridor, burying deep into the metal walls. Not good. Level 19? Such fast speed. The life detector is wrong. And his skill is very strong, his movement technique is powerful. The faces of the 3 Tinliang clan warriors changed instantly. All of them were elite warriors surpassing level 18, each with 3rd stage skills. Although Li Yuan's movements were fast, with their eyesight, they could still barely make out his figure. They could naturally sense Li Yuan's terrifying strength. Escape. Quick, go. Meet up with the captain. The 3 Tinliang clan warriors didn't hesitate and turned to flee, each moving extremely fast. Confrontation? From the speed and movement technique that Li Yuan burst forth with, they judged that they were undoubtedly bound to lose. Leave it to the 2 captains instead. Boom. 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 Li Yuan and the 3 Tinliang clan warriors chased and fled, both bursting forth with extreme speed. In just a few seconds, the 2 sides had passed through several corridors and 2 large halls, each one severely damaged, and some even partially collapsed, obviously having experienced fierce fighting. There were also quite a few human corpses, as well as a few Tinliang clan warrior bodies. Swish. Swish. The 3 Tinliang clan warriors retreated quickly. But Li Yuan was even faster in pursuit. In the state of subtlety, Li Yuan, whose life level was originally 16.8, burst forth with speed and strength that could completely rival a level 19 martial artist. After nearly 10 seconds of lightning-fast chasing and fleeing, the originally faint sounds of combat had become extremely shrill and loud, along with roars and bellows from the deepest part of the observation point. Li Yuan, at last, caught up with the 3 fleeing Tinliang clan warriors. Kill. Kill. 2 of the Tinliang clan warriors also decisively realized they couldn't escape, abruptly stamped their feet on the metal wall, turned around, and charged at Li Yuan explosively. They grasped the timing extremely precisely. It was like a turnabout spear technique, attempting to take down Li Yuan. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 spear shadows streaked across the vast sky, like 2 bolts of lightning. Thud! Thud! The 2 Tinliang clan warriors only felt a flash of cold light in front of their eyes, and Li Yuan had already swept past them. Their necks stung as the spear's tip pierced through, leaving massive bloody holes, with blood splattering. Their bodies fell heavily to the ground. The 2 Tinliang clan warriors could not believe it, unable to accept that they had died just like that. What? The remaining living Tinliang clan warrior was already stunned. Just 1 spear. And it killed 2 elite warriors? Was the gap in strength really that large? But what he didn't know was that the speed and strength that Li Yuan had burst forth with were already a large cut above, and if he couldn't finish them off in a single encounter, that would have been abnormal. When the gap in strength and speed between opponents is huge, there isn't much room for skill to play a role. However, when the foundation is close or even superior, the side with superior skill truly reveals its terrifying aspect. At 18 years old, Li Yuan's skills reached the unity of heaven and man, a feat that could leave a mark in the entire history of the 7 Stars human civilization. One can imagine how rare it is. At least within the first rank of life, those who possess 4th level skills are very few, let alone 5th stage skills. Kill. Li Yuan's speed hardly faltered, as he chased down the last remaining Tinliang clan warrior with a whoosh. Within the vast hall, dozens of Tinliang clan powerhouses had completely suppressed the human warriors, with one after another of the latter falling dead. The battle was utterly one-sided. Kill. Kill them. Wu Chong, gripping his long spear and with a determined look in his eyes, was still desperately fighting the burly strongman Logan, looking for an opportunity to kill him. Clang. Clang. Shi Shao, dual blades in hand, was still desperately fighting, but her heart was filled with despair. The old ghost is dead, Manzai is dead, Yu Hai is dead. Of the 9 warriors she had recently met in her squad, 6 had already been killed in battle, a heavy loss. The key was, Shi Shao saw not a single glimmer of hope for victory, not even a chance to run. Almost all of the human warriors were in despair, simply making their last struggle and resistance. If they were going to die, they were determined to take someone with them. Suddenly, boom! A purple figure was suddenly blasted into the entrance passage and crashed heavily against a pillar, before falling to the ground, drenched in blood with more bleeding from the neck, evidently not going to survive. Huh? What's going on? Many of the Tinliang clan warriors reacted instantly, their attention drawn to the dark passage instinctively. Whoosh! And while the corpse was attracting attention, a shadowy figure merged into the hall under cover of darkness, directly pouncing to attack. Patui! Patui! A number of terrifying spear shadows blossomed. Several Tinliang clan warriors had yet to detect the danger when they felt a chill in their throats, followed by painful stabs. They instinctively covered their throats but couldn't utter a sound. They fell one by one. Not good. An assassin. It's an enemy. Many Tinliang clan warriors, as if waking from a dream, finally noticed Li Yuan's presence, many glaring at him angrily. Reinforcements? Just one person? The human warriors still alive in the hall first felt a surge of spirit, followed by a flicker of disappointment in their hearts. Only one person came. Li Yuan. Shi Shao, who had already given up hope, lit up when she recognized Li Yuan's figure. Immediately after, Shi Shao's heart tightened and she quickly said, "Shuan, get out of here, leave immediately." Shi Shao truly liked Li Yuan and naturally did not want to see him die with her. Senior sister. Li Yuan also saw Shi Shao, feeling a wave of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. For senior sister Shi Shao, Li Yuan couldn't say he felt any romantic affection, but since she had been good to him, he naturally did not want anything bad to happen to her. Boom! The moment Li Yuan rushed into the hall and grasped the entire situation, he burst forth with full power, charging at the short and stocky strongman Mo Long. Kill! Kill him! The other Tinliang clan warriors roared furiously, brandishing their weapons, attempting to block Li Yuan's path. Patui! Patui! Like a swirling tornado, with spear shadows flickering continuously, Li Yuan, erupting with his full power, instantly killed 3 Tinliang clan warriors, merciless to the extreme. Boy, prepare to die. A muffled growl emanated through the air. Boom! The short and stocky strongman who had been suppressing Shi Shao and trying to kill her suddenly stopped his battle axe and, with a movement, charged towards Li Yuan, fast as lightning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The axe's light crisscrossed through the air, with the axe head and long spear clashing. Li Yuan managed to fully withstand the attacks of the short and stocky Mo Long. Haha, exhilarating. You seem stronger than the alien race opponents I've killed before. A glint passed through Li Yuan's eyes. If I can kill him, I wonder how much my spiritual awakening level will increase. The moment Li Yuan entered the depths of observation point number 19, he had already utilized his divine palace perception and instantly locked onto several of the strongest Tinliang clan warriors. Upon preliminary assessment, there were 8 Tinliang clan warriors exceeding level 19. Among them, 2 were as high as level 19.9. It's important to note that the standard fist strength for level 19 is only 50,000 kilograms, but for level 19.9, it reaches 70,000 kilograms, and the difference in strength and speed is truly astonishing. Moreover, the higher the life level of the alien race being killed, the more spiritual nature nourishment one would receive. This was an ironclad rule. In the past 10 days or so, although Li Yuan's spiritual awakening level had increased by 4%, it was a gradual accumulation, and the strongest alien race he had killed was less than level 19.
The stocky dwarf brandishing 2 huge battle axes before him was one of the 2 major level 19.9 masters of the Tianliang clan.
Boom! Boom! Mo Long, the stout dwarf, instantly increased the distance from Li Yuan. Despite being far weaker in physical strength, you can easily block my attacks, Mo Long, the stout dwarf, said in a strange voice, speaking in Sha country language, eyes fixed on Li Yuan. Life detection equipment pegged you at level 17. One device might malfunction, but it's impossible for all devices to be wrong. Could you be a peerless genius with subtle spirit? The words of Mo Long, the stout dwarf, echoed in the vast hall, immediately causing a stir among the many Tinliang clan warriors and human martial artists. Their gazes couldn't help but flicker towards Li Yuan, feeling a sense of shock in their hearts. Subtle spirit. 4th level perfection? This technique was legendary to them. Most had only heard of it, and almost never seen it. Subtle spirit. Go ask King Yama in death, Li Yuan said coldly, not bothering with idle chit-chat. His body suddenly erupted with power, the air exploding with a bang, turning him into a blurred figure as he charged towards his opponent with a howl. The situation on the ground left no room for Li Yuan to waste words. Quickly killing his opponent was the right course of action. Ask King Yama. Mo Long, the stout dwarf, was stunned. Although he had learned some 7 stars human language from Sha country, he didn't quite understand some mythological references. But that didn't stop him from grasping the meaning of Li Yuan's words. Even with subtle spirit, you're going to die, Mo Long, the stout dwarf, sneered fiercely and with a shift of his body, lunged forward to kill Li Yuan. A few tens of meters was all the distance between them, and in just a fraction of a second, they met. Whoosh! Li Yuan's gaze was sharp as a blade, and with a flick of his black Chen spear, countless spear shadows appeared, their tips cold and menacing, completely enveloping Mo Long, the stout dwarf. The spear shadows were eerie and chilling to the bone. So fast. Mo Long inwardly flinched, somewhat caught off guard, his axes in hand like 2 great shields, attempting to block the barrage of spear shadows. Clang! 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 A series of clashing sounds rang out, the terrifying force behind each blow traveling down to Mo Long's legs, causing him to stagger backward, his stout, powerful thighs translating the force to the ground, cracking it and sending rubble flying. The flying debris had no effect on either Li Yuan or Mo Long. Whoosh! One of the spear thrusts grazed past Mo Long's side, and although it missed, the terrifying force behind it punched a large hole in the metal wall pillar beside him, as if it had been blasted open by an armor-piercing shell. Die! Mo Long tried to sweep away the spear with an axe, aiming to get close to Li Yuan. The axe, less nimble than a sword, but more terrifying in its explosive power when struck with fury. If he got within range, Mo Long was confident he could cleave Li Yuan in half with a single blow. Out of my way! Li Yuan shouted angrily, and as one thrust missed, he instantly engaged his core muscles, drawing a deep gouge in the metal pillar with the tip of his spear, then abruptly shot out with an explosive release. He swept it across mercilessly. Bang! Changing moves too quickly, this sweeping strike with the long spear forced Mo Long to once again use his axe like a shield to block. Accompanied by a dull thud, Mo Long involuntarily staggered backward. Huff! Following the sweeping strike and the astonishing rebounding force, Li Yuan spun around and thrust his long spear forward with rage, a flash of cold light aiming straight for his opponent's face. How is this possible? Could he truly have subtle spirit? His spear momentum is too perfect, Mo Long thought with shock and anger, knowing he was much faster and more powerful than Li Yuan in terms of maximum burst. In life and death combat, moves and bursts don't often allow enough time to build up power, making it difficult to reach the limit. The power one can unleash is the true measure of strength. Facing Li Yuan's continuous bursts, Mo Long's reflexive swing of his battle axe was still a beat too slow to block this thrust. Hiss! The long spear directly stabbed towards Mo Long's face, but immediately red light streamed from Mo Long's arms and chest to his face, forming a pale red mask that generated a tremendous resisting force, causing Li Yuan's long spear to feel as if it had struck a super-hard alloy steel plate. Origin power. Li Yuan's expression shifted slightly, recognizing the force all too well. It was clearly origin power. But the life level of his opponent was clearly only 19.9, how could he also wield origin power? Clang! The mighty axe roared, parrying Li Yuan's long spear and unleashing a terrifying force that made Li Yuan retreat. Damn it. He's definitely subtle spirit. Absolutely a monstrous genius among the 7 stars humans, Mo Long roared internally, convinced of Li Yuan's supreme skill. Just now, had it not been for the protection of a little origin power carried by the demon blood spirit crystal, Li Yuan's last thrust would have been enough to kill him. In a clash between powerhouses, life and death are separated by a fine line. You really are strong. Under normal circumstances, I would certainly have died by your hand, but today, you're the one who's going to die. Mo Long stared at Li Yuan and said, young 7 stars human genius. Logan, aren't you coming? Boom! Mo Long moved again, brandishing his twin axes as he charged towards Li Yuan once more.
Here it comes. The dull voice arose as the massive Tianliang clan captain, Logan, wielding a combat saber, swiped Wu Chong aside and leapt into the fray.
The recent exchange of blows had been observed by Logan with a sense of awe. Mo Long, even with the aid of the demon blood spirit crystal, was still not a match for a 17-rank 7 stars human.
What a 7 stars human talent. On the battlefield, Wu Chong bit down hard and furiously tried to stop Logan but was instantly thwarted by other Tianliang clan warriors blocking the path.
Shuwen. His name is Shuwen? Such formidable strength. But can he win in a 2 against 1? Other martial artists were both shocked by Li Yuan's terrifying power and filled with worry. Even if Logan and Mo Long were to deal with Li Yuan, the remaining Tinliang clan warriors were more than enough to suppress them. Moreover, everyone had witnessed Li Yuan's fight with Mo Long, except for Wu Chong. If anyone else rushed in, it might just backfire. Li Yuan. Shi Xiao was worried inside, but refrained from rashly intervening, still trying her best to fight the other Tinliang clan warriors. At that moment, boom, boom, Li Yuan was already locked in combat with Mo Long and Logan, the 2 Tinliang clan captains. Pang, clang, clang. Long spear, combat saber, and battle axe collided time after time, forcing Li Yuan to change tactics or even retreat with each exchange. Kill, kill, kill. Mo Long roared wildly, brandishing his twin axes, completely insane with the power of the demon blood spirit crystal for protection. He utterly disregarded defense, attacking full force. Huh! Logan's eyes were cold, and without a word, his combat saber was extremely swift and fierce. Both of them, in terms of technique, had achieved perfection in the 3rd stage, far from Li Yuan's level. However, the outburst from the demon blood spirit crystal made their strength and speed approach that of a prime warrior. At the moment, it was an all-out attack with no defense. For a while, they actually had Li Yuan completely suppressed. Stellar illumination. Li Yuan's eyes were battle-hardened, his long spear flowing continuously, the spear tip drawing countless stars, completely enveloping himself, followed by a total outburst. Each thrust was swift as lightning. Each thrust was naturally perfect, one faster than the last, holding off the mad onslaught from both powerful adversaries, like a beautiful painting that made people exclaim in awe. What? His spear, flowing endlessly, can actually withstand a joint attack from the 2 of us. Mo Long and Logan were also stunned. Was the subtlety of the spirit really that formidable? Shuwen. So terrifying. Such spear technique. Both the human martial artists, like Wu Chong, and the many Tinliang clan warriors were astounded. Someone like Wu Chong always considered herself to be among the top of the 1st-rank warriors. But now, she saw a 1st-rank warrior with much weaker physical quality but whose strength far surpassed her own. If it were me against 2, I'd probably have been injured or even dead by now. Wu Chong held her breath, her heart stirring. Maybe I can survive today. Li Yuan. Li Yuan's strength has actually reached such a level? Shi Xiao was most shocked, for she alone knew Li Yuan's true details. Only half a year into the big leagues, this spear technique? Subtlety of the spirit. Too perfect. In an outpost base hundreds of kilometers away, 3 of the base's senior officers were astonished, for the level of such spear technique was far beyond their reach. Li Yuan. No wonder he hid his real information. Lu Jing's eyes held a faint glimmer. The so-called unity of heaven and man is the spear technique unintentionally blending with the environment, resulting in an even faster and more ferocious burst of power. Therefore, unless the observer is of extremely high caliber, it is very difficult to discern from the exterior. If Li Yuan truly only possessed the subtlety of the spirit and technique, under the full force assault of two near-prime warriors, he might have already been killed. Hiss, hiss. It seemed defensive, but Li Yuan also sought opportunities to counterattack, only each attack was blocked by that blood-red glowing light. Demon Blood Spirit Crystal. It must be the special Tinliang clan treasure, Demon Blood Spirit Crystal, mentioned in the documents. Li Yuan's eyes were cold. Once used, not only does it greatly enhance speed and strength, but that trace of origin power also forms a protective layer similar to an origin power battle suit. However, this power is not infinite. Hold on. Until their power from the Demon Blood Spirit Crystal is drained. Li Yuan had already made a decision in his heart. Kill. 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 Mo Long and Logan had gone completely mad, feeling that mysterious power inside them being rapidly consumed. Even more crazed. Colliding with each strike. Even if Li Yuan could defend perfectly, the terrifying impact still put a great strain on his body. Under the state of subtlety, the countless minute forces within his body, without any redundancy, were like a string pulled to its limit. While their power exploded to its maximum, they were also prone to snapping. In less than a minute of fighting, Li Yuan felt the changes in his body. This pace would definitely lead to injury. Whoosh! With another fierce slash from Logan, Li Yuan no longer took it head-on but retreated like lightning. He seemed extremely ragged. Boom! The combat saber furiously struck the ground, instantly tearing a metallic crack over 3 meters long. He can't hold on much longer. Kill! Logan and Mo Long saw a glimmer of opportunity and chased after Li Yuan. How? Can't withstand it anymore. Wu Chong, Shi Xiao, and others were extremely worried and anxious. But the next moment, all those present, whether human martial artists or Tinliang clan warriors, even Lu Jing and the young man in white Han Chong at the outpost base, witnessed a scene that stunned them. Really didn't want to burst forth under everyone's eyes. There's no choice left. Li Yuan's gaze was ice cold as his mind stirred, thoroughly activating the star meridians inside his body. A small amount of origin power flowing within the star meridians surged into his origin power battlesuit. Without a sound, a seemingly thin layer of black battle garment had enveloped Li Yuan completely, arms, face, all fully covered. Even the eyes, nostrils were faintly encased. Hiss! Traces of barely detectable origin power also permeated into the Black Chen spear. As an origin power weapon, it could only unleash its true might when infused with origin power. In an instant, Li Yuan's whole aura changed drastically, like a black armored war god, with an awe-inspiring presence. What's this? Origin power battlesuit. Many human martial artists showed a look of shock and doubt in their eyes. Boom! Boom! Mo Long and Logan also noticed Li Yuan's instant transformation, but they had no choice but to give it their all, hoping to kill Li Yuan. Boom! Li Yuan, having fully activated his origin power battlesuit, did not hesitate to explode forth. Whoosh! His spear was like a shooting star, blocking the fierce slash from Logan's axe, but the terrifying impact force that passed through the weapon seemed to have no effect on Li Yuan at all. Swoosh! 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 In the instant of colliding with sword and axe, Li Yuan had already twisted his body, swung his long spear, and burst forth at an even faster speed, furiously thrusting towards Logan. So fast, Logan's heart trembled. How can he be so fast? Could such clashing and fighting have no effect on him? In a regular life and death struggle, the stronger one needs to unload force, unable to continuously unleash deadly moves. But how could he know that with the origin power battlesuit, Li Yuan could easily unload more than 90% of the impact force? The battlesuit's defense has a limit. But at least, attacks from a prime warrior are far from reaching its limits. Clang! A battle axe swung down fiercely, deflecting Li Yuan's spear thrust downwards. I want to see how many spears you can block. Li Yuan's eyes were ice cold, his murderous intent piercing. Boom! With the origin power battlesuit protecting him, Li Yuan finally stopped worrying about defense and focused solely on attack, stabbing, sweeping, slashing, lashing. One move after another in quick succession. 1 against 2. Li Yuan, exploding with his full strength, quickly gained the upper hand. Each of his moves didn't seem that fast, but the relentless succession of strikes gave no pause, and the repeated clashes with the two experts seemed to have no effect on his body. In the blink of an eye, Logan and Mo Long were at a complete disadvantage. Our attacks, they have no effect on him. Mo Long and Logan grew increasingly panicked as they fought. This scene also stunned everyone around, as Li Yuan's sudden burst of strength was terrifying. Perhaps his strength and speed hadn't changed, but his overall power definitely increased more than twofold. However, even if Li Yuan's strikes occasionally landed on them, the protection of that blood-red glow made it difficult to inflict a fatal injury. Suddenly, Mo Long's life force rapidly declined, the thin strands of blood-red light flowing over his body completely dissipated. His complexion changed. The power of the demon spirit blood crystal was completely exhausted. Die. How could Li Yuan miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? His long spear, like a dragon, flicked away Logan's combat saber that tried to block him. Whoosh! Li Yuan's spear momentum suddenly exploded. A dazzling streak of light swept by, directly breaching the defense of the two battle axes, the spear tip carrying astonishing twisting power. Peefed! The spear tip punctured through the last layer of soft armor protection, stabbing straight into Mo Long's throat, with the terrible power contained in the spearhead erupting, causing his neck to burst open. The head flew off. Mo Long, the captain of the Tinliang clan, dead. Poom! The headless, short and stout body fell with a thud, and the two battle axes fell from his hands, heavily hitting the ground. And now for you. Li Yuan's gaze shifted, looking towards the burly man Logan, who was now overwhelmed with shock and rage, even a hint of fear visible in his eyes. Boom! Logan's figure retreated explosively, then turned, like a black lightning bolt heading towards the entrance of the hall. He actually ran away. Too horrifying. He actually has an origin power battlesuit that could be used at the first rank. Definitely a monstrous genius highly valued by the higher echelons of the 7 stars human race, Logan thought, filled with terror. Just now, even fighting together they couldn't defeat Li Yuan, and even Mo Long had died. Alone. How could he fight? Whoosh! A flying axe streaked across the vast sky, furiously chopping towards Logan as he fled desperately for his life. This flying axe was kicked into action by Li Yuan, having belonged to Mo Long who left it behind. Boom! Logan, after all, was a master at his craft, with an astonishing combat awareness. He swung his saber in a backhand stroke, managing to block the flying axe. The terrifying force of the impact instead helped him to escape even faster, using the momentum to his advantage. These Tinliang clan warriors, they really are decisive, Li Yuan remarked with a slight frown, opting not to pursue. The opponent fled too quickly. Logan had started to flee even before Mo Long was completely dead. As a level 19.9 powerhouse, bolstered by the strength contained within the demon blood spirit crystal that hadn't yet run out, if he truly wished to flee, Li Yuan would not be able to catch up. This was due to the difference in physical quality. After all, Li Yuan's life level was only at 16.8. Furthermore, if Li Yuan were to chase after Logan, the other human martial artists inside the Great Hall would be in trouble, given that there were still nearly 40 Tinliang clan warriors present. Run quickly. Mo Long is dead, even Captain Logan has fled. That damn Logan, he fled for his life without even warning us first, other enraged and shocked Tinliang clan powerhouses said, each seeking to save themselves. Even though these Tinliang clan warriors were still suppressing the other human martial artists. But with the near-prime warrior strength that Li Yuan had displayed, he could probably sweep through all of them on his own. Thinking of escaping now? Too late. Li Yuan's eyes were cold as ice, and with a swift movement, he pounced toward the Tinliang clan powerhouses attempting to flee towards the hall's passageway. Not having killed Logan, he had already lost a substantial amount of spiritual nature nourishment. How could he let the other Tinliang clan warriors get away? Hold them back. Don't let these bastards escape. Kill. Wu Chong, Shi Shao, and other human martial artists were hardened upon seeing this. They fought ferociously against the numerous Tinliang clan warriors, preventing them from escaping. Peefed. Peefed. Fish. Having already revealed his origin power battlesuit, Li Yuan no longer held back and erupted with full strength. A level 18 Tinliang clan warrior? 1 spear thrust? A level 19 needed 2 or 3 thrusts. These Tinliang clan warriors were exceptionally strong, each capable of matching a high-level warrior. But before a fully unleashed Li Yuan, they were no match at all. Like a terrifying whirlwind, Li Yuan killed over 30 Tinliang clan warriors in an extremely short time, and one after another, the Tinliang clan warriors fell. Blood was everywhere, the scene was a complete mess. Li Yuan was killing frenetically. At the same time, you have continuously killed entry-rank creatures. Spiritual nature nourishment obtained. Spiritual awakening level reached 29.2%. Yua spiritual awakening level reached 29.3%. The Divine Palace panel kept flashing notifications. A few minutes later, the Great Hall gradually quieted down, save for 2 Tinliang clan warriors whom Li Yuan had deliberately crippled. The rest had been wiped out. The hall was now completely shrouded in the stench of blood. However, the human martial artists who had survived didn't care about that at this moment. All were sitting on the ground, strewn with rubble and blood, panting for breath. Such intense life and death battles severely drain both the spirit and physical strength. In their rest, these human martial artists couldn't help but look towards the black-clothed figure standing in the center of the Great Hall, their eyes filled with unusual respect and reverence. Shu En. Too powerful. If we're able to survive this time, we have to thank this warrior Shu En. With such formidable skills, he's probably going to become a prime warrior before long. Many human martial artists whispered among themselves. In this battle, Li Yuan had showcased incredibly formidable strength. He practically swept through the entire Tinliang clan's squad by himself, including 2 great experts. His combat power was almost on par with some newly advanced prime warriors. Such a terrifyingly powerful first-rank martial artist was something most of the human martial artists present had never seen before. Time passed. Most martial artists felt gratitude towards Li Yuan and, after a brief rest, they got up to clean the battlefield, taking care of the bodies of the fallen human martial artists. They also piled up a large number of Tinliang clan warrior corpses, meanwhile disassembling their belongings. The atmosphere was still quite oppressive. Since Li Yuan had arrived only in the last stage, and the most devastating casualties at the observation point number 19 occurred when it was ambushed by the Tinliang clan. The casualties were extremely heavy. Hu Wu Chong, Shi Xiao, and the person in charge of the observation point all approached Li Yuan. Li Yuan had put away his origin power battlesuit and revealed his face again. Warrior Shu En, thank you for your life-saving grace. If it weren't for you rushing over, we would have probably all perished, said Wu Chong with a very humble attitude and extreme politeness. In the past, she was very proud when facing other first-rank martial artists. But facing Li Yuan, she couldn't muster that pride. No need, coming to the rescue was my responsibility. It's a pity I arrived late, otherwise the loss wouldn't be this big. Li Yuan shook his head, feeling somewhat guilty. If he'd arrived 10 minutes earlier, at least dozens of lives could have been saved. Coming so swiftly is already very commendable. Wu Chong shook her head. Our squad was able to arrive immediately because we happened to be preparing to rest at observation point number 19. Besides our squad and you, the other squads and reinforcements from the base have yet to arrive, Wu Chong said. Li Yuan nodded slightly. In this almost wild star realm, these observation points situated on the edge of the frontiers of outpost territories were extremely dangerous to begin with. Moreover, the precise attack of the Tinliang clan on this place showed that the Tinliang clan had probably scouted the area long ago. Shi Xiao, are you all right? Li Yuan looked at Shi Xiao, who had disheveled hair and sweat on her forehead, completely lacking the elegance and calm she had at the school. I'm fine, just some minor injuries. Shi Xiao shook her head. A bit of rest should be enough. You know each other? Wu Chong said in surprise. Yes, Captain, I didn't tell you before. Shi Xiao smiled. Shuan and I are good friends. Oh, good friends? Wu Chong showed a knowing smile. No wonder Shuan first rescued you as soon as he arrived? We really are just friends, Shi Xiao explained. Okay. You two chat. Wu Chong smiled. Warrior Shuan. I and the person in charge will go interrogate those two Tinliang clan members first. In a short while, the reinforcements from the base should arrive. Li Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the situation inside the hall. I'll first go to the observation point on alert. One managed to escape, so we still need to be cautious about whether the Tinliang clan has any follow-up reinforcements. All right, then we'll leave that to you, Wu Chong naturally agreed. Sigh. Li Yuan held the long spear in his hand and walked toward the outside of the hall, followed by Shi Xiao, who took the initiative to stay close behind him. Shi Xiao stared at Li Yuan walking in front of her. For no apparent reason, Shi Xiao felt a surge of excitement in her heart. Although she was actually more than 2 years older than Li Yuan, at this moment, she experienced an inexplicable sense of security. Li Yuan, Shi Xiao silently recited in her mind. Not long ago, in the midst of that frenzied battle, she had nearly been killed by the Tinliang clan warrior, Mo Long, wielding dual axes. At that time, she had felt complete despair in her heart. At the critical moment, it was Li Yuan who arrived in time to save her, and it was he who, with his own strength, turned the tide of the battle, sweeping through the entire Tinliang clan team and bringing an impact to her heart beyond imagination. Moreover, she had had a favorable impression of Li Yuan even before. Sigh. Sigh. The two of them turned through several corridors and halls, walked out of the tunnel through the mountain, and arrived at the outskirts of the observation point. The area was very quiet. If not for the corpses left behind from the previous fights, one would never have known that a fierce battle had just unfolded. Shuan. Thank you, Shi Xiao said sincerely. Senior sister, there's no one else around here. No need to be so polite, Li Yuan said. How are you feeling? You're sure you're not injured, right? No, Shi Xiao shook her head, sighing. It's just that in our martial artist squad, the group of older brothers and sisters I just got to know in the blink of an eye, more than half of them are dead. Li Yuan remained silent. At school, senior sister Shi Xiao seemed brash and acted somewhat domineering. But after all, she was only 21 years old. A fierce battle like today, with its drastic ups and downs, was probably a rare experience for her.
Venturing through the Star Realm, there are always casualties, Li Yuan spoke in a low voice, his gaze drifting towards the distant forests. What we can do is to strive to make ourselves stronger.
Strive to survive, Li Yuan said, looking at senior sister Shi Xiao. Yes, survive, Shi Xiao replied, looking at Li Yuan and revealing a hint of a smile. In the woods. Whoosh, Logan, with the combat saber slung on his back, dared not pause for a second. He fled at an astonishing speed. Occasionally, he would follow along rivers, trying his best to wash away any scent that might linger on him or intentionally cross some cliffs. The 7 Stars human race will definitely send flying vehicles for support, and they might come to track me down, he thought. I can't stop. Once I'm caught up with, just that 7 Stars human genius alone would be enough to kill me, Logan thought anxiously, his mind racing. I need to avoid the main routes and take a detour. At the same time, he was filled with anxiety and vexation. Not only did I fail to complete the mission, but my whole squad has been wiped out, even Mo Long is dead. Now it's just me left to go back alive. Only himself left after the entire subordinate force was wiped out? He couldn't even imagine how Lord Shui Shu would punish him upon his return. But he dared not flee. This was the Mingshu Star Realm. Escaping alone and evading the Tinliang clan's high-level punishment might be easy, but then what? As long as I survive, as long as I don't die, there's still hope, Logan gritted his teeth, a tinge of resentment flashing in his eyes. And it's all your fault, you 7 Stars human genius. Wouldn't it be nice if you hadn't come? I hope you get the information and come here in time. At which point Lord Shui Shu is sure to slay him, Logan thought secretly. At this point, it was highly probable that the information was leaked, and he could only pray for the best outcome. Whoosh! Logan continued onwards. Time passed. Another martial artist squad arrived for support at observation post number 19. Then, the base rescue team, consisting of 3 flying vehicles, finally reached the area. After initially understanding the situation, they began to help clean up the battlefield, clear the corpses, sweep up the rubbish at the observation post, and rebuild the heavy firepower defense system, among other things. However, these newly arrived human martial artists, drivers, technicians, and others all looked at Li Yuan with a completely different gaze. They had all heard from the surviving warriors about just how appalling the strength of Shu and the warrior in front of them was. When the time reached the evening of January 13th on Blue Star, observation post number 19 had started to resume operation. The sky still held the sun hanging above, for the Mingshu star realm did not distinguish between day and night, it was always daytime. Warrior Shuin. Senior Lu Jing is requesting to speak with you regarding clues about heavenly materials treasures. The person in charge of the observation point ran up to Li Yuan with great respect. Clues about heavenly materials treasures? Great, let's go meet Senior Lu Jing. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. Martial artists roaming the star realm, if they wanted to seize a huge fortune, usually had 2 ways to do so. The first was to explore and discover spirit lands or large veins with available resources. The second was to acquire some heavenly materials treasures, many of which were highly valuable. During more than 10 days in the Mingshu star realm previously, Li Yuan had been constantly dueling with strong warriors from alien races, honing himself. Treasure? He hadn't found a single one. Heavenly materials treasures were not so easy to come by, but now, there was a clue. If it's enough to provoke the Tinliang clan to send a large squad to kill, and even to lay siege to an observation point, Li Yuan thought, then the value of this treasure must be extremely high. Heavenly materials treasures, though generally referred to as third-rank treasures, also have their distinctions. High-value ones like the stellar earth marrow crystal, and low-value ones like the 100 marrow spirit desiccation. Sigh. Li Yuan followed the person in charge of the observation point and walked through the interior, which had been initially cleared up and was no longer a mess, reaching a conference room inside. In the projected hologram, the image of the old man in blue, Lu Jing, was displayed. Senior Lu, Li Yuan bowed slightly. Shuin, thank you for this time. We will record your contribution, report it, Lu Jing said with a smile. Once the combat assessment is over, there will be a series of corresponding rewards. Okay. Li Yuan nodded slightly. The whole human civilization had a very well-established system of merit. Another matter. That is, through the interrogation of the Tinliang clan captives and questioning of our martial artist who fled back here, Lu Jing said seriously, we can almost confirm that about 300 kilometers from observation point number 19. In the area we've marked as Flying Serpent Valley, heavenly materials treasures have likely emerged. The specific type, number, value, and whether it's mature enough to be utilized are all unclear right now. Whether you're willing to take the risk is for you to decide, Lu Jing said. 300 kilometers from observation point 19? That far? Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Senior Lu, how far is it from outpost base 3? Observation point 19 was already over 650 kilometers from the outpost base. Over 900 kilometers, Lu Jing stated directly. Li Yuan fell into thought. 900 kilometers was neither far nor near.
I must remind you that the area around Flying Serpent Valley is dominated by a very powerful group known as Flying Serpent, Lu Jing said. Although we haven't detected any second-rank alien race members, there are a large number of powerful aliens above level 18, and the signal transmission is very bad in that area due to its special environment.
Listening carefully, Li Yuan spoke, Senior Lu Jing, I need more detailed information about Flying Serpent Valley and everything about the interrogations you've conducted. No problem, Lu Jing nodded. Time passed. With Lu Jing's narrative, supplemented with some text and video materials, Li Yuan completely understood the situation. The Tinliang clan's attack on observation point 19 was not a planned invasion, but was instead caused by an exploration team led by someone named Wang Zhou. The exploration team usually surveyed hydrology and geography to find suitable locations for resource development for martial artists.
The team Wang Zhou led had discovered a special area near Flying Serpent Valley. Before they could confirm what it was, they encountered warriors from the Tianliang clan.
After killing one Tinliang clan warrior, the five-member team decisively retreated but were immediately pursued and attacked. In the end, only Wang Zhou managed to escape, and during the intense battle, his smart ring was damaged. Because of this, he was unable to report back immediately. Eventually, he reached observation point 19, thinking he was safe, but then the entire observation point came under attack, until Li Yuan arrived. The smart ring was damaged. Li Yuan nodded slightly, not finding it strange as such incidents were common. Li Yuan. According to the intelligence brought by Wang Zhou, there are suspected heavenly materials treasures in Flying Serpent Valley. Lu Jing said, solemnly projecting his image. And from the questioning of the two captives, there were similar testimonies regarding the exploration of treasures, but they could not be completely confirmed. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. Additionally, we have confirmed from the mouths of the two captives that there were over 200 Tinliang clan warriors gathered this time, Lu Jing said. The strongest among them, named Shui Shu, is a core disciple from one of the three major sacred places of the Tinliang clan. 200 warriors? Li Yuan's heart grew cold, realizing that if they were all as powerful as the ones he had just encountered, it was indeed a very strong force. Senior, what is a core disciple of the sacred land? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. The three major sacred lands of the Tinliang clan are somewhat akin to our human civilization Starfire Martial Hall and Starry Sky Martial Hall, and core disciples are the elite of the younger generation in these sacred lands, Lu Jing explained earnestly. Somewhat like the students of the Starry Sky Martial Hall, they are few in number, but highly skilled with many life-preserving tactics. So they're not up to level 20? Li Yuan inquired. Smart. Lu Jing smiled. Li Yuan nodded to himself. It looked like these core disciples of the sacred lands were equivalent to the young geniuses of the Tinliang clan, like himself. But their life level most likely would not reach level 20. After all, once the life level reached 20, passage through the Star Realm's gateways became impossible. Any civilization would hardly be willing to leave such elites confined to one star realm forever. Just how skilled they were remained to be seen, Li Yuan. Over 900 kilometers is too far, Lu Jing said. We, as prime warriors, cannot commit to an action for a treasure so uncertain. And if we were to send ordinary martial artists, the entire outpost base 3 only has a few hundred free martial artists in total. In terms of strength, our 7 stars human civilization is indeed not as strong as Tinliang civilization in the Mingshu star realm, Lu Jing admitted. Li Yuan nodded slightly. It wasn't that the 7 stars human civilization was weaker than the Tinliang civilization. It was just that each civilization had different focuses and human civilization did not place much importance on the ruined star realm, coupled with various regulations and constraints. As the base commander, Lu Jing and his peers naturally had limited forces they could mobilize. The other 2 main officers and I have been watching your battle all along, Lu Jing said. Your strength is worth hundreds of ordinary martial artists. If you go alone, the target is smaller, and there is a chance of success.
But it is extremely dangerous, he added. So, the decision is yours, Lu Jing said. To go may yield great rewards, but is also fraught with danger, lots of flying serpents and hidden Tianliang clan powerhouses.
There's even a possibility of encountering a second-rank alien race, Lu Jing did not deny. Li Yuan silently pondered. Lu Jing said no more. If the 3 great prime warriors dared not move, then the strongest combatant at Outpost Base 3 was Li Yuan. Given Li Yuan's level 6 ranking in the Starfire Martial Hall, Lu Jing couldn't command him forcefully.
After a while, I'll go take a look. Li Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a trace of a smile. I'll see if there's a chance, and if I don't find it, I will return.
Good, Lu Jing nodded. Wang Zhou's smart ring, though unable to connect to the network due to damage, still stored some videos and navigation records. I'll transfer them to you. Good. Back at Outpost Base 3, Lu Jing ended his communication with Li Yuan, pondered for a moment, and then used a secure line to contact Li Yang. The line connected quickly. Li Yang, Li Yuan has made his decision and is embarking on the exploration, Lu Jing reported directly. Good, I understand. Li Yang's deep voice came through the communication. Please, the secret protection plan is to be activated only as a last resort. Yes. Li Yuan didn't hurry to set out. Considering the back-to-back intense battles, he was vastly tired and exhausted. Therefore, Li Yuan stayed in the initially cleared observation point 19, finding a quiet resting room. Upon closing the door, there were no surveillance devices inside the resting room. Let's begin. Li Yuan gently closed his eyes and silently cultivated the observing the great sun starry sky scripture. Observing the great sun starry sky scripture, all heaven's stars, was something Li Yuan had to practice every day. Even when he was in the wilderness for over 10 days, he would find a safe cave to cultivate in. Of course, the most important reason was that Li Yuan's spiritual power was now strong enough. It allowed him to focus on his cultivation, while also keeping a vigilant watch over his surroundings. Time passed by. Before he knew it, 4 hours had passed, and Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling full of spiritual power and free of fatigue, as if there was an inexhaustible strength within his body. The two methods complementing each other are indeed formidable, Li Yuan thought to himself, flexing his arms slightly. All the minor injuries he had sustained during the fierce battle with the two experts were now fully repaired. He stood up. It's time to get ready to go, said Li Yuan as he left the resting room and found the person in charge of the observation point. He replenished some food and drinking water, all of which he put in his backpack, taking up only a small portion of the space. At this time, Shi Xiao and Wu Chong received the news and had already rushed over. You're really going? Shi Xiao's eyes were full of worry as she couldn't help but say, I've checked the information, that area is very dangerous, and now there's a Tinliang clan team there too. It's still not beyond 1,000 kilometers from the outpost base, Li Yuan said with a smile. What we consider dangerous, maybe the Tinliang clan are also trembling with fear, worrying that our prime warriors might come to kill them. Don't worry, he reassured. As long as I don't encounter a second-rank alien race, there aren't many who can injure me, Li Yuan said with a smile. All right, said Shi Xiao, staring at Li Yuan, and then suddenly said through gritted teeth, I'll wait for you here at observation point 19. Li Yuan was taken aback, glanced at Sister Shi Xiao's face, and then said with a smile, all right, I will definitely be back within 10 days. Having said that, Li Yuan deliberately avoided looking into Sister Shi Xiao's eyes, gripped the Black Chen spear, and strode outwards from the observation point. Shi Xiao subconsciously followed him out, accompanying him all the way to the perimeter of the observation point. Sister, go back. Li Yuan waved his hand, his figure moved, and he swiftly disappeared into the vast wilderness. On the hilltop, you must come back alive, Shi Xiao murmured to herself, and before she knew it, Wu Chong appeared by her side. Don't worry, with Shu An's strength, he'll definitely come back alive, Wu Chong said softly. Shi Xiao nodded slightly, and then suddenly said, Captain, am I too weak? If my strength were stronger, I could have accompanied him there. Weak? Wu Chong was initially stunned, then smiled and said, you are so young yet so strong, and you have 4th-level skills. You will definitely be an extremely powerful prime warrior in the future. You are already very outstanding, she reassured. It's just that, Shu An is too exceptional, Wu Chong sighed softly. Wu Chong didn't say some things out loud, but with her vast experience, she could already roughly guess their identities from the relationship between Shi Xiao and Li Yuan. They must at least be core students from one of the top 5 prestigious schools. Perhaps students from one of the top 3 elite martial schools. Stepping into the wilderness once again, Li Yuan didn't follow the map's guidance to head directly towards Flying Serpent Valley. Heavenly Materials treasures. If I want to treat my uncle quickly, I will have to take some risks. Li Yuan understood very clearly in his heart. It's going to cost at least 1 billion blue star coins. With my strength, even considering national merit rewards and finding resource points normally, accumulating 1 billion blue star coins would probably take several years of life and death struggles, Li Yuan mused to himself. Money, not so easy to earn. Navigating the star realm, a slight misstep could lead to death. But heavenly materials treasures, they are a shortcut. With good luck, a single treasure could be worth billions of blue star coins. Such incidents are not rare within the 7 stars human civilization. Occasionally, one might hear news of prime warriors or even first-rank martial artists striking it rich overnight. This was the main reason Li Yuan was willing to take risks. Secondly, the dangers of Flying Serpent Valley were overall within Li Yuan's tolerance range. Riches are sought amidst danger, but can also be lost there, a 1 in 10 chance of gaining, 9 in 10 chance of losing, Li Yuan recited silently in his heart. These were the words of caution from his uncle, Li Chongzhou, before Li ventured to seek his fortune in the life or death star realm. One may take risks, but don't risk for the sake of risking, and certainly don't gamble on those 1 in 10 or even lower odds benefits. Too dangerous means pushing oneself towards death. With my current strength, as long as I don't encounter a second-rank alien race, I should basically be able to protect myself, Li Yuan thought to himself, but according to the current signs, the likelihood of a second-rank alien race appearing in the Flying Serpent Valley exceeds 20%. It could be due to the Tinliang clan's prime warriors or maybe a second-rank native lifeform born in the Flying Serpent Valley. A 20% chance was already very high. Moreover, the known Tinliang clan bloodguard is stronger than those 2 team leaders, Li Yuan thought to himself, he might be a match for me. And there were a large number of Tinliang clan warriors. It could be said that with Li Yuan's current strength, venturing in was actually dangerous. What I need to do is to be able to survive in front of an initial rank second-rank alien race. Li Yuan's eyes shimmered with a hint of light, even to the point of being able to counter-kill. Li Yuan's gaze fell on a display of information on the Divine Palace panel. Spiritual Awakening level 29.7%, current limit 30%. As long as my Spiritual Awakening level rapidly reaches 30%, followed by another Origin Power infusion, my physical quality will definitely surge immensely, Li Yuan thought to himself. An explosive increase in life level would naturally result in a significant improvement in strength and speed, and Li Yuan's capabilities would skyrocket. The only worry was that life level shouldn't increase too much at once, exceeding level 20, or it would be unjustified. The previous 2 times, one resulted in an increase of about 0.7 levels, the other an increase of about 1.4 levels. Li Yuan thought to himself, the 3rd time should not exceed 2 levels. Even if his physical quality truly increased several folds, resulting in a 3-level rise, Li Yuan wouldn't reach level 20. So, Li Yuan wasn't very worried. Whoosh! With a swift movement, Li Yuan stepped into the wilderness. His spiritual power, now back at its peak, was fully extended outward, fiercely sensing the presence of alien life forms. Puff! Puff! Spear technique flared, one after another. The beast-like creatures resembling wild boars from the alien race fell continuously under Li Yuan's spear. You have consecutively killed entry-rank creatures, obtaining spiritual nourishment, Spiritual Awakening level reaching 29.8%. And so, within the big picture, Li Yuan headed towards Flying Serpent Valley, across the wilderness. Meanwhile, he kept on slaughtering, continuously seizing spiritual nourishment. Finally, 6 hours later, by a large river approximately 100 kilometers from the outer area of Flying Serpent Valley. After killing more than a dozen feather serpents with life levels over 15. You have consecutively killed entry-rank creatures, obtaining spiritual nourishment, Spiritual Awakening level reaching 30%. Spiritual Awakening level reaching 30%, initiating the 3rd Origin Power infusion. 2 consecutive Divine Palace prompts flashed by. It's enough, Li Yuan's eyes brightened, and then he felt the strange changes occurring on the 2nd layer of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. Activate Star Meridian. With a thought, Li Yuan controlled the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, also making sure to control the Origin Power infusion.
He dashed towards the distance. A kilometer away, there was a cliffside cave that Li Yuan had preliminarily inquired into as relatively safe.
Hurrying along the river path, covering a kilometer of distance, Li Yuan quickly arrived at the base of a tall mountain. The massive cliff face looked as though it had been cleaved by a combat saber, with hardly any vegetation growing on it. About 40 to 50 meters above the ground, a faint cave entrance could be seen. This was the natural retreat sanctuary that Li Yuan had discovered not long ago. Whoosh! With a light leap, Li Yuan rapidly scaled the cliff face, his feet tapping off protruding stones like a nimble monkey, and soon he sprang into the cave. The entrance of the cave was not large, about 2 to 3 meters high and 4 to 5 meters wide, but the interior was quite spacious, extending dozens of meters deep and, aside from some dust and debris, was relatively clean. This is the place. Li Yuan scanned his surroundings, extending his spiritual power to its full capacity to confirm there were no other lifeforms. He moved to a deeper part of the cave and sat down cross-legged. Origin power infusion. Li Yuan's mind quickly calmed, striving to enter the state of unity of heaven and man, while also letting go of his suppression of the mind-spirit divine palace. The next moment, boom! The star meridian began to involuntarily circulate, as an endless surge of origin power wildly poured into Li Yuan's body. Turbulent and billowing. The purity and ferocity of the origin power were at least 10 times stronger than the second time, placing an astonishing pressure on the perfected star meridian within Li Yuan's body. Such pure origin power? Li Yuan held his breath, slightly shocked in his heart. Fortunately, Li Yuan's spiritual power was also much stronger than the last time he had undergone an origin power infusion, or else it would have been difficult to control in such a short time. Life evolution. Body. With a thought from Li Yuan, he could feel within the second layer of the mind-spirit divine palace, strands of golden mist forming out of thin air. This mist drifted down the stairs, pouring into the ground of the first layer of the mind-spirit divine palace. In reality, it was infusing into the limbs and bones of Li Yuan's body. This golden mist must be a strange power, Li Yuan thought to himself. Without its integration into my body, I wouldn't be able to digest such a vast influx of origin power in such a short time. Now that Li Yuan had become a level L6 member of the Starfire Martial Hall, with increased access to the database, he had also looked through many records on treasures that improve the physical quality of one's body and the spiritual world. Although he found no information about the mind-spirit divine palace, he had many speculations based on a trove of records. Normally, guiding origin power throughout the body, the muscles, bones, and flesh cannot quickly ingest and absorb it, Li Yuan silently reflected. It's like eating, you can't eat more when you're full. Like Li Yuan practicing all heaven's stars, or other martial artists practicing cultivation methods, there is a limit each day to how much one's physical quality can be enhanced. Improving the skill realm and tapping into the body's potential, in a sense, is like increasing one's capacity to eat. But there are always limits, and some heavenly materials treasures that can enhance physical quality in an extremely short time essentially transform the body fundamentally. Therefore, they are extremely precious and exorbitantly expensive. Without question, the core of the origin power infusion, brought about by the mind-spirit divine palace, is not the guidance of origin power, but that this mysterious golden mist can digest such an enormous amount of origin power.
Boom. Li Yuan's entire body of muscles, blood, bones, membranes, internal organs began an all-encompassing evolution and enhancement.
Your life level has been raised from 16.8 to 16.9. Your strength has been raised from a series of prompts swiftly flashed across the Divine Palace interface. This transformation saw origin power merge into every part of Li Yuan's body, inducing dramatic changes and continuous transformation. This physical evolution represented a complete reorganization of the body, bringing about pain, yet Li Yuan's spiritual power easily withstood it. Moreover, most of Li Yuan's attention wasn't focused on the bodily transformation. His main consciousness had already entered the mind-spirit divine palace, with his spiritual form reaching the second layer. Inside the vast palace, Li Yuan sensed the golden mist that kept forming in the void. Initially, I thought these mists were inherent to the mind-spirit divine palace, always present in the second layer, Li Yuan mused, but now, it seems that's not entirely the case. Could it be that the golden mist is some life-soul substance that the mind-spirit divine palace mysteriously captures after I kill those of the alien race? A notion suddenly flickered through Li Yuan's mind. Thinking it over, he found the idea very plausible. This could perfectly explain why the effect of the origin power infusion jumped leaps and bounds with each attempt from the first to the third, because the alien race members Li Yuan killed became increasingly stronger and more numerous. But why can it only be after killing members of an alien race? Li Yuan also puzzled, and why isn't there a prompt for nourishing spiritual nature when I inquire into human martial artists? At least, Li Yuan was still unclear about the criteria the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace used. Let's begin with a thought from Li Yuan's spiritual form. A portion of the copious mist immediately separated. It descended upon Li Yuan's spiritual form. Boom! Instantly, just like the first two experiences, Li Yuan's consciousness grew dim and fuzzy. The surrounding spiritual world turned into an endless dark space. Life Star space. With Li Yuan's enhanced spiritual power, his consciousness remained clear. Within the vast and expansive Life Star space, a trail of starlight flickered in the endless darkness. This was the Star Meridian, awakened by Li Yuan, with over 100,000 life stars illuminating, providing some light to the Life Star space. Strands of starlight appeared, shining from the depths of the dark starry sky, subtly nourishing Li Yuan's spiritual consciousness. Your soul has been nourished. Spiritual power increased from 27.0 to 27.1. Li Yuan's spiritual power also began to undergo a transformation and enhancement. As Li Yuan's origin power entered his body and his strength continually transformed. In Blue Star Sha country, at Kunlun Martial University, the time was already the morning of January 14th. Deep within the villa complex that belonged to the 6th Institute, Dean Hai, as per your instructions, I have arranged for Li Yuan to face as many life and death trials as possible, Li Yong said with a slight bow. He had just reported Li Yuan's situation in the Mingshu Star Realm to Dean Hai. A treasure of extremely high value, possibly a heavenly materials treasure, would be enough to attract his interest, Dean Hai said indifferently. Li Yuan places great importance on his family. He wants to heal his uncle's body as soon as possible and is unlikely to give up this opportunity easily. Dean, unable to contain himself, Li Yong said, could this be too much too soon? Normal trials of life and death are already tests. There's no need for him to take this risk. What risk? Worried that he might encounter a second-rank alien race, Dean Hai asked indifferently. Li Yuan is strong, but if he encounters a second-rank alien race, even with covert protection, it would be extremely dangerous. Li Yong shook his head and said, wandering the star realm, death often hangs by a thread, and protection has its limits. Aid might not arrive in time during critical moments. He had been training Li Yuan, and sometimes he was reckless, but in actuality, he was quite rational. He wouldn't truly take major risks. The path is one he chooses for himself. Having educated him for over a decade, teaching him all sorts of knowledge about the star realm, providing him with an origin power battlesuit, items to save his life, and also informing him of the potential dangers, whether he goes or not, is also his own choice, Dean Hai stated calmly. Good or bad, the outcome is his to bear. Making decisions and facing the consequences they bring, is also a form of spiritual tempering. But what if something goes wrong? Li Yong hesitated to say. If his decisions exceed his capacity to endure, then it shows that despite a series of trainings, he hasn't really grown, Dean Hai said indifferently. If he can't withstand the trials, and he dies, then he dies. Li Yong looked at Dean Hai in shock. He dies, just like that? That's almost certainly a superhuman talent destined to reach the flying heaven level. This kind of training process is not just my decision, but the consensus of the higher echelons of human civilization. Dean Hai spoke softly, because his potential is enough, the tempering will be even harsher. You have to understand, for a genius like him, the highest authorities don't just hope he achieves the flying heaven level, as that level doesn't determine the survival of human civilization. But instead, they hope he can surpass the flying heaven level, Dean Hai said slowly. Surpass the flying heaven level? Li Yong gasped. Such beings, each one is a true member of the highest echelon of human civilization. Just like the ancient emperors, many were very bright when young, Dean Hai stated calmly, but born in the deep palace, raised by the hands of women. Most turned out to be mediocre, even becoming muddle-headed. Why? It's because their environment was too comfortable. Those who have achieved greatness have all suffered countless hardships, which then transformed their mindset and willpower, finally achieving success. Innate talent is just for a moment. Postnatal refinement is what's crucially important. With Li Yuan's talent, following the regular process he could indeed reach the flying heaven level, but what next? To try and temper him at that time? Raising a child, if you don't temper their nature and educate them properly at the age of a few or in their teens, would you wait to do it at the age of 30? Dean Hai shook his head. To the highest authorities, if someone has a truly ordinary talent, they are not so concerned. But for an unparalleled genius like Li Yuan, during the training process, if 9 out of 10 die in the tempering. As long as one is tempered and becomes a being that surpasses the flying heaven level, the deaths of the other 9 are worthwhile. A success, Dean Hai asserted seriously. Besides, everything is guided in secrecy. For such unparalleled geniuses, there is no forced coercion. Like this time, if he chooses not to venture forth and prefers stability, nobody would force him. Understood. Li Yang nodded. He got the message from Dean Hai. For unparalleled geniuses, human civilization's resources for training are top level, and they try their best with various methods of protection. But they also guide them to face many dangerous tests. Only those who survive and make it through are more likely to achieve great success. Compared to the birth of 100 flying heaven warriors, the higher echelons of human civilization would prefer the emergence of one that surpasses the flying heaven level. In the Mingshu star realm, about 900 kilometers from outpost base number 3, lies Flying Serpent Valley, which, despite its name, is actually a huge, elongated canyon shrouded in mist all year round. And about 10 kilometers from this canyon, in a secluded valley, a large contingent of Tinliang clan warriors was encamped. At this moment, the entire camp was eerily silent, all Tinliang clan warriors looking toward the distance with a mixture of fear. Pang! Accompanied by the whistling of a long whip, it struck heavily on the kneeling, burly figure. Useless. Useless. How could you fail such a simple mission, and not only that, all your comrades are dead? Only you returned alive. Why didn't you die out there? A bizarre-looking young man dressed in a blood-colored robe said coldly, anger blazing in his eyes. All Tinliang clan warriors dared not make a sound. Within the Tinliang clan, the hierarchy was extremely strict. As a Sacred Land Corps disciple, Shui Shu could almost decide life and death for these ordinary warriors. Crack! Another whip struck the burly man, Logan, who was kneeling on the ground, with vicious force. It left a terrifyingly visible bloody mark. Logan's body was already drenched in blood. Lord Shui Shu, I indeed have erred, Logan said, head bowed, his teeth gritted. But I risked my life to make it back, not out of a fear of death, but to bring you a message, lest you be taken by surprise in an attack. So, I should be thanking you? The young man in the blood-red robe asked, anger turning into a mocking laugh. I wouldn't dare, Logan said, head still lowered, struggling through the pain as he continued. There was indeed a reason for my failure this time. I was ultimately defeated by a 7 stars human genius. He recounted the whole process. A special origin power battlesuit? 17 rank skill realm at 4th level perfection? Truly a first rank genius of the 7 stars human civilization, the young man in the blood-red robe said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. You've at least brought back some good news. Unfortunate, he said. He remains within the sphere of the 7 stars humans. I couldn't possibly risk hunting him down, the young man in the blood-red robe said, his gaze icy. Prepare to retreat. Prepare to abandon the plan for Flying Serpent Valley. Retreat? The burly man Logan exclaimed in shock. What else to do if we don't retreat? The young man in the blood-red robe glanced at him, his voice cold. You lot of trash not only failed to intercept those 7 stars human martial artists, but you've also exposed so much. The 7 stars humans are not fools. They will likely guess that there are treasures in the Flying Serpent Valley area. And perhaps prime warriors will come, the young man in the blood-red robe said coldly. Do you want to go to war with prime warriors? The burly man Logan dared not speak. Going to war with prime warriors? Once they arrive, aside from Lord Shui Shu, I fear no one could withstand 3 moves. Logan. I'm giving you a chance to redeem your failure by making merit. Take your remaining subordinates and stay in Flying Serpent Valley to keep watch, the young man in the blood-red robe said indifferently. 3 days' time. If there's still no trace of the 7 Stars humans, I will naturally lead the troops back here and continue with the plan. Logan was taken aback. If the 7 Stars humans' main force arrives, would he not be facing certain death? But he dared not refuse, as the current predicament was indeed due to the failure of his mission. Before long, the young man in the blood-red robe quickly left with the majority of the Tinliang clan warriors. Logan and a dozen or so warriors were left behind. I hope the 7 Stars human leadership is unwilling to take risks, Logan could only silently pray. About 100 kilometers from Flying Serpent Valley, time ticked away by the second. After nearly 8 hours, Li Yuan's consciousness completely recovered. This time, the infusion of origin power seems to have ended faster than before. Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with tranquility. The third infusion of origin power has actually increased my physical qualities so much. Li Yuan felt the terrifying power contained within his body without moving. It was much stronger than before. My physical quality. Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace panel. AA, life level, 19.0 rank, first rank, fist strength, 50,200 kilograms. Speed, 100.8 meters per second. Spiritual power, 28.4 rank. Willpower, 30 rank. Spiritual awakening level, 30%, current maximum 30%. Star Meridian, 10 rank. Skill realm, Spear Technique, 5th stage 6%, Movement Technique, 5th stage 7%, Fist Technique, Perfection. In just half a day, Li Yuan's life level had leapt from 16.8 to 19 rank. His fist strength had approximately doubled. Now, Li Yuan slowly stood up, clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. I should have the strength to match a novice prime warrior. The Tinliang clan warrior he had previously escaped from? If he encountered him again, Li Yuan had a feeling, at full force, he could kill him with a single spear thrust. Li Yuan understood that the feeling of increased power was an illusion due to his recent transformation. 1 spear thrust. That might be difficult. 2 thrusts then, Li Yuan muttered to himself. If he uses the Demon Blood Spirit Crystal again, he should be able to finish it within 10 thrusts. The power and speed increases, as well as the defense enhancements, brought by the Demon Blood Spirit Crystal had their limits. Regardless, facing an initial rank prime warrior, even a 22nd level 1, I should have a fighting chance after activating my origin power battlesuit, Li Yuan thought to himself. If it were a 20th level prime warrior, Li Yuan was fairly confident of being able to defeat or even kill them. Because Li Yuan's fist strength now exceeded 50,000 kilograms and could surge beyond 90,000 kilograms under the subtlety of the heart, which wasn't much different from an ordinary 20th level prime warrior's burst. If the strength was comparable and the skills were considerably superior, then even with a weaker origin power, there was a great chance of winning. However, if the opponent reached the 23rd level, then the chance of winning was slim. For a 23rd level mid-rank prime warrior's basic fist strength was 240,000 kilograms. If facing a prime warrior above the 26th level, Li Yuan would be killed in a single move. Our 7 Stars human race prime warriors each possess an origin power battlesuit, making our vitality 10 times stronger, Li Yuan thought to himself, but that's not the case with the native lifeforms of the Mingshu star realm. This was the advantage of prime warriors. In reality, among the many foreign civilizations the 7 Stars human civilization had come into contact with, most were unable to mass-produce origin power battlesuits, especially beast civilizations, which are generally weak in technology, almost primitive. Even the Tinliang civilization's research on origin power battlesuits and origin power weapons was inferior to that of the 7 Stars human civilization. This was also one of the reasons Li Yuan dared to enter the Flying Serpent Valley. Flying Serpent Valley has long been under the surveillance of Outpost Station 3, with no definite traces of second-rank alien race beings for so long, Li Yuan silently pondered. Hence, the probability of a second-rank alien race being born is very low, and even if one truly emerged, the chance of surpassing level 22 wouldn't exceed 1%, Otherwise the flying serpent population's domain wouldn't be confined to this area. According to the research of the Seven Stars human civilization, many of the native lives born in the star realms possess extremely strong bloodlines, naturally becoming first-rank life or even second-rank life. But bloodlines are also shackles, extremely hard to break through. Compared to the flying serpent race, what I really need to worry about is the Tinliang civilization, Li Yuan thought to himself. However, according to the information provided by the captives, aside from that Shui Shu, there don't seem to be any second-rank powerhouses accompanying them. They're probably not lying. The reason was simple. If there were second-rank powerhouses among the Tinliang clan that had come, they could have easily swept through the Flying Serpent Valley. In pursuit of Wang Zhou, they wouldn't have let him and his group escape either. On the other hand, it's not out of the question that everything I know is a lie. A killing formation set up by the Tinliang clan with the purpose of luring us human race martial artists away from the outpost. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes and mused, I must be careful. One must struggle for treasures, indeed, but it's also about honing oneself. Yet one must not recklessly take risks. After thinking everything through, Li Yuan opened his backpack, drank some water, ate something, and continued to review his previously conceived plan. After confirming it was foolproof, he shouldered his pack, leapt down, and like an agile monkey, quickly stealed into the vast forest. Heading towards Flying Serpent Valley, before long. A figure in blue-green robes gradually materialized, almost blending in with the surrounding environment, making no sound whatsoever. How has his strength increased so much in less than 10 hours? Such strong stealth ability. Is this the unity of heaven and man? Indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for my special battle garment that conceals my presence, I'd probably be discovered by him, the mysterious figure whispered to himself. Thankfully, the smart wristband is constantly tracking. Otherwise, I'd definitely lose him. Even so, he did not dare to follow too closely, lest he be detected. Whoosh! Soundlessly, the mysterious figure moved, and a beast nearby, busy nibbling the ground, did not notice a thing. It was only about 100 kilometers from the secluded clifftop to the perimeter of Flying Serpent Valley. If Li Yuan sprinted at full speed, he could get there in an hour, but he was as discreet as possible, not very fast, and actually on the slower side. The closer he got, the slower he went. His strong spiritual power, and the art of unity of heaven and man endowed him with such sensitivity that he could sense nearly everything within 100 meters. After crossing another ridge, Li Yuan glanced at his smart wristband. Following the map guidance, he had entered the Flying Serpent Valley area. Suddenly, Li Yuan stopped, his body slightly squatting, eyes narrowing as he stared at something 100 meters away. Hiss hiss, on the craggy rocks, festooned with a large number of vines, rested several serpentine creatures as thick as a man's waist and over 20 meters long. These creatures were pitch black with only their huge, blood-red eyes standing out, resembling the snakes on Blue Star, but with a pair of long claws growing on their belly and a set of folded wings on their back. This was the black-feathered flying serpent. Rustle rustle, one of the black-feathered flying serpents suddenly raised its head, its massive body arching slightly as it unfurled its wings, which were so wide they blocked out the sun, spanning over 20 meters. First-rank flying serpents can only glide, they can hardly take off directly. The details of black-feathered flying serpents appeared in Li Yuan's mind. Their wings were not large enough to support their massive bodies taking off directly. However, once transformed into a second-rank flying serpent with the support of origin power, flying would become effortless for them. Flying. It was an ability that many clans' second-rank powerhouses envied. Even among the top-grade origin martial artists of the human civilization, the vast majority were incapable of true flight, at most managing short-term levitation. From their size and appearance, these black-feathered flying snakes should be around level 18, Li Yuan discerned from afar, using the Divine Palace inquiry to confirm this fact. If they were second-rank flying serpents, besides being over 30 meters long and significantly larger, there would also be a more prominent horn on their heads, resembling a dragon. Slaying these few flying snakes wouldn't be hard. But it would easily alarm the others. Based on the intelligence, there are tens of thousands of flying snakes living in the Flying Serpent Valley, with at least 1,000 above level 18. Li Yuan said as he slowly retreated, disappearing into the mountain forest. He changed directions and continued deeper into the Flying Serpent Valley. Slaying flying snakes? That wasn't the goal? What Li Yuan sought was the precise location of the heavenly materials treasures mentioned by the captives and Wang Zhou, before making his next move. Time passed. On the road, Li Yuan occasionally encountered flying snakes. Gradually, Li Yuan noticed that most were ordinary flying snakes around level 15, and those exceeding level 18 were rare. But the density of the flying snakes made his scalp tingle. There were simply too many. If it weren't for the special environment of the Star Realm, with these flying snakes' powerful bloodlines naturally able to absorb a small amount of origin power, their numbers wouldn't be so vast, Li Yuan said, shaking his head slightly. Just the source of food alone wouldn't solve the issue. Fortunately, Li Yuan's stealth skills had reached an abnormal level, such that even second-rank prime warriors might not be able to detect him, allowing him rapidly to approach the very heart of the Flying Serpent Valley.
Had it been another level 19 martial artist, they would have long since clashed with some of the flying snakes.
Flying Serpent Valley, Li Yuan ventured through the jungle to the edge of a vast canyon on one side. The towering mountains on both sides made it hard for sunlight to directly penetrate the canyon, shrouding it in dense mist, completely obscuring the bottom of the gorge. According to the intelligence inquiry, Flying Serpent Valley stretches for 20 kilometers, with a maximum width of 814 meters, the narrowest point about 300 meters, and an average depth well over 1,800 meters, Li Yuan thought to himself. Such a deep gorge is extremely rare on Blue Star, truly qualifying as a rift in the earth.
However, when Li Yuan looked up and saw the Ming Mountain at the horizon's end, resembling a pillar holding up the heavens, he felt reassured.
Just like what Yang Zhu had said before. The Star Realm is mysterious, anything is possible. All we can do is to accept it. Flying snakes. Li Yuan caught a glimpse of dozens of flying snakes gliding out from the opposite mountain, swiftly disappearing into the mist. Just with Li Yuan's naked eye, there were already numerous traces of flying snakes on the canyon's side walls.
Perhaps detonating a nuclear bomb here might solve most of Flying Serpent Valley's problems, Li Yuan muttered to himself.
But Li Yuan was just musing. The terrifying power of a nuclear explosion would likely attract the attention of a flying heaven-level existence. Flying heaven-level beings are extremely sensitive to large-scale energy fluctuations in the vast expanse of the world. In the depths of the gorge, shrouded by mist, lies the true nest of the flying snakes, Li Yuan thought to himself. No rush, I'll first look for the Tinliang clan. Without finding the Tinliang clan, Li Yuan was not willing to risk venturing in. Soundlessly, Li Yuan moved away from the gorge, starting to search gradually along the mountainsides for traces of the Tinliang clan. Li Yuan believed. If the captives were right in saying they had over 200 Tinliang clan warriors, then they couldn't possibly leave no trace. Scouring a dark canyon stretching over 20 kilometers, searching the mountain ranges on both sides for 10 kilometers. Such a vast range, if left to an ordinary human to explore, would likely take months to finish. But with Li Yuan's strength, just 8 hours later, the Tinliang clan's camp, Li Yuan lay hidden in the mountain woods, staring down at the large encampment in a secluded valley below, along with 2 Tinliang clan warriors. This campsite, if not looked for carefully from a distance, was very hard to notice. And it was quite a distance from the flying snake's regular activity area, which is why it had remained safe. The fact that he found it in such a short time was not only due to his remarkably efficient reconnaissance but also due to a stroke of luck. Such a large camp, by the number of people, should indeed exceed 200, Li Yuan pondered. Only, why are there so few around? Could it be that the Tinliang clan has already started to act? Li Yuan wondered. With just the few warriors in the camp, Li Yuan could easily take them out. But he didn't make a move. The enemy is in the light, I am in the shadow. This was Li Yuan's biggest advantage. Wait, Li Yuan had patience. This waiting lasted a full 6 hours, as there was no concept of night in the Mingshu Star Realm. Is that him? Li Yuan's eyes brightened as he saw a familiar figure appear in his line of sight. A tall and burly man with a combat saber on his back was scolding a few ordinary soldiers. The robust man was none other than Logan, one of the two captains of the Tinliang clan who had slipped away from Li Yuan. Yet, adding them up, there's still only a dozen or so people in the camp. Li Yuan frowned. It's not possible that so many Tinliang clan warriors are dead, right? And then there's this. None of the Divine Palace disciples' bloodguards mentioned prominently in the intelligence reports match the profiles. After observing for a while, Li Yuan gradually realized that these Tinliang clan warriors seemed to take turns leaving their base. They kept heading towards the direction of Flying Serpent Valley to explore. Could it be that the main forces of the Tinliang clan have withdrawn? A thought emerged in Li Yuan's mind. 3 hours later, 3 Tinliang clan warriors started out from their base, cursing under their breath. Damn it, they actually left us here to die. Who's to blame? We can only blame our captain for coming back alive by himself. Even Captain Mo Long is dead. Be thankful. If we had joined the chase mission earlier, we'd probably all be dead at the hands of the Seven Stars human race by now. The 3 warriors discussed this among themselves in a low voice in Tinliang language, all quite dissatisfied. What's the point of this exploration? We don't dare to enter the core area of Flying Serpent Valley. It's useless, just for show. Let's just wander around the outskirts of Flying Serpent Valley and head back. So much time has passed and we've seen no trace of the Seven Stars humans. They probably didn't come. The 3 warriors continued chatting in low voices, all the while remaining alert to their surroundings. As elite fighters of the Tinliang clan, though discontented, their combat readiness was still extremely high. Without a sound, PFT, from what appeared to be a harmless bush nearby, suddenly flashed a black saber light, and 2 Tinliang clan warriors had no chance to react as their heads flew up instantly. Blood splattered. No good. The warrior at the forefront immediately turned back, filled with shock and rage, instinctively trying to press his communication device for help. Click. His hands were fast, but the slash of the saber light was faster. Thud. The light of the saber whizzed past, instantly severing the tall and thin Tinliang warrior's arm. Blood splattered, and the communication device on his wrist naturally fell as well. Poom! Then came a kick fast as lightning, directly sending the Tinliang warrior flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The gap in strength was too great. The 318-level Tinliang clan warriors, in the presence of the Li Yuan of now, were like babies facing a strong man. Boom! With another swift movement, Li Yuan instantly rushed to their front, stepping on the arm of the warrior that wasn't injured. Crack! The sound of bones breaking. Ah! The Tinliang clan warrior let out a low moan of pain, his eyes almost spitting fire, glaring daggers at Li Yuan.
The emblem on your chest indicates you're a squad leader. I know you can speak the Seven Stars human language. Li Yuan said with an icy voice. I ask, you answer, I'll give you a swift end.
Dream on. The Tinliang clan warrior roared. A pill was directly forced into his mouth, and within mere seconds, his eyes bulged out roundly. It was too painful, much more than 10 times the pain of the severed arm. Not long after, 2 more pills were forced into his mouth. Just as Li Yuan was about to stuff 3 pills into his mouth simultaneously, the stubborn Tinliang clan warrior finally gave up, willing to say anything. After quickly ascertaining the relevant intelligence. Thud. With a slash of the saber, Li Yuan granted him a swift end, the head falling to the ground. The body thudded down heavily. Willpower quite strong, probably on par with many prime warriors. Li Yuan muttered to himself, I thought I would need to use a marrow spirit desiccant pill. Li Yuan had gotten the information he wanted. Could it possibly be false intel? While interrogating, Li Yuan's powerful spiritual power was constantly sensing his heart rate, pulse, spiritual fluctuations, eye expressions. The likelihood of falsity was very low. Shui Shu, if there's no trace of our 7 Stars human race, will you return within 3 days? Counting the time, today is the end of the first day. That means, they won't be back for another 2 days? Li Yuan thought to himself. First, head to the central gorge to verify whether the location of the heavenly materials treasures is real. Whoosh! Li Yuan's figure moved, vanishing into the jungle. Soon, dozens of flying serpents were lured over by Li Yuan on purpose, quickly devastating the scene of the earlier slaughter. Li Yuan then killed 2 more flying serpents, creating the illusion that the 3 Tinliang clan warriors had encountered an attack by a group of flying serpents. Having arranged everything, only then did Li Yuan shake off the pursuit of the group of flying serpents, cleanse any scent from himself, and swiftly headed towards the center of the gorge, the core area shrouded in innumerable mists. Let's see what kind of treasure it is to wield such an immense allure. The flying serpents, beyond living within the core area of the Flying Serpent Valley, also inhabited over 10 kilometers on both sides of the canyon range, which are considered the peripheral zones of the valley. This is also why Li Yuan initially encountered a large number of flying serpents when he was more than 10 kilometers away from the canyon. This was also the reason why the Tinliang clan settled over 10 kilometers away from the canyon. The key lies in the depth of the canyon. Just considering the 7 stars human civilization's exploration, the average depth reached over 1,800 meters, and the canyon connected countless caves within the mountains on both sides, forming an immense 3-dimensional space. Just like some of the human supercities that cover tens of kilometers, they can accommodate millions or even tens of millions of people. The living space of the entire Flying Serpent clan in the valley, if spread out on the plain, would be enough to match an area of thousands of kilometers. Phew! Li Yuan did his utmost to conceal his own aura, and with powerful spiritual induction, he easily traversed over 10 kilometers of the peripheral area and once again arrived at the edge of the canyon. Mist. Li Yuan looked down and saw dense fog below. He couldn't even see the bottom of the canyon. In fact, his vision didn't extend hundreds of meters.
Unfathomable. Following the instructions given by that squad leader,
Shui Shu, for some reason, had early on determined that there were treasures in the canyon, and even personally ventured into the canyon for inquiry. Li Yuan thought to himself. After returning from the bottom of the canyon, he refused to leave, constantly preparing and plotting something.
And gathering more Tianliang clan warriors. This point, on the other hand, is similar to the information provided by Wang Zhou. They too had reached the edge of the canyon and felt something special deep within it, but did not dare to venture further. Li Yuan pondered in silence.
A large amount of data provided by the frontline base shows that the fog in this area during the regular exploration of Flying Serpent Valley 10 years ago wasn't as thick, and there weren't as many level 18 and level 19 advanced flying serpents in the clan. After a day of exploration, Li Yuan had noticed the abnormalities of the Flying Serpent Valley. Although most of the flying serpents were ordinary, there were far more advanced flying serpents than he had expected. Wang Zhou and his group are weak, only daring to risk reaching the edge of the canyon for reconnaissance. Li Yuan, lying on the cliff, said, "But since Shui Shu was able to return safely, I should be able to do the same." After several interrogations and comprehensive information, Li Yuan was able to confirm one thing: the Tinliang clan's Shui Shu was not second rank. As long as it's not a second-rank strong being, within the first rank, Li Yuan was confident there weren't many who could match him. If Shui Shu's strength was truly unrivaled, he would have had no need to bring a large number of Tinliang clan fighters with him. Silently, a thin black battle garment appeared on Li Yuan's body. He had fully activated the Origin Power Battle Suit, and the surface of the suit even changed color slightly to light green, blending better into the surrounding environment. The battle garment, worth 500 million Blue Star coins, was extremely comprehensive in function. In Li Yuan's hand appeared a combat saber, which he gripped in reverse without revealing its sharp edge. As for the long spear and backpack, they were placed in a hidden spot not far away on the cliffside. It was necessary. This time, Li Yuan only intended to reconnoiter, so carrying a backpack and a long spear, which would make him a bigger target and more likely to be exposed, was not an option. Phew! Li Yuan moved, starting to descend deeper into the canyon along the cliff face, and with his physical quality and skill level, even the slightest protrusion on the canyon cliff allowed him to move as if on flat ground. Moreover, the cliff was covered in countless moss and trees, providing natural cover. Descending continuously. Gradually, Li Yuan was enveloped by the mist in the canyon, and the visibility dropped sharply. Now he could only see a few tens of meters ahead. This fog, though it blocks my line of sight, can also provide me with concealment, Li Yuan observed the swirling mist around him. Suddenly, Li Yuan stopped in his tracks, merging with the environment. Hiss! A flying serpent over 10 meters long, with wings spread, swiftly passed over Li Yuan's head and disappeared into the fog. Less than 200 meters deep, this was already the sixth flying serpent Li Yuan had encountered. However, none of the flying serpents encountered along the way had noticed him. Li Yuan's perception of these flying serpents relied on his strong spiritual induction, rather than purely eyes, hence he could sense the presence of flying serpents in advance. He continued to descend. What's that? Li Yuan suddenly paused, his gaze sharp. He spotted on the cliff tens of meters away, among the black-green vines, a massive flying serpent nearly 20 meters long resting with its head down, apparently asleep. Without spiritual induction, Li Yuan's naked eye would have hardly noticed its presence. Level 18 Flying Serpent, Li Yuan gauged the strength of the creature through his divine palace. But that wasn't the point. The key was the blood-red plant growing on the cliff beside the flying serpent, about half a meter tall with blood-red branches and leaves, brimming with vitality and quite conspicuous. Blood Origin Spirit Ganoderma. 6-leaf. It's actually this kind of spiritual medicine, Li Yuan's eyes lit up. In the general knowledge classes, teachers not only talked about history, astronomy, geography, star realm creatures, and alien civilization but also taught how to identify a plethora of heavenly materials treasures. After all, one of the main objectives for martial artists venturing into the star realm was to seek treasures. If one couldn't even recognize treasures right beside them, that would be a joke. And in the data library of Martial Hall, Li Yuan had also noted down a lot of information about common treasures. Origin power, it's emitting an aura of origin power, no doubt about it, Li Yuan quickly confirmed. Blood Origin Spirit Ganoderma is a generic name, found in many star realms, with everything from 3 leaves up to 9 leaves. The more leaves, the higher the quality. It is one of the main materials used in making a series of auxiliary cultivation medications. For example, the first-rank hematopoietic medicament, second-rank hematopoietic medicament, and even the high origin spirit spring all require it. 6 leaves are enough to make a second-rank qi and blood potion. A single plant is worth tens of thousands of blue star coins, Li Yuan thought. The key question is, are there only a few of these plants here, or are there many inside Flying Serpent Valley? This was very important. If there were only a few, it wouldn't mean much, but if there were many inside Flying Serpent Valley, it would indicate that this place was very suitable for cultivating the blood-activating Origin Lingzi mushrooms, and that would be completely different. If the 7 stars human civilization occupied this place and could use technological methods, they could completely cultivate and plant them in large quantities. The conditions for the large-scale birth of blood-activating Origin Lingzi are harsh, requiring a high concentration of origin power, ley lines, and many other factors. Continue. Li Yuan did not attack the flying serpent. He wasn't after a few tens or hundreds of thousands of blue star coins. He continued to dive deeper. As he went further in, the fog became thicker, and Li Yuan also found that the width of the canyon was increasing, seemingly becoming more expansive the further back he went. This was a vast land canyon world, where the light was getting weaker and darker. Buzz. Roar. Hiss. The number of flying serpents was also increasing, their massive bodies occasionally slicing through the mist, coming in and out of caves in the mountain walls. Li Yuan dared not approach those flying serpent caves. He continued to delve deeper, and as the fog began to disperse, his vision gradually became clearer. At this moment, Li Yuan was truly deep inside the flying serpent's lair, and if he were exposed, he would likely attract an attack from hundreds, maybe thousands of flying serpents. This was the world of the Flying Serpent clan. It also made Li Yuan all the more cautious. Blood-activating Origin Lingzi. As his vision cleared, Li Yuan glanced around and noticed several blood-activating Origin Lingzi not far away. However, a massive flying serpent still guarded them. No, there wasn't just one plant. Li Yuan looked again and was shocked to find that within his line of sight alone, on the 100-meter stretch of the mountain wall, several blood-activating Origin Lingzi were growing. Altogether, at least more than 10 plants. This was astonishing. With a bit of extrapolation, Li Yuan could imagine how many blood-activating origin Lingzi must be growing on the mountain walls on both sides of the entire Flying Serpent Valley. Could it be that Flying Serpent Valley has become suitable for the growth of blood-activating origin Lingzi? Li Yuan was shocked. Why was there never any mention of this in the previous reports? But Li Yuan did not delve into it. The environment of Star Realm was unpredictable and hard to measure. If Flying Serpent Valley really is suited for large-scale planting, just this place alone might be worth hundreds of billion or even thousands of billion blue star coins, enough for human civilization to invest a large amount of resources. Li Yuan's heart heated up. This place was only about 900 kilometers from Outpost Base Number 3. If the 7 Stars human civilization was willing to pay the price, establishing a new war base to guard and develop a resource point here would not be difficult. Starting wars and investing resources, the goal is always the Samaya to acquire greater resources. In the past, the 7 Stars human civilization did not invest significant resources in the Mingshu Star Realm simply because the risk and the returns were not proportional. But, if Flying Serpent Valley really was suitable for cultivating blood-activating origin Lingzi, then getting the 7 Stars human civilization to invest a significant amount of effort was not a dream. Outpost bases have explored Flying Serpent Valley more than once, and there was no record of this information. It must be a change from the last 10 years. No wonder the number of high-level flying serpents in the valley has increased. It's probably the result of them continuously consuming blood-activating origin Lingzi, Li Yuan concluded. Humans use ancillary cultivation treasures to grow faster. The beast alien race is no different. Such a big change in Flying Serpent Valley must have a reason, Li Yuan thought to himself, becoming even more cautious as he continued to dive deeper. Time passed. Li Yuan had delved more than 1,500 meters into the canyon. The bottom of the canyon was extremely dark, with light nearly unable to penetrate through the thick fog. Numerous vines intertwined on the mountain walls, where many blood-activating origin Lingzi grew. Li Yuan dared not descend any further, because the number of flying serpent caves on both sides of the mountain walls was increasing. Flying serpents were passing by from time to time, and there were too many of them. Even with Li Yuan's stealth abilities, he could not guarantee his safety amid so many flying serpents. Moreover, there was no need for Li Yuan to explore further down, because with the fog dissipating for the most part, he could already see the bottom of the canyon. At the bottom of the canyon, among the moss and vines, dense, blood-activating origin Lingzi were growing. Li Yuan could see hundreds of them within his line of sight. And these blood-activating origin Lingzi, they extended along both sides of the canyon, only becoming more sparse towards the outer edges. So many blood-activating origin Lingzi. Li Yuan was shocked in his heart, but then he stood thunderstruck, frozen in place. In the midst of this sea of blood-activating origin Lingzi at the canyon bottom, there grew a strange tree about 10 meters high. Its trunk was thick, its branches lush and green, as if each leaf contained the force of life, emitting a rich origin power aroma. But what really drew the eye were the 3 fruits at the top of the tree. Each fruit was plump and round, its surface shimmering with mottled light, in deep blue colors with occasional flashes of silvery white, seeming to release a mysterious fluctuation, emitting a soft glow that tempted one's soul. Just a fleeting glance and Li Yuan couldn't help but feel a desire to swallow them whole. What is this? Soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood, and the soon-to-be ripe soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit? Li Yuan's eyes shimmered with a glint. It was the 3rd-rank soul-type heavenly materials treasures mentioned in the database, ranked just below the immortal Soul 9 Revolution fruit and alongside the soul-nurturing 9-leaf grass and the sweet spirit core crystal. They had astounding benefits for soul growth. From hundreds of meters away, he gazed at the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood at the bottom of the gorge. Li Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. All 3 fruits are already showing a silvery sheen, which clearly indicates they are entering the mature phase, and they should not be far from full maturity. And according to the data, a normal soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood only grows 3 to 6 meters tall, so why is this one 10 meters tall? A soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood that grows 3 to 6 meters tall bears fruit. that is third-rank treasures, invaluable. If it's 10 meters tall, what rank of treasure would that be? Logically, it would only be more precious. Could it be fourth rank? Judging from its appearance, the fruits have begun to mature and can definitely be harvested, though their effect might be slightly inferior. Li Yuan's eyes were fixed on those three fruits. According to the records, a soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood might only bear fruit 2 to 3 times in its life, each time yielding only 2 to 4 fruits, and how it grows has always been a mystery. This was a heavenly material treasure that could not be mass-produced. How much was a soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit worth? Li Yuan didn't know, because treasures of this caliber were too scarce and rare in the Seven Stars human civilization. Most were traded or consumed in private. Even if they were put on sale, they typically appeared only at high-end auctions, where the price varied each time. For third-rank treasures of the same level, like the soul-nurturing 9-leaf grass, based on the information Li Yuan found, one plant exceeded 2 billion Blue Star coins at a recent auction organized by Sha Country. How much were 3 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits worth? At least several tens of billions of Blue Star coins. It was absolutely a huge fortune. I must seize them. Definitely. Li Yuan's heart pounded with various thoughts surfacing in his mind. Whether it's for what my uncle needs, or for my normal cultivation in the future, I need a huge amount of resources. Li Yuan thought to himself, to a great extent, I can only rely on myself. The resources of the entire Seven Stars human civilization were limited. Even for the unparalleled geniuses, there was a limit to the support they could receive.
The Stellar Earth Marrow Crystal, provided by Kunlun Marshall University, the S-grade contract offered by the Marshall Hall, along with some heavenly materials treasures, were essentially top-level support.
All added up, until Li Yuan graduated from university, the total value would hardly exceed 100 billion Blue Star coins. There was a vague line to this. In Zhang City after the fish spirit tide, Li Yuan had exchanged information with Wan Qing, Fei Qian, and others and roughly understood this point. Some more precious treasures, aside from a few regenerable special resources? Most of the extraordinary treasures, the top powerhouses of the Seven Stars human civilization didn't have enough for themselves, so how could they easily gift them to young geniuses? Want more? If your strength is sufficient, go out and fight for it yourself. What the Seven Stars human civilization desires are strong martial artists, geniuses who can gradually contribute to the entire civilization after becoming prime warriors. Not those who still only wish to take from within the civilization after becoming high-level prime warriors or even flying heaven warriors. Of course, if a super-powerful individual is willing to spend the wealth they've earned through their own hardships, even if it costs hundreds of billions or trillions to provide for their children, no one can interfere. But the resources directly granted by the entire civilization? No matter how talented, what one can receive is ultimately limited. The soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood is fine, but with 2 second-rank flying serpents around, how can I snatch it? Li Yuan's gaze fell on the ground about 100 meters away from the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood. On either side, 2 massive flying serpents were sprawling there, both exceeding 30 meters in length. Their claws, wings, and scaly bodies all had obvious differences from those of ordinary flying serpents. From their appearances alone, it was clear that they were far more formidable than other flying serpents. Most importantly, there were slightly protruding horns on their foreheads. These were the marks of second-rank flying serpents. Target creature. Life level approximately 21.3, second-rank life. Killing yields spiritual nature nutrients. Target creature. Life level approximately 21.8. Li Yuan, using Divine Palace Inquiry, basically confirmed the strength of the 2 second-rank flying serpents. Both were second-rank, and neither was the kind that had just broken through.
It's possible that they have consumed soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit before, undergoing a transformation that allowed their minds and bodies to achieve unity and breakthrough, Li Yuan thought quietly.
Due to intelligence issues, beasts receive very few inheritances, and the intelligence of first-rank beasts is generally not high. Therefore, if the bloodline isn't strong enough, it is tens to hundreds of times harder for a first-rank beast to break through to the second rank compared to humans. Two 21st level second rank flying serpents. If I were to take on two at once, I'm fairly confident I could win if a great battle truly erupted. Li Yuan's eyes slightly squinted. The key issue is that once a great battle breaks out, there are thousands upon thousands of flying serpents here. Li Yuan didn't care about a single first-rank flying serpent, he could kill one with a spear thrust. But at a certain number, combined with two terrifyingly powerful second-rank flying serpents, it would be different. Li Yuan's chances of winning were close to zero. Moreover, the region Li Yuan had explored so far was only a small part of Flying Serpent Valley. In the densely packed caves of Flying Serpent Valley, whether there were more and stronger second-rank flying serpents was hard to predict. If I openly snatch now, not only would I fail to grab it, but I'd also likely lose my life. Li Yuan pondered silently. Without my long spear in hand, I can only exert less than 50% of my strength. First, I'll go back and think of a solution. Li Yuan slowly moved upward along the vines and rocks, not daring to make a sound. Hundreds of meters away were the two second-rank flying serpents. If discovered, second-rank flying serpents could fly. By then, escaping would be impossible. Time elapsed. Li Yuan did not return the way he came but continued his exploration along the cliff to both sides, wanting to confirm if there were other second-rank members of the Flying Serpent tribe within the valley. This was crucial. Only after more than 6 hours did Li Yuan avoid many dangers and, with both relief and fear, return to the starting point above the canyon. The sun still hung high in the sky. Serpents prefer the shade, whether in Blue Star or the Star Realm. This is the case. No wonder most flying serpents like to hide at the bottom of the valley, Li Yuan muttered to himself. He returned to the concealed spot on the cliffside where his backpack and long spear were stored. He checked the alert clues he left nearby, confirming that no one or alien race had passed by during that time. He hid inside a small cave. All heaven's stars, origin power activation. Li Yuan closed his eyes and silently channeled his star meridian, drawing an endless stream of origin power into his body. He was recuperating from the fatigue of his body. Such a prolonged exploration and the use of spiritual power for sensing, even for Li Yuan, constituted a great expenditure. Firstly, I explored about 8 kilometers of the cliff on one side of the valley floor, and other than the two second-rank flying serpents in the center of the valley floor, there were no traces of other second-rank flying serpents, Li Yuan thought, summarizing the results of his exploration. Second, the life-nourishing spirit mushrooms are mainly concentrated in the central part of the valley, and their numbers dwindle the closer one gets to the sides of the valley. The soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood also grows in the center. The higher-level flying serpents, including the second-rank flying serpents, are all concentrated in the middle of the valley. Li Yuan seemed to be thinking, is it all just a coincidence? Based on the information he had, Li Yuan felt that there might have been some special changes occurring in the central area of the Flying Serpent Valley. This kind of all-encompassing diagnosis isn't my forte. It requires experts to calculate through various data. Li Yuan said to himself, my goal is to seize the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. That was what Li Yuan sought after. However, how could he snatch it from two second-rank flying serpents, not to mention the thousands of first-rank flying serpents? At the latest, in 2 days, the blood guards from the Tinliang clan will return with reinforcements, Li Yuan pondered. If he wanted to prevent the blood guards from coming back, he would have to kill all the Tinliang clan warriors that remained, which could possibly scare them off from taking the risk of returning. Still, it did not solve the key problema: how to snatch the treasure. After a long contemplation, 3 paths, Li Yuan had completely made up his mind. First, I go for it myself, recklessly charging in, with the success rate close to 0, and the death rate close to 100%. Second, wait for the blood guards to bring back the Tinliang clan warriors, let them fight with the Flying Serpent tribe. There's a chance to play the fisherman, but it's also possible to end up with nothing and equally dangerous. Third, report the situation here to the outpost base and request reinforcements. That way, my gains might be less, but it's safer and more reliable, Li Yuan thought to himself. Without hesitation anymore, Li Yuan took out his smart ring and tried to contact the outpost base, only to discover the call wouldn't go through. The signal was too poor. Damn. Li Yuan cursed under his breath and got to his feet, gripping his long spear and flying out of the cave. As soon as he emerged, Li Yuan stopped abruptly, because, about 100 meters away, two powerful flying serpents, each over 20 meters in length, were raising their massive heads and looking around. One of them happened to see Li Yuan. Roar! This one, exceeding level 18, immediately let out a terrifying and piercing roar. The penetrative power of its voice was astonishing, instantly echoing throughout several kilometers around. In an instant, roar, howl, in the dense forest, the roars of the flying serpents rose and fell in rapid succession. Even the sound traveled into the fog of the valley, causing a series of roars to echo through the mist. Damn, Li Yuan gritted his teeth, realizing that by sheer bad luck, the two flying serpents were outside his sensory range. And just as he emerged from the cave, they were fixated on this very spot. Whiz! 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 Several flying serpents flapped their wings. Their speed instantly soared, and they rushed toward Li Yuan with a howl, as if filled with endless fury. Boom! Li Yuan didn't care about remaining hidden anymore. He exerted force with his legs, and his speed soared to a terrifying degree, quickly surpassing 70 meters per second, and breaking through 100 meters per second after 2 seconds. Rumble! Under the burst of terrifying speed, the air vibrated violently, creating a series of noises, and along the path, small trees fell to the ground with a crash. Countless pebbles flew chaotically. Li Yuan, at full speed, vanished in a few flashes, shaking off several flying serpents. But immediately after, his path was blocked by even more flying serpents in front. One by one, the flying serpents moved their massive bodies, lunging over to attack. Die! Li Yuan burst forth without hesitation, his spear leaving a trail of continuous images, and spears of light suddenly erupted. Splat, splat, Li Yuan's spearhead was small, but when he struck these flying serpents, his spear moved at several times the speed of sound. Just like bullets hitting a human body. With one thrust, if it pierced the head of a flying serpent, the head would explode. If it stabbed into their bodies, it would leave a huge wound, or even sever them at the waist. Not one flying serpent could block Li Yuan's path as he fled for his life. After killing dozens of flying serpents of varying strength, Li Yuan fled frantically, only stopping after covering over 10 kilometers through the forest and feeling no more flying serpents continued the chase, slowing his pace. Only after escaping another 5 or 6 kilometers did he come to a complete halt, sitting on a huge rock and silently regulating his body's energy. Lucky there were no second-rank flying serpents, otherwise it would have been really troublesome, Li Yuan muttered. He looked at his arm, which now had 1 bar of signal, and dialed the communication line on his smart ring again. This time, after waiting nearly 20 seconds, beep, Li Yuan finally got through. It wasn't a video call, just a voice communication. Li Yuan, what's the matter? The voice of Lu Jing came through the communication, not loud and somewhat deep. Senior, I've basically figured out the situation in the Flying Serpent Valley and now I'm hoping to get support from the base, Li Yuan said earnestly. This was the choice Li Yuan had made. If he waited for Shui Shu and the Tinliang clan warriors to fight the Flying Serpent tribe, it might work, but the chances were greater it wouldn't, and it was extremely dangerous. Fortune favors the bold, but also at the risk of losing everything, Li Yuan recited in his heart. Instead of taking an overly risky plan, it's better to be prudent. Even if the gain is a lot less, the advantage is safety and stability. Alive, one has everything.
Oh, what's the situation? Lu Jing's voice seemed to carry a hint of surprise. After I arrived at Flying Serpent Valley, Li Yuan quickly reported all the intelligence he had gathered.
And sent some of the exploration footage. There was nothing to hide. Since he had decided to ask for reinforcements, informing them of everything he knew so as not to lead the outpost base to misjudge was the right choice to make. 2 second-rank flying serpents? Nearly mature soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits? Lu Jing's voice carried a tint of surprise, seemingly quite shocked. There are such treasures in the Flying Serpent Valley? Correct, absolutely certain, Li Yuan affirmed. There was a long silence on the other end of the communication. Li Yuan, I will rush over as quickly as I can. Lu Jing's voice sounded again. Before I get there, do not startle anything or go up against the Tinliang clan's people, understand? Understood. After hanging up the communication, Lu Jing is personally coming. It seems that this 10-meter-tall soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood is indeed precious enough to make an exception for them, Li Yuan thought to himself. Li Yuan was aware that the outpost base had its own operating rules, and convincing a first-rank martial artist with 4th-level skills to willingly stay forever in a star realm nearly as desolate as the wilderness was very difficult. Moreover, the number of prime warriors in the human race civilization of the 7 stars was limited, and there were many directions in which to allocate resources. Treasures and materials are resources. Powerful beings like prime warriors and flying heaven warriors are also a resource. Therefore, at a place like Outpost Base Number 3, the number of prime warriors was limited and they would not take action unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if they were to die outside, causing a loss of high-end combat power, it could easily trigger a chain reaction that could lead to the entire base's destruction. Within 1,000 kilometers of the outpost base is a line drawn by the upper echelons of Sha country for the base, Li Yuan mused. Within this 1,000-kilometer range, prime warriors can intervene in some special situations. For example, when establishing a high-value resource point, or for a heavenly materials treasures worth over $1 billion, or when targeting a high-value treasure. It's 900 kilometers from the base, Li Yuan pondered. If not using a flying vehicle and going at full speed, a prime warrior should be able to arrive within 5 hours. 900 kilometers across mountains and 900 kilometers over plain are two different concepts.
I wonder if Lu Jing is coming alone or if there will be multiple prime warriors. Or is he bringing other first-rank martial artists, or even some heavy weaponry? Li Yuan wondered to himself.
Li Yuan did not wish to think further. He stood up and moved even further away, finding a more concealed cave. He began to cultivate in peace. He still hadn't practiced today's all heavens stars, great sun starry sky scripture. Moreover, his previous cultivation was only enough to slightly alleviate physical fatigue. 5 or 6 hours. Before Lu Jing arrives, I'll try to restore my strength to its peak to avoid making mistakes in a great battle. Li Yuan closed his eyes and meditated, focusing on his cultivation. Of course, most of Li Yuan's spiritual power still stayed alert to the outside, wary of a potential surprise attack. In the small cave where Li Yuan was cultivating, about 2 kilometers away, in a quiet and dense forest. That was close. He almost detected me. The figure dressed in a blue-green battle garment looked at the disconnected smart ring watch and shook his head slightly. This kid is really something. With a swish, the battle garment receded, revealing an age-worn face. It was indeed Lu Jing. The one who had been secretly following and protecting Li Yuan was Lu Jing himself. Shortly after Li Yuan left observation point number 19, Lu Jing started out from the warbase immediately according to the plan, catching up with Li Yuan while he was in secluded cultivation on the cliff. Because of this, when Li Yuan called Lu Jing, it took nearly 20 seconds for Lu Jing to connect. Because he had to move away a bit to avoid detection by Li Yuan. Secret protection. But one must never let the protected feel this protection, so that they don't develop a psychological dependence, thus achieving the greatest possible honing and protection. Unexpected. There are such rare and precious treasures hidden in Flying Serpent Valley? Lu Jing murmured to himself, shaking his head slightly. I didn't dare to dive deeper earlier and failed to notice. Lu Jing had to admit that even with the enhancement of a special battle garment, when it came to stealth, he was no match for Li Yuan. Just now, when Li Yuan explored deeper, Lu Jing only dared to descend about 800 meters into the canyon before he stopped daring to go further. Continue ahead? He would likely have been discovered by the flying serpents. No other way. Whether it was spiritual power or skills, Li Yuan far surpassed him, and Li Yuan's battle garment had extremely strong support functions as well. Yet, besides the treasure, there are also 2 second-rank flying serpents? A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Jing's eyes. Compared to the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood, Lu Jing was more concerned about the presence of second-rank alien race beings. He could fully foresee, if he did not intervene, The Black Feather Flying Serpent race would definitely expand wildly from Flying Serpent Valley in all directions sooner or later, inevitably leading to a fierce conflict with Outpost Base Number 3. This was the experience he had gained from fighting numerous wars against many alien races during more than 30 years stationed in the Mingshu Star Realm. That was also the reason for delineating a 1,000-kilometer range of influence for the base. Only if there were no second-rank alien races within this range could they continue to avoid conflict with more distant and more powerful alien civilizations. They could keep a low profile. If a second-rank alien race arose within the range of influence, then they would strike down the newly emerged threat as soon as possible. However, facing the temptation of a treasure worth tens of billions, Li Yuan actually resisted the internal lure, taking no risks and staying cautious. That's quite rare, Lu Jing thought to himself. His strength is also alarmingly great. The data shows that he's only at level 16.5, but judging from his progress through battle, he's probably close to level 19 now. Truly mysterious. Lu Jing shook his head slightly. Regarding Li Yuan's specialty, he would report it, but he would not proactively ask Li Yuan, nor was he inclined to delve deeper. No other reason, it was pointless. Having been stationed in the Mingshu Star Realm for 30 years, his cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. Lu Jing was quite indifferent to many things. In Lu Jing's view, as long as Li Yuan did not betray the human race, what did it matter if he had some secrets or fortunate encounters? How was it his concern? After some thought, Lu Jing activated his smart ring watch and dialed another communication, connecting quickly. Old Lu, a cold female voice answered. I'm now in Flying Serpent Valley. Lu Jing quickly recounted the situation, only omitting the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood. This place is extremely valuable, perhaps worthy of establishing another outpost base. Or even a breeding area, Lu Jing said. A breeding area? The woman's voice carried a hint of surprise. The human civilization in numerous star realms and a vast number of foreign civilizations were also occupying many star realms. Their presence in most star realms was solely for warfare. But they would also choose some appropriate star realms to send in a large number of ordinary people for reproduction. This is known as the breeding area. However, establishing a stable breeding area is extremely difficult. This is just a hypothesis, Lu Jing said with a slight smile. After all, don't we in the everlasting Mingshu Star Realm wish to see more prime warriors, or even flying heaven warriors? Only by becoming a breeding area can our outpost become like a regular city, or even ultimately our second homeland. My lifelong wish is to see our 7 stars human civilization truly gain a foothold in the Mingshu Star Realm, instead of being ready to evacuate at any moment as we are now, Lu Jing declared. The woman fell silent. Indeed, the 4 major outposts of the 7 stars human civilization are all ready to be evacuated at any time. But while others can retreat, where can the few prime warriors go? Nowhere. What do you want me to do? The woman asked. Bring over the exploration teams, the 1st Warrior Squadron, the Environmental Data Team, the 1st Mechanical Squad, the 2nd Mechanical Squad, all of them, Lu Jing said in one breath. I want to establish a vanguard camp here and produce an investigation report as quickly as possible. All of them? Once lost outside, the Alliance won't replenish our forces in a short time. The woman was shocked again. Are you so confident? Can you get Han Chong to agree? That's why I just need your agreement, 2 against 1. Lu Jing smiled. Whether he opposes or not, it doesn't matter much. The woman had nothing to say. I'm old, and I can't fight many battles, Lu Jing said indifferently. This time we must contend with the Tinliang clan, 900 kilometers from our base, and only 1400 kilometers from Thursa. The sooner the better, to let the higher-ups make up their minds early and start allocating resources here as soon as possible. One day earlier we establish a complete base defense system here, and the Tinliang clan will be helpless, Lu Jing said. He had long had this idea, after pondering for a while. Good. Through the communication device, the woman finally agreed. I will devise a plan as quickly as possible, but with such a large team and many researchers having weaker strength, they all want to arrive without fail. Even with mechanical teams paving the way, it is estimated to take 3 days to arrive. A distance of 900 kilometers. Many members of the alien race obstruct the way. and it's very difficult for an outpost to remotely transport so many people. Good, Lu Jing knew that 3 days was already extremely fast. A single Prime Warrior's action and the movement of nearly 1,000 people are two different concepts. He ended the call. Li Yuan is here. With his strength, he should be safe for the time being. Let's first completely eliminate the people in that Tinliang clan outpost. Lu Jing frowned slightly. Li Yuan started killing and asking questions just now, and made such a big commotion that echoed through half of the Flying Serpent Valley. As long as the Tinliang clan isn't stupid, they must have already noticed. Having already startled the snake in the grass, there's no need for restraint anymore. Thunderous deterrence is the best strategy. However, Lu Jing knew that once he cleared out the opposition, the Tinliang clan might be too frightened to come back, or they might send their own prime warriors to contest. We can only take a gamble. Whoosh! Lu Jing's figure moved, his battle garment appeared, enveloping his entire body, and he quickly disappeared into the woods. He made his way stealthily towards the Tinliang clan outpost. More than 10 minutes later. No one left. Lu Jing looked down at the deserted Tinliang clan outpost below and couldn't help but shake his head. They're smart, retreating so quickly. More than 10 kilometers away from the outpost, a burly man named Logan was leading the less than 10 remaining Tinliang clan warriors in a frantic escape. Captain, do we need to evacuate in such a hurry? A Tinliang clan warrior couldn't help but say, even if the 7 stars human race's prime warriors arrive, there's no need to rush like this. They had just been woken up from their sleep by Logan. Captain, what about Carson and the others? They haven't returned yet, another Tinliang clan warrior couldn't help asking. They took turns going out for inquiry. Therefore, when they retreated to escape with their lives, the 3 who went to inquire in the Flying Serpent Valley were not able to evacuate in time. Idiots! If the 7 stars human race has arrived, they must be confident in taking the Flying Serpent Valley. Lord Shui Shu himself has already fled. If they discover us, do you think we can withstand them? Logan said coldly. The group of Tinliang clan warriors fell silent. I even suspect that the 3 previously presumed to be attacked by the Flying Serpent were killed by the experts of the 7 stars human race. Logan shook his head and said, as for Carson and his 2 companions, they've been messaged. It's up to their own skill to escape death now. We should withdraw ourselves. The many Tinliang clan warriors dared not utter a sound. The direct abandonment of the 3 made them all feel a chill. Additionally, report this news to Lord Shui Shu, telling him that we risked espionage and discovered traces of a large group of 7 stars human race warriors, including a suspected 2nd rank expert. Remember, it's suspected, unconfirmed. This is the truth. Have you all got it? Logan's icy gaze swept over his subordinates. I hope everyone can share in this merit. The many Tinliang clan warriors looked at each other and said in unison, yes. About 300 kilometers away from Flying Serpent Valley, in an inconspicuous gorge, a large number of Tinliang clan warriors were stationed. 2nd rank experts from the 7 stars human race are here? The 7 stars human civilization must have discovered the secret of Flying Serpent Valley. A bizarrely dressed young man named Shui Shu looked at the message from Logan with cold eyes. There's no peaceful way out. He had also discovered the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood. But it was through analysis of some signs, rather than a direct inquiry into the bottom like Li Yuan, so he was unaware of the existence of a 2nd-rank flying serpent. Therefore, Shui Shu had been intending to monopolize the treasure and had been making preparations. He had not informed the Tinliang clan's higher-ups in the Mingshu Star Realm previously. By myself, I'm destined not to get it. Shui Shu shook his head slightly and immediately switched on the communication device. 1,100 kilometers from the main base, communication was already possible. About 1,400 kilometers away from Flying Serpent Valley, there was a small city with a sci-fi feel to it, which, like the outpost base of the 7 stars human civilization, was also hidden within large mountain ranges, surrounded by jungle. It would not be easily detected. Here was the main Tinliang clan stronghold in the Mingshu Star Realm, where a large number of cultivators gathered. Inside the stronghold, in a small meeting room, several figures clad in white gathered, each emitting an extraordinary aura. They all surrounded a large holographic projection. The current situation is as follows. A figure in casual attire slowly said, Shui Shu is a core disciple of the Divine Palace and would not tell lies. The soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood is not that important in itself. The key is the large quantity of live blood source Lingzi mushrooms. If they could mature and be mass-produced, this would definitely be a treasure trove. I even suspect that there are other secrets at the bottom of Flying Serpent Valley, worth our paying any price, the casually dressed figure continued. My decision is to fight for it with all our might. Do you agree? Agree. Agree. Abstain. Good, 6 votes in favor, 1 abstention, the casually dressed figure said, execute immediately. Right now, we've lost the initiative. The mechanical troops can only be dispatched as backup. We must first mobilize an elite team. Delgado, Mo Li, the two of you will head there at full speed, join Shui Shu and his team and do your best to obstruct the actions of the 7 Stars human race team. Our subsequent forces will arrive as quickly as possible. Time ticked away second by second. On the outskirts of Flying Serpent Valley, Li Yuan was quietly cultivating. After more than 2 hours of practicing observing the great sun starry sky scripture, he continued his training with the all heaven's stars, guiding origin power into his body, propelling his physical quality to further improvement. Your life level has risen from 19.0 to 19.1. Your strength, from the Divine Palace panel flashed with several prompts in succession. Sigh. Li Yuan noticed this. The great battle is near, and my strength has increased slightly, which is good. The infusion of origin power into the body was not always available. Most of the time, he still had to rely on step-by-step cultivation. Another hour went by. Li Yuan's spirit perceived something, sensing a powerful presence getting within 100 meters. Causing the hairs on his body to stand on end and his mind to instantly go on high alert. Subconsciously, Li Yuan already had a firm grip on the long spear before him, with star meridian origin power flowing in his body, ready to explode at any moment. Li Yuan, a deep voice sounded. Senior Lu Jing, Li Yuan said with a flicker of joy in his heart as he heard the familiar voice and instantly emerged from the dark cave. Standing dozens of meters away was the blue-clad elder, none other than Lu Jing himself. Subconsciously, Li Yuan used the Divine Palace inquiry to confirm that there was no mistake, a 24.2 level prime warrior. He didn't receive a spiritual nature warning, it was a person of the 7-star human race. This was a point mentioned by a teacher in a general knowledge class. When adventuring in the star realm, always stay vigilant, never let success and joy cloud your mind. You've hidden yourself quite well. If I hadn't located you using my smart ring, I might have had trouble finding you, Lu Jing said with a chuckle. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. Senior, how did you get here so quickly? From the time he had reported in to now, it hadn't even been 5 hours. After receiving the message, I discussed it with 2 other commanding officers and then set out immediately, making my way here as fast as I could, Lu Jing said gravely. Also, I've already checked out the Tinliang clan dwelling you mentioned, according to the information on your map. It's already deserted. Deserted? Li Yuan expressed his surprise. I observed the surroundings just now and found many flying serpent corpses around the outskirts of Flying Serpent Valley. They must be from the battle you left behind, Lu Jing said. I guess the commotion must have scared them off, causing them to retreat quickly. Senior, you're wise, Li Yuan said with a smile. All right. Stop flattering me, Lu Jing said with a smile. I've already done a preliminary survey of Flying Serpent Valley and can initially confirm the accuracy of your information. There's a substantial growth of blood-nurturing source Lingzi on the canyon walls. I've sent a message back, commanding the main force from the base to come here. They should arrive within 3 days. Senior, that's impressive, Li Yuan said, genuinely amazed and increasingly respectful. In such a short time, Senior has accomplished so much. I am full of admiration. In less than 5 hours, to have come from the base and then to investigate and explore the surroundings. Such dedication. It's all part of my duties. As a commanding officer, I naturally cannot slack off, Lu Jing replied, unfazed. But in fact, Lu Jing had been resting not far away all these hours, adjusting his state of well-being. Feeling that his body had returned to peak condition, he immediately sought Li Yuan out. Senior, what should we do next? Li Yuan asked. Based on the information you provided, if Flying Serpent Valley is indeed suitable for the large-scale growth of blood-nurturing source Lingzi, then it would be worth it for our Sha country to invest significant resources, Lu Jing said. Spending hundreds of billions of Blue Star coins, or even more, on building a warbase here would be worth it. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, blood-nurturing source Lingzi might not be highly valuable individually, but what if you could produce tens or even hundreds of thousands of them each year? In a way, its value exceeds that of the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood. Because the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood can only help a few martial artists. However, a continuous supply of blood-nurturing source Lingzi could enable thousands of martial artists to grow faster. Of course, I'm no expert. We'll have to wait for those scientists to come over for testing, Lu Jing said. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. In our next moves, there are some things we need to be aware of, Lu Jing said. First is the strength of the Tinliang clan. Didn't they already withdraw? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. Didn't you say that Shui Shu had explored the Flying Serpent Valley? Lu Jing said seriously. We must consider the worst-case scenario in encounters with enemies, assuming that Shui Shu discovered the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood too. He perhaps wanted to swallow the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit alone, which is why he hasn't reported it to the high levels of the Tinliang clan yet. Of course, there are many contradictions. Even if he is a 19-level genius, it would be difficult for him to defeat 2 second-rank flying serpents, Lu Jing added. Li Yuan couldn't help but nod. This was indeed a puzzling point. However, neither Lu Jing nor Li Yuan knew that Shui Shu, lacking Li Yuan's stealth ability, was completely unaware of the second-rank flying serpents at the bottom of Flying Serpent Valley. Regardless, he has been scared off by you for now, and assuming he reports to the high echelons of the Tinliang clan, will they come to contend? Lu Jing looked at Li Yuan. Flying Serpent Valley is much closer to our 7 Stars human race's forward outpost base. Li Yuan hesitated a bit. But the Tinliang clan has stronger strength and remote deployment capabilities, Lu Jing sighed. Otherwise, how would they dare to strike at observation point 19? Li Yuan's heart grew cold. Indeed, the Tinliang clan's forces in Mingshu Star Realm were more formidable. But as you've said, the proximity is our advantage. Lu Jing smiled. Even if the prime warriors of the Tinliang clan want to rush over, it will still take some time. What we need to do is use this time to snatch the 3 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits. Although Flying Serpent Valley is highly valuable, that is in respect to an entire country, an entire civilization, Lu Jing solemnly said. If we achieve a great feat, should we manage to establish a plantation base in the future, as the first discoverers, we will receive a share of the profits for the next 20 years. But in the short term, the profits are far less than those from the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. Flying Serpent Valley was highly valuable, but it would require Sha country and even the 7-Star Alliance to invest significant resources for it to be effective. For powerful martial artists, the usefulness was minimal, whereas the 3 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits could directly net tens of billions of Blue Star coins. After the grab, according to Alliance rules, you, as the finder, will get 20%, and the remaining 80% will be divided according to our contribution. Lu Jing smiled. No objections, right? No objections, Li Yuan shook his head. If he had gone alone, he wouldn't have been able to get even 1%, but now he was guaranteed at least 1 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, so naturally, he had no objections. You didn't discuss this with the other 2 commanders? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. No need to say anything, they can't come. There are only 3 prime warriors at the base, we can't all leave, Lu Jing said indifferently. We also don't have the time to wait for other first-rank martial artists, who wouldn't be much help anyway. All right, I'll follow the senior's arrangements, Li Yuan nodded. With other prime warriors whom he had only met a few times, Li Yuan would be very cautious, but he held a good deal of respect for Lu Jing.
In the face of a prime warrior who had willingly defended a part of the country for 30 years, Li Yuan believed that the other party was not likely to betray him over a few soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits.
Of course, Li Yuan also remembered his teacher's words. Even with trust in others, one must keep a reserve. Li Yuan had his own measures secretly in place, for one must never be without the caution against others. In the Star Realm, martial artists killing each other was not anyone's concern. My plan is quite simple, Lu Jing said. You will voluntarily descend into Flying Serpent Valley.
The deeper the better. Your stealth ability is stronger than mine. You're responsible for sneaking as close as possible to the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood. Lu Jing looked at Li Yuan. Then I will make a move from high above the canyon, drawing the 2 second-rank flying serpents and other serpents towards me. You are responsible for taking the opportunity to seize the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits.
After the grab, if you haven't been discovered, then escape stealthily on your own. Once you've successfully escaped, signal me, and I'll find a way to leave. If you're discovered after the heist, in the short term, with your strength, ordinary first-rank flying serpents should pose little threat to you. Then immediately flee my way, and I'll lead you out, Lu Jing said. What about you, senior? Li Yuan hesitated. The plan sounds simple. But the biggest premise is that Lu Jing must be able to withstand the siege of 2 second-rank flying serpents and tens of thousands of first-rank ones. Haha, looking down on me? Lu Jing laughed. Although I cannot kill tens of thousands of flying serpents alone, it's very easy for me to just delay them a bit before helping you escape. Li Yuan nodded slightly, feeling relieved. As a 24th level prime warrior and having held a position of power for decades, Senior Lu's considerations were surely more comprehensive than his own. In fact, if we weren't pressed for time and worried about the second-rank flying serpents directly destroying the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, we could have waited for the arrival of the mechanical troops and used heavy weaponry to slaughter the flying serpent swarm on a large scale, Lu Jing said. The flying serpent swarm is weak, not worth mentioning. Li Yuan was speechless. The flying serpent swarm is weak? That's only relative to the war machine of Sha country. Soon, Li Yuan and Lu Jing discussed some details, checking time, location, escape routes, and emergency plans one by one. They set off immediately. 2 suns hung high in the sky, bathing the land in light and making the dense, rolling fog within the Flying Serpent Valley seem to dissipate considerably. Clad in their battle garments, Li Yuan and Lu Jing had stealthily reached the edge of the canyon. Looking down from here, they could already spot numerous traces of flying serpents in the gorge. Let's begin, Lu Jing said in a low voice. Okay. Li Yuan nodded slightly, with his battle garment cloaked in black and green to blend in with the environment as much as possible. He gripped his long spear. Whoosh! With a move, Li Yuan slid down along the vines towards the Flying Serpent Valley. This was his second infiltration, following a familiar route. It could be said he knew the road well, and his speed was much faster than last time. In just 2 minutes, Li Yuan had descended over 300 meters, completely disappearing into the mist. This young fellow really is formidable, his stealth abilities. Unity of heaven and man. Lu Jing looked down, secretly impressed, as even with his keen sight, he could no longer see Li Yuan's position. Of course, the deeper he went, the slower he moved. 15 minutes later, the Flying Serpent Valley remained as calm as ever, with only the occasional roars of flying serpents. Hasn't he reached the designated position yet? Lu Jing was slightly worried in his heart. Suddenly, a slight vibration on the smart band on Lu Jing's arm showed a number 0. 0 means all is safe, everything is going as planned.
1 means encounter difficulties, please wait. 2 means request for support.
Lu Jing's thoughts moved and he sent back a 0 through the flashing light screen. Then the battle garment wrapped around the smart band, turning him completely black. Only his eyes faintly shone through. Swish! He drew his combat saber from his back and, holding a shield in the other hand, Lu Jing felt a surge of heated blood boiling inside him. Haha, it's been a while since I've experienced such a big battle, Lu Jing murmured to himself. Without concealing himself, Lu Jing stood up. Whoosh! Lu Jing leapt from the kilometer-high cliff, turning into a terrifying streak of light plunging downwards, with gravity and his own strength increasing his speed to nearly 200 meters per second in an instant. Boom! The terrifying speed caused the air to explode with a roar that spread in all directions. The sound made many flying serpents on the cliffside instinctively look up above. Boom! Like a meteor collision, two massive flying serpents about 300 meters below on the cliffside were instantly split in half by Lu Jing's descending combat saber. Blood splattered everywhere, and with Lu Jing continuing to fall down the cliff, the horrific impact caused countless rocks to shatter and shoot out in all directions. Kill! Lu Jing's eyes were ice cold. With a powerful push from his legs, he flashed nearly 100 meters across the cliffside in a blur. Pucci, another level 18 flying serpent, was killed mid-air, its massive body ripped into pieces. Flesh and blood fell everywhere. Roar! Roar! Finally, across the entire flying serpent valley, the ear-splitting roars of hundreds, maybe thousands of flying serpents echoed, as if facing a mortal enemy. The sound spread rapidly, reaching the cliffs on both sides of the flying serpent valley and even deeper within it. At this moment, tens of thousands of flying serpents realized a second rank alien had arrived. Within seconds. Boom! 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 Flying serpents burst through the fog, shrieking as their wings flashed, rushing out. Almost at the same time, on the cliffs on both sides, even more flying serpents swiftly emerged, spreading their wings, with sharp eyes quickly targeting Lu Jing waiting on the cliffside. Swoosh! Swoosh! The flying serpents diving down from above were even faster, each one charging toward Lu Jing. Haha, bring it on, Lu Jing revealed a cold smile. Boom! His body seemed to be engulfed in a blazing fire, as if he were a war god. At the bottom of the canyon, about 1,200 meters down, a nondescript black and green figure was lurking in the vines. It started. Li Yuan held his breath as flying serpents from the caves around him dashed out frenziedly. They filled the sky. The horrendous number of the entire flying serpent swarm burst forth at this moment. Boom! Boom! Countless flying serpents burst out from the cave, fiercely clawing their way up the mountain wall with the aid of their wings and talons amid roaring sounds, all at astonishing speeds. The flying serpent swarm, despite the lower intelligence of the first-rank flying serpents compared to ordinary humans, had their own language for complex communication within the group. In a sense, this was a rather complete flying serpent kingdom. This scene made Li Yuan hold his breath. During his first exploration, Li Yuan had pondered what scene would unfold if they were forcefully taken. Now, it seemed the level of danger was multiple times that of his prediction. Keep in mind that even though these flying serpents were only at level 15, each charge could exert tens of thousands of kilograms of force.
Those at levels 18, 19, were even capable of unleashing tens of thousands of kilograms of force. With tens of thousands of flying serpents bursting forth, and Lu Jing remaining on the cliff face, his ability to dodge was greatly reduced.
Right. With a single move, Lu Jing could kill a flying serpent. But just as a tiger dealing with ordinary humans, it would certainly be one strike per person. If thousands of ordinary humans were to attack a tiger without fear of death, even if unarmed, they would eventually beat the tiger to death. The disparity between Lu Jing and an ordinary flying serpent was even greater than that between a tiger and an ordinary human. But there were simply too many flying serpents. Wait a moment. The second-rank flying serpents are still below. Li Yuan remained prostrate in his original spot. Because he was holding a long spear, he was a bigger target and easier to reveal. This moment allowed no mistakes. According to the plan with Senior Lu Jing, unless the two second-rank flying serpents moved, he could not descend to the bottom of the canyon. Boom! Boom! In the narrow flying serpent valley resembling a gorge, the sounds of explosions echoed continuously. Following that, crash! Boom! Like falling objects from the sky, massive flying serpents, with their heads severed, bodies torn in half, or frames blasted open, tumbled down. Their bodies hit the protruding boulders with a thud, instantly becoming a bloody mess, and then continued to roll downward. Countless fragments of rock also began to fall, turning the air above the flying serpent valley into a blood rain for a while. About 1,500 meters above the canyon's bottom on the mountainside. This was a slope, Also the battlefield specifically chosen by Lu Jing, where protruding stones on the slope were better suited for him to exert force and dodge. Roar. Growl. As many flying serpents attacked frenziedly, Lu Jing activated his battle garment and, like a black lightning, easily dodged the flying serpents. Even when he occasionally couldn't dodge, his robust physical quality allowed him to endure easily. Conversely, many of the flying serpents, although seemingly large in size, would inevitably die if struck by Lu Jing's sword. Even those that collided with Lu Jing's body were dealt heavy blows. This is what it means to be a prime warrior. Under normal circumstances, it's easy for a regular prime warrior to sweep away hundreds or thousands of first-rank creatures. Numerous bodies of the flying serpents continued to tumble down. At the canyon's bottom, beside the approximately 10-meter-tall soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood, two massive flying serpents slowly raised their heads. They had been awakened earlier but were reluctant to leave the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood. Two second-rank flying serpents. Huffa huffa. Compared to other flying serpents, these were the true behemoths, their bodies stretching nearly 40 meters from head to long tail. Their midsection was especially thick, with talons like metal cast, gleaming and extremely sharp. Most noticeable were their heads, with slightly raised horns as if proclaiming their royal status. Flying serpents? No, as they propped up their massive bodies on their talons, standing 10 meters high with wings spread wide and eclipsing the sky, they seemed more like two fearsome dragons than mere serpents. Thump! One of the second-rank flying serpents beat its wings fiercely, instantly stirring up a terrifying gust and deflecting a flying serpent's corpse that was falling from the sky to one side, avoiding hitting the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood. Roar! Roar! The two second-rank flying serpents let out a series of low roars, and from the cascading roars of the flying serpents above, they roughly understood the situation of the enemy was too powerful, and the first-rank flying serpents suffered heavy casualties. Growl, accompanied by a strange roar from one of the second-rank flying serpents. Quickly. Boom. Boom. Dozens of large flying serpents over 20 meters in length darted out from the caves at the bottom of the canyon. They quickly began to crawl on the ground, prostrating themselves in front of the two gigantic second-rank flying serpents, as if showing submission. Boom. Boom. The two second-rank flying serpents' bodies shone with blue gleams, and then they shot upward at high speed, their velocity astonishingly quick. Flying. The second-rank flying serpents, assisted by origin power, flew at an incredible rate, causing shock waves to spread in all directions. Rumble. The explosion of the two second-rank flying serpents created a whirlwind that blasted in all directions, passing over where Li Yuan was hiding. Li Yuan clung to the cliff face, compressing his aura to its utmost, blending into the surrounding vines as if becoming one with them. He knew the critical moment had arrived. If he were to be noticed by the second-rank flying serpents, all would be lost. Boom. Boom. The two second-rank flying serpents did not detect Li Yuan as they swiftly swept past and disappeared into the thick fog. First step, success. Li Yuan felt a surge of excitement, and with a flicker of thought, he sent a message to Lu Jing through his smart ring as 0. 0, indicating safety, proceed as planned. Huff. Li Yuan's body slowly moved, continuing to feel his way towards the bottom of the canyon, where the entire flying serpent swarm was now focused on the great battle raging above. Who could have imagined? A first-rank human martial artist, who seemed utterly insignificant in their eyes, was steadily approaching the core territory of their clan. Yet there were still a large number of flying serpents rushing out of the passage, and therefore, to avoid detection, Li Yuan's descent speed remained very slow. Huff. Huff. Two enormous second-rank flying serpents. Their flying speed was incredibly astonishing, rapidly exceeding 200 meters per second. They burst through the layers of fog and soared into the sky. Roar. Roar. The two second-rank flying serpents let out earth-shattering roars, their elongated pupils fixed on Lu Jing on the cliff, swiftly slaughtering one flying serpent after another. At this moment, tens of thousands of flying serpents had surrounded Lu Jing atop the cliff, all gazing at Lu Jing. With the serpents closing in, the heavens and earth seemed to turn into a dense mass of black. Ordinary people upon seeing this, would likely feel dizzy and chilled to the bone. Finally here, Lu Jing revealed a smile, regarding the myriad serpents as nothing, solely focusing on the 2 second-rank flying serpents breaking through the clouds. Prime warriors cannot fly. And now, being on the cliff, Lu Jing would certainly not take the initiative to attack the 2 second-rank flying serpents. Once airborne, without anything to push against, trouble would ensue. For Lu Jing, battling and slaughtering these flying serpents wasn't the goal. Delaying until Li Yuan safely acquired the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit was. Boom. Boom. The 2 second-rank flying serpents could no longer contain themselves, their wings trembling. Their massive bodies abruptly sprinted forward, streaking towards Lu Jing. Claws whooshing. Come. Lu Jing, holding his combat saber, stared intently. He didn't have a Divine Palace control panel, but his combat experience was extremely rich, just from the 2 flying serpents' body sizes and velocity. Among many other aspects, he could approximately deduce that these 2 second-rank flying serpents were around level 22. At least 2 levels lower than him. However, in a battle between second-rank powerhouses, due to the presence of origin power, each one had a much stronger life force. Even with a 2-level difference, it was not an impossible fight. Moreover, the ability of second-rank flying serpents to fly was an absolute advantage. Boom. Boom. The hundreds and thousands of first-rank flying serpents, also under the command of their 2 leaders, once again crazily rushed towards Lu Jing, attempting to limit his ability to exert his full strength. At the bottom of the valley, the bodies of flying serpents continued to fall, raining blood. But it was visible to the naked eye. The number of flying serpents that originally spread across all parts of the valley floor was rapidly dwindling. Clearly, a large number of the higher-ranking flying serpents had already charged toward where Lu Jing was fighting. The distraction plan was incredibly successful and created an opportunity for Li Yuan. Fast. I must be quick. Lu Jing's abilities are astonishing, but the cliffside is not a space suitable for his battle. Engaging head-on like this, the consumption of physical strength and origin power are tremendous, Li Yuan thought anxiously, accelerating his descent while ensuring he remained concealed. He knew that Lu Jing was gambling with his life. In fact, if not for the worry that the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit would be destroyed in the battle, Lu Jing, with his abilities, could have entirely penetrated into the depths of Flying Serpent Valley alone. But it would have been even more dangerous. At last, Li Yuan descended once again until he was about 300 meters above the valley floor, where the fog had completely dissipated. He could now clearly see the situation at the bottom of the valley, and this sight left him utterly stunned. Because the 2 second-rank flying serpents were gone. But around that one soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood, massive flying serpents were coiled. Their bodies were particularly immense, each at least 20 meters in length.
Each massive serpent head was raised high, watching the surroundings vigilantly. Their bodies encircled the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood within 100 meters, encasing it completely.
Without leaving the slightest gap. Level 19.6, Level 19.2, Level 19.4. Li Yuan quickly deployed the Divine Palace Inquiry. This inquiry gave him quite the shock. The flying serpents guarding the valley floor all surpassed level 19, the highest even reaching level 19.9. They were just one step away from second rank, at a glance. There were more than 50 level 19 flying serpents, a truly terrifying guardian force, definitely second only to the 2 serpent kings within the Flying Serpent Valley. Facing such a large group of powerful flying serpents, without the strength of a prime warrior to break through, death was almost certain. What to do? Li Yuan rapidly pondered in his mind. With my abilities, it wouldn't be hard to get past these flying serpents. But the key is how to leave. These flying serpents were too dense, there was no more room for Li Yuan to move forward. He would definitely be discovered, after hesitating for merely a second. 4. Li Yuan activated his smart ring, sending 4 consecutive messages to Lu Jing. 4 messages, 4 vibrations. 4 vibrations meant he could no longer sneak in directly. A forceful intrusion was the only option, but there was still hope for success. Just 2 seconds later, Buzz! Li Yuan's smart ring vibrated, displaying a message of garbled text. It was from Lu Jing. One vibration signified it was time to go all out. Then let's go for it. If Senior Lu Jing is confident, then let's take the risk. Li Yuan's eyes turned icy cold. The current situation was much better than before. At least there were no second-rank flying serpents blocking his path. Going after the treasure? Sometimes one had to risk everything. Nothing worthwhile ever came easy in this world. Boom, boom, boom. In the dark chasm above, from the area shrouded in mist, came the deafening roars of flying serpents, with some still plummeting to the ground. Among them, a few particularly sharp roars easily penetrated the 1,000-meter chasm. Resonating within the gorge. Without a doubt, those were the howls of second-rank flying serpents. Can't delay any longer. With 2 second-rank flying serpents leading so many others, Senior Lu Jing will only become more strained. Li Yuan clenched his teeth. With a shift in posture and aided by the darkness, he continued to probe towards the bottom of the gorge. The deeper he went, the darker it became. Given Li Yuan's height and sticking close to the mountain wall, it was nearly impossible for the flying serpents to spot him. Whoosh! Silent and stealthy, Li Yuan finally found his way to the base of the chasm. It was damp and muddy, much like a swamp. But Li Yuan, covered entirely in his battle garment, hardly cared about such nuisances. 200 meters, Li Yuan whispered, lying prone in the grass, gazing at the massive flying serpents in the distance. The grass, submerged in mud and water, mostly trampled and disheveled, but it provided Li Yuan ample cover. The stench here was unbearable. With thousands of flying serpents gathered in the air hardly circulating, the smell could only be imagined. Fortunately, the battle garment came with an air filter, which to some extent made it less suffocating for Li Yuan. Closer. The closer, the better, Li Yuan thought to himself. It would be best to get within dozens of meters, then a sudden sprint would catch these flying serpents off guard. Li Yuan held his breath, inching closer and closer. In the sky above, the bodies of fallen flying serpents occasionally plummeted, drawing the attention of many of the guarding serpents. Which was fortunate. Li Yuan and Lu Jing had roughly estimated the location of the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood, so the battlefield Lu Jing chose was not directly overhead, but about 200 meters away horizontally. Hence, the falling flying serpents were unlikely to hit the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood. 50 meters, Li Yuan paused again, as he dared not move further. In such an open space, with so many flying serpents present, their perception was not to be underestimated. Moving closer would certainly alert them. Huff! Li Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes firmly fixed on the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood, behind the rows of flying serpent bodies, eyeing the 3 silver-lit fruits on it. Subtlety of the soul. Countless fine strands of vigor moved. Origin power circulated. The battle garment activated.
The next instant, boom! Li Yuan's legs exploded with power, propelling him like a bullet from a gun, his speed reaching a terrifying level, soaring over 100 meters per second in just 1 second.
Just 1 second. In that time, Li Yuan could charge through 50 meters, breaking through the defense ring the flying serpents had formed. But these flying serpents, surpassing the 19th level, also had incredibly fast reaction times. In just a fraction of a second, as Li Yuan shot out 30 meters, the nearby serpents were already aware of his presence. Instinctively. Ang! Roar! Several massive flying serpents leapt forward with a roar, attempting to intercept the human shadow blitzing towards them like lightning. Die! Li Yuan's eyes were fiercely sharp as his speed burst to its limit. Boom! He dodged the attacking claws of 2 flying serpents with the quickness of lightning. His long spear was already thrusting forward furiously. Poom! With a thrust of his spear, moving several times the speed of sound and unleashing a terrifying force of nearly 100,000 kilograms, its might far more ferocious than a cannonball, he tore a massive wound across the waist of another flying serpent. Blood spurted everywhere. Rip! Fully activating his battle garment, Li Yuan grazed past the serpent's ripped open wound, barreling his huge body to one side. And finally, he broke through their defense. At this moment, The soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood stood only 100 meters away from Li Yuan. Roar, Ang. Then, the flying serpents guarding the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood started to howl madly. Wave after wave of frenzied, piercing roars echoed throughout the entire chasm. Li Yuan launched a surprise attack about 50 meters away from the flying serpent's alert circle, but the serpent circle surrounded the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood by about 100 meters. Hence, amidst Li Yuan's furious burst, in just 1 second he avoided the attacks from several flying serpents and even killed one directly, leaving him less than 100 meters from the ancient tree. At this moment, the area that had been relatively quiet, with many craning their necks to watch the great battle above the canyon involving level 19 flying serpents, erupted into complete frenzy. Ow, ow! The dozens of flying serpents on alert around them let out roaring cries that crazily spread in all directions. Their narrow, sanguine eyes were now fixed deadly on Li Yuan, wishing they could tear him apart and devour him alive without a moment's hesitation. Bang! 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 These level 19 flying serpents, while roaring, were already charging toward Li Yuan with their massive bodies, trying to stop him. The Spirit Tree. This was not only the guardian task given to them by their 3 leaders but also their own deep longing. These level 19 flying serpents were close to becoming second rank. They all understood that to break through the constraints of their bloodline and become second-rank flying serpents, they must get permission from the 3 leaders to eat the strange fruit from the spirit wood. This exceptional spirit tree was the treasure of the entire flying serpent tribe. It must not be lost, and the short-statured alien in front of them was here to steal it. No, not steal. It was outright robbery. Oddly, the powerful serpents opposite the ancient tree didn't rush in a straight line but circled around the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood, maintaining at least a 70-meter distance as if wary of something. Are you panicking? Li Yuan's figure was like lightning. The instant he broke through the defense perimeter, without any pause, his speed soared to a terrifying level, charging directly toward the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood. Li Yuan didn't dare to linger. 13 seconds. It takes at least 5 seconds for sound to travel from the bottom of the canyon to the top. Li Yuan's eyes were fixed on the 3 fruits on the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood, and it's estimated to take about 8 seconds for the 2 second-rank flying serpents to return to the bottom of the valley. I have about 13 seconds to snatch the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit and then make my escape, Li Yuan thought rapidly, pondering in his mind. 13 seconds were the line between life and death. Swish! Li Yuan's burst of speed was astonishing, even though his velocity had greatly reduced after the collision with one of the flying serpents. But after a slight adjustment and applying vigor with subtlety, his speed once again soared to over 100 meters per second. Faster than all the flying serpents present, he could even compare with a level 20 prime warrior. Whether it was treasure stealing or a battle for life and death, victory or defeat sometimes hinged on a split second. In half a second, Li Yuan had once again covered 40 meters, and the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood was now within sight. Just then, bang, as Li Yuan entered the vicinity of about 50 meters around the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood, without warning or any sign, his head felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. He was momentarily stunned, his legs went soft involuntarily, and he almost stumbled to the ground. His movement speed also sharply decreased. This was spiritual pressure. Damn! Li Yuan was shocked inside. This was something neither he nor Lu Jing had anticipated. This soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood had been releasing a terrifying spiritual pressure within a certain range all along. Facing such spiritual pressure, even someone with spiritual power as strong as Li Yuan felt as if they had been struck by thunder. One could imagine the strength of this pressure. Ow! Ow! The dozens of surrounding flying serpents, circling roughly 60 meters from the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood, saw that Li Yuan had entered the 50-meter zone, their eyes filled with wariness, not daring to approach any closer. Why did they circle 100 meters around the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood? It was because they had suffered for it before. Even in their memory, when the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood was first born, some of the weaker flying serpents that carelessly approached too close were literally shaken to death, their consciousness shattered.
Their bodies showed no wounds, yet they died. Rare heavenly materials treasures are powerful, but the rarer they are, the more dangerous they tend to be. These flying serpents don't dare to approach anymore. Li Yuan noticed this.
His spiritual power was ultimately strong. He had recovered his clarity, and endured the force of the spiritual pressure. He continued to walk towards the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood. But most of Li Yuan's energy had to be used to fend off the spiritual pressure, and his speed unconsciously slowed down. Spiritual pressure. A 10-meter-tall soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood really is no ordinary entity. Li Yuan's eyes revealed shock and joy. Previously, our 7 stars human civilization had never recorded a soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood being so special. Could it be a 4th-rank treasure? On his first descent into Flying Serpent Valley, Li Yuan had suspected it to be a 4th-rank treasure, but it was more of a comforting thought than true belief. Now, Li Yuan felt it might indeed be a 4th-rank treasure? At the very least, judging from the current signs, its effects should far exceed the ordinary soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. Strange, with my near level 29 spiritual power and level 30 willpower, I'm still finding it difficult. How did the flying serpents approach the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood before? Li Yuan gritted his teeth as he endured and kept approaching. Logically, flying serpents that hadn't broken through should only be at life level 19, their spiritual power and willpower couldn't be too strong. There were only 2 possibilities. First, this was the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood's first fruit bearing. Second, once the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits truly matured, this terrifying spiritual pressure would dissipate, or at least, its power would diminish greatly. These flying serpents can only watch me steal the treasure. Li Yuan's mind was racing, but his body didn't dare to relax even slightly. At this moment, every second was critical. Seconds ticked by. The hissing roars of the flying serpents echoed continuously. Whoosh! 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 More flying serpents, sensing the disturbance, swiftly swooped down from the caves on either side of the cliff. The number of flying serpents gathered at the bottom of the canyon surged, yet none dared to approach the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood. Moreover, most of the flying serpents still in the caves were only about level 15, with fairly ordinary strength. Ow! Ow! The dozens of level 19 flying serpents at the very front were anxiously hissing, conveying their resolve but still not daring to come close. In their subconscious, the spiritual pressure was too tormenting, and the overpowering presence was so strong that even their 3 leaders would find it difficult to break through directly. Let alone them. Above the canyon, on the cliff, thousands of flying serpents were frantically attacking Lu Jing. Especially the 2 second-rank flying serpents, fully unleashing their power, their bodies enshrouded in a hazy blue glow like azure dragons, appeared even more terrifying. Roar! The 2 second-rank flying serpents roared as they flapped their wings time after time, swinging their claws, and occasionally opened their gaping maws wide, trying to rip Lu Jing to shreds or even swallow him whole. The explosive power of the second-rank flying serpents was incomparable to that of the first rank. Huge rocks shattered thunderously as if they were simply tofu. Boom! Boom! Countless pieces of rubble fell. Swoosh! 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 Luminous blades rose above the cliff, flames flowing on the blades, indicating terrifying lethality. Peefed! Lu Jing's eyes were ice-cold as he swung his saber swiftly. And down plunged the corpse of a first-rank flying serpent. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Jing's combat saber was as ferocious as fire, and his movements as swift as the wind. He avoided the pounce of the 2 second-rank flying serpents time after time. Second-rank flying serpents are truly troublesome. Although they are far weaker than me, the origin power protecting their bodies, combined with their massive size, means I can't directly kill them for the moment. Lu Jing frowned. When it came to skills, the speed of his explosive power, or the robustness of his origin power, Lu Jing greatly surpassed both second-rank flying serpents. He tormented them time and again. But due to their origin power shield and the large body size of the flying serpents, even after being attacked and injured by Lu Jing repeatedly, they were able to hold on. The most crucial point was, the second-rank flying serpents could fly and might escape into the sky if they were not careful. and Lu Jing did not want to ascend onto their bodies. To do so might allow him to quickly kill them, but the risk was also great, and he could likely be severely injured himself. If this goes on, my origin power will be completely exhausted. Lu Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Fighting in place, whether dodging or attacking, he couldn't afford to spare his origin power. One misstep could cause severe injury, naturally leading to high consumption. Where is Li Yuan? So much time has passed, has he not succeeded yet? Lu Jing wondered, could something have gone wrong? He was concerned for Li Yuan's safety. Suddenly, roar, roar, a series of sharp and piercing roars erupted from the valley below, resonating through the vast sky. In an instant, the two second-rank flying serpents immediately stopped their attacks on Lu Jing, their eyes filled with bloodlust. They were highly intelligent, rivaling ordinary humans, and immediately realized that they had been lured away by a feint. Their home had been stolen. Ow, ow, the two second-rank flying serpents roared with endless fury in their voices, their dragon-like tails swinging to adjust their massive bodies as they dove toward the depths of the clouds in Flying Serpent Valley. This roar was also a command. Ow, ow, the thousands of flying serpents trying to attack Lu Jing from various directions along the cliffside also began hissing. Whoosh, 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 hundreds upon hundreds of flying serpents spread their wings and dived toward the fog below, and for a moment, the sky looked as though it was raining dumplings. But what fell was not dumplings, it was flying serpents. Did he make his move? Lu Jing instantly understood. Li Yuan must have acted, maybe even already seized the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. Otherwise, these flying serpents would not be so frantic, completely ignoring their own safety. Boom! Lu Jing, just half a beat behind, leaned forward slightly, and as he tilted downward, his legs exploded with power, and like a meteor, he dashed towards the bottom of the canyon. Boom! Boom! Lu Jing's speed was so fierce that he even seemed a bit faster than the two flying serpents. Hold on. Li Yuan, you must hold on, Lu Jing focused intently, silently urging in his heart. The entire plan's first phase was for Lu Jing to withstand the attack of so many flying serpents. The second phase's key was for Li Yuan to withstand the siege of a large number of flying serpents. At the bottom of the canyon, the spiritual pressure from the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood was astounding. But relying on his own nearly flying heaven warrior-level spiritual power, Li Yuan braved this terrifying pressure and, taking about 5 seconds, covered 60 meters, and reached the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood. Without a moment's pause. Puff, puff, puff. In a flash, Li Yuan's figure shot up, his arms exerting force as he climbed the tree, and swiftly plucked the 3 yet to ripen, soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, tucking them into his battle garment. Success was in hand. Time to escape for my life. Li Yuan glanced around, immediately realizing how dire his situation was. Upon his initial inquiry, Li Yuan discovered that the 3 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits had not yet fully matured. But their surfaces shimmered with silver light, which according to the Marshall Hall's database, indicated they were entering maturity and would normally be 80 to 90% effective. Waiting for a heavenly materials treasure to fully mature? Too difficult? Many growing heavenly materials treasures, once discovered, are often guarded, and once they mature, they are mostly used right away. Even some powerful beings, upon finding many unripe spiritual fruits of heavenly materials treasures, would not hesitate to consume them directly. Because, during the growth of heavenly materials treasures, many unusual phenomena often occur, easily attracting the covetous eyes of formidable beings. To consume them directly was the best choice. Once in the stomach, all is safe. Like the Flying Serpent clan, for one, they found it very difficult to withstand the spiritual pressure of the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood, and secondly, they believed in their own clan's strength to guard the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood. That's why they were in no hurry and patiently waited for it to fully mature. But as it turned out, they could guard it temporarily, but not forever. So many flying serpents. Li Yuan noticed an alarmingly large number of them all around. Suddenly, hiss hiss hiss, as soon as the 3 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits were picked, this 10-meter-tall soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood beside Li Yuan began to collapse and contract, all of a sudden, dissolving into the ground like a liquid at lightning speed. Huh? This soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood? Li Yuan was astounded by this scene. This was an event not mentioned in the databanks of the Seven Stars human civilization. After all, available cases were limited. Not good. Li Yuan's expression changed, because the instant the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood began to collapse, Li Yuan felt the horrific spiritual pressure that had enveloped the area for tens of meters disappear without a trace. With no spiritual pressure, all the flying serpents at the bottom of the gorge would be unrestrained. At the same time, buzz! Li Yuan's smart ring was trembling madly. It was a message from Lu Jing. Although there was no signal within Flying Serpent Valley, but with close proximity, as long as it was not blocked by large mountains or specially interfered with, messaging each other was possible. And the continuous mad vibrations of the smart ring meant one thing: the situation was urgent. Second-rank flying serpents were returning. This was the final phase of the plan. It seems slow to describe. But in actuality, the moment the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood collapsed and the pressure dissipated, Li Yuan moved, holding the long spear and whooshing into the distance. His speed soared. "I must meet up with Senior Lu quickly," flashed through Li Yuan's mind. With his move, thousands of flying serpents that had gathered from all directions also began to roar and surge into action. From the moment Li Yuan appeared to the seizing of the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, a mere 8 seconds passed, and already enough flying serpents had assembled. Roar, roar, roar! A sky-covering swarm of flying serpents roared and madly lunged toward Li Yuan. These flying serpents were at least at life level 15. Many who had stood on high cliffs also spread their wings at this moment, diving toward Li Yuan, almost obscuring the sky like layers of nets enveloping him from above. From all directions, above and below, groups of flying serpents, like torrents of black water, rushed crazily towards Li Yuan, wanting to tear him to shreds. One could say, against such a sky-covering swarm of flying serpents, even a freshly advanced prime warrior would find it difficult to get through. Kill! The eyes of Li Yuan were fierce as he infused origin power, fully activating his origin power battlesuit. The situation before him was one he had anticipated long ago. Since that was the case, and yet he dared to come, it meant Li Yuan had great confidence in his own strength. Boom! Li Yuan's figure, like lightning, spear in hand, charged directly into the flood like swarm of flying serpents. Whoosh! His figure, like a gust of wind, was ethereal and unpredictable as he narrowly dodged a flying serpent's attack. Thud! His long spear swept through, leaving behind a trail of afterimages and blood sprayed. The heads of 2 flying serpents were pierced through, their massive bodies continuing to charge forward by inertia. Bang! The corpses of the 2 flying serpents hit several others that were falling down, creating a scene reminiscent of a car crash. Thump! Li Yuan stepped ferociously onto the body of a flying serpent, dodged a massive bite, and like a nimble elf, stepped on the creature's head, kicking it so explosively that it burst apart before he used the momentum to spring upwards. He darted past the multitude of flying serpents like a bolt of lightning. Thud! 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 Spear light flashed and blood mists rose. One after another, flying serpents fell. This scene, if seen by other first-rank martial artists, would be utterly astonishing and dumbfounding. Too formidable. In terms of speed, Li Yuan in a state of subtlety could barely rival a 20th-level martial artist. But among these flying serpents, there were almost some on the verge of 20th level, the pinnacle of first rank. Concerning power bursts, Li Yuan's peak was over 90,000 kilograms, comparable to a 20th-level martial artist. Li Yuan's explosive speed and power were stronger than any flying serpent present. But there was no fundamental difference. In this overwhelming besiegement, another 19th-level martial artist, even equipped with an origin power battle garment, could only withstand a bit longer at most. Yet Li Yuan could repeatedly seize the moment in time. Always dancing on the edge of a knife, never getting injured. Around him, the sky-filled roars and lunges of the flying serpents seemed to be under his control. This was unity of heaven and man, in a state of attuning with heaven and earth. Li Yuan's perception of his own vigor, the environment, the prediction of enemy moves, and the application of his own techniques reached an unbelievably advanced level. By comparison, the skills of these flying serpents are really too rough, generally only at the second rank level, with very few reaching the third rank. Occasionally, even when faced with an insurmountable swarm of flying serpents blocking the way, Li Yuan would charge through decisively, seeking the weakest point and breaking through the obstacles ahead. Boom boom boom. Upon collision with the flying serpents, the terrifying impact force came crashing continuously, but Li Yuan could still easily fend it off with his Origin Power Battlesuit. Without the realm of unity of heaven and man, the Origin Power Battlesuit would be useless to Li Yuan. Without the battlesuit, Li Yuan would not have the slightest margin for error. But with the two combined, Li Yuan's overall strength was elevated to an incredibly terrifying level. Just 4 seconds. Bang! Peefed! Peefed! Like a whirlwind, the terrifying lethality of Li Yuan's long spear killed more than 40 flying serpents, breaking out of the most central and dangerous encirclement. Broke out. Kill! Li Yuan's eyes were bright and spirited, his heart filled with a soaring battle spirit. Those last 4 seconds were terrifying and had given Li Yuan a huge shock to his spirit. The thrill of skirting the line between life and death made his blood surge even more fervently in his heart. That's right, extremely dangerous, but it is in danger that the most primal force for evolution in life is stimulated. It's only through life and death tribulations that great achievements are made. Boom! Li Yuan's figure was like lightning, grasping vines with one hand and leaping up the cliff face like a monkey, his speed astoundingly quick. A single movement and he had leapt tens of meters. Charge! Roar! Ah! A large number of flying serpents were diving down from higher up, each one incredibly ferocious. Whoosh! Whoosh! Below, a massive swarm of flying serpents like a torrential flood, using wings and claws, kept leaping up, trying to slay Li Yuan. Still a pincer attack. Ha, die! Li Yuan felt an immense thrill in his heart, his mind operating at its limit. Unconsciously, he had completely merged with the environment. He had but one thought: a kill, carve out a path of blood. Bang! With a body collision, Li Yuan's speed soared even faster. Peefed! The long spear thrust out, directly killing 2 flying serpents. Their huge bodies fell, causing a group of flying serpents below to slow down significantly, and even following them down into the gorge. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, he dodged the frontal assaults of flying serpents from both sides, leaping into the air as the 2 flying serpents collided with each other. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan had already climbed over 100 meters up the cliff, initially out of danger. Ah! A terrifying roar echoed down from the dark mists above. Boom! A horrifying gale swept across the cliffsides. A humongous flying serpent broke through the clouds, its eyes revealing a crazed intent to kill, swooping down with a howl. It's a second-rank flying serpent, a flying serpent of the 21.3 road level of life. Here it comes. Li Yuan held his long spear and stared upwards at the massive creature diving down rapidly. His whole body gathered power, the tip of his spear raised high. Die! The second-rank flying serpent glared at Li Yuan, aware that the treasure was on him. Its 2 front claws, like burning blue flames and taller than a person, reached out. Give it to me! Break! Li Yuan moved, dodging the terrifying claws, then with a powerful thrust of his legs, the long spear burst forth, a streak of light flashing along its tip. Spear light erupted. He unleashed the fastest thrust of the stellar spear Techniquea Dawn pierces the clouds. Whoosh! This thrust instantly passed over an existing wound on the body of the second-rank flying serpent. Even as Origin Power tried desperately to fend off the penetration of the spear tip. Still, the strength of Li Yuan's thrust was so powerful that it enlarged the wound even further. Boom boom boom! The massive body of the second-rank flying serpent collided with the mountain wall. The collision was like a sky-crumbling and earth-shattering explosion, with countless shattered rocks flying. Whoosh! A streak of black light passed by, and Li Yuan, dressed in his Origin Power Battlesuit, had darted out from under one of its wings, shooting up towards the sky, swiftly fleeing upwards. Ah! The second-rank flying serpent let out an angry roar. In the brief exchange, it had not gained any advantage. In fact, it was at a slight disadvantage, because Li Yuan had injured it, while its attacks could not even touch him. Whoosh! The second-rank flying serpent flipped and vibrated its wings, smacking them against the cliff face, once again stirring up numerous shattered stones, lightning fast pursuing Li Yuan. In terms of speed alone, Li Yuan of course could not keep up with it. Roar! The giant wings swept past, their edges sharp as combat sabers, while its claws also suddenly clawed out. Obviously, the second-rank flying serpent had also gone mad. Scram! Li Yuan disposed of a first-rank flying serpent with a single spear thrust, and seeing the second-rank flying serpent attacking, his eyes glared back at it. Whoosh whoosh, boom, boom, man and beast, chasing and fleeing on the cliff face, engaged in an intensely fierce battle. This second-rank flying serpent held absolute advantages in terms of strength, speed, and origin power among many other aspects. But Li Yuan's movement technique was formidable, easily dodging the fatal moves time and again, even more effortlessly than Lu Jing. And his spear, too, was incredibly sharp, inflicting damage on the second-rank flying serpent over and over. Li Yuan and the second-rank flying serpent's fierce battle also caused a large number of first-rank flying serpents to dare not approach, only daring to watch the battle from afar. Several seconds after Li Yuan's battle with the second-rank flying serpent. Boom! Mist churned above. Then, a massive flying serpent, over 40 meters long, fell powerlessly downward, its huge body tumbling freely. It was covered in blood, its waist and abdomen ripped open by a ghastly, terrifying wound, and numerous organs tumbled down with it. It was obviously not going to survive. Atop its body was a nearly 2-meter-tall flame figure. Clinging to the flying serpent's feathered wings with one hand and holding a combat saber in the other, the figure plummeted at high speed.
It was none other than Lu Jing. Senior Lu. Li Yuan's face showed delight, his heart even more shaken.
The opponent was surrounded by numerous flying serpents, yet managed to kill a second rank in such a short time? Such formidable strength. But before Li Yuan could rejoice. Escape! Lu Jing erupted in a thunderous roar, seeming utterly desperate. Immediately following, he forcefully kicked off the corpse beneath him, propelling himself back to the cliffside. Boom! Lu Jing slammed against the cliffside, tumbling down over 10 meters with the inertia. Then, like a streak of light, he stamped against the cliff, using it to leap forward, dashing towards Li Yuan, who was battling another second-rank flying serpent. Escape? Li Yuan first froze for a moment, then, realizing something, looked up sharply, his pupils constricted instantly. Whoosh! An even larger flying serpent had just broken through the mist, diving down with its wings spread wide, casting a shadow as if to block out the sun. Its eyes were filled with deadly intent. It was a second-rank flying serpent, target creature, life level is 25.1, Li Yuan's complexion changed slightly. 25.1. Flying Serpent Valley was not home to just 2 low-level second-rank serpents.
There was also a Flying Serpent King, close to the high rank of second rank, concealed within.
This completely exceeded Li Yuan's expectations and went beyond the original plan he had with Lu Jing. Boom! The Flying Serpent King swooped in, its terrifying physical quality combined with origin power, and the dive gave it an unbelievable speed. As it nosedived, the passage of its wings brought forth fearsome shockwaves that caused the cliffs to explode violently. Too fast. This moment, the diving speed of the Flying Serpent King nearly reached the speed of sound. Whoosh! The other second-rank flying serpent desperately flapped its wings, trying to shake off Li Yuan, creating space for the Flying Serpent King to attack. Want to leave? Madness filled Li Yuan's eyes as he doggedly entangled with it. At this moment, all Li Yuan could think of was his only chance of survival, to stay entangled with this second-rank flying serpent so the Flying Serpent King couldn't fully attack him. If he faced it alone, it was undoubtedly a death sentence. A difference of 6 levels in life level, along with the huge disparity in physical quality, would obliterate any skill difference. It would be an instant kill. Roar! The Flying Serpent King made its ultimate dive, letting out an angry roar. As Li Yuan had anticipated, it was wary of harming the other second-rank Flying Serpent and did not dare to attack full force. Thwack! A lethal claw swung down, narrowly avoided by Li Yuan in a close shave. Boom! The other second-rank Flying Serpent suddenly rolled in disregard of its wounds, its wing striking Li Yuan with terrible force, flinging him away instantly. Li Yuan slammed hard against the cliff wall. Roar!
The Flying Serpent King let out an infuriated roar. Its treasures were stolen, its kin slain, and having been previously in slumber, it was now enraged to the extreme, vowing to exterminate these invaders.
Swish! Its wings cut through fiercely, like a giant combat saber sweeping everything before it, slicing through numerous rocks as if they were tofu, and slashing towards Li Yuan with lightning speed. The angry strike was too fast, so fast that Li Yuan couldn't react in time. Boom! A flaming figure, moving as smoothly on the cliff as if it were flat ground, burst upward in a flying heaven motion, brushing past Li Yuan. Like a supreme war god, it met the furious downward swipe of the wing head-on. Accompanied by the flame figure's soaring charge, quick, escape! A roar almost simultaneously echoed in Li Yuan's ears. It was Lu Jing. In this critical moment, Lu Jing finally rushed up from below, completely frenzied. Kill! Lu Jing fixed his gaze on the descending giant wing, swinging his combat saber resolutely. Whoosh! A blaze of saber light shone brilliantly, slashing from bottom to top, directly meeting the descending massive snake wing. Boom! The collision of the two second-rank powerhouses erupted with a terrifying noise, and the shockwaves spread wildly in all directions. The staggering impact, transmitted through the saber and the battle garment, caused Lu Jing to involuntarily fall, with rocks tumbling around him. He swung his saber in counter. Clang! The combat saber stabbed into the cliffside lightning fast, immediately creating a visible terrifying crack. He slid tens of meters before finally stopping. Meanwhile, the massive Flying Serpent King also suffered, as it shook its wings to gain altitude. One of its wings bore a deep wound revealing bone. But with origin power circulating, it locked down its muscles, preventing much blood from spilling. Whoosh! The 21.3 level second-rank Flying Serpent that had been battling with Li Yuan watched intently from hundreds of meters away on the other side of the gorge, eyeing Li Yuan and Lu Jing with eyes full of malice. After the previous battle, even the more powerful second-rank Flying Serpent had been killed by Lu Jing. It knew it was no match for Lu Jing. Even Li Yuan seemed slightly stronger. However, with the strength of this second-rank Flying Serpent, Li Yuan and Lu Jing had to remain on guard. "We must leave, my origin power is running low," Lu Jing growled urgently. "I can't hold out much longer. If you don't escape Flying Serpent Valley before I die, then soon no one will be able to escape." Li Yuan's face changed. Origin power nearly depleted? Second-rank warriors may have formidable physical quality, but the core of their powerful vitality is still origin power. Without origin power, it's more than 10 times easier for a first rank to pile up and kill a second-rank warrior. "Senior, Li Yuan gritted his teeth. "Stop the nonsense, get moving, don't let me die in vain." Lu Jing's voice was icy cold. "It was my plan that failed, now I'm giving you a chance to escape." Lu Jing's face was covered by his battle garment, preventing Li Yuan from seeing his expression. If he could have seen it, Li Yuan would definitely have noticed the terrifying determination and madness in Lu Jing's eyes at that moment. No more hesitation. Whoosh! With a flash, Li Yuan quickly retreated into the distance. Roar! The Flying Serpent King, with a body length close to 50 meters and wings that darkened the sky, let out an enraged roar upon seeing this and then, with a thunderous boom, abruptly dived towards Li Yuan. Lu Jing. No. Its target was Li Yuan. It had to take back the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit first. Boom. The Flying Serpent King's speed soared, and the air burst loudly. "Kill Li Yuan. Not without getting past me first." A hint of resoluteness flashed in Lu Jing's eyes. The past dozen seconds. Lu Jing was originally pursuing 2 second-rank flying serpents when suddenly the Flying Serpent King emerged, giving him a big scare. Without hesitation, he desperately tried to kill the stronger of the 2 second-rank flying serpents. Then the Flying Serpent King made its move. In the current situation, Lu Jing had already figured it out: escape together. His origin power wasn't enough to sustain continued combat, certain death without a doubt. Escape alone. Li Yuan would be killed in one strike by the Flying Serpent King, and then it would still pursue him, leading to an inevitable battle. If that's the case, then let's fight. Fight. A level 25 Flying Serpent King? So covert and unrevealed, it deserves to die, Lu Jing roared inwardly. At that moment, without any hesitation, he directly executed his most powerful origin power secret technique of burning stars. Burning his star meridians. Burning his life star. Activating all the origin power potential contained within his body. Boom. Lu Jing's body flames burned even hotter, his legs powered up, creating afterimages as he raced along the mountain wall towards Li Yuan. Whoosh! The Flying Serpent King's wings vibrated, trying to dodge. Dodge your mother! Lu Jing roared, his legs fiercely trampling the solid rocks. Boom! He shot out like a cannonball, his speed soaring, darting through the sky like lightning, precisely aiming at the Flying Serpent King diving towards Li Yuan. Too fast. The Flying Serpent Valley was too narrow for the Flying Serpent King and Lu Jing. The two were only 100 meters apart. Bang! Lu Jing's entire body instantly collided with the massive body of the Flying Serpent King, the terrible impact causing the Flying Serpent King to involuntarily start tumbling. Kill! Threads of fiery saber light blossomed layer upon layer. Lu Jing completely unleashed his power, executing the burning stars secret technique, leaving him no way out. Only a desperate struggle could bring victory. Roar! Shout! The Flying Serpent King roared furiously, the repeated injuries driving it completely mad, its huge slender eyes fixated on Lu Jing. In an instant, the Flying Serpent King made up its mind to kill this human. Li Yuan? He had already been removed from its priority list of targets? Roar! The Flying Serpent King let out an enraged roar, its massive body tumbling as wings, claws, and gaping maw all became weapons in its frenzied attack on Lu Jing. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Jing, with astonishing speed, rapidly moved across its colossal body, desperately dodging its attacks, avoiding being thrown off. Rumble! At that moment, a stream of flame and a beam of blue light furiously clashed and battled each other, relentlessly chasing each other. Gradually falling deeper into the canyon, the terrifying aftermath of their confrontation caused many weaker flying serpents along their path to die. Seeing the terrifyingly strong Flying Serpent King entangled. Whoosh! Li Yuan bit his lip, understood it wasn't the time for sentimentality, seized the opportunity, his figure flickered and rapidly escaped higher up the canyon. Thud! Thud! The long spear shot out, striking and killing several flying serpents blocking the way, causing them to plummet into the depths of the canyon. Roar! A fearsome piercing scream echoed through Flying Serpent Valley. Li Yuan glanced up slightly to see a huge flying serpent breaking through the clouds and swiftly diving towards him. It was that 21.3 level second rank flying serpent. It had been ordered by the Flying Serpent King to pursue and kill Li Yuan. Roar! Roar! A large number of level 18 and above flying serpents, also following the commands of the Flying Serpent King, were crazily converging on Li Yuan from all directions. Again, Li Yuan's eyes were cold as ice as he fended off the attacks from the second-rank flying serpent while desperately fleeing. Speeding along the mountain wall toward the top of the ravine like lightning. Prime warriors, with their robust origin power, don't demand much from the terrain once they start fighting for their lives. But ultimately, Li Yuan was still not up to par. His strength was greatly limited on the mountain wall. Rumble! The battle was intense. However, if it had started at the bottom of the valley, 2 second-rank flying serpents leading a large group of first rank could have had a chance to besiege and kill Li Yuan. Now there was only one left, in addition to the higher-ranked flying serpents scattered from being killed. Thinking of stopping Li Yuan was nothing short of a fool's dream. Boom! Li Yuan had already rushed into the clouds, his ascent rate increasing ever faster, and the second-rank flying serpent was completely unable to handle Li Yuan, even sustaining continuous injuries from Li Yuan's attacks. The second-rank flying serpent, which was already severely injured by Lu Jing, now had even more grievous wounds. Dozens of seconds later, Li Yuan had burst through the clouds, less than 500 meters from the cliff top. Suddenly, roar, a dismal scream tore through the vast sky, traveling up from the bottom of Flying Serpent Valley, the sound thunderous, as if it contained endless rage and reluctance. This roar echoed through heaven and earth. The Flying Serpent King's roar. Li Yuan's complexion slightly changed. He couldn't understand the language of the Flying Serpent clan and was unclear about what was happening at the bottom of the valley. But Li Yuan faintly sensed that the Flying Serpent King seemed to have suffered a heavy injury. Could it be that Senior Lu Jing had won? As Li Yuan was filled with amazement and doubts. Ow! Ang! A second-rank flying serpent that had been leading a large group of flying serpents in a frenzied attack on Li Yuan. The moment it heard the roar, its eyes instantly turned blood red. Boom! The second-rank flying serpent suddenly turned, no longer caring about attacking Li Yuan, and with a flap of its wings and its head pointing downward, it was about to dive toward the bottom of the valley. And it also felt that the hope of killing Li Yuan was becoming even more distant. At this moment, it was as if something at the bottom of the Flying Serpent Valley was more valuable than the 3 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits on Li Yuan's body. However, just as the second-rank flying serpent decided to retreat not even 0.3 seconds ago and had just descended over 20 meters. Boom! A figure abruptly charged out from the slanting slope of a distant mountainside. Falling rapidly, like a meteor, it already landed fiercely on the body of the second-rank flying serpent. It was Li Yuan. In this split second, Li Yuan immediately made a decision to return to the bottom of the valley. Senior Lu is powerful, and in battle with the Flying Serpent King, he might have won. Let's take a gamble. A trace of madness flashed through Li Yuan's eyes. If he fled now, Li Yuan would have a great chance of saving his life, and he could also obtain 3 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits. But Li Yuan hesitated in his heart. Let's fight. The instant Li Yuan made his decision, he almost replicated Senior Lu Jing's action, only the target was now the second-rank flying serpent, whose strength was far inferior to that of the Flying Serpent King. Boom! After slamming fiercely into the body of the second-rank flying serpent, Li Yuan's long spear in his hand erupted instantly, thrusting straight at the waist of the second-rank flying serpent. With this sudden explosive thrust, the strength was so great it pierced right through the second-rank flying serpent's origin power defense. The spear tip struck the surface of the skin. In an instant, it tore open a huge wound. Blood splattered. At the bottom of the Flying Serpent Valley, a tragic battle was gradually nearing its end. Pu Kai, Pu, the previously majestic Flying Serpent King, now, had become exceedingly miserable. One of its gigantic wings was completely torn off by Lu Jing's combat saber, and its enormous body was covered in countless wounds inflicted by combat sabers. But it was still struggling to battle with Lu Jing, constantly swinging its claws, trying to force Lu Jing back. Die! Lu Jing's eyes were blood red, already utterly frenzied, his figure flickered like lightning. Over and over he swung his combat saber, getting closer, attacking the same wound on the body of the Flying Serpent King. Pu! Pu Kai! Pu! Flesh and blood flew in all directions. Having lost a wing, the impact on the Flying Serpent King was immense. The strength it could exert had suddenly dropped by a large margin. Most crucially, in terms of combat skills, Lu Jing was completely superior to it. Strength, speed? In Lu Jing's Burning Star state, going all out, the difference between them could almost be neglected. The key was that Lu Jing also had the Origin Power Battlesuit, which could completely withstand its many attacks. Die! The Flying Serpent King roared, constantly bellowing out in its own racial language. Its formidable spiritual power allowed it to sense that Lu Jing's life force was rapidly fading. He was on his last legs. Just to hold on a bit longer, the Flying Serpent King believed it could live to the end. Having lost a wing? As long as it was alive, there was still hope. Boom! Lu Jing suddenly surged forward, once again rushing towards the side where the wing had been torn, attempting to attack that largest wound. This wound was nearest to the heart of the Flying Serpent King. Roar! The Flying Serpent King growled lowly, its long tail swung fiercely, its massive body retreated explosively, and another wing swept toward Lu Jing, trying to block Lu Jing. In that instant, boom! Lu Jing's figure moved in an instant, using an extremely tricky movement technique. He suddenly leapt towards another huge wound on the waist of the Flying Serpent King. Pung! Blood splattered. This time it was not the combat saber slicing through the wound, but Lu Jing himself crashing into this huge wound. What? The Flying Serpent King was startled and enraged. It immediately set in motion a thought, its massive body rolling, powerful vigor surging wildly within, wave after wave of origin power also rushing, trying to grind into pieces Lu Jing, who was rampaging inside its body. Looking for death, the Flying Serpent King gritted its teeth, origin power operating within its body. Its might was even more terrifying. Starburst. As Lu Jing entered the body of the Flying Serpent King, a trace of madness passed through his eyes. Wash! Wash! His arms turned into two balls of fire in an instant, burning wildly, their might erupting to the utmost. Heart! Lu Jing charged forth. Ah! The Flying Serpent King let out a frenzied roar, its massive body rolling wildly. It only felt waves of heart-piercing pain erupting within its body. A rumble, the massive body of the Flying Serpent King tumbled wildly, its dreadful tail smashed against the mountain walls as if an earthquake was occurring, causing countless rocks to roll down. Whoosh! 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 The flying serpents, each and every one of them, were retreating in utter terror, looking on from a distance at this scene. Although the wisdom of most first-rank flying serpents was not high, at this moment, most of them understood that their king was suffering unparalleled agony. Suddenly, rumble, within the rolling mist. A massive flying serpent broke through the fog, rolling as it plummeted, colliding with the cliffside, its wings still struggling, before crashing down. Just as it was about to smash heavily into the ground. Whoosh! A black streak of light suddenly shot out from the body of the flying serpent, followed by the heavy thud of its body slamming into the muddy earth, shaking the ground violently, sending up a splash of water, grass, and dirt. Buma Li Yuan, holding a long spear, landed heavily on the ground. The second-rank flying serpent behind him was still struggling, but it was futile. A shocking, gaping hole was in its head. It was doomed. The king of the flying serpents, Li Yuan, stared intently at the king of the flying serpents several hundred meters away, rolling in agony. From the state of the creature and the wounds tearing open and bleeding at its waist, Li Yuan instantly deduced that Elder Lu Jing had penetrated the king of the flying serpent's body. This made Li Yuan gasp in shock. It was utterly insane. All of a sudden, Popa, a barely perceptible blast sounded, and the king of the flying serpent's eyes bulged out round in an instant. It felt its heart explode. If it were a flying heaven warrior, it might survive a shattered heart, but for first-rank and second-rank warriors without extremely special treasures, a shattered heart meant certain death. Rora, the king of the flying serpents, felt its life force rapidly draining away, rushing towards death. It was filled with unwillingness. As the ruler of the Flying Serpent Valley, it had been concealing itself in deep cultivation, hiding in the depths of the valley, and never showing itself for fear of being discovered by other clans' powerhouses. As a flying serpent from Ming Mountain, it also longed to become a flying heaven warrior, to return to Ming Mountain, to return home. But now, all that was destined to come to nothing. This? Li Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. His powerful spiritual power could feel the life force of the king of the flying serpents rapidly fading. Huff! The king of the flying serpents, which had been rolling in pain and madness, abruptly stopped. Its head turned, and a pair of snake eyes stared dead at Li Yuan hundreds of meters away. Li Yuan was inwardly startled and immediately sensed the terrifying intentions of the king of the flying serpents. Boom! Li Yuan immediately retreated hastily. Whoosh! Li Yuan retreated, but the king of the flying serpents charged even faster, its eyes locked on Li Yuan. letting out one last roar in its life, exerting the very last bit of its strength. It charged at Li Yuan like lightning. It was too fast. The huge difference in life levels allowed the king to catch up to Li Yuan only 100 meters into his retreat. Popa! A terrifying force hit Li Yuan, flinging him backward in an instant. He flew out for over 100 meters. Li Yuan finally tumbled and crashed onto the muddy grassland, several blood-activating origin spirit elixirs broken and scattered from the impact. Huff! Li Yuan rolled over and half knelt on the ground, unable to help spitting out a few mouthfuls of fresh blood, feeling as if his entire body was about to explode. The impact of the collision was terrifying. Li Yuan believed that the king of the flying serpents was indeed at the end of its tether, but even so, the power of this furious blow was astonishing. Even though the Origin Power battlesuit had absorbed most of the impact force, it still caused him a heavy injury with just the shock to his body. As the Origin Power circulated, Li Yuan felt much better. The king of the flying serpents, Li Yuan looked over. He saw the king of the flying serpents that had unleashed the last strike of its life, its gaze completely dimmed, finally losing its life. Thus, within the Flying Serpent Valley, all three of the second-rank leaders of the Flying Serpent clan were dead. Rora, Grola. On both sides of the ravine and even on the mountain walls, numerous flying serpents were still growling and roaring at Li Yuan. But fear was filling their eyes. The first-rank flying serpents had been fighting so fiercely without fear of death because their leaders were overseeing the battle. Now that the three mighty leaders were all dead, how could they possibly win? However, without any second-rank life, Li Yuan didn't much care about these first-rank flying serpents. Target life has expired. Li Yuan worried that the other might be feigning death, and finally used the Divine Palace inquiry. Confirmed without error. No more hesitation. Whoosh! Like a bolt of lightning, Li Yuan's figure dashed out, hurtling over 100 meters. He raced toward the collision-stricken body of the king of the flying serpents by the mountainside, heading straight for the large wound. Boom! Li Yuan's eyes were slightly red as he charged into the gaping hole filled with bloody flesh. Elder Lu! You must survive. You must! Li Yuan roared in his heart, filled with an obsessive determination. Li Yuan had risked his life to return to the bottom of the Flying Serpent Valley, all to rescue the other. Seconds later. Squish-a-pop! An injured Li Yuan struggled to drag out a half-destroyed, blood-stained corpse from the wound of the king of the flying serpent's body. Huff! He leaned the body against a relatively clean boulder. Elder Lu, Li Yuan growled, wiping the filthy blood from the other's head.
Cough, cough. Lu Jing, whose origin power was already drained and couldn't even sustain his battle garment, retained a sliver of consciousness. Li Yuan, why have you come back? I am dying.
Shut up, you're not dying. Li Yuan's eyes were slightly red as he roared back. Huff! Suddenly, a purple elixir appeared in Li Yuan's hand, emitting an odd fragrance. He pinched Lu Jing's chin and directly placed it into his mouth. Li Yuan pulled out what Li Yang had given him as a life-saving treasure before, the Origin Purple Life-Extending Pill. Below a Flying Heaven warrior, anyone who took it would survive as long as their head did not suffer a fatal injury, and they would recover from all their wounds. This. Arg. Lu Jing was extremely weak, his mouth slightly open as if he wanted to speak. He guessed that Li Yuan had taken out something to save lives and wanted to stop him. However, his origin power was completely exhausted. He had just fought desperately to kill the king of the flying serpents, used a life-risking secret technique, and lost both arms and a leg. In addition, he was at very close range to the surging origin power impact of the Flying Serpent King. It could be said that it was only good luck that he hadn't died on the spot. He could only let Li Yuan do as he pleased. Gulp! Lu Jing swallowed the Origin Purple Life-Extending Pill, and Li Yuan let go of his mouth, still looking at Lu Jing with some concern. Although Li Yang had boasted about it, Li Yuan still had a trace of doubt in his heart, given how severely injured Lu Jing was. But just a few seconds later, a trace of surprise flashed through Li Yuan's heart. Lu Jing's body suddenly shook violently, emitting a low roar, his face showing a hint of pain. It seemed he was enduring great pain, but his low roar made Li Yuan's eyes light up. His voice was much stronger than one would expect from a dying mana. The Origin Purple life-extending pill seemed to have pulled Lu Jing back from the brink of death. SS's intense pain swept through Lu Jing's entire body. Even his strong willpower was nearly at its limit, and he couldn't help but let out low roars of pain. That terrible pain made the veins on Lu Jing's face bulge violently.
It hurt too much. Good. Very good. Truly great. Li Yuan's face, however, revealed a trace of joy.
He had won the bet. Lu Jing was saved. In Li Yuan's perception, Lu Jing's life force was rapidly recovering. Climbing from previously less than level 10 in life level, it was now continuously rising. Level 13, 13.5, 14, 14.4, and even. Li Yuan watched as Lu Jing's limbs, which had been destroyed, were crazily regrowing at a speed visible to the naked eye of flesh, bones, sinews. Everything extending. As his maimed limbs grew, the polluted blood that had been contained within Lu Jing's body was also being forced out by the medicine's effect. Growth this fast? Li Yuan was inwardly astonished. He finally understood why Li Yong valued the Origin Purple life-extending pill so much, calling it priceless and an object of pursuit among prime warriors. The effect was indeed exaggerated. Raising the dead was definitely not possible, but regrowing flesh over bone was in no way an exaggeration.
Ah! Lu Jing's eyes bulged. His face had regained a healthy complexion, and he couldn't help but burst into a series of low roars.
He indeed felt his life force crazily recovering. However, the pain of limbs regrowing in an extremely short time was truly unbearable for ordinary people. It was so painful that Lu Jing almost felt like dying. His bones kept growing, as if they were grinding against his flesh. Ah! After a sudden roar, Lu Jing could no longer bear it and completely passed out. Only Lu Jing's body kept trembling. Passed out? It seems Senior Lu's willpower isn't as strong as I imagined. Is it that painful? Li Yuan muttered, it's better that he's passed out.
Being unconscious, sometimes, was a form of self-protection.
Phew. Li Yuan grabbed Lu Jing and slung him onto his back. The black battle garment that originally covered only the skin's surface flowed like liquid, instantly securing Lu Jing's body onto Li Yuan with rope-like strands. Li Yuan gave a shake. It was very stable. Time to go. Li Yuan surveyed his surroundings, which still remained dangerous. So much time had passed, and more flying serpents had been gathering from all directions. Although there was no second-rank flying serpent leading them, and the continuous fierce battles had inflicted heavy casualties on them, most of the flying serpents were now full of timidity and fear. But don't forget, many powerful flying serpents, especially those at level 19, still remembered that Li Yuan had taken away the 3 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits. In the eyes of these flying serpents, the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits represented their hope of breaking through to second rank. What a pity! Alone and having to carry Senior Lu, Li Yuan glanced at the huge corpse of the flying serpent king. Such a second-rank alien race creature was valuable. All Avera blood, flesh, skin, bones, could all be sold for extremely high prices. If the entire corpse could be safely brought back to Sha country, Li Yuan estimated that it could sell for at least 200 to 300 million Blue Star coins. Unfortunately, there was no way for Li Yuan alone to move such a colossal corpse from the deep valley. With that thought, whoosh, with a slight exertion of his legs, Li Yuan, carrying Lu Jing, leapt onto the head of the flying serpent king's corpse. The short knife landed in his hand. Li Yuan followed an existing wound on the giant's head and forcefully cut down. But he only left shallow blood marks. Damn, it's this hard? Li Yuan's eyes widened. Though he had anticipated the skin of a level 25 flying serpent king to be incredibly tough, he didn't expect it to be this strong. A force of 100,000 pounds had been unleashed. At that moment, Li Yuan realized how fortunate he was to have survived the flying serpent king's final blow. The gap between level 19 and level 25 is simply too vast. Buzz. With a thought from Li Yuan, Origin power surged into the dagger, a faint yellow streamer swept across the blade, and he slashed down fiercely once again. Rip, this time, he finally managed to make a cut. The blade, infused with Origin power, forcefully carved around the sharp horn on the head of the Flying Serpent King and ultimately plunged deep into the flesh. Merely 10 or so seconds. A sharp horn, approximately 30 centimeters high and with its flesh blurred, appeared in front of Li Yuan. Second-rank flying serpents can barely be considered as lesser dragons or lesser flood dragons, Li Yuan mused silently. Their snake horns are a sign of evolution and are worth at least tens of millions of blue star coins. Extremely rare. It was also the most valuable part of the Flying Serpent King's body, second only to the pair of sharp claws of the Flying Serpent King.
Whoosh! Li Yuan placed the huge horn at his waist, and the battle suit extended several black threads again, firmly wrapping it against his body.
The Origin Power battlesuit was active and could freely change its shape, forming packs, extending in length, and so on. But there was one thing. The farther it extended outward, the more its most important defense capability would decline, so the user had to gauge it carefully. What a pity! Li Yuan glanced at the pair of claws, each of which was taller than a person. Incredibly sharp. Just this pair of claws would be worth tens of millions of blue star coins, but unfortunately, they were too big, and there was no way Li Yuan could take them with him. This is enough. Being too greedy can choke you. It's best to stop while you're ahead. A teaching of his uncle surfaced in Li Yuan's mind: is seek fortune amidst danger but also risk losing it all. If it was purely for wealth, there was no need to be overly frantic.
Let's go. After storing away the dagger, Li Yuan's figure moved, gripping the long spear as he darted towards the distance with astonishing speed.
Seeing Li Yuan truly attempting to escape, roar, roar, the flying serpents above level 19 could no longer restrain themselves and rushed over with fierce roars. They also tried to command other flying serpents to intercept Li Yuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not only did many flying serpents on the ground lunge over, but from the cliffsides, several others also swooped down with outstretched wings from high above, aiming at Li Yuan as he ascended swiftly. Peefed. Swoosh, swoosh. Terrifying spear shadows swept across the vast sky, and the bodies of the flying serpents charging at Li Yuan were either torn apart or their heads were pierced. Their massive bodies fell towards the ground one after another. Not one was a match for him. Previously, even the 21.3 level flying serpent leader, leading a substantial number of first-rank flying serpents in attack, was rapidly killed by Li Yuan in a desperate fight. Let alone these ordinary flying serpents of mere level 16 or 17. In fact, during the initial inquiry, had it not been for the discovery of 2 second-rank flying serpents, Li Yuan might have directly taken action. First rank, now there were hardly any that Li Yuan took seriously. Whoosh! Ascending along the cliff at high speed, the flying serpents daring to intercept became fewer and fewer. Soon after, Li Yuan had flipped over the cliff and swiftly disappeared into the vast forests. Inside Flying Serpent Valley, only a scene of devastation remained along with bodies, as the mournful wails of the flying serpents echoed continuously. With Lu Jing on his back, Li Yuan quickly escaped from the confines of Flying Serpent Valley, not daring to delay for even a moment. So much time has passed. If the high-level members of the Tinliang clan really make a move and send a prime warrior here, they could be very close to Flying Serpent Valley by now. Li Yuan had firmly decided that it was best to quickly flee far away first. Li Yuan did not believe he could stand against the Tinliang clan's army alone. Escaping was the right path, guided by the map. In less than 20 minutes, Li Yuan had escaped more than 30 kilometers, and the signal from his smart ring had completely recovered. I should first report the situation to base, to prevent any misjudgments by other senior members. Li Yuan instinctively looked back at Lu Jing, who was still unconscious. Lu Jing's limbs had fully regrown, and his breathing had become long and steady. His life force was growing stronger. My encounter with Senior Lu Jing. Li Yuan organized his words and reported the rough situation at Flying Serpent Valley, mainly about how he and Lu Jing battled 3 second-rank flying serpents and ultimately killed them all, as well as the process of Lu Jing's severe injury. He only concealed the matter of the 3 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits. If Flying Serpent Valley was suitable for establishing a war base, it should be up to the country to develop it. But as for the 3 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits, from beginning to end, they were a spoil of war seized by him and Senior Lu Jing. Li Yuan did not intend to share them with anyone else. Li Yuan wanted to avoid unnecessary troubles and covetous eyes. After taking care of all this, whoosh, Li Yuan turned into a streak of light, continuing his journey toward outpost base number 3. At this moment, in Li Yuan's heart, the farther from Flying Serpent Valley, the safer it was. About 2 hours after the fierce battle between Li Yuan and Lu Jing in Flying Serpent Valley. Whoosh, 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 3 figures moved extremely fast, each surpassing 80 meters per second, easily dodged the flying serpents, and arrived above the canyon of Flying Serpent Valley. Shui Shu, is this the Flying Serpent Valley you spoke of? Where is the 7 stars human prime warrior you mentioned in your transmission? A burly man with black skin asked in a deep voice, peering down at the foggy canyon. In the valley, the roars of the flying serpents could still be heard sporadically. I just explored the surroundings, and there are quite a few flying serpent corpses, but I haven't discovered any traces of the 7 stars humans so far, another tall, thin man dressed in a battle suit said quietly. Delgado, Mo Li, do you really suspect that I am lying? A trace of anger flit through the eyes of the demonically enchanting youth, Shui Shu, in the blood-red robe. The burly man and Mo Li exchanged glances but said nothing. In terms of strength, as second-rank warriors, they naturally had the upper hand over Shui Shu. But the other party was a core disciple of the Holy Land and held a higher sequence level within the Tinliang clan than they did. It shouldn't be. How could there be none? Shui Shu, the demonically enchanting youth in a blood-red robe, surveyed the canyon below and after scanning it twice, his expression suddenly changed. This is bad, we're too late. Look over there. Shui Shu pointed to a cliff about a kilometer away. There are many flying serpent corpses. What? Flying serpent corpses? The burly man and the tall, thin young man immediately looked over. On that gentle slope of a cliff, lay numerous flying serpent corpses, and there were evident signs of an intense battle on the mountain wall. It's just that they were right above this particular part of the cliff. Plus, with the large number of flying serpent corpses, the blood, and the vines being similar in color, they hadn't noticed them at first glance. Not just one place, look there are also signs of battle, Shui Shu said.
And there as well. With careful observation, the 3 Tianliang clan experts discovered even more traces.
It was enough to deduce that a brutal battle had erupted inside Flying Serpent Valley not long before. Such a fierce battle, it must have been second-ranked combatants. Are we too late? Delgado, the burly man, frowned. Shui Shu, did you say there are soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits at the bottom of the valley? There's a 90% chance. Shui Shu nodded heavily, as he had his own method of judgment. Then let's go, Delgado said quietly, to find out the truth. All of us? Mo Li, the tall, thin young man, frowned. Could there be an ambush? You can choose not to go, I don't mind. And if the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits are still there, don't be upset if I hide 1 or 2 for myself, Delgado said indifferently. With that, whoosh, Delgado's figure moved, and he quickly sped towards the bottom of Flying Serpent Valley along the cliff. Let's go, Mo Li shrugged and immediately rushed downward. These 2 guys. Shui Shu gritted his teeth. His strength was the weakest, and naturally, he was reluctant to delve into the peril-filled Flying Serpent Valley. But he was also extremely eager for the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits. Let's give it a try. If I really run into danger, Delgado and the others won't harm me, Shui Shu thought to himself. Moreover, it seems that not all of the Flying Serpent tribe died, and there's no sign of the 7 stars human warriors. Most likely, the 7 stars human martial artists have left. Shui Shu still harbored some hope in his heart. Whoosh! Shui Shu also followed closely, continuously descending the cliff. Without any attempt to conceal their presence, the 3 great powerhouses of the Tinliang clan charged violently along their way, easily slaughtering any flying serpents that dared to block their path. Finally, these flying serpents scattered one after another, mistaking these humans as being from the same group, since they looked quite similar. A few minutes later, the three great warriors of the Tinliang clan fought their way to the bottom of the valley, and when they saw the large number of flying serpent corpses, especially those of the 3 second-rank flying serpents, they all fell completely silent. All dead? 3 second-rank flying serpents, all killed?
This flying serpent, judging from its size, was at least 24 years old, right? It has been killed too. Delgado and Mo Li's expressions shifted slightly, a sense of crisis beginning to rise in their hearts.
Both of them, one at sequence level 24, the other just at 23. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3 Tinliang clan warriors dispersed, inquiring in all directions. They soon regathered. There are traces of the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, but no soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood was found, so it is unclear whether it was recently harvested or consumed by the second-rank flying serpents earlier, Mo Li said in a low voice, holding a palm-sized special instrument in his hand. The soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit is gone. Shui Shu's face became extremely ugly. He had been planning for a long time for the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. Also, I've done a preliminary check, and there is likely an origin crystal vein beneath this gorge, continued Mo Li. What? An origin crystal vein? Delgado and Shui Shu's expressions changed dramatically. They were all too aware of the value of origin crystals. Origin crystals, high-energy origin power crystals, had a multitude of uses, especially as the driving core in various origin power weapons researched by the technological civilization. The core of the origin crystal was often referred to as marrow crystal, with an even more exorbitantly high value. Based on my preliminary calculations, it's just a small vein, Mo Li continued. Of course, precise testing would require specialized instruments and personnel. Delgado and Shui Shu's expressions relaxed slightly. A small vein? That wasn't as exaggerated. No wonder there are so many blood-nourishing source Ganoderma thriving here. There's actually an origin crystal vein underground, murmured Delgado, a gleam in his eyes. We must seize this place, and once we successfully establish a base and begin excavating. Even if it's just a small origin crystal vein, we, as discoverers and initial developers, can easily share tens of billions, or even more, of Tinliang currency. Mo Li and Shui Shu couldn't help nodding, a trace of longing in their eyes. Tens of billions of Tinliang currency? That was a huge fortune for any second-rank stronghold. The biggest trouble is the 7 stars human civilization, said Mo Li softly. Someone capable of taking down 3 second-rank flying serpents and leaving safely without using any kind of thermal weapons. The strength of the 7 stars human warriors must be very formidable, I think certainly stronger than us. Now, I'm also not sure if they've discovered the origin crystal vein. My suggestion is to retreat first, Mo Li said. Report back to the base and call in more resources and warriors from our civilization, then decisively secure this place. No, Delgado firmly rejected, shaking his head. We can't gamble that the 7 stars human civilization are fools. If we give them time to establish a defensive system, our chances of mounting a counterattack later would be 10 times harder, with casualties beyond prediction. You should know, Flying Serpent Valley is closer to their forward base than to ours. So what do we do? Asked Mo Li. We stay here, on covert alert, Delgado solemnly said. Indeed, the warriors of the 7 stars human civilization are strong, but they should only have a limited advantage in strength over us. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated immediately after killing all the second-rank flying serpents. I even suspect that their main forces have suffered heavy losses, or even that a prime warrior has died, and the bodies were simply taken away. Mo Li and Shui Shu could not help nodding. Delgado's analysis made sense. Then let's stay on covert alert. Shui Shu, you and I will team up, and Delgado will operate solo. We will each monitor a section of the mountain range, said Mo Li. Then, order your people to come as quickly as possible. At the same time, I will write the report as soon as possible, notify the base, and request the higher-ups of civilization to increase support, Mo Li said. Our mission is, once the strong of the 7-star human civilization return, we must hold them off. Delgado and Shui Shu both nodded in agreement. Let's go, let's head up first. 7-star human civilization, outpost base number 3, inside that huge conference room. Killed 3 second-rank flying serpents? One of them a level 25 flying serpent? Lu Jing severely injured and unconscious. The woman in purple and Han Chang were both shocked, staring at the intelligence transmitted by Li Yuan. Far beyond their expectations. An alien race of level 25 emerged within our territory and we had no clue whatsoever before, Han Chang said with a hint of anger in his voice. What were the inquiry teams doing? The outpost base needed to inquire about the surrounding area of 1,000 kilometers all year round. If the second-rank alien race had their minds set on hiding, how could those first-rank martial artists uncover them? The woman in purple shook her head. This time, if it weren't for Xuan and Lu Jing venturing deep into Flying Serpent Valley, we might have never driven out this strong flying serpent. What do we do now? Han Chang frowned. Let's stick to the original plan. The forward units that have already departed should continue moving, the woman in purple whispered. I've already locked onto Xuan's location, and I will now lead the forward troops with medicine to find Xuan immediately. You're going? Han Chang was surprised. Doesn't that mean the base will be left with only me as a prime warrior? The key issue is that Lu Jing is already seriously injured. What do we fight with? Han Chang frowned.
He was already thinking about giving up on Flying Serpent Valley, abandoning the plan.
It's not about what we want to fight for, but what we must. The woman in purple's eyes flashed a cold light. Compared to Lu Jing, I'm more worried about Flying Serpent Valley right now. What's wrong with Flying Serpent Valley? Han Chang was startled. If it can cultivate the blood-nourishing source spiritual fungi in large quantities and even give birth to so many second-rank flying serpents in such a short time. I don't believe there's no secret in Flying Serpent Valley, the woman in purple said gravely. If the Tinliang clan occupies this place, sets up a base, and they are only 900 kilometers away from our outpost base, do you think we can still coexist peacefully? War is inevitable sooner or later, might as well fight now. At the very least, we can't let them establish a stable defense system, the woman in purple said. What about me? What do I do? Han Chang couldn't help asking. Contact our superiors, request support, the woman in purple said earnestly. If necessary, ask Outpost Base Number 4 to support us. Outpost Base Number 4? Han Chang was surprised. Xia Country, within the Mingshu Star Realm, has both Outpost Base Number 3 and Number 4, but due to their vast distance, there is not much communication between the two bases under normal circumstances. Before long, the woman in purple took a group of martial artists and flew in the direction of Li Yuan's smart wristband location on a flying vehicle. In just over an hour, Li Yuan carrying Lu Jing had already fled for hundreds of kilometers. Whoosh! Li Yuan moved agilely, jumping over a river and rushing through the savage forest at high speed. Suddenly, Li Yuan, put me down, a vigorous voice came from behind Li Yuan. It was as if he had just woken up. Senior Lu? Li Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart, his mind stirred. Hiss, hiss, the Origin Power Battle garment retracted, and Lu Jing, who was originally lying on Li Yuan's back, immediately fell down, standing firmly on the grassland. Senior, are you all right? Li Yuan turned around, his eyes lit up, noticing that Lu Jing's aura had fully recovered. Aside from his tattered clothing, the previously severely damaged arms, legs, and so on were all in perfect condition, showing no signs of the past injuries. He even seemed better than before the great battle. Subconsciously, Li Yuan used the Divine Palace inquiry. Target creature. Life level at 25.6 rank. Li Yuan was taken aback. Rank 25.6. How had he become so much stronger than before the injury? Not only am I better, your spirit medicine not only treated me, it even healed some of the chronic injuries I had for years, restoring my strength to its peak, Lu Jing said with a hint of a smile. Restored to the peak? Li Yuan's pupils shrank, and he instantly remembered the first time he saw Lu Jing. The accompanying military officer had said that Lu Jing had declined in strength due to injuries. That's great, Li Yuan showed a smile. It was worth the price. I'm just sorry to you. Lu Jing sighed. Such a miraculous elixir is surely an invaluable treasure. Probably a life-saving trump card. Your teacher prepared for you, and I guess you only have this one piece. Although Lu Jing always stationed in the star realm, with relatively limited information, his insights were not shallow. He could imagine the value of the medicine a 10 billion? 50 billion? Perhaps even 100 billion blue star coins. Senior, you covered my retreat, and that was why you fought desperately against the Flying Serpent King. Otherwise, you could have escaped with your strength, Li Yuan said solemnly. The Origin Purple Longevity Pill was precious, but treasures only have value when used. Li Yuan did not regret it. As planned, you were responsible for seizing the treasure, and I was responsible for the aftermath. You admirably completed the task you were responsible for. It's my lack of foresight that led to this outcome. Lu Jing shook his head. Since I caused the mistake, I naturally had to make a full effort to rectify it. Covering the retreat was the right thing to do. How about this? I can't make up for such a rare and precious elixir. Lu Jing looked at Li Yuan. You take all 3 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits. In addition, when we return, I will transfer 20 billion blue star coins to you. After all, I am just an intermediate-level prime warrior. Even though I earn more than the average prime warrior by stationing in the star realm, it is still limited. Don't think it's too little, Lu Jing said. That won't do. Li Yuan shook his head. Then wouldn't Senior have labored for nothing? Not for nothing, on the contrary, there have been great gains. Lu Jing's eyes were bright, his smile conveying his mood. This battle in Flying Serpent Valley, through life and death struggle, my technique broke through, reaching subtlety. For me, that is worth more than 100 billion blue star coins, Li Yuan said. Subtlety of the spirit? Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Congratulations, Senior, I'm happy for you. To become a prime warrior, one must master 4th-level skills. Subtlety of the spirit is an essential condition for becoming a high-level prime warrior, level 26 to 28. Unity of heaven and man at the 5th stage is the necessary condition for becoming a top-grade prime warrior, level 29. Therefore, most prime warriors, as long as they don't break through too old, can gradually reach level 24 and 25 after many years of practice. For instance, Wan Qing is a level 25 prime warrior. But to advance further to become a high-level prime warrior, the difficulty skyrockets and their numbers dwindle. A high-level prime warrior, even at Kunlun Martial University, would qualify to be an official teacher. A breakthrough transformation in skill, indeed, is something that no amount of money can buy. Speaking of skills alone, you are my senior. To have reached the 5th stage unity of heaven and man at such a young age, Lu Jing said with a smile, such talent is extraordinary. No wonder your teacher wants you to keep a low profile. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. 5th stage unity of heaven and man, techniques that pursue the mysterious flow of the natural movement of heaven and earth, invisible from the outside. But those with great strength could judge through the might of the techniques. With Senior's accumulation, I'm afraid it won't be long before you break through to level 26, Li Yuan said with a smile. With another 10 years of hard cultivation, I should be able to reach above level 27, Lu Jing nodded, quite spirited as well. Today's recovery from hidden injuries and the breakthrough in skill, breaking the bottleneck of decades, naturally brought excitement and joy to his heart. Seeing Lu Jing's demeanor, Li Yuan also felt quite emotional. Martial artists like Lu Jing were considered excellent in their youth, but the path of the martial path is still rugged, and now he has achieved subtlety of the spirit at over 70 years of age. Subtlety of the spirit can greatly tap into one's bodily potential. But if one is too old, and the vitality of the body is lacking, it is very difficult to rapidly improve physical quality as in one's youth. Hence Lu Jing mentioned 10 years as the hopeful time to advance to above level 27. Senior, you saved my life, and I used spiritual medicine to save yours. We're even, Li Yuan said earnestly. But the 2 billion blue star coins you just mentioned is probably the accumulation of decades, and you will need a lot of resources for future cultivation. I can't accept it.
As a prime warrior stationed at the outpost base of the Mingshu Star Realm, indeed, one cannot return to Blue Star.
However, all sorts of cultivation materials and resources can be exchanged through the entry points of the Star Realm. Money can be spent. Moreover, Li Yuan was clear that average prime warriors, if they do not adventure in the star realms, would not accumulate much wealth. Having over 100 million would be considered good. Even if they survive adventures in the star realms, unless they find heavenly materials treasures, it's difficult to surpass 10 billion. After all, the various cultivation resources for prime warriors are very costly. Lu Jing, who has been guarding one place, facing dangers far beyond ordinary prime warriors, must have earned quite a bit. But after all these years of accumulation, this 2 billion is probably also most of it. Li Yuan likes money, but to readily take away most of an elderly senior's fortune? He felt uncomfortable in his heart. There are things to do and things not to do. Li Yuan has his own bottom line. Don't want it? Lu Jing was stunned. Besides, Li Yuan suddenly flipped his hand, and a blue fruit appeared in his palm. Its surface occasionally flashed with a layer of silver light, full of mystery and allure. Unbelievably beautiful. Soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. Lu Jing couldn't help looking at Li Yuan. Li Yuan, what is this? Senior, according to our previous agreement, I claim 20%, Li Yuan smiled, for the subsequent treasure hunt. I'm shamelessly claiming 2 fruits because I put in more effort than senior. But this one fruit, you must accept no matter what, Li Yuan said. No. You won't take my money, but you want to give me a soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. Is it because you think the money I offered was too little? Lu Jing's face showed a trace of anger. Just like Li Yuan. Lu Jing also has his own principles, and he believes Li Yuan deserves what he offered. Senior, Li Yuan said with a smile, this soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit is not just for you. Now that you have achieved subtlety of the spirit, if you consume this spirit fruit, your spiritual power will transform again, greatly increasing your chances of grasping unity of heaven and man, Li Yuan said sincerely. If you achieve unity of heaven and man, the possibility of becoming a top-grade prime warrior in the future is promising, and your role in the Mingshu star realm will be greatly enhanced. Lu Jing's heart was moved. He cared not for the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit itself, but was touched by Li Yuan's mention of unity of heaven and man. Indeed, if spiritual power undergoes transformation, the future prospects of realizing unity of heaven and man would be greatly increased. For those who have achieved subtlety of the spirit, who wouldn't look forward to unity of heaven and man? You make a good point. Lu Jing looked at Li Yuan, then shook his head and said, but this way you lose out too much. I feel too uncomfortable. How about this? Let's consider this soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit as something I'm buying. How about 10 billion blue star coins? Lu Jing said earnestly. You must accept this 10 billion blue star coins no matter what. Otherwise, I will not accept this soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. That was Lu Jing's bottom line. All right. Li Yuan nodded with a smile and did not refuse any longer, handing the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit to Lu Jing. 10 billion blue star coins? If Li Yuan were to include the value of the 2 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits he obtained, it would be hard to appraise their worth without an auction to determine it. But the total gains from this venture could well be between 50 and 100 billion blue star coins. Indeed, it was staggeringly immense. This exceeded the wealth that most mid-level prime warriors could accumulate in their lifetime. This is a fact. This is also why countless martial artists are desperate to take on the dangers of the star realms. Although it is extremely perilous, just one lucky find of a heavenly materials treasure could make one rich overnight and set for life. Li Yuan's procurement of the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits from the Flying Serpent Valley this time was due to his strength, but luck played a part too. Even so, it was still perilous. Moreover, although the final gain was significant, Li Yuan also lost a life-saving, Origin Purple Longevity Pill, making it hard to determine the gains and losses. Senior, what shall we do now? Li Yuan asked. I just reported to the base. Quickly. Li Yuan explained to Lu Jing the whole process of his recent report to the base.
You did the right thing. Under those circumstances, you should have reported, Lu Jing nodded. However, now that I'm awake, and my strength has not only recovered but greatly increased, our original plan needs to change.
I will communicate with the base, he said. All right, Li Yuan nodded. Lu Jing quickly dialed the base's communication, and soon someone answered. Hello. A deep voice came through the communication. I am Lu Jing. Let Han Chong patch through the communication, Lu Jing said indifferently. Not long after, Lu Jing ended the communication with the base. In fact, the content of his exchange with the base was simple. He informed Han Chong that not only had his strength been restored but it had also made a breakthrough. He asked the base to dispatch a team as quickly as possible and to apply for support from the alliance. Li Yuan had been listening on the side the whole time. Senior, it will take a few hours for the first wave of support from the base to get here. What do we do now? Li Yuan asked. What else can we do? Closed-door training, Lu Jing said with a grin. Consume spirit fruit. Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Heavenly materials treasures are of no use just by looking, Lu Jing said seriously. They only exhibit their full effect and value when consumed and fully digested. So, possession is reassuring? Li Yuan nodded. Senior, I know a place that's very suitable for closed-door training. Shall we go together? Okay. Lu Jing nodded. However, he had already guessed where Li Yuan was planning to take him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them moved swiftly through the woodland, covering over 10 kilometers to quickly reach the base of a cliff by a large river. Standing in the riverbed, they could vaguely make out the cave displayed atop the high cliff. It was indeed the spot where Li Yuan had last conducted his closed-door training. Senior, come on up, Li Yuan said lightly, leaping gracefully like a gibbon and rapidly climbing up. Lu Jing followed close behind. The two of them entered the cave, one after the other. It was still very clean and extremely dry within. The space was also ample. Not to mention 2 people, even if there were dozens of people inside the cave, it wouldn't feel cramped. You do know how to find a good spot, Lu Jing said with a laugh, having secretly protected Li Yuan before, he actually knew about this place. I found it by chance, Li Yuan said with a smile. Then let's each consume our own, Lu Jing said. According to the data, it should take 2 to 3 hours for the initial effects to manifest. By that time, the base team probably won't be able to make it here yet. Okay, Li Yuan nodded. Li Yuan and Lu Jing each found a spot in the cave and sat down cross-legged. Concentrate your spirit, Li Yuan muttered, gently closing his eyes. With a thought, his origin power battlesuit extended a black tray from his chest, lifting a soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit upon it. According to the Martial Hall's data archives, a single soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit can, under normal circumstances, cause the spiritual power of an ordinary origin martial artist to soar to the level comparable to a 29th grade top-grade origin martial artist, Li Yuan thought to himself. But this soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit of mine seems to be even more peculiar. Li Yuan recalled the retrieval process. First came the spiritual pressure, then the soul-nurturing ancient spirit wood dispersed on its own. Everything was indicative of the extraordinariness of this soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. My own spiritual power is already close to 29th grade.
I wonder if this special soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit can help me reach the limit of an origin martial artist in one fell swoop, Li Yuan mused, gently closing his eyes.
Flying heaven level? Li Yuan didn't dare to imagine. Just like how moving from the 2nd rank to the 3rd rank in physical realm is a vast difference, a transition in the very essence of life itself. Much greater than the difference from advancing from the 1st rank to the 2nd rank by more than tenfold. Similarly, advancing spiritual power from 29th grade to 30th grade is also a transformation. According to the Martial Hall's data archives, on the history of human martial path, those so-called talents in spiritual power, after becoming origin martial artists, would gradually increase their spiritual power to 29th grade, Li Yuan thought. But for their spiritual power to reach 30th grade, it is extremely difficult, not much easier than for an ordinary top-grade origin martial artist. In a word, want your spiritual power to reach 30th grade? Under normal circumstances, one must first elevate their life level to the 30th grade, then nourish the soul with a strong body to allow for the transformation of spiritual power. Therefore, Li Yuan only hoped that after consuming the spirit fruit, his spiritual power could directly soar to the level of 29.9 grade. Afterward, he could slowly hone his skills using the observing the sun's empty heart scripture, and strive to break through to the 30th grade. After a while, Li Yuan's mind became completely tranquil, and his entire being even faintly entered the special state of unity of heaven and man. Gurgle, Li Yuan picked up the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, slightly smaller than a fist, and placed it in his mouth where it instantly melted, turning into a pool of liquid that flowed down Li Yuan's throat in an instant. It was very refreshing. Hiss, hiss, upon introspecting his own body, Li Yuan could clearly feel that the liquid from the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit hadn't even reached his stomach before turning into a stream of strange powers merging into his flesh and blood.
Rustling, these streams of strange power coursed through his chest and neck, swiftly flowing into his brain.
The soul resides in the spiritual world of the brain. It's so hot, Li Yuan, eyes tightly shut, felt his head was slightly warm and a bit heavy. But those strange powers had already merged into his spiritual world, fusing into Li Yuan's consciousness. Whoosh! Li Yuan's consciousness could clearly sense these streams of strange power pouring in, rapidly transforming into spiritual power. His soul power kept leaping upwards. It was as though a person was voraciously eating meat, and with every bite, the meat would be consumed instantly, only to be directly transformed into muscles throughout the body. The conversion efficiency was astonishing. Your spiritual power has increased from 28.4 grade to 28.5 grade, flashed a prompt from the Divine Palace.
Just in this short time, my spiritual power has risen by 0.1 grade. Li Yuan was amazed inwardly. Hiss, hiss. The power consumed by the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit was just a very small fraction. It continued to transform frenetically. It was over 100 times faster than when Li Yuan would practice the visualization method to enhance his spiritual power on regular days. Your spiritual power has increased from 28.5 grade.
Your spiritual power has increased from 28.8 grade. As time passed, prompts from the Divine Palace kept flashing by. Not only was Li Yuan's spiritual power continuously breaking through and transforming, but not far away, Lu Jing had also consumed a soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. The spiritual power of both was soaring. Li Yuan's consciousness remained very clear as he felt the transformation of his spiritual power, and it took less than half an hour. Your spiritual power has increased from level 28.9 to level 29.0. Your spiritual power has reached level 29, and the upper limit of your spiritual awakening level has been raised to 35%. 2 consecutive prompts flashed by. Li Yuan's Divine Palace panel underwent corresponding changes. Just as I had guessed before, every time the shackles of the Divine Palace are broken, if one wishes to raise the upper limit of spiritual awakening, one must first increase their spiritual power, Li Yuan murmured to himself. He could understand this. The Divine Palace panel originated from the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, which resided within the world of the mind. So, the stronger the spiritual power and the more powerful the world of the mind, the more abilities of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace could be discovered. It was only natural. However, I previously thought that spiritual power at level 26 would increase the upper limit of spiritual awakening. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Unexpectedly, it took reaching level 29 to finally get the spiritual awakening level up to 35%. What a pity. Once the upper limit of spiritual awakening is reached, killing members of the alien race no longer yields spiritual nutrients, Li Yuan muttered to himself. Quite a waste of spiritual nourishment. Otherwise, with just the numerous flying serpents that Li Yuan had killed in Flying Serpent Valley, he could have directly piled up his spiritual awakening level to 35% by now. But Li Yuan wasn't in a hurry. Even if he advanced to 35%, he temporarily wouldn't be able to incorporate origin power into his body, and the second spiritual guidance was still far off. Spirit. Heaven and earth. Indeed, the stronger the spiritual power, the clearer the perception of the mysteries of heaven and earth. Li Yuan silently felt the many benefits and changes that came with his increased spiritual power. His consciousness was very clear, his thoughts moved faster. Most crucially, he found it easier to sense the subtle aspects of his body, and the clearer perception of the heaven and earth around him, capturing the faintest fluctuations and mysteries of the heaven and earth, had also become much easier than before. No wonder many prime warriors spend decades of hard work in their early training to barely master 4th level techniques. Countless thoughts emerged in Li Yuan's mind. Later, by chance, they encounter some spiritual treasures that transform their spiritual power, and they eventually become top-grade origin martial artists. The experiences of life are truly astonishing. Comprehension is even more unfathomable. And without a doubt, spiritual power is like an amplifier, multiplying a person's comprehension and talents by several times. The power converted from the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit was still crazily transforming within Li Yuan's body, continuously boosting Li Yuan's spiritual power. Your spiritual power has increased from level 29.0 to 29.1. Another Divine Palace prompt flashed by. A time passed, and nearly 2 hours had gone by in a blink. Spiritual power is at level 29.7 now. Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace panel. He was very close to the second order limit. The strength of my spiritual power has increased tremendously since breaking through to level 29. But the speed of leveling up is getting slower and slower, Li Yuan noticed. Moreover, as time passes, the efficacy of the spirit fruit is rapidly declining. The further along one's cultivation, the greater the gap between each level. Furthermore, with something like the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, the effect of the first one is phenomenal, but the second one is significantly less effective. The step up in spiritual power from level 29.1 to 29.2 might even be greater than the gap from 28.7 to 29.0, Li Yuan thought to himself. Upon a brief estimate of the remaining medicinal power of the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, Li Yuan understood that it was indeed impossible for his spiritual power to surge past level 30 today. But Li Yuan was already immensely satisfied. I did not know before that the span of level 29 of spiritual power would be so vast, Li Yuan thought to himself. Without the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, by simply practicing the visualization method normally, it would take at least 1 year to raise my spiritual power from level 28.4 to 29.9. One soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, saving 1 year? Worth it. In fact, if it took Li Yuan 1 year to practice the visualization method, many ordinary prime warriors would struggle to experience such a transformation in their lifetime. Nearly another hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Jing, who had consumed the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit first, slowly opened his eyes. His previously aged face seemed to have grown much younger, and his eyes were brighter, revealing a hint of a smile. The soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit is indeed as good as its reputation, and its effects are even stronger than what's recorded in the database. Just one piece made my spiritual power surge by 6 or 7 times. I reckon it's quite decent even among top-grade origin martial artists. Lu Jing felt deeply moved. He gently closed his eyes. Upon sensing his whole body with a movement of the mind, the countless subtle vigor forces that previously seemed somewhat vague due to weak spiritual power and just having broken through subtlety were now easily sensed in every part of his body. This is the advantage of having strong spiritual power. Reach level 27 in 10 years? Now, give me 10 years, and I absolutely have the hope of reaching level 28. Lu Jing made a firm resolution, reflecting on the past 2 days. He had originally only planned to come to protect Li Yuan. And what happened? He first fought a great battle with several second-rank flying serpents, then had a brush with death and a breakthrough in technique, and at the end, he even got a soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. It was truly a turn for the better. Li Yuan, he really is my lucky star. Lu Jing subconsciously looked towards Li Yuan. He had a very favorable impression of Li Yuan. Li Yuan's techniques are strong, but he is still a first-rank life, and his spiritual power is probably not as good as mine. Lu Jing thought to himself. With this soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, his spiritual power will probably transform to nearly that of a prime warrior. His cultivation speed will also greatly increase. He truly is an extraordinary genius. Lu Jing silently regulated his breathing. As Lu Jing finished his cultivation, your spiritual power has increased from level 29.8 to 29.9. A Divine Palace prompt flashed by. After a grueling 3 hours of cultivation, Li Yuan's spiritual power finally made a difficult breakthrough to the 29.9 level. At this moment, Li Yuan could clearly sense that the medicinal effect of the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit in his body had almost completely depleted. It looks like reaching the flying heaven level of spiritual power will still take some time, Li Yuan mused to himself. But just in that instant, boom, in the world of Li Yuan's mind, inside the mind-spirit divine palace, a series of roars suddenly exploded, causing an instant throbbing pain in his head. The pain was unbearable. Mind-spirit divine palace. Li Yuan noticed something unusual in the world of his mind. With a thought, Li Yuan's consciousness arrived at the first layer of the mind-spirit divine palace. The entire first layer now seemed as if it was daylight. Li Yuan's consciousness quickly detected the source of the mutation. It was the Great Sun Jade platform. In the past, it had always been quiet. It was only utilized by Li Yuan when he wanted to practice the visualization method. But as Li Yuan's spiritual power reached the second-order limit, it seemed to have sensed something and burst into endless, dazzling light. This light shone, as if with an intangible force, causing the entire mind-spirit divine palace to sway and tremble. What's going on? Li Yuan was shocked in his heart. This was an unprecedented mutation.
Without any hesitation, with a thought, Li Yuan's mighty, surging spiritual power attempted to suppress the Great Sun Jade platform to stabilize the mind-spirit divine palace.
However, as soon as Li Yuan's thoughts touched the Great Sun Jade platform, boom boom boom, Li Yuan only felt his soul shake, and the surrounding scene changed immediately. The mind-spirit divine palace had vanished. He found himself in the midst of an endless, vast starry sky, and not too far off was that eternally bright and terrifying sun, shining down its light. The light of the sun was many times more intense than usual. This was the place where Li Yuan would cultivate the Great Sun Starry Sky scripture on normal days. It's because of this sun, Li Yuan immediately realized that it was the abrupt outburst of the sun. Its light, passing through the Great Sun Jade platform, was what made the entire mind-spirit divine palace unstable.
And then it affected his own inner world. It turned out that there was indeed a sun contained within the Great Sun Jade platform, and it wasn't just pure imagination. This discovery shocked Li Yuan even more.
How many secrets is the mind-spirit divine palace still hiding? Sizzle, sizzle, under the illumination of the sun, strands of scorching sunlight directly struck Li Yuan's consciousness, sweeping over his awareness with waves of intense pain. If it had been Li Yuan a year ago, under this scorching sunlight, he probably wouldn't last a second before being overwhelmed by the pain and fainting. But now, with 30 levels of willpower, 29.9 levels of spiritual power, Li Yuan could easily endure this terrible agony without batting an eye. Suppression. Li Yuan had an epiphany, feeling in the dark a message being conveyed to him by the Great Sun Jade platform. Suppress. The fluctuations of the Great Sun could only be suppressed by his own strength. If he couldn't suppress it, the continued outburst of its light would cause fatal harm to both the mind-spirit divine palace and Li Yuan's inner world. At this moment, Li Yuan faintly understood that the mind-spirit divine palace wasn't entirely a positive entity. It was a double-edged sword. It also contained many hidden assessments. Just like when I ascended to the second level, if I hadn't had sufficient willpower or spiritual power at that time, I couldn't have climbed up, and my strength wouldn't have increased as rapidly, Li Yuan realized. Today, with my spiritual power reaching 29.9 levels, I also reached some kind of change threshold of the mind-spirit divine palace. However, to bear the crown, one must endure its weight. To fully adapt to the changes of the mind-spirit divine palace, I must be strong enough to continue controlling all of this, Li Yuan understood. If I can't adapt to these changes, the mind-spirit divine palace could instead become harmful to me. This discovery caused Li Yuan to feel a sense of crisis in his heart. But at this moment, he had no time to contemplate deeply. Boom! The great sun in the distant starry sky had become even more blazing and unbearably bright. Suppress. Li Yuan completely unleashed his consciousness, like a miniature great sun trying to subdue the vast sun in the void. Li Yuan's spiritual power, naturally insignificant compared to this great sun, seemed inconspicuous. But as the master of his inner world, his spiritual power had a certain characteristic. Quickly, it made the burning great sun quiet down significantly, and the mind-spirit divine palace no longer trembled. But, sizzle, sizzle, the strands of light only weakened but did not fully retract, continuing to strike Li Yuan's consciousness. Terrible pain swept over his awareness. Pain. Intense pain. Any regular prime warrior would have their consciousness dissipated in a short time, but Li Yuan was still holding on. Desperately holding on. I must hold on, Li Yuan silently chanted to himself, containing a fearsome obsession. Regardless of the endless agony erupting, he was still struggling to resist. The weak but tenacious spiritual power swept across the dark starry sky, gradually calming the explosive light of the great sun. And as the light of the great sun weakened, hum, in the dark starry sky behind Li Yuan's consciousness. It seemed to reveal phantoms of stars. Swish, 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 these stars, emitting a faint starlight, were not visible under the sun's brilliance. Now that the sun's glow had receded, their starlights also became apparent. They rained upon Li Yuan's consciousness, nourishing his spiritual awareness. At this moment, it was like countless previous visualization scenes replayed, only at a pace 100 or 1,000 times faster than before. At this moment, as Li Yuan's consciousness dwelled here, his spiritual growth rocketed up by hundreds, thousands of times. Quietly. Boom, as if breaking through some kind of limit of life, Li Yuan felt his spiritual awareness suddenly explode. Your spiritual power has increased from 29.9 to 30.0. Your spiritual power has reached level 30, and the limit of spiritual awakening has increased to 40%. 2 divine palace prompts flashed in succession. Spiritual power level 30. The limit of spiritual awakening increased to 40%. Flying heaven level. Spiritual power. Has it entered the flying heaven level? Li Yuan sensed something and immediately understood that his soul had completely transformed, reaching a whole new level.
From spiritual power level 21 to 29.9, although differing by tens of times, it was all just an accumulation of quantity.
But from level 29.9 to 30, it was a qualitative transformation. It was the difference between heaven and earth. At last, one aspect of mine has reached the flying heaven level. Li Yuan thought to himself. Moreover, with the limit of spiritual awakening reaching 40%, once I reach the limit, I can draw origin power into my body again. I estimate that once origin power enters my body again, I will become a prime warrior. Many thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind in an instant. And then he could not think any more. There was no time to feel the change brought by reaching the flying heaven level in spiritual power. All of Li Yuan's attention was still focused on his inner world, still fully suppressing the outburst of the proud sun. Continuously receiving the nourishment from the countless stars in the visualization space. Boom! Li Yuan's spiritual power transformed. Its total amount hadn't changed, but its quality had increased by many tens of times. Suppressing the proud sun with full strength. Inside the cave, Lu Jing was leisurely cultivating. Suddenly. Boom! Like a tidal wave, an invisible fluctuation burst out with Li Yuan at the center, sending a terrifying pressure sweeping in all directions. The surrounding mud and dust didn't change at all. If recorded with a camera, no difference would be found. But Lu Jing felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his head reeling slightly. This pressure was not a one-time thing. Just 2 seconds later, another terrifying pressure struck. HMPH. Lu Jing became increasingly uncomfortable, letting out a stifled grunt before feeling somewhat relieved. Li Yuan? What's happening? Lu Jing was shocked. He could be considered an expert among prime warriors, and his spiritual power was comparable to that of top-grade prime warriors. He understood the situation in an instant. It was spiritual pressure. Coming from Li Yuan. It must be that Li Yuan's spiritual power had suddenly gone out of control, releasing terrifying spiritual pressure. My spiritual power could absolutely compare with top-grade prime warriors. Lu Jing stared at Li Yuan in shock. Even those top-grade prime warriors who have cultivated spiritual secret techniques, trying to unsettle my spirit would be difficult. Let alone causing me to lose focus in an instant, although it was just for a moment, it's still inconceivable. How did Li Yuan manage it? to make a powerful warrior lose focus is extremely difficult. The consequences are also very serious. You must know, when powerful warriors fight to the death, life and death hang in the balance, and if one party suddenly suffers spiritual oppression and loses focus, even if they can recover in the next second, that 1 second difference is the line between life and death. Boom! The spiritual pressure originating from Li Yuan swept over once again, massively and overwhelmingly. It made Lu Jing even more uncomfortable, but after adapting a bit, he wouldn't lose focus again. However, having figured out the reason, Lu Jing no longer hesitated. Whoosh! Lu Jing stood up, quickly left the cave, and rapidly scaled the mountain face. Only after moving tens of meters away from the cave did Lu Jing feel the spiritual pressure no longer affecting him. So strong spiritual power, huh? Lu Jing stood on a protruding stone on the mountain wall, looking back at the cave, filled with indescribable shock. All of a sudden, a thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that Li Yuan's spiritual power has reached the flying heaven level? He found it hard to believe. A young warrior whose physical quality was still somewhat short of second rank, with spiritual power reaching the flying heaven level? But then he remembered the other party was Li Yuan. I understand now. It's not the power of the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. Even two of them couldn't boost a first-rank warrior's spiritual power directly to the flying heaven level. Lu Jing's mind was filled with many thoughts. It's Li Yuan himself. Before this, his spiritual power was probably already comparable to top-grade prime warriors. Perhaps even at the second-order limit. That's why with just one soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, he could break free from his shackles. Lu Jing believed he had analyzed the truth, but was even more shocked. No wonder his mastery of techniques is so remarkable. He was monstrous before, achieving unity of heaven and man at such a young age. Now, with his spiritual power transformed again, his progress in technique fears will probably be even more terrifying. 5th stage unity of heaven and man. 6th stagia the legendary true intent of heaven and earth. Lu Jing pondered silently. Could it be that Sha country is about to give birth to a supreme genius even more monstrous than Yu Jing? At this moment, all that Lu Jing could think of were Yu Jing and the two strongest geniuses in Sha country's Historia Dongfang Ji and Fang Hai. A boom! The burst of Li Yuan's spirit kept impacting the surroundings relentlessly. If it were ordinary people under such continuous assaults, they would probably faint instantly or even die. And that was without Li Yuan having cultivated any spiritual secret techniques. The spiritual secret techniques cultivated by prime warriors were all child's play, mostly serving supplementary roles. But flying heaven warriors with powerful spiritual power who cultivated spiritual secret techniques wielded truly lethal power, with some extreme techniques even capable of directly destroying prime warriors' inner worlds. This is the terror of the flying heaven level. Whether it be physical or spiritual, in terms of technique, or even willpower. As long as any one aspect breaks through to the flying heaven level, it will be a qualitative change. When facing cultivators below the flying heaven level, it is very easy to overwhelm them. For example, with willpower, Li Yuan, who early on reached level 30, could easily endure all kinds of pain and suffering, maintaining absolute composure in any battle situation. Time passed. Only after more than 10 minutes did the spiritual pressure emanating from Li Yuan completely dissipate. Gone? Lu Jing thought to himself, feeling both surprised and uncertain, yet he didn't dare to enter the cave again and instead waited outside. If before, he subconsciously regarded Li Yuan as a junior, then, from this moment on, he truly considered Li Yuan a peer, a strong warrior of the same level. He even believed that Li Yuan's strength would soon surpass his own. Inside the cave, Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were deep. Although they seemed unchanged from the past, there was a fundamental difference internally. Perception. Li Yuan's spiritual power extended outward, easily sensing everything. Within a radius of dozens of meters, every inch of land, dust and dirt, grass and rocks, small flying insects, all were within his perception. And this was fundamentally different from the perception he had in the past. This should be what's described as divine sense in the Marshall Hall's data archives, Li Yuan realized. Spiritual power, when reaching its extreme, can subtly influence reality, or so the legend says. Spiritual power at the flying heaven level cannot do that yet, but it can already sense reality at a preliminary level. One could say that even if a flying heaven martial artist were blind, at a close distance, his spiritual induction would be sharper than eyes, able to penetrate all material obstructions. Divine sense induction is like overseeing everything from a higher dimension. And this is just one of the abilities of flying heaven-level spiritual power. The operation of heaven and earth. The mystery of nature. Li Yuan felt it, and if in the past, his mind's induction of the mysteries of heaven and earth was very vague. He needed to practice his spear technique or engage in prolonged meditation to barely merge his mind with the world, reaching the unity of heaven and man level. But now, the moment Li Yuan's thought moved, his strong spiritual awareness seemed to separate from the body as if to become independent, instantly merging with the surrounding heaven and earth. In an instant, he could achieve unity of heaven and man. Anyone whose spiritual power reaches the flying heaven level and is given enough time will inevitably reach the unity of heaven and man level in their techniques. Li Yuan understood this point clearly. Because the foundation is too high, and like me, who has achieved unity of heaven and man so early, Li Yuan gently closed his eyes, his mind feeling the heaven and earth. Gradually, he sensed the essence of nature moving there. Not the traces of natural mysteries as before, but the most fundamental mysteries and power sources that are hidden underneath the operation of nature. The laws of the operation of heaven and earth, the essence of origin power. Metal source power, fire source power, earth source power, wood source power. Li Yuan sensed vaguely. These source powers were the ones he was most familiar with. There were also some mysterious source powers that were free in the heavens and the earth, which were unfamiliar to him. Li Yuan vaguely understood in his heart that these source powers that he could only vaguely sense, as well as the mysteries of the operation of heaven and earth, were the power of laws. The legendary sixth stage techniques. This kind of power, I can only sense for now. If I could control it, it would mean truly mastering a strand of the essential power between heaven and earth. Once mobilized, its might would be unimaginably great, Li Yuan thought to himself. Thinking of this, Li Yuan recalled the battle video he had seen that erupted in the Rob Seastar realm. Yu Jing. As a top-grade origin martial artist who can fly by controlling the empty space, he must have mastered a kind of true intent power of heaven and earth. Li Yuan now understood the other's strength. As an origin martial artist, yet reaching the sixth stage of techniques. No wonder he dared to say he could be comparable to a flying heaven martial artist. After all, according to the communication between Li Yuan, Li Yong, and Dean Shu, some flying heaven martial artists' skill realms are only at fifth stage perfection. Flying heaven level spiritual power. I can achieve unity of heaven and man at any moment, and following this, the speed of my improvement in spear technique and movement technique will far surpass the past. The speed of my physical improvement will also far surpass the past. A glint shone in Li Yuan's eyes. It was foreseeable that his growth rate would soar greatly once again. With that in mind, Li Yuan moved his thoughts to open the Divine Palace panel. AA, Life Level, 19.2, First Rank, Fist Strength, 54,400 kilograms. Speed, 103.8 meters per second. Spiritual power, level 30.2. Willpower, level 31. Spiritual awakening level, 30%, current limit 40%.
Star Meridian. Level 10. Skill Realm. Spear Technique, 5th stage 10%, Movement Technique, 5th stage 11%, Fist Technique Perfection.
My spiritual power breakthrough even caused my life level to break through by 0.1. Li Yuan revealed a slight smile. Even spear technique and movement technique improved by 3% in a short time.
You must know, though the life and death battle in Flying Serpent Valley greatly impacted Li Yuan, he still had no time to properly summarize and comprehend it. But the breakthrough in spiritual power, the induction of the mysteries of the operation of nature, had already caused his technique to improve a lot without him realizing it. This is the benefit of improving the foundation. The limit of spiritual awakening also reached 40%. Li Yuan caught a glimpse. It's a pity that within the Mingshu star realm, I dare not continue to improve.
The Mingshu star realm is a first-level star realm, and once one's life level reaches level 20, they can no longer pass through the star realm's entrance and exit.
Based on Li Yuan's third time experiencing origin power entering his body. Once I raise my spiritual awakening level to 40% and initiate the fourth instance of origin power entering my body, I fear my life level will reach 21 or even higher, Li Yuan thought to himself. Then, I can only spend my whole life in the Mingshu star realm.
Other first-rank martial artists, once they reach 19.9, maybe due to their techniques or insufficient spiritual power, find it difficult to break through to level 20. But Li Yuan, his spiritual power and techniques were more than sufficient a long time ago, and once his life level reaches the first order limit, he would rapidly break through. Spend a whole lifetime in the Mingshu star realm. That was not what Li Yuan wished for.
This was also why Li Yuan greatly admired Lu Jing, for one must have great determination and willpower to willingly stay in such a wilderness.
Moreover, Li Yuan subconsciously believed that he had greater achievements to accomplish in the future and could play a more significant role for the Seven-Star Alliance.
In the future, if the entrance to the Mingshu star realm expands and it becomes a second-level star realm, perhaps it could allow senior brother Lu Jing and the others to return home. A thought suddenly passed through Li Yuan's mind. The level of a star realm is not static. Expansion from a first-level star realm to a second-level star realm is quite common.
Just like the Rob Sea Star realm within the Xia country territory, which has been in constant warfare. Li Yuan knew that the entrance area of the Rob Sea Star realm was becoming increasingly unstable, showing a tendency to become the second-third level star realm on Blue Star. And this was why Xia country had been stationing a heavy military presence there year-round.
Although I don't dare to increase it to 40%, in the coming period, I should seek opportunities to kill more members of the alien race and strive to raise my spiritual awakening level to around 37%, Li Yuan thought to himself. Not increasing it to 39% was because he needed to leave some leeway.
To avoid any unexpected accidents. Moreover, with a thought, my mind can merge with heaven and earth, drawing in the forces of the world to nourish my body, which will greatly increase the efficiency of my cultivation of the all heavens, stars. Even without origin power entering my body, a single month at the shortest or 2 at the longest, would be enough to raise my physical quality to 19.9. Li Yuan's eyes shimmered brightly. It sounded as though the speed of improvement was similar to before. But one must know that the standard difference in fist strength from 15.0 to 16.0 is 6,000 kilograms. From 19.0 to 19.9, however, the standard difference in fist strength is 20,000 kilograms. As one advances in their life level, the difference increasingly becomes exponential. For a genius like senior brother Jin, with the best external conditions for cultivation, it still took until his junior year to become a prime warrior. This is the reason why Li Yuan gently closed his eyes. For others, cultivation is like climbing uphill. The further you go, the slower you get. But for me, it's like descending downhill, getting faster and faster. With a single thought, Li Yuan's immensely powerful spiritual power sensed his entire body, placing itself in a vast and boundless space, where within the endless starry sky, there were a few points of light. That was a life star space. With spiritual guidance, I awakened the first perfect star vein. Li Yuan's spirit spread out, his heart completely calm, sensing the vast and infinite life star space. But to become a flying heaven level, at least 3 star meridians must be awakened. With spiritual power at level 30, the upper limit for spiritual awakening level can increase to 40%. To raise that limit to 50%, how high must my spiritual power be? The second spiritual guidance is far off, and at least for the short term, it's not achievable. Li Yuan was clear about this point. I must create my own law. Li Yuan's spiritual power turned into countless thoughts, passing through one spiritual imprint after another, quickly sensing an already perfectly awakened star meridian.
Following that, let's continue. Li Yuan's spiritual thoughts ventured through the vast and dark life star space, continuing to search for the stars hidden in darkness, not a search without pattern or method.
Li Yuan had read over the 7 high-rank cultivation methods and also referenced a great deal of pioneering methods from his predecessors. There are many tricks to finding common life stars, and there are subtle connections between many life stars. Awakening the first star meridian is the hardest. Many predecessors who created laws in the history of our 7 stars human civilization fell at the first step, Li Yuan silently reflected, but once one star meridian is awakened, the difficulty drastically decreases. The previous spiritual guidance indeed greatly helped Li Yuan. His spiritual thoughts enveloped the vast starry sky, ignoring spatial distances, gradually sensing the existence of each dark star.
This one is a life star. This one should be. This one is a dead star.
This one could be. Li Yuan's spiritual thoughts wildly dispersed. With the experience of his predecessors, the guidance of the first perfect star vein, and help that surpassed the past by tens of times, Li Yuan easily noticed the presence of life stars within the life star space. Much easier than normal law creators by more than 100 times. As time elapsed, Li Yuan kept imprinting spiritual marks on one life star after another. This was the consequence of a strong foundation, advanced techniques, strong spiritual power, and perception in the life star space hundreds to thousands of times stronger. The probability of successfully creating laws was almost a sure thing. Of course, not all life stars are active, many seeming nearly indistinguishable from the dead stars on the surface. Li Yuan cautiously chose to give up on those. But suddenly, Li Yuan's spirit violently shook, followed by the sensation of one strand of his spiritual thoughts being destroyed. This in turn caused his body to tremble faintly, a sensing mistake. That star was actually a dead star? Li Yuan felt helplessly more cautious. Occasionally sensing wrong was not a major loss for someone with Li Yuan's immense spiritual power. After a short rest, he could recover. But continuous mistakes? That would mean a halt to the process. If there was spiritual guidance, my clarity and range of perception would be even stronger by more than 1,000 times, Li Yuan thought to himself. Countless unawakened life stars would be within my perception, without a single error. The stronger he became, the more Li Yuan felt the immense power and terror of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace.
Such abilities were simply unfathomable. A full hour later.
This time, I actually lit up over 7,000 life stars directly, Li Yuan revealed a hint of a smile. Before, after cultivating many times, I only awakened a little over 1,000 life stars. Spiritual power reaching the flying heaven level indeed represents a fundamental change. Now, the vast and boundless space of life stars seemed brighter than not long ago, with more stars radiating light amidst the dark starry sky. However, these newly awakened life stars were mostly chaotic and had not yet formed new star meridians. To awaken so many, yet also fail 6 times. My spirit is slightly damaged, and I can't continue to awaken life stars for now. Li Yuan had already stopped. At this rate, given a bit more time, there's hope to awaken the second star meridian. On one star meridian, awakening more than 12,960 life stars can begin to form the outline of a star meridian. In some sense, this was Li Yuan's first step in creating laws by himself. Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. One can rely on it, but must never become dependent on it. I must, with all my might, make myself stronger, actively become stronger, Li Yuan thought to himself. Then, at some critical moments, I'll be able to withstand some of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace's potential tests, and thereby receive even more benefits. If it weren't for Li Yuan's willpower having transformed to level 30 before, he absolutely wouldn't have withstood the abnormal outburst of the Great Sun Jade Platform. The Great Sun Jade Platform. The Mind-Spirit Divine Palace still hides many secrets, Li Yuan thought, and his spiritual consciousness left the space of the life stars. Inside the cave, Li Yuan opened his eyes and didn't notice Lu Jing's trace. It seems that the earlier spiritual oppression has alarmed Senior Lu. He's nearby. Projecting his divine sense, although it could only sense within a 30 meters radius, he could vaguely perceive up to several hundred meters away. There was someone with a life force quite strong and a soul breath quite familiar. It was Lu Jing. Under the guidance of divine sense, in front of a flying heaven warrior, an ordinary person trying to disguise themselves as someone else is difficult, Li Yuan silently marveled. Reaching the flying heaven level, one does not simply look at a person's outer appearance and physique anymore. One will sense the soul's breath as well. Physique and appearance are easy to disguise. Change of clothes, a haircut, pretending to be disabled. All can create great changes. But how does one disguise a person's soul's breath? At least for first rank and second rank lives, it's quite difficult. Furthermore, regarding the exposure of flying heaven level spiritual power in front of Lu Jing, Li Yuan wasn't too worried deep down. It would have been exposed sooner or later. Besides, the other party was trustworthy. Senior Lu has not summoned me, which means the support team from the outpost base has not yet arrived. Li Yuan closed his eyes. There's no rush. I'll try practicing the spiritual secret technique, Soul Shock, first. During his time at Kunlun Martial University, Li Yuan learned two major spiritual secret techniques, Soul Shock and Spirit Concentration Technique. Both were second-level spiritual secret techniques. The former was for carrying out spiritual attacks, and the latter was for concentrating the spirit to make it more resilient.
However, the effects were minimal. Previously my spiritual power was only at level 20 or so. Even if I cultivated Soul Shock to perfection, the effects were not significant and it also took a lot of time, so I didn't delve too deep into practicing it. Li Yuan thought to himself, now with flying heaven level spiritual power, I'll give it another try. Let's see what level 1 can cultivate it to in a short period of time.
The first step, thoughts like a river, continuous and unending. Li Yuan followed the guidance of the Soul Shock technique, letting his spiritual thoughts gradually change. Very easy. Just a few seconds later. Is that it? Li Yuan was stunned, then chuckled. Makes sense. The spiritual power of a prime warrior is not sufficient in quality. It's very hard to be nimble like silk, difficult to control. But with flying heaven level spiritual power, it can easily be split, like multitasking with one mind on 3 tasks or even 10 tasks. All with ease. Practicing second-level spiritual secret technique with third-rank spiritual power? It's like an impressive middle school student doing a primary schooler's math problems, even if temporarily stumped, but with a little learning of the problem-solving methods, they rapidly break through. This is the difference in foundation. The second step. Li Yuan continued to practice. As time passed, about 3 hours after Li Yuan practiced the Soul Shock secret technique. Li Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. The next second. Whoosh! A figure clad in blue darted into the cave. Senior Lu. Li Yuan greeted with a smile. Do you still need to continue cultivating? Another prime warrior from the base is about to arrive, Lu Jing asked. It's not necessary, Li Yuan smiled. If Senior has any plans, you can implement them. I'm ready to join the battle at any time. Continue to cultivate? In the past 2 hours, Li Yuan had directly brought the Soul Shock spiritual secret technique to the perfection level. He had also practiced the observing the great sun starry sky scripture for another hour, completely eliminating any fatigue. One could say that Li Yuan's overall strength had reached a new peak. In the short term, there could be no further improvement. That's good. Lu Jing nodded slightly, and couldn't help but ask, Li Yuan, has your spiritual power really reached flying heaven level? He was indeed curious. Senior should have felt it before. Li Yuan responded with a smile. Impressive. Lu Jing was still shocked internally, and then said, but I suggest you return to Sha country. There's no need for you to participate in the upcoming war with the Tinliang clan. Why? Li Yuan was stunned. He had just cultivated the spiritual secret technique, Soul Shock, to perfection, and was ready to unleash its power, enhancing his spiritual awakening level significantly. Originally, he had planned to help Outpost Base No. 3 win this battle. Currently, we don't understand the Tinliang clan's situation. We don't know if they're coming or how many will come, Lu Jing said gravely, but if they come, there will definitely be second-rank fighters, even senior second-rank fighters among them. Senior second rank? Li Yuan was inwardly shocked. Of course, the likelihood of encountering senior second rank is relatively low, Lu Jing continued. While the Tinliang clan in the Mingshu Star Realm is stronger than us at Outpost Base No. 3, there's no fundamental difference. The truly formidable fighters from the Tinliang clan wouldn't be dispatched here, it would be a waste. However, We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. What if a senior second-rank fighter really appears? Lu Jing questioned seriously. Li Yuan pondered. Lu Jing, who had been in charge of the outpost, had dealt with the Tinliang clan for decades and knew far more than Li Yuan. Perhaps, the whereabouts of the Tinliang clan's second-rank fighters were all recorded at the base. Moreover, as the war progresses, it's likely to become a large-scale conflict involving mechanical legions, reducing the significance of ordinary martial artists, Lu Jing said. Your personal martial strength is not that crucial. In fact, it could be very dangerous. Lu Jing left something unsaid. The ownership of Flying Serpent Valley was indeed important, but in his view, it was nowhere near as important as Li Yuan. Billions of Blue Star coins? They couldn't compare to a Flying Heaven warrior. In Lu Jing's mind, given Li Yuan's talent, it would be abnormal for him not to become a Flying Heaven warrior in the future. Elder, Li Yuan said with a smile. You make a lot of sense, but there are two things I don't quite agree with. Oh? Which two things? Lu Jing was taken aback. Firstly, I came to the Mingshu Star Realm to brave life and death situations and temper myself, Li Yuan said with a smile. Without taking risks, I wouldn't be able to grow so quickly. So, even if you convince me to leave, I will go to other areas of the Star Realm to continue fighting and killing in the coming time. It will be just as dangerous and unpredictable, Li Yuan stated. Lu Jing's pupils contracted slightly, but he knew Li Yuan's logic was sound. Superior fighters were all forged through countless life and death battles. No matter how talented one was, without tempering and the heart of a strong fighter, one could never become truly powerful. Secondly, Li Yuan continued, his face wearing a hint of an enigmatic smile. Elder, my strength isn't that of an ordinary prime warrior. Before he could finish, rumble, a hint of light suddenly burst forth from Li Yuan's eyes. Following that, an invisible wave of spiritual power erupted from Li Yuan, like a mighty dam collapsing. The surging torrents poured out, instantly hitting Lu Jing's consciousness. Boom! It was like a heavy hammer, causing a flicker in Lu Jing's spirit. He lost focus for a moment. In the next instant, Lu Jing recovered, but his eyes were full of shock. How is this possible? It was known that his spiritual power was comparable to a top-grade origin martial artist's, and aware that Li Yuan's spiritual power had reached the Flying Heaven level. Subconsciously, he would have guarded against Li Yuan's spiritual shock attack. Logically, he shouldn't have been affected, yet, even with his defenses up, he was still hit.
How has your spiritual shock become so much stronger than before? Lu Jing couldn't help but ask. I've been cultivating the spiritual secret technique, Soul Shock, in the past 2 hours. There has been a slight improvement, Li Yuan replied with a smile.
There was no need to hide this. Spirit concentration techniques like Spirit Concentration and Soul Shock were almost publicly known, and many martial artists tried to cultivate them, though most weren't very effective. Remarkable, Lu Jing thought to himself, deeply impressed. He understood what Li Yuan meant. For an ordinary first-stage martial path prodigy, it would be difficult to get involved in the clash of powerful martial artists.
But Li Yuan was different. With Flying Heaven-level spiritual power, once he used a spiritual secret technique, he could influence senior prime warriors or even top-grade origin martial artists, causing them to lose focus for a moment.
Perhaps it was only 0.1 second or even shorter. But in that instant, at a critical moment, it could reverse the situation. Elder, am I qualified to join the battle now? Li Yuan asked with a smile on his face.
Lu Jing fell silent for a moment, then sighed and said, if I continue to say you're not qualified, that would be nothing but self-deception. But I must clarify 2 things beforehand. First, if you encounter unstoppable danger and I order you to flee, you must do so, Lu Jing said. Second, once the Mechanical Legion arrives, you must leave. There's no room for you to temper yourself in a battle between armies.
All right. Li Yuan nodded. After all, it was up to him when to stay or to leave. Who could really bind him? Li Yuan and Lu Jing waited patiently on the spot, not long after. Swoosh. A figure in purple flashed from the distant river with considerable speed, detected from afar by Li Yuan. His powerful spiritual senses made him more sensitive to his surroundings. Target creature. Life level 23.8, Li Yuan instantly performed a Divine Palace inquiry. Since his spiritual power reached level 20, the consumption of performing Divine Palace inquiry had become much less. Now with his soul at the Flying Heaven level, the impact of performing the inquiry was almost negligible. Miao Wei. Lu Jing, catching on moments later, called out, his voice booming through the area, "Over here." Swoosh. The purple-clothed woman approached rapidly, leaping several times until she was on the cliff's cave. Lu Elder. The purple-clothed woman Miao Wei seemed pleasantly surprised. "Are your injuries truly fully healed?" "Yes, thanks to Shu En's spiritual medicine. Not only are my injuries gone, my hidden injuries are healed, and I've even made a breakthrough in my techniques," Lu Jing said with a smile. "He is a great benefactor to me." Shu En. Miao Wei finally turned to Li Yuan, having seen his combat footage at Observation Post 19 and knowing he was a martial path prodigy. But subconsciously, Miao Wei wasn't too concerned about him. After all, even if he were a martial path genius, what impact could he really have on the Mingshu Star Realm? Senior Miao Wei. Li Yuan nodded slightly. "Where's the team you were leading?" Lu Jing asked. "Their strength is too weak and they move too slowly, so I came ahead alone," Miao Wei said. "The heavy weapons they carried don't pose much of a threat to Prime Warriors either. The Mechanical Legion is still 400 kilometers away." Miao Wei quickly explained the situation, clarifying to Li Yuan the resolve of those at Outpost Base 3. Massive technological weapons are not used lightly in the Mingshu Star Realm. But when it comes to competing for certain critical interests, hesitation is not an option at the time of risk. "Okay. Then the three of us will head to Flying Serpent Valley to take another look," Lu Jing said with murderous intent. "If the Tinliang clan sends any second-rank powerhouses, see if we can take them out first." "The three of us?" Miao Wei was stunned for a moment, her gaze involuntarily falling on Li Yuan. "Miao Wei, don't underestimate Shu En. He may be much stronger than you in some respects," Lu Jing said with a smile. Miao Wei nodded slightly, though she found it hard to believe. Just days before, she had seen Li Yuan fight with two first-rank top-team leaders of the Tinliang clan. While his strength was not bad, it still fell short when compared to a prime warrior. How much stronger could one get in just a few days? But since Lu Jing said so, she wouldn't contradict him. "Let's go," Lu Jing stated indifferently, noticing Miao Wei's disbelief yet not about to explain that Li Yuan's spiritual power had reached the Flying Heaven level. Whoosh! Lu Jing leapt out of the cave, followed closely by Li Yuan and Miao Wei. The group moved through the wilderness forests, racing at a speed of about 80 meters per second. For Lu Jing and Miao Wei, this pace was akin to a leisurely walk. As intermediate prime warriors, their maximum sprinting speed easily exceeded 200 meters per second. Keeping up, Miao Wei was quite surprised to see Li Yuan keeping pace. In her mind, Li Yuan's physical quality was only at level 16 or 17. Shu En's physical quality has surpassed level 19, he was just concealing his strength, Lu Jing said calmly. "The data isn't accurate." "Understood." Miao Wei nodded, thinking to herself, level 19, combined with an Origin Power battlesuit and superior spear technique, could indeed match a level 20 prime warrior. It seems Lu Jing wants to temper him further. Well, with such strength, he's not a dead weight. He might just be of some use, Miao Wei thought she saw through Lu Jing's intentions. Whoosh! 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 The three advanced rapidly, drawing ever closer to Flying Serpent Valley. 40 minutes later, at Flying Serpent Valley, on the mountain ridge above the side of the cliff where Lu Jing had battled the Flying Serpent, a toweringly broad-shouldered man, Delgado, and a blood-robed, sinister-looking youth, Shui Shu, were silently meditating and recuperating. Not far from them, the tall and lanky Mo Li was fiddling with a device, waving it about, seemingly engaged in some sort of surveillance. So long has passed, and not a single person from the 7 stars has been sighted. Shui Shu opened his eyes and frowned. Have they become afraid? Perhaps they suffered heavy casualties in the previous battle, Delgado replied indifferently. It's better for us if they don't come. Have the people under you dispersed yet? They have, Shui Shu nodded. Initially, the three of them were spread out on surveillance duty, but with nearly 200 Tinliang clan warriors arriving under Shui Shu, they had reconvened at one spot. Suddenly, Delgado's eyes snapped open, and his body shot up into the sky. In an instant, he flew dozens of meters and bellowed, "Who's there?" Whoosh! Whoosh! Shui Shu and Mo Li were only a half step behind. One dropped the device in his hands to seize his spear as his battle garment instantly covered his body. The other likewise soared into the air, drawing the combat saber from his back. In the Star Realm, where one must always be vigilant, they were ready to unleash their full power at a moment's notice. "Haha, Delgado, long time no see. Your guard is still as high as ever," a hearty laugh echoed from deep within the forest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Three figures flashed from within the depths of the jungle, like three phantoms. Their terrifying speed caused the air to rumble and stir, carrying countless leaves and branches swirling through the air. 6 individuals. 3 against 3, standing off at a distance of nearly 100 meters in the forest. Delgado fixed a fierce gaze on Lu Jing and, gritting his teeth, spat out 2 words, "Lu Jing." Clearly, given their proximity, the Seven Stars and Tinliang civilization's bases had grown well aware of each other's leading figures over the decades. "You old fool, to think you'd dare show up." Delgado's eyes were ice cold. "It's a pity I didn't kill you 5 years ago." He spoke in Sha country's language, somewhat awkwardly, but clearly enough to be comprehended. "This time I'll give you a chance, whether you can seize it is up to you." Lu Jing's face held a smile, but his eyes were incredibly cold. 5 years ago, their 2 bases had a collision. During that clash, he had nearly lost his life. His lingering injuries had also stemmed from that great battle and had yet to fully recover. "Not good, Delgado. I've detected that Lu Jing's life level is 25.5. Mo Li suddenly changed his expression and spoke gravely. 25.5? Delgado's expression shifted slightly. "Your injuries have healed?" The Tinliang clan had highly advanced life detectors, and their assessments were generally not far off. "How could I dare to come here if I hadn't recovered?" Lu Jing responded lightly. "Delgado, last time the 3 of you ganged up on me and left me gravely wounded. Do you think you can win against me alone now?" Delgado's pupils contracted. He was well aware of Lu Jing's prowess. Even against an injured Lu Jing, with his superior physical quality, he wasn't certain he could win, much less now when Lu Jing had fully recovered. "Kill!" Delgado suddenly burst forward, his body instantly enveloped by a battle garment, faintly radiating with an earthy yellow glow, resembling a war god holding a combat saber. He roared toward Lu Jing. Boom! Mo Li also activated his origin power battlesuit in an instant, his body surface shimmering with blue light, his figure agile. He rushed forward at extreme speed. Swish! The grotesquely clad youth, Shui Shu, retreated like lightning, dashing into the distant woods. He actually fled directly. Kill! Boom! Lu Jing's legs powered up suddenly, his body diffusing flames, like a fire war god, charging at Delgado like lightning. Boom! Miao Wei, with an excellent physique, wielding dual swords, also directly confronted Mo Li. The parties had little to exchange, because they had already clashed in secret before, and now they had all arrived at Flying Serpent Valley so swiftly each understood the other's intentions as seizing control of Flying Serpent Valley. Then let it be battle. The stronger warrior wins. Boom! Pung! Rumble! The 4 prime warriors burst forth and collided in an instant, the terrifying aftermaths impacting all directions, huge rocks and trees toppling, chaos reigning. In just an encounter, Lu Jing completely overpowered Delgado, his strikes lethal and wildly fierce, forcing the opponent into a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Miao Wei's twin swords were continuous, easily blocking the agile Mo Li's attacks, locked in fierce combat that was hard to resolve. However, the 4 prime warriors engaged in the battle all noticed the inconspicuous Li Yuan.
The moment the battle of the prime warriors erupted. Boom! Li Yuan shot out like lightning, darting forward, directly pursuing the fleeing Shui Shu. These 2 Tianliang clan second rank one at 24.8 and the other at 23.7. Elder Lu and the others can easily suppress them, Li Yuan thought. The one fleeing should be the Tianliang clan holy ground disciple, Shui Shu. At 19.3, very close to becoming a prime warrior, he must not be allowed to escape.
The instant he sensed the three great experts from the Tianliang clan, Li Yuan employed the Divine Palace inquiry to preliminarily confirm their strength. The holy ground disciples have the greatest potential, so they must be killed. Boom! Li Yuan, bursting forth at full speed, instantly left the main battlefield, pursuing Shui Shu, his speed incessantly soaring, reaching over 130 meters per second in just 2 seconds. Such extreme burst speed has already surpassed the baseline of a level 20 martial artist. So fast, the life detection device clearly showed he's only at level 19. Shui Shu's face changed as he fled, with his full power erupting at only 100 meters per second. He fell far behind Li Yuan. Little did he know, retreating first was Delgado's plan because Lu Jing was too strong, and this battle was impossible to win. Unexpectedly, Li Yuan chased him down alone. In just 5 seconds, as they fled hundreds of meters, Li Yuan had caught up to Shui Shu. Swish! The long spear, like a dragon, shot forth like a meteor, viciously stabbing at Shui Shu. Get lost! Shui Shu's vigor fully erupted, swinging his combat saber wildly, turning to strike fiercely at Li Yuan. As a holy ground disciple of the Tianliang clan, barely achieving the subtlety of the mind, his strength was tremendous. Swish! The combat saber howled. At that moment, die! Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a terrifying spiritual fluctuation burst forth all at once, rolling over and crushing Shui Shu. The spiritual secret technique, Soul Shock, at perfection level, erupted. Boom! Shui Shu's mind blanked in an instant, his brain turning empty, his arm almost failing to grip the combat saber. Peefed! As they passed each other in a flash, a glint of spear light swept by, instantly slashing across Shui Shu's neck. The head flew off, blood gushed out like a fountain. In a single encounter, the Tianliang clan's holy ground disciple, a subtle master of the Minda Shui Shu, died.
A holy ground disciple, a martial path talent. Li Yuan's gaze was ice cold as he thrust again, instantly tearing the headless corpse. Too weak. What? A single spear thrust killed Shui Shu. Isn't that 7-star human martial artist only at level 19? Both Delgado and Mo Li, who were still engaged in fierce combat hundreds of meters away, were shocked. They were both well aware of Shui Shu's strength, who, in theory, should have been able to hold out for a while against level 20 or 21 opponents.
Yet, when faced with an opponent of the same level, he was killed in a single encounter. No, to be precise, it was an instant kill. This meant that the gap in strength between the two was unimaginably wide. Could it be that the level 19 7-star human martial artist is one of the top super geniuses in the 7-star civilization? Shui Shu is dead. We're in trouble. Delgado and Mo Li were extremely agitated, not because they thought Li Yuan could threaten them, but because Shui Shu was dead. At level 19, capable of subtle invocation of the mind, he wasn't the core disciple among the 3 sacred places of the Tianliang clan, but he was still considered a powerful talent, and it would have been almost effortless for him to become a top-grade origin martial artist in the future. But now he was dead, and under their protection, it could be said that even if the two of them survived and returned, they would still be punished by the upper echelons of the Tianliang clan. This was also the reason why they had Shui Shu escape at the first opportunity once the battle began. Shuin, is he that powerful? Miao Wei was just as shocked as Delgado and Mo Li. She knew about Shui Shu's general information and guessed that the fleeing blood-robed figure must be the disciple from the Tianliang clan's sacred place. As a result, he was killed by Li Yuan in one move. How did he do it? An idea flashed through Miao Wei's mind as she suddenly remembered what Lu Jing had said on their way to the Flying Serpent Valley. In certain respects, Shuin is no inferior to you. At the time she didn't quite believe it, but now she was completely convinced. Spiritual shock, right? Lu Jing was the most composed of them all. He was just suppressing Delgado, not yet using his true strength. He was the least surprised by Li Yuan's one-hit kill of Shui Shu. His technique is not bad, although he's only at level 19.3, the power and speed he unleashed were close to a level 20 martial artist, and he must have reached subtlety. Li Yuan retracted his spear, glancing at the corpse. Following the teachings of his teacher Shu Bo, he directly dismembered it. Too bad his spiritual power is quite ordinary, probably only at level 20 or 21. If you had an Origin power battlesuit, maybe you could have taken a few more hits, Li Yuan thought to himself. With an Origin power battlesuit, vitality was increased tenfold. No battlesuit? If Li Yuan did not use spiritual shock in a normal fight, Shui Shu could at least withstand dozens of moves. After all, their strength and speed were comparable. However, when Shui Shu was immediately subdued by the soul shock secret technique from Li Yuan and without a battlesuit to protect his body, life and death were decided in an instant. After all, even Lu Jing, whose spiritual power was comparable to a top-grade Origin martial artist, would be briefly stunned by Li Yuan's spiritual shock. What more to say of Shui Shu? It may sound slow, but in reality, Li Yuan didn't even have time to search the body. The very next second after tearing apart Shui Shu's corpse. Boom! Li Yuan had suddenly turned around and surged back with force towards the 4 great prime warriors who were still engaged in fierce combat. According to the plan Li Yuan and Lu Jing had made early on, Lu Jing would only launch a full offensive to try to kill all the enemies when Li Yuan used the spiritual secret technique, Soul Shock, at close range. But what happened next was beyond Li Yuan's expectation. As he charged towards the main battlefield, Delgado and Mo Li also suddenly exerted their strength, attempting to shake off Lu Jing and Miao Wei to charge at him with all their might. Trying to kill me? Li Yuan instantly understood the intentions of the opponents and instead of retreating, he advanced. He still charged head-on towards them. Stay put! Lu Jing burst out shouting. Seeing Delgado trying to charge at Li Yuan, he was also shocked and his subtlety of the mind fully erupted, the light of his saber flowing continuously, with both speed and strength surging in an instant.
He blocked Delgado, who was trying to flee. Clang! Clang! A succession of collisions.
Boom! A terrifying saber light swept across the vast sky, landing on Delgado's body, directly sending him flying backward. Delgado crashed heavily onto a huge rock, which exploded into pieces, and shards of stone scattered in all directions. Flying out more than 10 meters, he then struck and collapsed a large tree before finally coming to a halt. Spurt! A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out from his mouth. Your power? How could it be this strong? Have you reached subtlety? Delgado looked up, staring at Lu Jing with immense shock in his heart. Just moments ago, he was only slightly at a disadvantage, but now he was being completely overpowered by Lu Jing's outburst. He truly felt the danger. Die! Lu Jing couldn't be bothered to answer, and the moment he sent Delgado flying with a slash, he exerted his strength once more, pouncing like a fierce tiger with an incredibly fierce swordsmanship. Having erupted, he would not hold back any longer. Just now, Lu Jing also became worried that Delgado might threaten Li Yuan, which is why he burst out directly. In fact, if Delgado had not been protected by an Origin power battlesuit, he probably would have been near death from that single slash. This was the function of the battle garment, enveloping the entire body and greatly reducing the impact of any attack. Kill! Delgado gritted his teeth, suddenly gripping the combat saber in his hand to rush out, trying his best to resist Lu Jing's onslaught. Mo Li's strength was not inferior to Miao Wei's, especially when it came to physical quality, which was even slightly stronger. Whoosh! With a flash, Mo Li shook off Miao Wei and charged towards Li Yuan like lightning. Being able to kill Shui Shu in one move, he must be an extremely rare genius in the 7-star human civilization. Mo Li fixed his gaze on Li Yuan, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. As long as I kill you, I will be able to atone for my sins. And then I shall escape immediately. I refuse to believe that you, a level 19 7-stars human martial artist, can be that strong. Mo Li bit his teeth, knowing well that one who could instantly kill Shui Shu The 7 stars human genius before him would definitely be tough to handle. But no matter how tough, with a 4-level difference in life level and several times the disparity in strength, how could he possibly resist? Shu-yin, be careful. Miao Wei shouted furiously, extremely anxious in her heart. Her speed was also extremely fast, but being thrown off just now, she was half a beat behind Mo Li. What worried Miao Wei even more was that Li Yuan still showed no sign of dodging as he charged straight forward. Suddenly, "Be ready." An icy voice exploded in Miao Wei's mind, causing her to space out for an instant. Telepathy. Flying heaven-level spiritual power, incredibly potent, had given birth to a wisp of divine sense that could perceive everything in all directions. At close range, it was possible to have a spiritual exchange with a strong opponent. However, now only Li Yuan was telepathically communicating with Miao Wei, who could not respond. Like some top-grade origin martial artists, they too could communicate telepathically. The advantage of telepathic communication, first is secrecy, and second is that it disregards spatial distance, allowing for timely exchange and reminders. After all, when top-grade origin martial artists burst out in extreme combat, their movement speeds are almost the speed of sound, and a very few even surpass the speed of sound. Verbal communication just isn't possible. Boom. Boom. The speed of both Li Yuan and Mo Li was terrifying, with terrifying force erupting from their legs, stirring up countless fragments of rocks and soil along their path, none of which affected them. At a distance of 700 meters, they were about to collide head-on in less than 3 seconds. Kill. Mo Li swung his long spear, the spear light flashing as he thrust it fiercely. This thrust was filled with rage, unleashing a terrifying force of over 300,000 kilograms. A 24th level origin martial artist has a standard fist strength of 300,000 kilograms. Soul shock. Li Yuan's eyes were intimidating, a powerful spiritual fluctuation erupted directly, rolling and crushing everything in its path.
Mo Li was fast, but Li Yuan's spiritual attack was even faster, striking before Mo Li could react.
Boom. Mo Li felt as though his head was struck by a heavy hammer, his consciousness roaring and exploding, almost losing grip on his combat saber.
Following closely, Peng, a powerful force instantly stabbed at his throat, the terrible shock passing through his fighting spirit and sending his body tumbling backwards. The drilling pain instantly sobered Mo Li, who tumbled through the air, his eyes filled with horror. He had already crossed paths with Li Yuan. What kind of move is this? A spiritual shock. Mo Li was shocked. How did he, a first-rank martial artist, achieve this?
Whoosh! Mo Li landed heavily on the ground, feeling unbearable pain in his throat, a wave of fright washing over him.
Had it not been for the protection of the Origin Power battle suit, his throat would have certainly been pierced by that strike.
It would have been an instant kill. Before Mo Li could think clearly, he felt another terrifying spiritual shock wave crash down on him, his mind becoming muddled once again. Kill. Miao Wei had finally arrived, attacking like lightning. Just now, she watched as Li Yuan and Mo Li crossed paths. Immediately after, Mo Li was blown away by Li Yuan's spear attack. Miao Wei was shocked by the terrifying methods Li Yuan had unleashed, but she knew that now was not the time to inquire about it. Swish. 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 Sword light flowed like water, pouring crazily onto Mo Li's body, her swordsmanship far more potent than Li Yuan's spear technique. Puff. Peefed. Puff. In the exchange, at least 4 sword lights slashed across Mo Li's throat. That was also where Li Yuan had previously aimed his long spear. The first sword stroke was still blocked by Mo Li's Origin Power battlesuit, but the second stroke nearly cut through it. Whoosh! Mo Li had just regained consciousness, feeling excruciating pain in his throat, and was just about to retreat swiftly. The last 2 streaks of sword light flashed by like lightning once again. Puff! No matter how tough the Origin Power battlesuit was, it couldn't withstand 4 consecutive attacks on the same spot by a martial artist of the same rank in an extremely short period of time. At that moment, the suit was completely ripped open. The final stroke of the sword light directly grazed Mo Li's neck, and blood gushed like a fountain. This Me? Mo Li's eyes widened as he instinctively covered his throat, but he couldn't stop the bleeding and could hardly make a sound. Even second-rank fighters with vigorous life forces would die if their hearts shattered or their throats were slit without any other life-saving means. Kill. Having landed a successful blow, Miao Wei's sword light struck like lightning, repeatedly and relentlessly attacking. She offered no chance for Mo Li to survive. Pung. With the final stroke of sword light, Mo Li's head was sent flying, one of his arms also severed. The Tinliang clan's second-rank fighter, Mo Li, dead. Whoosh! After crossing paths with Mo Li and creating an opportunity for Miao Wei, Li Yuan had already fled far away. Seeing that his spear hadn't truly harmed Mo Li, Li Yuan immediately realized that his own strength was too weak, greatly lacking when it came to frontal combat. Reliance purely on spiritual attacks would hardly defeat those intermediate Origin warriors clad in Origin power battlesuits. In the clashes of Origin warriors, he served as support. In just 2 seconds, Li Yuan had rushed close to Delgado and Lu Jing, who were fiercely fighting. Both powerful fighters were using combat sabers with extreme ferocity. At full force, Lu Jing completely overpowered Delgado. Each collision resulted in a terrifying sonic boom, causing massive rocks along their path to shatter and trees to tumble. The fight was brutally intense. However, as the Tinliang clan's strongest dispatched fighter, Delgado also possessed remarkable strength, enduring against the powerful Lu Jing. Suddenly, boom! A terrifying wave of spiritual pressure hit, causing Delgado's mind to reel. He had practiced some spiritual concentration secret techniques and instinctively tried to fend off the attack. But he had no chance, like a small dam trying to hold back a flooding river. Confusion appeared in Delgado's eyes, and the speed of his combat saber greatly reduced. As a fighter specialized in subtlety, Lu Jing was always ready. Slash. A dazzling flash of the saber swiftly passed over Delgado's neck, decapitating him. Delgado, dead. In the continuous exchanges, Lu Jing had already seriously wounded Delgado several times, and seizing the opportunity, he delivered the fatal blow. With this, the 3 strongest members of the Tinliang clan's vanguard team were all dead. Whoosh! Just as Miao Wei rushed over, she witnessed the scene unfolding before her, her eyes filled with shock. They've all been killed. Lu Jing grinned, his saber still dripping with blood. Let's check their bodies first. Collect anything valuable. All right. Everyone, check carefully. Li Yuan and Miao Wei both nodded in agreement. They immediately split up and sprinted toward the distant bodies of Shui Shu and Mo Li. During the fierce battle just now, after they finished off their opponents, they all went to provide support immediately, without any time to search for war spoils. Whoosh! Li Yuan ran up to the torn body of a Shui Shu, quickly and meticulously inspecting it. He then discovered that aside from weapons, armor, and life detectors, there wasn't much left. Li Yuan suddenly paused, opening the sealed compartment in the corpse's inner armor. A strange, refreshing fragrance wafted out. Surprise flashed through Li Yuan's eyes. Because in that compartment were several elixirs, which Li Yuan could not identify. But given how secretly they were placed, they were likely extremely precious. Beyond that, Li Yuan didn't find anything else of value. Gathering all the items together, whoosh, Li Yuan quickly returned to where Lu Jing was, who had already mostly stripped down the items from Delgado's body. Miao Wei had also returned with the items left by Mo Li. The 3 of them placed the spoils of war in the center, piling up into a heap. I'll check to see. Lu Jing quickly began inspecting them, and when he checked the several elixirs scavenged by Li Yuan, he revealed a smile. These should be life-saving elixirs. But the Tinliang clan's elixir formulas are slightly different from ours. Its effects must be checked before we can know its value. 2 Origin power battlesuits, both with slight damage, can be used after repairs. These weapons are also quite good, worth quite a bit of money, plus these miscellaneous items. Total value. Lu Jing pondered briefly before saying, except for the elixirs. If the other items are sold back to the Alliance's procurement department, they should be worth 1.5 billion Blue Star coins. Li Yuan and Miao Wei nodded slightly, 1.5 billion blue star coins? It sounds like a lot, but it's worth remembering that this was the result of them wiping out 3 powerful members of the Tinliang clan. Normally, prime warriors do not willingly engage in battle with warriors of the same rank, as it's extremely dangerous. High rewards come with high risks. Many prime warriors may never experience such a brutal battle in their lifetimes, and if one experiences it too often without sufficient strength, they are bound to die in a life and death fight sooner or later. Regarding these spoils, once everything is sold, we'll divide them equally among the 3 of us, no problem. Lu Jing smiled as he looked at the two. No problem. Good. Li Yuan and Miao Wei both nodded in agreement, and if anyone was at a disadvantage, it was Lu Jing. All right. Let's leave the stuff here and mark it, Lu Jing said, then we'll continue to scout both sides of Flying Serpent Valley. Just now on our way here, we encountered quite a few Tinliang clan first-rank warriors, but we refrained from acting against those first-rank warriors because we were focused on a surprise attack against the Tinliang clan prime warriors. Now, let's exterminate them first. Lu Jing shared his thoughts. All right. Let's move. The 3 formidable fighters once again set into motion, very tacitly forming 2 teams, one with Lu Jing alone, the other with Li Yuan and Miao Wei. About 1 kilometer apart, they spread out to sweep and inspect the area. Peefed. The spear light flashed by, and a frantically fleeing Tinliang clan warrior fell without any chance to fight back. Spiritual awakening level at 30.1%? Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace panel. That's really slow. Whoosh! Li Yuan continued forward. With his spiritual power extended outward, his perception ability had reached an unfathomable level, and some Tinliang clan warriors who were trying to hide could not escape their inquiry. Even along the way, when Li Yuan occasionally encountered flying serpents, he slaughtered them just the same. As planned. If they were to establish a new base in the vicinity of Flying Serpent Valley, the entire flying serpent population would either be completely destroyed or at least all driven away. Alien races, with hearts inevitably different from our own. When it comes to the struggle for living space, for the future of the entire civilization, having experienced the fish spirit tide in Zhong City, Li Yuan would show no mercy to alien races. An hour later, Li Yuan, Lu Jing, and Miao Wei had collectively purged the entire area around Flying Serpent Valley, with over 150 Tinliang clan warriors killed by them, not counting the flying serpents. Perhaps a few Tinliang clan warriors survived, but they most certainly fled in panic. The 3 regrouped at the original battlefield. Shu In, you should take these spoils of war and return to the forward outpost first. Lu Jing looked at Li Yuan. Senior, I should go back? Li Yuan was taken aback. With the vicinity of Flying Serpent Valley largely cleared, and the Tinliang clan's advance force completely wiped out, as long as the Tinliang clan's high command isn't foolish, they will suspend actions for now. A large-scale battle won't erupt again for a considerable time. Lu Jing smiled faintly. With our mechanical legion about to arrive, we already have an absolute advantage. Your continued presence here is unlikely to be of much use to you. It would be better for you to return to the forward outpost first. First, to bring the spoils of war back. Second, to have a good rest. Lu Jing smiled. Afterward, if we really need support here, how about you come back then? Li Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay. Li Yuan didn't refuse any further. His spiritual power had just made a breakthrough, and he indeed needed to meditate quietly for a few days. Shu In, be careful on the way back. Miao Wei smiled. After the recent battle, her opinion of Li Yuan had completely changed. A few minutes later, Li Yuan packed a large amount of spoils of war into his backpack, stuffed to the brim, and quickly disappeared into the forest. Not until Li Yuan had completely vanished from sight. Elder Lu, Miao Wei spoke softly. You're worried about Shu In getting involved in the upcoming war, aren't you? Yes. Lu Jing nodded slightly. You just checked the device left by the Tinliang clan's prime warrior, and you must have discovered the secret at the bottom of Flying Serpent Valley. A small origin crystal vein, Miao Wei said solemnly. As of now, the Tinliang clan has suffered heavy losses, but they won't easily give up, enticed by an origin crystal vein, Lu Jing said indifferently. They will definitely reorganize their forces to come back, even summoning more powerhouses from their homeland civilization. Soon, a great battle will erupt in Flying Serpent Valley, Lu Jing said. Miao Wei nodded slightly. They were both aware of the value of an origin crystal vein. Even a small one had an astonishing total worth. Not to mention the loss of just 2 prime warriors. Even if 20 or 30 died, the Tinliang clan would probably not give up the fight. You must have sensed Xu En's talent and strength, Lu Jing said. Continuing to stay here during the upcoming battle would be extremely dangerous. Sending him back is the best choice. Miao Wei listened, accustomed to following Lu Jing's arrangements. Right. In the report to the base, list Xu En as the first discoverer of the origin crystal vein, with you and me as the second discoverers, Lu Jing said. To list him as the first? Miao Wei was surprised and couldn't help asking, why? Isn't saving my life enough reason? Lu Jing glanced at her. If you're unwilling, I don't mind removing you from the list of discoverers. Understood. My report will list him as the first discoverer. Miao Wei gave in. As the discoverer of this small origin crystal vein, if a war base was successfully established in the future, a substantial reward would be given, at least 10 billion blue star coins. She certainly did not wish to be kicked out. Essentially, Lu Jing was transferring his own interest to Li Yuan. Elder Lu, why didn't you tell Xu En the truth just now? Miao Wei couldn't help asking. Foolish, Lu Jing shook his head. With his intelligence, if he knew the truth, he would certainly guess that the Tinliang clan would not let things go. He would most likely not leave. Miao Wei suddenly understood. All right, quickly finish the report and send it to me, Lu Jing said. I am going to wait for the subsequent forces to arrive. Yes, Elder Lu. While Li Yuan rushed to Outpost Base 3, and Lu Jing and Miao Wei prepared to establish a preliminary war defense system. Thousands of kilometers away from Flying Serpent Valley, within a rather dreamy city, the upper echelon of the Tinliang clan was holding an emergency meeting. In the vast conference room, several holograms were projected, displaying the battle scenes between Li Yuan, Lu Jing, and their group against Shui Shu and Mo Li's group in Flying Serpent Valley. The 5 second-rank powerhouses of the Tinliang clan all watched the hologram in dead silence. After a long while, you've all seen it, Delgado, Mo Li, Shui Shua all died in battle, said the figure in casual clothes, his voice slightly hoarse. These videos are the last segment of imagery transmitted by their own devices after the 3 of them died. The technology of the Tinliang clan was very advanced in some aspects. Their personal devices recorded many things. Normally, the owner decided whether to upload these images. But once the owner died, the device would transmit the last segment of video back to the base. Originally, there was no signal around Flying Serpent Valley. However, in these last few days, while seeking Flying Serpent Valley, the Tinliang clan had built temporary signal relay stations en route, allowing the videos to be sent back.
Lu Jing of the 7 Stars human civilization has greatly improved in strength since the past, his injuries have fully recovered, and he is suspected to have reached subtlety. The figure in casual clothes said slowly, any one of us, in a one-on-one fight, would probably be no match for him. Silence ensued. Subtlety. The Tianliang clan might have more prime warriors, but they were just second-rank beginners or intermediates. Any one of them facing Lu Jing would be at a disadvantage, or even face death. Lu Jing's breakthrough is just one aspect. The key lies in this human, the figure in casual clothes said, pointing at the young man highlighted on the hologram, which was Li Yuan.
According to the video, with multiple life detectors inquiry, he's just level 19, which should be accurate. Yet his extreme running speed has exceeded 130 meters per second. And how did he manage to kill Shui Shu with one move? The figure in casual clothes said solemnly, I suspect he is a SSS-grade genius that the 7 Stars human civilization has kept hidden. It must be reported upward. Find out who he is. What? An SSS-level genius? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Such geniuses, within the entire 7-star human civilization, might not even appear once a year. The meeting room erupted with discussions, with 2 prime warriors not quite convinced. In their minds, an SSS-level genius from the 7-star human civilization, and a Saint Heir, from the Tinliang clan, held almost equal status. Quiet. The figure in casual clothes frowned and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I know there are many thoughts in your minds. All we need to do is to report upward, the rest is out of our hands. Moreover, to be honest, we know very little about this 7-star human genius. His name, experiences, specific strength and so on, are all unknown. We can't even confirm his appearance accurately. The only thing certain is that he uses a long spear, and his spear technique is suspected to have reached unity of heaven and man." The figure in casual clothes said, "And with such strength, he definitely won't stay long in Mingshu Star Realm. Our outpost here is incapable of dealing with him." The other prime warriors couldn't help but nod in agreement. Not to mention anything else. Just seeing him easily dodge Mo Li in a duel had already made several prime warriors' scalps tingle. However, from his appearance and the fact that he came to Mingshu Star Realm, we can deduce with high probability that he comes from the Sha country of the 7-star human civilization, the figure in casual clothes said. So, in the future when he becomes a prime warrior, or even reaches the Flying Heaven realm, the probability that he heads to Wanhan Star Realm is very high. Making the civilization's higher-ups prepare early can't be wrong.
Besides, if we can truly find out who he is, we might be able to initiate an assassination plan ahead of time within the 7-star human civilization, the figure in casual clothes said.
Makes sense. Hayden is right. We can't kill him, but if he could be killed in the Wanhan Star Realm in the future, then we, as the ones who first reported it, would also be credited. Sign it, and let's report it. The prime warriors were completely convinced by the figure in casual clothes.
Wanhan Star Realm. It's the only third-level star realm of Blue Star, and it's also the main battlefield for intense confrontations between the 7 stars human civilization and Tianliang civilization, gathering many strong figures from both civilizations. Even dispatching strong figures to infiltrate each other's civilizations. Due to the numerous battles, both civilizations have a profound understanding of each other.
Mingshu Star Realm. For both civilizations, it's merely an insignificant place, with little resources and power invested. However, now that a source crystal vein has been discovered, naturally it incites both sides to invest more resources in the contest.
6 hours later, Li Yuan, carrying a large amount of battle spoils, returned to the Long Mist No. 3 outpost base.
In the plaza in front of the base. "Shuwen, my brother, welcome back." A young man in a white robe greeted with a smile on his face, as if he had been waiting for a long time. He approached proactively.
Han Chong, Sr. Li Yuan smiled, already guessing who it was and performed a Divine Palace inquiry. Target organism, life level 22.5. Han Chong, ranking 3rd among the 3 military officials of the No. 3 outpost base, a junior prime warrior, not bad in terms of strength. Stop calling me senior, I'm not that much older than you, just by a decade or so.
Haha, this is our first meeting. Lu Jing and Miao Wei have called me several times, they spoke very highly of you. Han Chong was extremely enthusiastic. "Come on. I've already set up a feast in the base to celebrate your return." Han Chong was somewhat calculating, but he was also very careful, gleaning from the little information revealed by Lu Jing and Miao Wei. He had guessed that this young man named Shuwen had an enormous background. "Senior Han, let's deal with formalities first." Li Yuan pointed to his large backpack and the bloodstains on his body. My fault, my fault." Han Chong slapped his own head, laughing. "All right, brother Shuwen, let's go to the appraisal room first. I've already asked the recovery department's appraisal expert to come. The pricing will definitely be fair." Li Yuan nodded slightly. How could it not be fair? The spoils of war included not just his share, but also that of Lu Jing and Miao Wei. "This way, please," Han Chong said with a smile. In the appraisal room, several appraisers were busy with various instruments, checking each piece of battle spoils Li Yuan had brought. 2 Origin Power battlesuits, both damaged, with a total value of about 82 million Blue Star coins. This combat saber. This long spear is a special alloy weapon, using a small amount of 3rd rank metal that we don't have on Blue Star. The eldest appraiser continued to give Li Yuan quotes. The final total price. The elderly appraiser looked up at Li Yuan, warrior Shuan. In total 160 million blue star coins, what do you say? That's acceptable. Li Yuan nodded his head. The price was much higher than Lu Jing's estimate, and he was very satisfied. What about the 4 elixirs? Asked Li Yuan. Upon preliminary appraisal, they seem to be a kind of healing elixir from the Tinliang clan. Second rank, not very high in value, but they are very special, and our union has always been researching their formula, the elderly appraiser said gravely. So, I can offer 80 million blue star coins for the 4 elixirs. Li Yuan immediately understood. If only considering the value of the elixirs themselves, these 4 might not be so highly priced. But because of their research value, the significance was completely different. All right, that's fine. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. 80 million blue star coins was quite a sum. For this separate second-rank flying serpent horn, our appraisal is 30 million blue star coins. The elderly appraiser pointed to the horn set aside on its own. No problem. Li Yuan showed a smile. The elixirs, origin power battlesuits, and other spoils of war were shared between himself, Lu Jing, and Miao Wei. But the flying serpent horn was his alone. Ultimately, Li Yuan's spoils of war from the Flying Serpent Valley were all packed and taken away by these appraisers. Soon after, they would be sent back to Blue Star through the entrance and exit of the Star Realm, then reprocessed and sold. At the same time, Li Yuan also received 216 million Blue Star coins. Taxes had to be paid. Within the 7-Star Alliance, it is stipulated that all harvests and trades from the Star Realm are subject to a 20% tax. Therefore, for this transaction worth a total of 270 million Blue Star coins, a tax of 54 million Blue Star coins had to be paid. To this, Li Yuan had no objections. The more he learned, the more he understood that the strength of an entire civilization depends on the contributions of each individual. The stronger the individual, the greater their contribution must be in order to make the civilization ever stronger. Moreover, as far as Li Yuan knew, powerful martial artists who wanted to learn powerful secret techniques from the martial hall or wanted certain privileges from the alliance. All of these had a merit points check involved. This was an invisible standard. Paying taxes was one way to increase merit points. The more taxes paid, the greater the contribution to the entire civilization, which was essentially like earning merits. For a flying heaven warrior, if the amount of taxes paid was 0, their merit points would generally not amount to much, and naturally, they wouldn't be given much attention. What's the significance to the entire civilization if a person, regardless of their strength, can't make any contribution? Once the money was deposited in his account, Li Yuan immediately called Lu Jing. Senior Lu Jing, the spoils have been sold, and in the end, we can each share 64 million. No problem. Lu Jing replied with a smile. Transfer the money to Miao Wei. There's no need to transfer my share to me. I mentioned last time that I wanted to compensate you with 1 billion Blue Star coins. There's still 936 million Blue Star coins that I will transfer to you soon. Okay, I'm a bit busy over here. I'm hanging up. After saying that, Lu Jing cut off the communication. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly and quickly transferred the other 64 million Blue Star coins to Miao Wei's account. Before returning to the base, the three of them had already confirmed each other's bank accounts, and then Li Yuan turned off the light screen of his smart ring. Li Yuan made a quick calculation in his mind. All in all, in this foray into the Flying Serpent Valley, I lost 1 origin purple longevity pill. Li Yuan contemplated silently, but I gained a total of 1.088 billion Blue Star coins, and 2 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruits. Consuming 1 soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit helped my spiritual power break through to level 30, greatly increasing my strength, which is the biggest gain, he thought. As for the remaining soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, according to the advice of Senior Lu Jing, it would be best to seek out teacher Li Yang upon returning to school for help selling it, as he has channels that could help fetch a high price, Li Yuan mused inwardly. Indeed, Li Yuan had already decided to sell the last soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit upon his return to Blue Star. The effect of consuming the second fruit would be much less beneficial and not worth the loss, Li Yuan thought to himself. it would be better to exchange it for cash and then buy other suitable heavenly materials treasures. I am about to become a prime warrior, and I will need to acquire life-saving items and practice origin power secret technique and body secret technique, all of which require a great deal of valuable items and a substantial amount of wealth. Li Yuan was very clear on this point. Upon becoming a prime warrior, many cultivation resources will have to be fought for by oneself. This is also why the major martial path academies allow prime warriors to apply for graduation. For after becoming a prime warrior, the schools find it difficult to provide cultivation resources on a large scale and without charge. One must rely on their own efforts to struggle and venture out. Struggling in the star realm and earning wealth by oneself feels exhilarating. Li Yuan revealed a hint of a smile, and also more free. After returning to the country, I still need to buy a dragon spirit heart fruit for my uncle. Li Yuan always remembered this matter. The dragon spirit heart fruit is a heavenly material treasure that Dean Hai had mentioned. The value of the dragon spirit heart fruit is extremely high, capable of restoring my uncle's body back to its peak condition, with a normal price ranging between 10 to 20 billion blue star coins. Having settled the spoils of war clearly, Li Yuan first went to the base's restroom to have a thoroughly enjoyable shower. He then proceeded to attend the banquet prepared by Han Chong. He still had to give Han Chong this bit of face. Shortly after the banquet concluded, your account has received 936 million blue star coins. Li Yuan read the notification of the transfer from Lu Jing. With this, Li Yuan's wealth skyrocketed, exceeding 1.2 billion blue star coins. After the banquet, Han Chong, as the only remaining prime warrior at the outpost base, still had various duties to attend to. Li Yuan, on the other hand, returned to the residence arranged by Han Chong. A huge martial arts room, a rest room, a physical therapy room, everything was well provided for. Standing inside the martial arts room, Li Yuan felt a bit dazed, as if he had returned to Kunlun Martial University again. Comfortable and at ease, Li Yuan revealed a trace of a smile. Adventuring in the wilderness, even while resting, one must always remain vigilant, with the mind constantly on edge. Only by returning to the safety of the outpost base could one relax considerably. Following the orders of Teacher Li and Dean Hai, the journey through the star realm will last a month, and there are still more than 10 days left. Li Yuan pondered silently. First, I will meditate at the base for a few days to completely calm my mind. Then, I'll go out and kill some creatures from the alien race to accumulate some spiritual awakening level, and then I should be able to return to Sha country. Days passed by, one after another. Li Yuan stayed at the base to meditate, and although he focused on his cultivation, he could still sense the restless atmosphere of the entire base. Even on the third day after he returned to the base, he saw a massive number of mechanical legions emerge from the most central, star realm passage of the outpost base and continuously march into the wilderness. There were also a large number of transport vehicles. At the same time, many factories began to be constructed beside the base. Without a doubt, the Alliance was pouring a vast amount of resources into the Mingshu star realm. It looks like there's going to be some major action. Is Flying Serpent Valley really that valuable? Li Yuan thought to himself. Immediately, Li Yuan stopped pondering and returned to his room. Inside the martial arts room, spear technique, meaning of the stellar. Second layer, star dust. Li Yuan silently felt it in his heart as his long spear danced in his hands, almost as if it had come to life. Peef! Boom! The long spear morphed, sweeping grandly, a series of thrusts linking together. Each thrust seemed like stars bursting, faintly shimmering with countless twinkling starlights. Flying heaven-level spiritual power allows me to unite with heaven and earth at any time, in any action. Li Yuan recited silently in his heart. The more I comprehend the universe, the more I can feel the vastness of its natural power.
Compared to the cosmos, an individual's power is truly insignificant. Even at the flying heaven level, when compared to the starry sky measured in light years, it's like dust.
This is the mystery of stardust. Yet life is brilliant, the most miraculous creation that evolves from the universe. A glint shone in Li Yuan's eyes. A single star may seem like dust in the cosmos, but what about when billions of stars come together? Then, the universe itself is a sea of stars. His experiences in the Mingshu star realm, the life and death struggles within the Flying Serpent Valley, had already given Li Yuan much to reflect upon. Now, with the essential transformation of his spiritual power, his foundation had leapt up more than several-fold. In a state of calm spear practice, his heart grew more tranquil, and countless insights emerged like bamboo shoots after rain.
When the date reached January 26, nearly 10 days after Li Yuan had returned to the outpost base.
Inside the base's martial arts room, whoosh, 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 streaks of spear light blossomed as Li Yuan wielded his spear effortlessly, striking with force and precision. Although his physical quality was clearly not yet second rank, the mystery and ferocity of his spear technique would surely make any prime warrior watching tremble in awe. Boom! When the final spear thrust exploded, the spear light cut across the vast sky like a dazzling galaxy, blinding and mesmerizing. Finally, there's a hint of galactic convergence. Li Yuan revealed a slight smile and subconsciously looked toward the Divine Palace panel. Life level: 19.4, first rank, fist strength, 58,600 kilograms. Speed: 106.6 meters per second. Spiritual power, level 30.1. Willpower: level 31. Spiritual awakening level, 30.3%, current limit 40%. Star Meridian, level 10. Skill realm: spear technique, 5th stage 21%, movement technique, 5th stage 22%, fist technique, perfection. There are still a few days left. It's time to go out and hunt some more creatures from the alien race. Then, I can return to my country. Li Yuan's state of mind was clear. The virtual battles of the Global College Martial Path competition are approaching, and my spear technique can still improve. First year, second year, third year, all can participate in the battle? I want to see how far I can go this time. Top 20? Top 10? Before arriving at the Mingshu Star Realm, Li Yuan had exchanged information with Li Yang and knew the general situation of the Global College Martial Path competition's virtual battles. Normally, the number of students who could achieve the 5th stage skill ranged from a few as 10 to nearly 30, varying each year with an uncertain headcount. That's why, at the time, Li Yang said that since Li Yuan had just broken through, making it into the top 20 would be considered a success. Back then, Li Yuan also agreed with Li Yang's words. Now, looking around the world, students from freshman to junior year might have a batch with 5th stage skills. Li Yuan's eyes shimmered with a hint of light, but transformed to the flying heaven level in spiritual power? There is probably no second one. Li Yuan was very clear. Going from the second rank to the third rank was an essential transformation at the life level, and to break through with external treasures alone? There was a chance, but it was extremely difficult. Normally, even when the top-grade origin martial artists consumed the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, the chance for their spiritual power to transform to the flying heaven level was very low. Li Yuan made it. First, this particular soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit took his spiritual power straight from level 28.4 to 29.9. Next was the anomaly in the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, and finally, it was Li Yuan's strong willpower that endured the anomaly. Plus a bit of luck. Only then did the transformation and breakthrough occur. Always perfectly in tune with heaven and earth, my spiritual power is now 100 times stronger than before, which has made my spear technique progress very quickly. The only thing I'm lacking is time, Li Yuan thought to himself. According to the previous schedule one found, the final battle of the virtual fights will be at the end of February. About one more month left. Perhaps, I can advance my spear technique into the intermediate rank of the 5th stage. Li Yuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Spear technique at the intermediate rank of the 5th stage, as compared to the initial rank, the overall power would be significantly greater. Everything is going as planned. There are 4 more days before leaving. Before going, I might as well accumulate a bit more spiritual nature nutrients. Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace panel. The level of spiritual awakening was 30.3%, still far from the upper limit of 40%. Where to go? Li Yuan clicked on his smart ring to check the positions within the Mingshu Star Realm, mainly those near Base 3. Right here. Demonic Insect Lair, About 700 kilometers away from the 3rd outpost base, said Li Yuan, confirming the position. Home to a bloodthirsty clan of demonic insects in great numbers, posing a significant threat to the 3rd outpost base, and there's even suspicion of a second-rank demonic insect being hidden there. In the past, the 3rd outpost base had also made several attempts to eradicate them, but the environment of the demonic insect lair is complex, with numerous nests, and without sending a large mechanical legion to raid it, extermination is difficult. Li Yuan reviewed the extensive information about the demonic insect lair. Also, it's a fair distance from the outpost base. Therefore, they gave up on clearing them out and only left a number 14 observation post on the periphery. Li Yuan showed a slight smile. A complex lair environment. His powerful spiritual power and astonishing perception ability made him the least afraid of complex environments. A large number? He desired nothing more than a multitude. Before leaving, I'll try to resolve as many troubles for the outpost base as possible, killing off as many demonic insects as I can. Li Yuan pondered. After all, who knows how long it'll be before I can return once I leave. After this return, he would surely rapidly break through to become a martial artist, and unless the Mingshu Star Realm's gateway expanded to the 2nd-level Star Realm, he would never be able to return. 1 hour later, fully armed, Li Yuan left the 3rd outpost base and headed to the demonic insect lair alone. As Li Yuan headed to the demonic insect lair for his final trial before leaving the Star Realm. In Sha Country, at Kunlun Martial University, it was daytime, with chilling winds and the land covered in snow. Within the depths of the 6th Institute's Villa District, amidst the ice and snow. Whoosh! Braving the snow, Li Yong transformed into a streak of light, flitting between the villas, spotting Dean Hai fishing by the lake from afar. A windbreak, thick overcoat, a little furnace, plus a few attendants providing service. That old Hai really knows how to live it up, Li Yong couldn't help but grumble to himself. Whoosh! Li Yong landed softly on the snowy ground and walked towards Dean Hai, respect evident in his voice. Dean Hai. You've arrived. Dean Hai didn't even lift his eyes, replying indifferently. You said you had an important report about Li Yuan. What's it about? I remember his trial in the Star Realm is almost over, isn't it? Yes. Li Yong said earnestly, it's almost over. According to the plan, he should be returning from the Mingshu Star Realm within 5 days. You must have heard about the discovery of the Origin Crystal Vein in the Mingshu Star Realm. Dean Hai's eyes flickered with confusion, but he kept a straight face. I know. Good. Then I'll make it short, Li Yong said. Li Yuan is the first discoverer of this vein. The main official of Mingshu Star Realm is my schoolmate. He was preoccupied with the big battle against the Tinliang clan base and didn't have the chance to report. Only today has Li Yuan's trial score, process, and evaluation been sent back. Oh, what evaluation? Dean Hai asked. 150 points, Li Yong said with gravity. 150? Finally, Dean Hai turned his head, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Normally, scoring 80 points in a life and death trial was considered good. 150 points? That meant all the hidden scores were also full marks, indicating a performance beyond exemplary. Normally, the evaluating officer would not give such full praise. Just as Li Yuan arrived, Li Yong immediately started to relay in detail Li Yuan's entire journey in the Mingshu Star Realm. When Dean Hai initially listened, he was quite nonchalant, but when he heard Li Yuan reached level 19, he paused, turning with doubt and asking, are you sure? Level 19? Wasn't he just at 16.5? Even with a month gone by, he should be at most level 17. It's level 19, no mistake, Li Yong nodded firmly, but that's not the main point. That's not the main point. Dean Hai restrained himself, listening patiently. When Dean Hai heard that Li Yuan and Lu Jing had teamed up to battle the 3 second-rank elites from Flying Serpent Valley for the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, a trace of shock had already crept into his heart. A freshman, achieving this much? He was just supposed to be on a life-or-death adventure, so how did it sound like he had also become a top combat power at the outpost base? And then, when Li Yong reported, Li Yuan's spiritual power has broken through to the flying heaven level. Dean Hai was completely astonished. This Lu Jing isn't writing nonsense, is he? Li Yuan's spiritual power has reached the flying heaven level? He ate a soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit and reached the flying heaven level? Dean, at first I thought Lu Jing was drunk, Li Yong also said with a wry smile, but I asked repeatedly, it's true. Li Yuan's spiritual shock, even the spiritual power of a top-grade prime warrior like Lu Jing couldn't withstand it, they would be briefly stunned. Dean Hai was astounded in his heart, that's strong. Later, when he heard that Li Yuan and Lu Jing had battled the three great masters from the Tinliang clan, Dean Hai even felt a bit numb. If the spiritual power had reached the flying heaven level, this sort of performance wasn't so surprising anymore. Dean, what should we do? Li Yong asked at the right moment. There's no need to do anything. Dean Hai had regained his composure, it's just flying heaven level spiritual power. What's so rare about it? Every flying heaven warrior has it. Li Yong was stunned for a moment. All right. Dean Hai shook his head, after all, you're the vice dean, is there any need to be so panicked? Li Yong felt even more speechless inside, but still nodded obediently, yes. You go to Jiangnan province and bring Li Yuan back, Dean Hai suddenly said. Me go to pick him up again? Li Yong was taken aback. So he's become an errand boy. After you get there, first verify whether the report is true, and second, make sure you bring Li Yuan back to school safely. Dean Hai glanced at Li Yong. If anything happens to Li Yuan, you can stop being the vice dean. Understood, Li Yong said gravely, fully understanding Dean Hai's intentions now. Li Yuan was too important. If the report is real, such talent, in the entire history of Kunlun Martial University, could be considered top tier. Go on, don't bother me with my fishing. Dean Hai waved his hand and continued to lie in his chair, his gaze fixed on the lake surface, looking very much the part of a high-level expert. Yes. I'll go prepare right away, setting off for Jiangnan province the day after tomorrow. Li Yong nodded respectfully and quickly left. Some time passed. Several attendants were preparing fruits by the side. Is he far enough away? Dean Hai asked lightly. The attendants were taken aback, but it was one of the experienced attendants who quickly replied, Dean, Vice Dean Li has long been far away. Damn, how can it be this monstrous? Spiritual power already at the flying heaven level. Dean Hai suddenly jumped up, muttering to himself. He flung the fishing rod in his hand and his figure swiftly shot into a distant villa room, leaving several attendants looking at each other bewildered. They were new. In their minds, a flying heaven warrior should be detached from worldly affairs, truly having the demeanor of a high-level expert. You'll get used to it, the only old attendant said with a smile, cleaving a fruit in half with a decisive chop. These flying heaven warriors, they're people too. Inside the villa, on the large sofa. So, that's the situation with Li Yuan. Dean Hai spoke into the communicator, flying heaven-level spiritual power, And to think he is so young, with a 19th level physical quality. Old Fang, you have to take good care of him. I have been dean for decades, this is the best seedling. It could also be called the best seedling for your 20 years as a headmaster, Dean Hai prattled on. If you don't cultivate him well, I won't be pleased. Understood. A faint voice came through the communicator. Wait for Li Yong to fully verify it, then let me know, and I will reconsider it, I'm busy now. Beepa the communication was cut off. Yua, Dean Hai, who was about to continue speaking, paused for several seconds and suddenly burst out, damn, acting more aloof than me. 2 days later, Li Yong boarded a large flying transport heading towards Jiangnan province. January 29th. In the Mingshu star realm, the outer sky was like daylight, but within the demonic insect lair, it was dim, even dark. Deep within the crevice that stretched for more than 10 miles. About 800 meters from the surface, nearly no sunlight penetrated, incredibly damp. On both sides of the crack, there lay hundreds of demonic insect corpses, each one killed by a blow to the head. An utterly brutal scene. You've finally come out. I didn't expect there to really be a second-rank demon insect here. The figure shrouded in pitch-black battle garments, holding a long spear, said indifferently, my trip here wasn't in vain. TCH, 100 meters away, a giant figure resembling an enlarged mantis lay prone, its height over 2 meters, much taller than an ordinary person. Its body length exceeded 5 meters. Most striking were its 4 blade-like terrifying front claws, which had slaughtered countless creatures. Roar! The second-rank demon insect's eyes were fixed on the figure with the spear, filled with countless fires of rage ready to pour out. It truly did not want to come out. For the past 2 days, it had been secretly directing insects to besiege this outsider. But the opponent was too powerful, seemingly able to predict every move, rendering any ambush ineffective, as one first-rank demon insect after another fell. The casualties were heavy. In just a few days, over 1,000 demon insects had died at the hands of the opponent. Most importantly, in this impossibly complex lair, the opponent was able to easily find safe and correct passages, and now had approached the final hive. It had no choice. The second-rank demon insect had to come out. If it allowed the slaughter to continue, the hive might well be destroyed. Roar! With a low growl, the second-rank demon insect violently flapped its wings, its hind limbs powering up, its colossal body transforming into a streak of light as it pounced towards Li Yuan. 4 claws, like 4 terrifying blades, swept continuously toward him. That's more like it. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, as his vigor circulated throughout his body. A complete explosion of force. Clang! 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 Time and again, with lightning-like collisions, Li Yuan's long spear flowed majestically, immovable as the stars, easily blocking the second-rank demon insect's repeated attacks. In terms of strength and speed, Li Yuan was far weaker than his opponent. In terms of the number of weapons, he was also at a disadvantage. But with his strong skills and movement techniques, Li Yuan managed to block the second-rank demon insect's mad attacks again and again. Exhilarating. Faster, steadier, heavier, Li Yuan's eyes seemed aflame with passion, his fighting spirit soaring to the skies. This second-rank demon insect had a physical quality as high as level 22.2. Just in terms of the degree of threat, it was even greater than the second-rank flying serpent that Li Yuan had previously killed. But compared to half a month ago, Li Yuan's strength had also grown much stronger.
Rapidly, the two sides fought for hundreds of rounds, with extreme intensity. Enough. 4 sharp claws, like 4 continuous combat sabers, presented an oppressive sensation. Truly born for battle, Li Yuan's eyes shone. If this fight dragged on, I might not necessarily win.
Too bad. Boom. Li Yuan's eyes condensed with depth, a vast surge of energy suddenly burst forth. Like a river rushing, it violently struck the consciousness of the second-rank demon insect. The secret spiritual technique, Soul Shock, hit it hard, stupefying it. Whoosh! Li Yuan's spear suddenly erupted, executing the second form of the stellar spear technique of the 12 continuous strikes of the galaxy waterfall.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One spear following another, the tide-like assault suddenly broke through the spaces between the creature's claws and hammered down onto the second-rank demon insect's head. Curved yellow strands of origin power circulated, displaying incredible toughness. By the time Li Yuan thrust his 6th spear, the second-rank demon insect finally regained consciousness, a hint of terror flashing in its eyes, feeling waves of severe pain sweeping through its body, just as it tried to retreat explosively. Poochie. The long spear, like a meteor, plunged relentlessly in, blood splattering. No matter how tough the origin power was, it could not match the origin power battlesuit, nor could it withstand 6 consecutive spear thrusts by Li Yuan at the same point. Hush! The spear pierced through and was immediately withdrawn. Li Yuan, holding his spear, swiftly backed away, watching the second-rank demon insect warily to guard against a dying counterattack. You have killed a second-rank creature, obtained spiritual nutrients, and your spiritual awakening level has increased to 37.3%. A divine palace reminder flashed past. An hour later, Li Yuan, who had ransacked the demonic insect lair's hive thoroughly, climbed out of the lair's crack with a large backpack, his face covered in dust. Time to head home. Li Yuan's eyes were bright as he strode towards the number 3 outpost base. Outpost Base 3, 6th floor, appraisal room. Tisk, tisk.
Bloodthirsty matriarch's larval eggs. Truly a treasure, the elderly appraiser said excitedly as he gazed at the several basketball-sized insect eggs in front of him. The other younger appraisers were also quite surprised. They rarely saw their master this excited. "Master, we've collected some of these eggs before, haven't we?" A young appraiser couldn't help but ask. "What do you know? The ones we've collected before were from unranked matriarchs, of very average value, and the larvae they breed aren't worth much." The elderly appraiser shook his head. "But this egg here is of the first rank, with an extraordinarily astonishing value. If cultivated with care, it could continuously give birth to incredibly powerful demonic insects." Li Yuan watched this scene indifferently, yet he was quite astonished in his heart. He had indeed penetrated into the enemy's nest. He had killed several matriarchs. And in the end, he found this yet to be fully hatched egg, though Li Yuan hadn't harbored much hope for it. Now it seemed, was this thing exceptionally valuable? "Warrior Shuan, we have had dealings before." The elderly appraiser looked at Li Yuan. "This egg is very valuable. I am willing to offer 300 million blue star coins to purchase it, and that's a very generous price." "Wait a moment," Li Yuan said indifferently, bending his head to check his intelligent wristband and began searching in the database. After a while, Li Yuan looked up again and showed a smile. "All right, 300 million blue star coins it is. These 4 claws from a second-rank demonic insect and these small trinkets. Let's call it 20 million blue star coins in total," the elderly appraiser continued. "That brings it to a total of 320 million blue star coins for you." "Good," Li Yuan nodded, already quite satisfied in his heart. Initially, his aim was to accumulate some spiritual nourishment and perhaps earn 10 to 20 million. He hadn't expected to strike it big all of a sudden. In the end, after deducting 64 million in taxes, Li Yuan's bank account received another 256 million blue star coins. Of course, Li Yuan understood that such precious first-rank matriarch eggs were hard to come by, as was that second-rank demonic insect. It seemed he earned a lot this time. But that was because he had been adventuring within 1,000 kilometers around the base. If he had gone beyond 1,000 kilometers, it would be very easy to encounter various accidents, such as coming across a level 29 alien? Or even a flying heaven-level alien. Living on the edge, teetering on the brink of life and death, brought high risks accompanied by high rewards. Shuan sold a first-rank matriarch egg and some materials from a second-rank demonic insect? As the person in charge of the base, Han Chong soon heard the news and was somewhat shocked. A 19th-level first-rank martial artist actually managed to annihilate the demonic insect lair by himself? How formidable! The intelligence on the demonic insect lair was clear. Before this, both Han Chong and Miao Wei had attempted to eliminate it but failed. "Truly monstrous," Han Chong mutely said, as Li Yuan's image in his heart grew increasingly mysterious. In the break room, Li Yuan had just finished taking a shower, feeling refreshingly pain-free, and was in the middle of a communication. "Senior Lu," Li Yuan smiled as he looked at the projected image of Lu Jing in the light screen. Considering the background of the projection, so many days had passed, and it seemed that the Seven Stars human civilization had already established a small base in Flying Serpent Valley. "Ready to leave?" Lu Jing asked with a smile. "Yes," Li Yuan nodded. "I am planning to leave today, so I thought I should drop you a message before departing. It's a shame I cannot say goodbye in person." Li Yuan had tremendous respect and trust for Lu Jing. Today they part, and they might not meet again in this life. "Haha, that doesn't sound like the Li Yuan I know," Lu Jing laughed. "You were so resolute and decisive in your battle with the Flying Serpent and even when fighting the strong members of the Tinliang clan. How come you've become sentimental now?" "That was towards alien races," Li Yuan laughed. "Don't worry, I should be the one thanking you," Lu Jing said earnestly. "Without you, we probably still wouldn't have discovered Flying Serpent Valley. Also, I just heard you helped eliminate the demonic insect lair too." "It was a minor matter," Li Yuan said with a smile. "With your flying heaven-level spiritual power, you could resolve it so effortlessly. If it were any other prime warrior, even I would have trouble doing it." "Don't be modest," Lu Jing laughed. "You've relieved Outpost Base 3 of a major headache. These actions will certainly count towards your achievements. Once you return, I will make a detailed report of your contributions to the Mingshu Star Realm and submit it to the Alliance, Lu Jing said solemnly. It should help to elevate your rank of merit. Thank you, Senior, Li Yuan said, quite grateful.
He already had a first-rank silver quality medal of merit. If he were to be promoted further, that would lead to a medal quality merit. Moving from silver quality to medal quality is extremely difficult.
Most ordinary prime warriors, if not adventuring in life and death situations for years or having made significant contributions to the Alliance, wouldn't possess a medal quality medal of merit.
Thus, one can imagine the magnitude of Li Yuan's accomplishments in the Mingshu Star Realm over this month. If he were to be upgraded to medal quality merit, even if it is just third class, that would come with many privileges.
It's only right to award a medal for service to the entire civilization, Lu Jing said with a smile. By the way, there's one more thing I haven't told you yet. We just discovered a small spiritual crystal vein at the bottom of Flying Serpent Valley. And I've listed you as the primary discoverer.
A small spiritual crystal vein. The primary discoverer, Li Yuan, with his extensive knowledge, instantly realized the significance. Senior, you're too.
Don't refuse. It's what you deserve, Lu Jing said with a firm look in his eyes. Besides, the report has already gone up and has been approved. You're too late to decline. All right then, Li Yuan said, slightly helpless. Yes, but this spiritual crystal vein, the Tinliang clan probably knows about it too. The war will continue for a while, until we fully occupy it and start mining, Lu Jing said. At that time, the Alliance will conduct a thorough appraisal of the vein's value before administering rewards. As the primary discoverer, I estimate the reward won't be small. I conservatively guess it's around 1 billion blue star coins, but you'll need to be patient for a while.
Understood, Li Yuan nodded. He wasn't in immediate need of money for the time being.
That's all for now. You should start your journey early, Lu Jing said with a smile. I hope one day in the future, I'll hear news of your success in reaching flying heaven level or even surpassing it. I'll take your good words, Senior, Li Yuan laughed. If you ever need my help in the Mingshu Star Realm in the future, please let me know, and I'll do my best. This was a promise from Li Yuan. In the future, if Li Yuan were to grow into a high-ranking figure within Sha country or even the entire human civilization, the value of this promise would be immeasurable. Okay. After hanging up the communication with Lu Jing, neither Li Yuan nor Lu Jing implicitly said, goodbye. Goodbye would mean that Mingshu Star Realm had been upgraded to a second-level star realm, and that might not necessarily be a good thing for the whole Sha country or human civilization. Let's go. Li Yuan stood by the window, taking one last look at the mountains outside and the two suns in the sky. He turned and walked out of the room. Sister. Li Yuan arrived at the underground train station deep within the base and saw the slim figure of Shi Xiao, waiting in the distance. It's time to return to school, Shi Xiao said with a smile, her eyes sparkling and a faint killing intent surrounding her. Her walking brought a faint breeze. A month of life and death experiences might not have helped her as much as Li Yuan, but it was still considerable tempering. This was the normal path for martial path elites, passing through repeated combat assessments before level 15, then starting life and death adventures after. By the time they became level 20 prime warriors, after many trials, they would be capable of standing on their own. Clang, the train started, and Li Yuan and Shi Xiao embarked on the road home. As Li Yuan set out on his return journey, in a civilization area of space-time completely different from the Seven-Star Sea. A lush and huge star shone with beauty. This was the heart of Tinliang's civilization at Tinliang Star. The planet was extremely beautiful, with numerous cities and highly advanced technology, inhabited by hundreds of billions. Today, inside Administrative City No 9 feet on Tinliang Star, within a skyscraper soaring a kilometer high. On the 89th floor, in a large conference room, three powerful beings emanating an astonishing presence sat at the head of the room, listening to reports from a group below. Regarding Mingshu Star Realm, we agree to the outpost base's application to double the existing support, a woman in purple spoke indifferently. Additionally, immediately dispatch 15 martial artists on the verge of breaking through level 19. Send them into Mingshu Star Realm. We must seize this vein of prime crystal. Do not fear wasting effort. The Ming Mountain in Mingshu Star Realm holds great secrets. However, limited by our power, we can only wait. If one of these prime warriors manages to become a flying heaven warrior, they can venture into Ming Mountain to uncover its mysteries. If successful, it will bring great benefits to our Tinliang civilization, the woman in purple continued. Agreed. Proceed with this plan, the other two powerful beings concurred. Sending a group of prime warriors was but a minor affair. What were a dozen prime warriors to an entire civilization? Furthermore, for the SSS grade talent requesting an inquiry into Mingshu Star Realm, pass the information through Wanhan Star Realm to the organization lurking within the Seven Stars human civilization, and have them carry out the investigation, the woman in purple spoke lightly. Once the identity is confirmed, begin organizing the assassination. Also, pass this message to the Cloud Beast civilization. The Cloud Beast civilization has always been at war with the Sha country of the Seven Stars human civilization in the Rob Sea Star realm. If this mysterious talent truly hails from Sha country, the Cloud Beast civilization will be interested. Let's wait. Such martial path talents are likely to venture into Rob Sea Star realm, Wanhan Star realm, in the future. Li Yuan was unaware of the actions Tinliang civilization had launched against him. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. Assassination. How many geniuses in the history of the Seven Stars human civilization had grown up safely? Time passed. An hour after departing from Base 3, Li Yuan and Shi Xiao crossed the Star Realm portal and returned to the long-missed Sha country. Stepping out of the war base's gateway, the winter sun's warmth fell on them, comforting Li Yuan. Upon leaving, there was a light drizzle. Li Yuan commented with a smile. But now that we've returned, it's a clear and sunny day. Yes, Shi Xiao replied, a smile on her face. The feeling of coming home is wonderful. Li Yuan felt an earnest sense of comfort and relaxation as he stepped onto the soil of Sha country. Once more, illusion or not, it was something he could never have in Mingshu Star Realm. Li Jing and the others, Li Yuan thought respectfully, admiring those prime warriors who were willing to sacrifice. Suddenly, Li Yuan, Shi Xiao, a deep voice suddenly rose from nearby. Both turned, surprise flashing in their eyes. Teacher? Teacher Li Yang. Both Li Yuan and Shi Xiao couldn't help but smile as the one approaching was their shared instructor, Li Yang. Surprised to see me? Li Yang said with a smile. Shi Xiao, wait here for a moment. I need to speak privately with Li Yuan. Yes, Shi Xiao nodded, guessing that Li Yang had come for Li Yuan. Li Yuan, come with me. Li Yang headed towards a nearby conference room. Li Yuan nodded, about to follow when he suddenly paused. Because, as his gaze swept over a figure descending from a flying vehicle not far away, he instinctively used his Divine Palace inquiry. Target individual, life level 19.4, elimination yields spiritual nature nourishment. Killing can provide spiritual nourishment? Li Yuan was first stunned, suspecting he had read it wrong. Without hesitation, Li Yuan once again performed the Divine Palace inquiry, and the display was still correct. Alien race. These two words flashed through Li Yuan's mind instantly. Li Yuan had thought about this issue, that only by killing members of the alien race could one obtain spiritual nourishment. Then, could he use Divine Palace inquiry to identify members of the alien race lurking inside civilization? Li Yuan had only heard of spies from the alien race. Since his spiritual power broke through level 20, the burden of performing Divine Palace inquiry had lessened a lot, and he had formed the habit of using it on any significant individuals he met. It was a pity that he had never encountered an alien race spy all this while. Once his spiritual power broke through level 30, performing Divine Palace inquiry hundreds of times a day was not much of an issue, so he became even more accustomed to it. Unexpectedly, right after he returned from the Mingshu Star Realm and hadn't completely left the warbase, he encountered one. But looking at the man who jumped down from the flying vehicle, his attire, appearance, etc., there was no difference between him and the group of people around. Is he really an alien race spy? A hint of doubt crossed Li Yuan's mind, as he could not tell from the appearance alone. The most crucial point was that Divine Palace Inquiry had always followed the rule that killing the alien race could obtain spiritual nourishment, but it was not 100% confirmation. What's wrong? Li Yang, who was walking ahead, noticed Li Yuan's abnormality. Junior brother, whom are you looking at? Shi Xiao also sensed something. No, Li Yuan shook his head indifferently and looked into the distance. I just feel that the man in the leather jacket has a strange spiritual aura. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Strange? Shi Xiao was puzzled. Uncomfortable? Li Yang was shocked. He knew that Li Yuan's spiritual power was most likely at the flying heaven level, and his perception ability was terrifying. The things that flying heaven level spiritual power could perceive were not to be understood by common sense. How uncomfortable? Li Yang asked. Teacher, you should know that I have fought with many strong members of the Tinliang clan in the Star Realm. Li Yuan spoke readily. This person just gives me a feeling of being somewhat similar. Tinliang clan. A hint of murderous intent flitted across Li Yang's eyes, as he had a deep understanding of this alien civilization. Teacher, it's just a feeling of discomfort. I can't confirm anything. Li Yuan shook his head. You should know, my perception is very acute. This was the excuse Li Yuan had thought out. First, he couldn't expose the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, and second, Divine Palace Inquiry alone couldn't confirm the person's identity as a spy, let alone serve as evidence. What reason then? Intuition. As a martial path genius with flying heaven-level spiritual power, Li Yuan's intuition was evidence in itself. Okay, I understand. Li Yang nodded gravely. I will have him closely watched right away. Wait for me. Saying this, Li Yang had already beckoned over and promptly summoned several martial artist officers. Li Yang quickly explained the reason. Naturally, Li Yang used other reasons, as he didn't want to involve Li Yuan. Understood, President Li. This martial artist officer wearing the rank of Major said solemnly, I have just reviewed the data. That person is a warrior from the Starry Sky Martial Hall, who had recently applied to enter the Mingshu Star Realm. We will closely monitor him. The reason given by Li Yang was far-fetched, considering Li Yang didn't even recognize the person. But as a top-grade origin martial artist and a vice president of Kunlun Martial University, when Li Yang suspected a first-rank martial artist was a spy of the alien race, that was the greatest reason and evidence. What about the others? Have a look. Li Yuan was nonchalant, not interrupting the conversation, but continuously performing Divine Palace Inquiry, checking the other people he saw. Everyone appeared normal to his eye, only that man in the leather jacket showed an anomaly. Soon, the group of martial artist officers scattered as if nothing had happened. Li Yuan, let's go, Li Yang whispered. The military will start close surveillance on him from today, examining his many connections, past experiences, previous network communications, etc. If he is indeed an alien race spy, he will sooner or later show some telltale signs, and we may even be able to root out a whole bunch of people by following the trail. Understood. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Encountering such an alien race spy, it was not best to apprehend them immediately. Instead, it was better to clarify the entire spy network behind him and then aim to catch them all at once. As for proactively checking more people, not to mention that I can't expose the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. Even if I did and the Alliance's high ranks believed that checking hundreds a day wouldn't affect me, but what about thousands, tens of thousands? Li Yuan secretly sighed. If I were to inspect day and night, I could perhaps check up to a few million people in a year. How many people are in the whole 7-Star Alliance? Almost 200 billion. Li Yuan couldn't complete the check in 10 lifetimes. Furthermore, as far as Li Yuan knew, the vast majority of spies were traitors, who sold out their civilization for their own benefit, traitors that Divine Palace Inquiry could not detect. The actual members of the alien race who had infiltrated and were living within human civilization were still very few. Better to focus on cultivation. If I truly want to perform comprehensive screening, wait until my spiritual power surpasses the flying heaven level, when the efficiency would be at least 100 times higher, Li Yuan thought to himself. From now on, whoever I meet, I'll just take a casual look. The small number of alien race spies infiltrating the realm couldn't affect the entire civilization. But if a being surpassing the flying heaven level were to emerge, it would be of greater importance to the entire 7-star human civilization. To help the entire civilization, I must first protect myself, Li Yuan mused. With my reputation growing bigger, who knows, I might even provoke assassination attempts by the alien race. From now on, I will perform divine palace inquiry on every person who gets close to me, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Li Yuan was very cautious. In life and death trials, engaging in dangerous activities is unavoidable. But in everyday life, it's essential to evade any avoidable danger. Following Li Yang into the conference room, the door slowly closed behind them. Li Yuan. Li Yang's voice suddenly resonated in Li Yuan's mind, as though whispering in his ear. Telepathic communication? A glint flashed in Li Yuan's eyes as he telepathically responded, "Teacher." With flying heaven-level spiritual power, telepathic communication is an instinct, no learning required. However, top-grade origin martial artists must learn corresponding spiritual secret techniques to barely manage it. It seems Lu Jing's report wasn't wrong. Your spiritual power has indeed become extremely strong, Li Yang conveyed with a hint of emotion. This is a military base, not a school. Be cautious, and let's communicate via telepathy. Understood. Li Yuan nodded in response. Quickly, Li Yang briefed Li Yuan on the gist of Lu Jing's report. 150 points? Li Yuan was surprised to hear this total score. He understood the significance of this score. It could be said, this rating was Lu Jing staking his own reputation. You have flying heaven-level spiritual power, and I need to confirm it. Merely one telepathic message isn't enough. Li Yang looked at Li Yuan and said, Lu Jing mentioned, your spiritual attacks are very strong. Try to use one on me. Be careful, teacher, Li Yuan said without holding back, his eyes narrowing and becoming exceptionally cold. Boom. A powerful spiritual shock surged toward Li Yang like a torrent. But immediately afterward, the confident Li Yuan felt as though he had encountered a solid dam. Despite the frenzied battering, he couldn't completely shake it. Teacher, can you withstand it? Li Yuan's voice carried a trace of surprise. Impressive, it is indeed flying heaven-level spiritual power. Li Yang was inwardly shocked but smiled. Are you surprised that I didn't lose my senses completely? Li Yuan couldn't help but nod. In terms of quality and quantity, spiritual power of top-grade origin martial artists indeed pales in comparison to flying heaven level. Li Yang spoke with a smile. But if we're willing to spend a great deal of time cultivating some spiritual secret techniques, condensing our spiritual will, and merging with the heavens and earth over a long period, then, when we're hit by a spiritual shock, even if our strength is affected, maintaining lucidity is not difficult. Unless your spiritual shock is stronger. Li Yuan suddenly understood. Spiritual shock, after all, invades the opponent's inner world, their home field. Although Lu Jing's spiritual power had reached the level of a top-grade origin martial artist, his skills, willpower, and spiritual secret techniques were somewhat lacking in comparison to other top-grade origin martial artists. Li Yuan wasn't too concerned in his heart. Facing a formidable expert like teacher Li Yang, even if the spiritual shock were successful, it would at best distract the opponent momentarily. In a fight to the death, top-grade origin martial artists could still easily kill him. A spiritual attack, after all, is supplementary. At 18.5, with flying heaven-level spiritual power, 19th rank physical quality, and 5th stage skill, your growth rate truly exceeds my imagination, Li Yang said as he gazed at Li Yuan, his delighted eyes also carrying a hint of complexity. Half a year ago, when Li Yang first saw Li Yuan in Zhong City, he was just a high school senior with decent talent. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan had surpassed him in spiritual power and was gradually closing in on him in terms of skill, physical quality, rapid progress. Becoming a prime warrior is imminent, soon to catch up. As for law creation, in Li Yang's view, for someone like Li Yuan, creating laws was a trivial matter. The stronger I become, doesn't that prove the excellence of your teaching, teacher? Li Yuan said with a smile. Haha, indeed, Li Yang laughed. He had taught many students over the years.
But in terms of overall performance, the most prodigious, indeed, had to be Li Yuan, with just over half a year of schooling. My mission this time in coming to get you is twofold. First, by Dean Hai's command, to examine whether your spiritual power is at the flying heaven level, Li Yong began. The second is to protect you. Given the potential you've now shown, which is faintly above that of Yu Jing.
If the alien race learns of this, they will certainly organize an assassination, and your strength is still too weak. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. The arrangements of the Alliance's upper echelons are quite thorough. Thirdly, it's about the virtual battle in the upcoming worldwide martial arts university competition, Li Yong said with a smile. Previously, I had the highest expectation that you might make it into the top 20. Now, it seems that might not be the limit. Flying heaven-level spiritual power will cause the advancement of your spear technique and movement technique to skyrocket. I can no longer guess how far you'll go. It's a pity that virtual battles don't allow the use of spiritual power. Otherwise, one spiritual shock from you would assure first place, Li Yong said with a hint of regret. Li Yuan was listening. But do your best to push, Li Yong said solemnly, and strive to break into the top 5 or even the top 3, to compete for the best feixing slots. Historically, the top 3 in the virtual battle will be given feixing slots, and then some more outstanding students will be selected from the top 100. Feixing slots? A flicker of confusion passed through Li Yuan's eyes. What is this? I've never heard of that. It seems you've never heard of it, Li Yong said with a smile. Feixing slot is our colloquial term. Its full name is 7 Stars Martial God Inheritance Slot, led by the 7 Stars Alliance. Legend has it that it's an inheritance created collectively by Dongfang Ji, Lant, and other beings transcending the flying heaven level. It is the most powerful martial path inheritance within our 7 Stars human civilization. Because the location is on the distant feixing, we colloquially call it the feixing slot. Li Yuan held his breath, for just the name alone conveyed the incredible strength of this martial path inheritance. It is definitely the civilization's most top-grade inheritance. Each year, only the most elite batch of geniuses from the 7 great planets are qualified to receive feixing slots, Li Yong said with a smile. Our Blue Star produces about 10 of them every year. Aside from the Global University Martial Arts Competition where people are selected, there is also the selection from the Human Martial Arts Elite Battle. For 25 to 30-year-old graduates, occasionally 1 or 2 geniuses with long preparedness and sudden success will emerge, and adding them all up, there are about over a dozen. In any case, as long as you are under 30 and yet to reach the flying heaven level, there is hope to be selected, Li Yong said. Li Yuan was listening. Perhaps, to the high echelons of the Alliance, anyone under 30 is still considered youthful, with room for cultivation. All in all, less than 100 slots are available for the entire civilization each year. 10? 100? Li Yuan pondered internally, indeed quite few. Coming down to it, Sha country probably only has 1 or 2 slots every year. Of course, you will definitely get one, so there's no need to worry about that, Li Yong said with a smile. Definitely, Li Yuan was startled. Isn't there a selection process? Originally, Dean Hai planned to recommend you in your sophomore year, Li Yong said with a smile, but now that your spiritual power has reached the flying heaven level, you're certainly in. Looking at the entire civilization, a first-rank spiritual power that's reached the flying heaven level, I don't know if there's been a second case in history, Li Yong shrugged. At least, I haven't heard of it. Li Yuan was at a loss for words. But you should understand, there are still subtle differences among feixing slots. The better you perform, the more benefits you'll receive once you arrive on feixing, Li Yong stated seriously. The Global University Martial Arts Competition virtual battle is your stage. You must seize the opportunity. Understood. Li Yuan nodded emphatically. Only about 10 slots each year globally? And that's after screening all the geniuses under the age of 30? You should know that just the 3 top-tier martial schools on Blue Star together enroll 1,000 students each year. From the ages of 18 to 30, over more than a decade, that's tens of thousands of students, each one a genius.
And then there are the many regular martial arts universities. Getting into one of the top 3 martial schools is only considered a martial path genius in the conventional sense, Li Yong lamented, but if one gets a feixing slot and goes to feixing, that's a super genius among geniuses.
Anyone who qualifies to go there, in the end, more than 60% become flying heaven warriors, Li Yong said solemnly. And the other 30%? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. Most of them die during various life and death trials. Li Yong then shared quite a bit more about the Faxing slot. I've never been there myself, and a lot of it is hearsay, just listen and take it as reference, Li Yong said with a laugh. Anyway, work hard. Maybe then, you might even meet Senior Dongfang Ji. Li Yuan's eyes brightened. Dongfang Ji? That was his idol since childhood. Right. Li Yong suddenly changed the subject. Li Yuan, you still have one soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit in your possession, don't you? Would you be willing to sell it to me, your teacher? Teacher needs the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit? Li Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. Li Yong knew that he had the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. Li Yuan was not surprised, as the report transmitted by Lu Jing would definitely have detailed explanations. It's just that, in Li Yuan's imagination, treasures like the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit should not be unique and irreplaceable in their effects. There were several third-rank treasures with similar effects. In other words, any treasure that could be measured in money, no matter how expensive, was not that rare in value and scarcity. The real rare and precious treasures, let alone billions of blue star coins, even trillions of blue star coins couldn't buy them. I do, Li Yong said with a smile. I know what you're thinking, kid. You're right. There are many third-rank treasures with effects similar to those of the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit, such as the sweet spirit core crystal, the soul-nurturing nine-leaf grass. I've used many of these third-rank treasures, with some having been used up more than once. But these heavenly materials treasures all share one thing in common. The first time you use them, the effect is astonishing. The second time the effect diminishes sharply. The effect of the soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit is not unique, but it's relatively rare, and I hadn't managed to purchase it before, Li Yong said with a smile. Li Yuan looked at Li Yong in astonishment. Such a big spender. These heavenly materials treasures are usually extremely valuable. Just how much wealth had teacher Li Yong spent on them? Teacher, what about your spiritual power? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. It's at the limit of level 29, Li Yong said with some helplessness as he saw through Li Yuan's thoughts. Every time I take a heavenly material treasure, my spiritual power slightly increases, but my flying heaven level spiritual power feels within reach, yet I can never quite break through the bottleneck. It's not like you, who have such an incredible natural talent for spiritual power, Li Yong said, a trace of envy visible in his eyes. Li Yuan silently sighed. Without becoming a flying heaven warrior, it was indeed difficult to make a breakthrough to flying heaven level spiritual power. If there were a soul essence 9 revolutions fruit, a level 29 origin warrior who used it would definitely achieve flying heaven level spirit, Li Yong said, shaking his head slightly. It's a pity. Such treasures are greatly beneficial even for those at flying heaven level, and would never be put up for auction or made common knowledge. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Just like Wan Qing, who had no idea about the channels for these third-rank treasures. Similarly, Li Yong also had no channels to obtain some of the rare and precious treasures. Ordinary origin warriors, top-grade origin martial artists, flying heaven warriors, they all had their invisible barriers. The soul essence 9 revolutions fruit, being a 4th-rank treasure, might not be as rare as the public data suggests. It's just that the rank of the origin warrior was not high enough, so many could not access them. This soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit is not very useful to me, and it's hard to preserve for a long period. It might as well be exchanged for some money, Li Yuan said with a smile. I originally wanted to ask teacher to help me sell it, but since you need it, I will give it to you. As he said it, whoosh, Li Yuan flipped his palm, and a blue-purple fruit with a silvery sheen on its surface appeared in his hand, looking quite beautiful. Li Yong, although he didn't hold the same place in Li Yuan's heart as Shu Bo, had wholeheartedly taught him, and Li Yuan was indeed grateful. Give it to me? Li Yong was stunned for a moment but felt quite happy inside. With Li Yuan's current talent and strength, there really was no need to please him so much anymore. The willingness to give must be from the heart. But who was Li Yong? A top-grade origin martial artist, and also a deputy dean of Kunlun Martial University. In terms of strength, he was among the very forefront of top-grade origin martial artists. How could he accept such a precious treasure from his student for nothing? I appreciate your sentiment, but you obtained this treasure at the risk of your life. How could I take it for free? Li Yong said with a smile. It's also because I know you've used one before and, with your spiritual power having transformed to flying heaven level, that I know it's no use to you, so I asked you for it. If you had only one, I wouldn't have even asked you. Li Yong continued with a smile. How about this? Tell me any heavenly material treasure you want, and I'll get it for you. Also, rest assured, while in terms of wealth I might not match up to a flying heaven warrior, there aren't many among the origin warriors who surpass me. Li Yong said with a smile. In terms of my network, I'm barely among the top tier. Li Yuan was speechless. He believed Li Yong on that point. Since teacher put it that way, then I won't be polite, Li Yuan said. I want a dragon heart spirit fruit that can restore my uncle's health, along with a treasure or treatment plan for my aunt to maintain her health. Furthermore, I'd like to spend some money to properly cultivate my younger brother and sister, Li Yuan said. This had been his plan all along. Until his trip to the Mingshu Star Realm, his fortune wasn't small, but just for his own cultivation, it might not have been enough. Now, for the time being, it was sufficient. All for your family? Li Yang's look towards Li Yuan became even more approving. He didn't see it as wasteful at all. A person who has affection for their family, naturally, will also have affection for their entire nation or even civilization. It's the bonds of emotion that sustain a civilization. If a person doesn't even care about their own family, it's quite terrifying. Let me think. Dragon heart spirit fruit. I'll ask some friends first. I should be able to buy it, Li Yong said. As for your aunt, it's best to use some exquisite spiritual liquid, made from third-rank treasures. It's not too expensive. The whole treatment would probably cost about 2 billion, enough to transform your aunt's physical quality to level 8 or 9. Living to 120 years old is not a problem. Li Yuan's eyes brightened. It sounded promising. As for your younger brother and sister, Li Yong said with a smile, if their physical quality is high enough to exceed level 12, it's best to use third-rank treasures like the stellar earth marrow crystal. If the physical quality is not enough, then start with high origin spirit spring, second-rank spirit nourishing potions. Actually, it's pretty much the same as what you went through initially, Li Yong said. Understood. Thank you, teacher, Li Yuan nodded. The difference was that I had enough talent initially, so the martial hall and the country cultivated me for free. Whereas my brother and sister showed insufficient talent and had to spend their own money. For my brother and sister's situation, I'll handle it through the martial hall, Li Yuan said with a smile. But for my uncle and aunt's matter, I'm relying on the teacher. No problem. I'll send 2 teams to Zhong City to get your uncle and aunt a thorough checkup first, Li Yong said with a smile. Such a task was very simple for him. Teacher, you should use this soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit as soon as possible, Li Yuan said as he handed over the fruit, smiling. Why not consume it here? The longer we delay, the less effective it will be. This soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit has already been picked for more than 10 days, Li Yuan said. Eventually, under Li Yuan's earnest persuasion, Li Yong accepted Li Yuan's suggestion to consume it on the spot.
For treasures like this, once you decide to use them, it's best to get it down for peace of mind.
Who? Li Yong went to a nearby restroom in the base, while Li Yuan sat in the meeting room with closed eyes, resting and recuperating. Li Yuan. Shi Xiao approached the door. What's up? Li Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. Teacher Li said he's going into closed cultivation and asked us to wait for 4 or 5 hours, Shi Xiao said with a smile. Why don't we go out and stroll around the city? It's not far from Golden Dragon City, and it will take only 20 minutes by flying vehicle. It's been a long time since I strolled around the city. I'll pass, sister. Why don't you go and wander around by yourself? Li Yuan said with a smile. Later, when we take the flying vehicle, I won't be able to cultivate. I'm also getting ready to cultivate, he added, soon after. Li Yuan, carrying his weapon case and backpack, went to a restroom, leaving behind a bewildered Shi Xiao. What, is everyone a cultivation maniac? Shi Xiao muttered, then sighed in secret, Perhaps, this is the reason for Li Yuan's rapid advancement in strength. Shi Xiao did not go out to the city, strolling around alone. She wasn't into that. Inside this restroom, first, practice the observing the great sun starry sky scripture, Li Yuan said as he sat cross-legged and gently closed his eyes. Practicing the observing the great sun starry sky scripture, and all heaven's stars, was an essential daily lesson for Li Yuan. After his exchange with Li Yong just now, Li Yuan became more aware of the terrifying aspects of the visualization method. The growth of spiritual power is extremely difficult. Without the mind-spirit divine palace, my spiritual power would never have improved this fast, let alone shattered the shackles from second rank to third rank so soon, Li Yuan thought to himself. With the thought, his consciousness descended into the mind-spirit divine palace, and immediately, he felt the presence of the great sun jade platform. It was a vast, boundless expanse of stars and space, with a great sun illuminating the endless night sky. As if appearing out of thin air, Li Yuan's consciousness felt the presence of the sun. It expanded again. Li Yuan frowned, feeling the great sun in front of him, much more terrifying than before the abnormality. The last time there was an abnormality, his spiritual power broke through to the flying heaven level, and only then could Li Yuan suppress the rebellious great sun's pride. But soon after, Li Yuan realized he hadn't solved the fundamental problem. As long as his consciousness left the great sun jade platform, with the passage of time, the sun within the platform would gradually expand and rebel. He had to suppress it every once in a while. If he ignored it, before long, the light from the great sun would burst out of the jade platform and affect the entire spiritual world. Suppress. It's also cultivation, Li Yuan thought, as he rotated the observing the great sun starry sky scripture in his mind, and immediately his consciousness dispersed, sensing the vast and boundless great sun starry sky. Hot, painful. Endless pain swept over Li Yuan's consciousness at once. Hold on. To undergo 3,000 calamities is to temper, to sharpen my spirit and will. Li Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring, striving to calm his heart. This level of pain was no less than when the spirit dried up in agony. In some respects, it was even more intense. Because the spirit drying agony only lasted a moment, whereas suppressing the great sun stars was Li Yuan's daily necessary lesson, lasting at least an hour each day. Fortunately, Li Yuan's spiritual power and willpower were now much stronger than before, and there wasn't even a trace of pain on his face. In fact, Li Yuan only needed to suppress the great sun for half an hour every 2 or 3 days to prevent its upheaval from affecting the mind-spirit divine palace. However, even though he suppressed the proud sun to the extreme every time, Li Yuan still continued to endure this grinding voluntarily. Although painful, it can make my willpower increasingly strong. If I don't actively strive to cultivate, then, when the next crisis, hidden within the mind-spirit divine palace, erupts, I might not be able to withstand it, thought Li Yuan, also feeling a sense of crisis deep in his heart. What would happen if he couldn't withstand it? No one could predict. Li Yuan knew too little about the mind-spirit divine palace. All I can do is try to make myself stronger, Li Yuan silently vowed. Strive with all my might to become stronger. Whoosh, whoosh, accompanied by waves of pain sweeping through, the visualization method operated, and strands of starlight shone down, nourishing Li Yuan's spiritual power. Half an hour later, your spiritual power has increased from level 30.1 to level 30.2. A divine palace prompt suddenly flashed by. Ever since his spiritual power transformed to the flying heaven level, leveling up had become much slower. Li Yuan was still in quiet cultivation, while Li Yong and Li Yuan were successively in seclusion at this military base and not hurriedly returning to Kunlun Martial University. Kunlun Martial University, Vermilion Bird Tower, right above. In the 1,000-meter-high sky, a large flying saucer-shaped aircraft hovered, over 30 meters in height and more than 100 meters in diameter. The entire aircraft was capable of complete optical invisibility. Throughout Kunlun Martial University, aside from the 8 flying heaven-level deans and the 2 vice-chancellors, nobody else, including the ordinary teachers and associate deans, was aware of this aircraft's existence. And it was precisely the personal vehicle and office of the president of Kunlun Marshall University. As a result, the president was extremely mysterious in the eyes of many teachers and students. He didn't even have an office. Inside the aircraft, the quiet cultivation room, filled with a sci-fi vibe, was entirely built of metal. A black-robed youth was sitting in meditation with his eyes closed. He was 2 meters above the ground, with an intangible force spreading out from him. Streams of water were born out of nowhere, circulating around him. The surface of the water shimmered with strands of blue light, making his whole presence as vast as the ocean. Suddenly, "Master, Star-Lord Bai Shan is calling for you," the voice of the assistant AI sounded. The black-robed youth slowly opened his eyes and said flatly, "Answer." Drip, numerous rays of light shot out, forming a massive holographic projection in front of the black-robed youth. Within the projection appeared an old man dressed in white casual clothes. "Elder Bai," the black-robed youth said with a faint smile. "Fang Hai, it's been a while since I've seen you. Are you cultivating again?" The old man in white casual clothes laughed. "I was playing with my great-grandson just now and didn't see your call, sorry about that." "It doesn't matter, Elder. That your family is harmonious is a fortunate thing," Fang Hai replied with a faint smile. He was well aware of the standing of this elder in white casual clothes, the first person in Xia country's history to surpass the flying heaven level. Even today, he remained one of Xia country's sea's calming divine needles. Both his mentor, Dongfang Ji, and he himself had received guidance from this man. Among the many star masters of the Seven-Star Alliance, Bai Shan's status was extremely high. "I've seen the message you just sent me," Star-Lord Bai Shan said with a smile. "This young fellow named Li Yuan is indeed worthy of cultivation. Let's assign him the second-class position in this year's Xia country's martial god inheritance. As for first class, that's going to depend on your mentor's attitude. It's better for you to speak to him than for me," Star-Lord Bai Shan said with a chuckle. The martial god inheritance positions were also graded, from the highest special rank down to the most ordinary third class, and the difference was substantial. For example, the top 3 of the Global Collegiate Martial Path competition only received third-class positions. Is a second-class or first-class position sought? It doesn't just depend on present strength, but the top brass has to judge potential as well. Xia country, as Blue Star's most powerful nation and the homeland of Dongfang Ji, has very high authority. Every year, it can directly nominate a second-class position. That is one of the 2 exclusive privilege positions only given by the Seven-Star Alliance. Ask my teacher? Fang Hai shook his head. "Elder Bai, you know my teacher's temperament. He values Xia country, but he never favors any one person from Xia country. He treats all people of the 7 stars equally. For now, a second-class position is already very good."